In the deadly vacuum of the orbital graveyard, Liang clung to a charred cruiser wreck. Red warnings flashed across his visor. Oxygen levels dropped below 4%. Surrounded by lethal high-speed debris, the impoverished scavenger faced imminent death. Poverty pushed him into this suffocating abyss. Forcing open a sealed cabin, he found a pristine corpse wearing experimental nano-armor. Suddenly the dead eyes snapped open. Silver fluid shot out like vipers, piercing Liang's visor and drilling straight into his eyes. Agonizing pain exploded through his brain as a mysterious synthetic voice echoed. System restarting. Artisan engineering interface online, the voice declared. The world transformed into a transparent grid of data and geometry. Every object's structural weakness, material composition, and optimal modification blueprint appeared before him. The ultimate technological mastery of a lost civilization now belonged to a lowly scavenger. Back at the lawless space station, ruthless cyborg thugs blocked his path. With his new tactical vision, Liang saw every flaw in their mechanical limbs. With a single precise strike, he crippled the gang leader. A new warlord's legend began in this era of giant warships. The alarm was not sudden. It started as a buzzing mosquito in the 44th orbital graveyard. Geiger counters screamed and pressure valves groaned. Liang ignored the noise until crimson text locked onto his retinas. Oxygen at 4%. 11 minutes of survival time remained. Shut up, Liang muttered, his voice coarse like grinding sand. He maintained his steady breathing and precise hand movements. He clung like a gecko to a massive charred titanium armor plate deep within the turbulence zone. This forbidden area was a silent dance of death. Countless shrapnel pieces darted through the void at terrifying speeds. A single hit would shred his patched spacesuit, instantly draining his bodous moisture into the vacuum. Yet he had to be here. In this ruthless galaxy, crippling poverty was far more lethal than any spatial turbulence. Liang gripped his thermal cutter tightly. It was his most valuable possession, currently spitting a ghostly blue plasma jet. The industrial-grade heat made no sound in the vacuum. He could only feel the intense vibration through the handle as the stubborn metal finally began melting. Slicing through the final molybdenum steel bolt, the 2-ton armor plate drifted away silently. A hidden wound from half a century ago was finally exposed. It was the massive wreckage of an Aerosglass heavy cruiser floating quietly in the dark like a deceased metallic whale. Liang adjusted his thrusters and carefully squeezed inside. The passage lacked air, filled only with absolute darkness and dead silence. He activated his shoulder-mounted tactical light. A pale beam pierced the blackness, illuminating floating dust particles left behind by a forgotten war 50 years ago. No scavenger had ever looted this section. Liang's heart pounded heavily against his ribs. In the graveyard, an untouched cruiser meant hitting the ultimate jackpot. He glided smoothly down the corridor, eventually stopping before a sealed hatch. The electronic lock had lost power decades ago. Using a manual hydraulic clamp, he violently pried the heavy door open. He froze in sheer disbelief. This was no armory or engine room. It was an incredibly luxurious private lounge. Expensive leather sofas floated in midair alongside shattered crystal glasses and an ancient oil painting. At the center of this bizarre scene floated a corpse. It was not a shriveled skeleton, but a chillingly fresh body. The figure wore a combat suit Liang had never seen before. Liquid silver light flowed across its surface, squirming as if it were alive. A nanofluid armor prototype. Liang's throat felt completely dry. He had read about this in pre-war military magazines. Back then, a single suit cost as much as a frigate. He had struck gold. Stripping this armor would buy him a real apartment planetside forever. Greed completely overwhelmed his fear of depleting oxygen. Liang kicked off the bulkhead, lunging toward the mysterious corpse. The oxygen reading plummeted to 3%. He drew closer, his trembling fingers reaching out. The moment he touched the fluid armor, a terrifying anomaly occurred. The dead body seemed to sense his biological electric field. Beneath the visor, eyes that had been closed for 50 years snapped open. Liang's hair stood on end. These were not human eyes. Instead of pupils, twin silver turbines spun wildly, flashing with blue data. Was it a zombie or an automated defense system? Before his brain could process the horrific image, 2 streams of silver fluid shot from the corpse's eye sockets. Like living metallic vipers, they crossed the distance instantly and viciously struck Liang's polycarbonate helmet visor. The sturdy visor, designed to withstand micrometeorites, shattered like fragile paper. The silver fluid pierced the barrier and drilled directly into Liang's eyes. A blood-curdling scream was muffled inside his helmet. It felt like 2 red-hot iron rods were furiously churning inside his brain. He lost his vision and hearing. The entire world dissolved into pure, agonizing white pain. This was not a physical attack, it was a brutal data invasion. Massive, chaotic streams of violent information forced their way into his cerebral cortex through his optic nerves relentlessly. An ordinary person's blood vessels would have ruptured instantly. However, living as a mutant in high radiation zones gave Liang incredible neural resilience. He convulsed violently in the void, thrashing like a shocked frog as the system forcefully integrated with his biological nervous network. Carbon-based life form detected. Neural interface compatibility at 99%. Host confirmed. A cold synthetic electronic voice exploded directly within his mind, bypassing his ears entirely. System restarting. Hardware self-check complete. Codename Artisan. Engineering auxiliary eyepiece is now fully online and ready for immediate deployment. The excruciating pain receded like a retreating tide replaced by an unprecedented icy clarity. Liang gasped heavily for air. Cold sweat instantly froze into white frost against the inner lining of his damaged spacesuit. Trembling slightly, he hesitantly opened his newly transformed eyes. The world had changed completely. The dark, cluttered cabin vanished. In its place was a transparent reality constructed of countless glowing lines scrolling data and geometric shapes. He looked at his own hand. Bone density and muscle fatigue levels floated beside his fingers as digital text. He shifted his gaze to the floating plasma cutter. A pale blue annotation immediately popped up, etched clearly onto his retina. Civilian-grade plasma cutter. Severe were detected. Focus lens offset by 0.4 millimeters. Energy conversion rate currently at 42%. Optimization available. Optimization plan: adjust magnetic confinement coil 30 degrees backwards. Short-circuit the secondary pressure valve. This increases power by 150% for use as a temporary high-energy particle beam weapon. Side effect: the barrel will completely melt down after 12 seconds of firing. What the hell is this? Liang muttered, still in deep shock. Before he could study these miraculous eyes further, another deadly notification chimed. This time it brought the Grim Reaper's countdown. Critical warning: visor breached. Pressure lost. Oxygen depleted. Suffocation countdown: 30 seconds remaining. The cruelty of reality crashed down instantly. His lungs began to spasm instinctively. The dizziness of hypoxia struck the back of his head like a heavy hammer. Suit pressure leaked rapidly through the visor holes. The vacuum greedily sucked every drop of moisture from him. If he didn't solve this within 30 seconds, his blood would boil and his alveoli would burst. An ordinary scavenger would have scratched their throat in despair, waiting for death. But Liang refused to die. Growing up in the slums taught him relentless survival. Even with death gripping his throat, he would bite off a piece of its flesh. He maintained extreme calmness. His brain worked astonishingly fast under oxygen deprivation. The newly acquired cybernetic eyes seemed to completely take over his logical processing center as he scanned around. Through the artisan eyepiece, the chaotic ruins transformed into countless resource points. The leather sofa and crystal glasses were marked as useless garbage. His gaze swept over an inconspicuous rusty pipe in the corner. Previously it was scrap metal. Now it glowed an enticing red. A life-saving message appeared beside the pipe. Independent life support backup line. Intact. Internal medium medical-grade pure oxygen. Pressure 1200 psi. Structural analysis: valve rusted shut, physical opening impossible. Explosive breaching highly recommended. Liang didn't hesitate for a single fraction of a second. Kicking off the wall, his body shot toward the pipe like a cannonball. Mid-flight, he grabbed the floating plasma cutter. Adjust backwards. Short circuit. He recalled the optimization plan. His fingers danced across the control panel, moving with a mind of their own to execute the modifications. He pressed the muzzle firmly against the rusty pipe and pulled the trigger. A violent near-white pillar of light erupted. It wasn't just thermal energy, it was a forcefully contained particle storm. The thick alloy pipe wall instantly vaporized under the sheer, terrifying destructive power. A massive explosion followed. High-pressure oxygen trapped for 50 years finally found an outlet. It roared out like a furious white dragon. Instead of dodging, Liang viciously shoved his broken visor directly into the violent stream. It was a desperate life-or-death gamble against vacuum. If the pressure was too high, his head would be torn off. If too low, he would still die. The airflow slammed into his visor, pinning him against the wall. Like a starving addict, he greedily swallowed the sweet rust-flavored gas, filling his damaged helmet. His lungs burned fiercely from oxygen toxicity, but it meant he was alive. Alert cleared. External pressure temporarily stabilized. The system chimed. Liang slumped in the corner, clutching the glowing ruined cutter. Looking at this data-filled world, he forced a grim, victorious smile. Outside the 44th graveyard sat the Iron Tomb space station. This massive million-ton floating city resembled a diseased metallic stomach. Shuttles, tugboats, and escape pods moved around it like bacteria. Unbound by any laws, it was the galaxy's largest black market and junk disposal site. The air perpetually reeked of machine oil, ozone, and cheap synthetic marijuana. At Pier 9 in Sector C, the airlock slowly opened, spewing thick, white disinfectant steam. Liang stumbled out, dragging a magnetic hovercart. Two ugly strips of industrial tape patched his broken visor. Despite his pathetic appearance, the heavy lead radiation shield covering his cart attracted countless greedy stares. The bulging shape underneath was clearly not ordinary scrap metal. Well, if it isn't our little clockwork mouse, Liang, a mocking voice suddenly blocked his forward path. The noisy pier instantly fell silent. Merchants, beggars, and prostitutes backed away, clearing a space in the crowded corridor. Three hulking brutes stood blocking the way. Their original skin was entirely replaced by cheap, rusted mechanical prosthetics. The leader, Scar, was a notorious gang enforcer. Scar's right arm was the most striking feature. It wasn't a hand, but a massive hydraulic power claw salvaged from an industrial excavator brutally welded to his human bone. Black oil dripped from the joints. Heard you visited the turbulence zone today, Scar sneered maliciously. Blowing a cloud of cheap electronic smoke, Scar's red cybernetic eye locked onto the cart. Lucky you made it back alive. Liang stopped, his head slightly lowered. His left eye, hidden beneath the hood shadow, throbbed with a dull ache. Move, he said calmly. Move? Scar laughed exaggeratedly, turning to his thugs. Hear that? The rat wants me to move. The laughter stopped abruptly. Scar whipped around his hydraulic claw, screeching as it viciously gripped the cart's edge. The sound of twisting metal set everyone's teeth on edge. Rules are absolute here. You hit a rich spot without paying protection fees. That breaks the rules. Scar growled, his metal implants twitching. I'm checking your cargo. We take 70%. The rest buys your coffin. The crowd sighed, knowing Liang was doomed today. Liang slowly raised his head. In the past, he would have endured the humiliation to survive this cannibalistic station. He would have surrendered half his cargo for temporary peace. But today was different. He carried a corpse holding a secret worth dying for 10,000 times. More importantly, his eyes were different now. Through the artisan IP, Scar's terrifying mechanical arm transformed into a three-dimensional model riddled with flaws. Target: low-grade human modification. Threat leveled minus. Analysis: right arm hydraulic claw modified from a Carter 3 excavator shovel, the system detailed precisely. Weakness marked: elbow joint transmission shaft lacks lubrication. Third hydraulic pipe shows microcracks. High-pressure oil line exposed. Alongside this data, dotted lines appeared in the air predicting the enemy's attack trajectories. He'll say it one last time, Liang murmured, touching his ruined cutter. Roll. Scar's face darkened instantly. Being insulted by a lowly scavenger in front of his crew ignited his murderous rage. You're dead. Accompanied by roaring hydraulic pumps, the massive iron claw raised high, smashing toward Liang's neck. The half-done force could easily crush his spine. The crowd gasped, some closed their eyes. But to Liang, everything moved too slowly. The system automatically engaged tactical overclock mode. Adrenaline surged and perception stretched. Scar's deadly strike turned into a slow-motion replay. He clearly saw the falling trajectory and the exposed armpit. He saw the glowing red, trembling hydraulic pipe. Liang moved. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward under everyone's horrified gaze. He turned sideways and ducked. The massive iron claw grazed his helmet, scraping off a layer of paint as it missed its fatal mark. Simultaneously, Liang drew his weapon like lightning. His thumb flicked the safety, instantly overloading the core. A purplish-red energy blade erupted. He didn't hack at the thick metal shell that would waste energy. With a flick of his wrist, the blade moved like a scalpel. The energy blade precisely pierced a tiny gap inside Scar's elbow joint, the hydraulic control valve marked by the eyepiece. A muffled pop of escaping high-pressure gas echoed, followed by spraying liquid. Scar's raised mechanical claw suddenly froze, as if its very soul had been extracted. The thick hydraulic pipes burst open like maddened snakes. Boiling industrial oil heated to 200 degrees erupted like a fountain directly onto Scar's face. My eyes. My face. Agonizing screams echoed across the pier as Scar rolled frantically on the metal floor in sheer torment. The heavy mechanical arm became a dead weight, pinning him down. The other two thugs stood paralyzed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Liang gave them no time to think. He swung his cutter in an elegant arc, pointing the glowing muzzle forward. The red-hot barrel stopped just 2 centimeters from a thug's cybernetic eye, singeing his eyebrows. Still want to inspect my cargo? Liang's voice remained eerily calm, tinged with exhaustion. No. We were wrong, boss. The thugs stammered, staring at Liang's emotionless cold eyes. Fear crushed their spirits. Dragging their screaming leader, they fled in sheer terror, without uttering a single threat. The pier was dead silent. Everyone stared at Liang like he was a stranger. Suppressing his headache, he grabbed his cart. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. Liang's dwelling is situated in the lowest level of the space station, next to the power chamber, within a forsaken compartment. The low-frequency vibrations from the reactor accompany him throughout the day. For ordinary individuals, prolonged exposure would lead to neurosis, yet Liang relishes this environment. The vibrations signify energy, a sense of security. Upon closing the heavy airtight door and securing it with 3 mechanical locks, he draws the lead curtain for privacy. This maintenance shop, measuring less than 20 square meters, finally transforms into his personal sanctuary. Everywhere are scattered components, with walls adorned with various wrenches, circuit boards, disassembled engine nozzles, and even the head of a robot repurposed as a lamp. Liang does not rest like a miser. He eagerly lifts the lead cloth from the cart. The body he had dealt with on the way has been disposed of, discarded into the organic recycling furnace of the space station, which is customary at Taimu Station. He has only brought back the nano-combat suit and a black metal box fiercely clutched in the deceased's grasp. The box, approximately the size of a basketball, is entirely black, its surface devoid of seams, featuring a densely packed honeycomb heat dissipation grill. Even at room temperature, it remains uncomfortably warm to the touch. Scan Liang silently intones. His right eye warms slightly, and the ocular device projects a complex holographic schematic. Countless beams penetrate the metallic shell, reaching the core. Upon glimpsing the core, Liang feels as though his breath has halted. Item name: MK Prometheus Microfusion Reactor, military prototype, ownership 3rd Fleet of the Old Federation, decommissioned, status dormant, magnetic confinement, field stable, remaining fuel core, temperature million degrees, power output rated at megawatts, can be overclocked to megawatts, 800 megawatts. Liang murmurs, his fingers trembling as they caress the cold metal exterior. What does this signify? The finest civilian spacecraft currently on the market operate using fission batteries with a maximum output of merely megawatts. Yet this diminutive box possesses an energy output equivalent to that of a standard military destroyer. It is a true heart, a tempestuous and invincible heart. If it were installed aboard a vessel, A myriad of modification schemes flood Liang's mind. With this energy source, he would no longer need to worry about slow weapon-charging flimsy shields, or even the burden of heavy armor. However, a cold splash of reality doused his excitement. Warning: military identification code detected within the reactor. Activation will transmit a signal within a 3 light-year radius. This object is a hot potato. Should he dare to activate it here, the fleet of Heysher Corporation would obliterate him and the station within 10 minutes. He must leave this place. Furthermore, he requires a vessel robust enough to endure this heart. The framework of a typical civilian spacecraft is too fragile. Installing this device would result in catastrophic failure at the slightest acceleration. He needs a sturdy ship exceedingly robust. Liang promptly seated himself at the oil-stained workbench and powered on the antiquated quantum terminal. He accessed the second-hand spacecraft black market network of the space station. Account balance: 0 credit points. This sum resulted from selling the nano-combat suit and the irium alloy to a black market dealer. In the slums, that would be a fortune, yet in the spacecraft market it could barely purchase an escape pod. He swiftly browsed the listings. Light Shuttle 3 Interceptor. Too fragile, worthless. Deep Space Beetle Transport. Too slow, worthless. Aurora Yacht. Merely decorative, composed entirely of plastic, the dregs of the market. Suddenly his finger paused. At the bottom of the list, within a category typically reserved for scrap awaiting dismantling, a vessel caught his eye. Item: heavy-duty deep space industrial tugboat Hercules 4 alias flying coffin space brick. Price: credit points. Priced as scrap per ton. Description: decommissioned for years, weighs tons, unarmed, no shields, no faster than light engine. Notes: its front armor thickness reaches an astonishing meters, originally designed to directly smash through debris in asteroid belts. However, due to its excessive weight and high fuel consumption, it has been retired by all companies. Currently, the engine is completely inoperative. Gazing at the holographic projection of the ship, its aesthetic is akin to a granite block equipped with thrusters, square and devoid of any aerodynamic elegance, adorned only with rugged rivets and thick collision beams. Yet within Liang's heavenly craft goggles, this ship radiated a dazzling golden light. Structural integrity: S-class modification, potential infinite compatibility analysis. Due to its enormous internal space originally intended for storage, it perfectly accommodates the cooling needs of the MK reactor, and the front armor can be directly modified into a ram. This is the very shell meant for that heart. Others disdain its cumbersome design due to a lack of power. However, outfitted with the Prometheus reactor, this slab could soar at fighter jet speeds. Imagine the sensation of a ton solid steel mass colliding with someone at an acceleration of g. That is the art of violence. I will take it. Liang decisively clicked to purchase. Transaction successful. The item is located at abandoned docking bay. No. Please retrieve it within hours, or late fees will apply. Watching the swift depletion of his account balance, Liang felt no remorse. Rising, he gazed at the black reactor on the table, ambition igniting in his eyes. At that moment, the maintenance shop was suddenly illuminated by blaring red lights. Not a mere malfunction alert, but the highest level of station-wide lockdown warning. A chilling announcement echoed over the intercom. Attention, this is the Heysher Heavy Industries Security Force. We are conducting a search for a stolen class of contraband within this area. All docks are sealed, no one may enter or exit. Repeat, any vessels attempting to take off will be destroyed immediately. Liang sharply turned his gaze to the surveillance screen. In the footage, 3 shuttles painted a menacing black with no identifying marks silently severed the space station's exits like 3 colossal black vultures. On the side of the shuttles was the familiar silver eagle insignia identical to the emblem on the reactor box. These dogs have a keen nose. Liang inhaled deeply, stuffing the reactor into a lead toolbox, seizing the cutting gun that had just proven its worth, and strode purposefully toward the door. If the door is shut, he shall simply break through the wall. Time for modifications is limited, but before that, within this steel labyrinth, the game of hunter and prey has merely begun. The air circulation system of the Shemu space station appeared to have come to a standstill, the stale odor of machine oil becoming increasingly pungent, mingling with the scent of panic-induced sweat that clung tightly to his throat. The red alarm light pulsed like an unrelenting heartbeat, casting the dim maintenance corridor in a crimson hue. Liang clung to the top of the ventilation duct like a gecko. He held his breath, every muscle in his body taut as a drawn bowstring. Beneath him, separated only by a thin metallic mesh, the heavy footsteps of a mechanical entity drew near. Thud, thud, thud. Those were not the footsteps of a human. Through the gaps in the mesh, Liang glimpsed a quadrupedal mechanized beast standing half a human height. It was entirely black, its streamlined armor devoid of any reflection, with a cluster of red sensors arranged in a triangular formation upon its head. Heysher Heavy Industries Hound-class tactical drone, search type, threat level C, equipped with high-frequency sonar array. Rotary machine gun, neurotoxin injector. Weakness: abdominal heat dissipation grill, requires precise targeting, or disrupt its IFF identification friend or foe module. Liang's left eye began to warm as the Tiangong visor projected an avalanche of data onto his retina. The mechanical hound was conducting a thorough search, its sonar system scanning every cavity behind the walls. If Liang were still the ordinary scavenger he once was, he would have been riddled with bullets by now, for the sound of his heartbeat echoed like thunder in the sonar. But now he had a trick up his sleeve. Simulate ambient noise, adjust heart rate. Output interference waves at this frequency. Liang issued the command in his mind. The nano-neural interface on his neck grew warm. Although he lacked sophisticated electronic warfare equipment, the Tiangong visor utilized the decrepit communicator in his spacesuit to emit a faint yet exceedingly cunning signal. The mechanical hound halted abruptly beneath the vent. Its red sensor probe jerked upward, fixating intently on the darkness above. Liang's finger rested on the trigger of his cutting gun, sweat trickling down his brow and pooling inside his visor. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The drone's processor seemed to fall into a logical loop. It tilted its head, emitting a sound akin to an electrical short circuit, before concluding that the noise was merely the airflow of aging pipes. It turned and continued deeper into the corridor. Only when the footsteps had faded completely did Liang descend like a specter. Thank goodness this space station is so decrepit, Liang thought wryly. Had he been in one of those pristine federal fortresses, such a rudimentary jamming tactic would have triggered an anti-intrusion alarm long ago. He glanced at the holographic map on his arm. The TH docking bay was still 2 kilometers away. This was not merely a physical distance, but a perilous path riddled with surveillance, automated sentry guns, and patrols. Taking the main route means certain death. I must take the intestines. The so-called intestines referred to the sewage and waste processing network at the bottom of the station. It was filled with toxic gases and radioactive waste, a place even the rats would avoid. Liang pried open a section of the floor marked biochemical hazard, plunging down without hesitation. Half an hour later, in the control room of the TH docking bay, a security captain from Haishi Heavy Industries sat at the monitor, idly watching the static screen. Have these higher-ups lost their minds? They've locked down the entire C-zone over a missing shipment, he complained, fiddling with an electromagnetic pistol. Suddenly a screen in front of him flickered. The surveillance footage showed that there was no one outside the docking bay door. Yet he thought he heard a strange sound reminiscent of cutting metal. Who's there? The captain stood alert, drawing his weapon as he approached the door. Before he could reach the entrance, the heavy blast door thundered open. Boom. It wasn't an explosion, it was a heavy impact. Almost immediately the grill of the ventilation duct burst away and a figure draped in foul sludge resembling a malevolent specter crashed down upon him. Enemy attack! The captain's scream was abruptly silenced by a massive hand that clamped down like a vice. Liang straddled him, uttering no words as he pressed the cutting gun directly against the core of the adversary's powered armor. Zing! A flash of blue light erupted, disabling the armor and instantly incapacitating the captain's nervous system. Liang, panting heavily, coldly regarded the incapacitated enemy through his visor. He was a disheveled sight, his spacesuit smeared with filth, yet his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light shone with fierce determination. Apologies, but I'm in a hurry. He kicked the unconscious captain aside and lunged toward the control console. His fingers danced across the keyboard like shadows. Decrypting docking lock protocol. Firewall detected Haishi military grade. Estimated brute force cracking time hours. For hours. He'll be dead in 4 minutes. Grinding his teeth, Liang plugged the data line of the Tiangong visor into the console's physical interface. Tiangong, burn through this damned firewall for me. A piercing pain surged through the depths of his mind, as if scalding magma flowed through his neural circuitry, a side effect of computational overload. Blood trickled from his nostrils, but he fixated unwaveringly on the progress bar. Activating logic bomb. Injecting overflow code. Decryption successful. Click rumble. A tremendous vibration shook the room. The 15-meter-tall, half-meter-thick blast isolation door slowly slid aside with the groan of hydraulic pistons. Beyond the door lay the TH docking bay. In the dim light, a colossal object rested silently on the launch pad. It was an exceedingly ugly spacecraft. 80 meters long, 30 meters wide, its rectangular body was a dull gray-black, resembling a brick carelessly discarded. Its surface was marred with craters from meteor impacts and scars from welding, while 4 massive industrial grapples dangled like the legs of a deceased spider. Heavy industrial tug Hercules 4. Alias coffin. Yet to Liang it was not a coffin, but a dormant volcano waiting to be ignited. This is my ship. Wiping the blood from his nose, he grasped the lead box containing the nuclear reactor and staggered determinately toward the slumbering steel behemoth. But he understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. To fit a military-grade heart into the body of this antiquated relic without rejection or explosion would be an engineering feat often referred to as suicide. At that moment, the communicator on the console suddenly lit up. A cold, furious voice echoed, abnormal opening of access to C-zone. All teams be advised, target has been locked. Repeat, target located at docking bay. Eliminate him. Liang cast a glance back at the control room, door now being cut open, and a manic smile crept across his lips. Come on, let's see who works faster, your cutting or my modification. The moment Liang stepped into the cockpit of the Hercules, he was struck by an illusion. He felt as though he had not entered a spacecraft, but rather crossed the threshold of an abandoned cathedral forged from steel. His immediate impression was one of vastness. It was simply enormous. In stark contrast to the sleek, aerodynamically streamlined cockpits of the Federation's latest fighter jets, which were compressed into coffin-like spaces, the interior of this heavy industrial tugboat was extravagantly spacious. The soaring dome above and the walls adorned with thick pipes created a rugged ambience, while the control panel was devoid of a single LCD screen, replaced instead by hundreds of densely packed mechanical dials and physical levers. The air was suffused with a distinctive scent, of melons of aged engine oil, oxidized brass, and the worn leather permeated by the sweat of countless pilots. It was a reassuring weighty aroma that belonged to the industrial age. Yet he had no time to revel in the retro steampunk aesthetic. The countdown to death loomed above him like the sword of Damocles. Time is of the essence. Commence the operation, Liang murmured to himself, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous cockpit. He slammed a heavy black lead box down onto the central control console, its metallic surface gleaming coldly from years of friction. With a sharp crack, he flung open the lid. A haunting blue light erupted forth akin to the lifeblood of some luminescent creature from the depths of the ocean, immediately illuminating the dim cockpit. The MK Prometheus microfusion reactor, the Federation's cutting-edge energy core, lay quietly within the rudimentary lead box, emanating a pulse of energy that sent shivers down his spine. What he intended to do was both simple and supremely reckless. He would sever the tugboat's outdated chemical fuel cell akin to a tractor and forcibly integrate this stellar heart into the vessel's fragile main power grid. It was reminiscent of attempting to fit an F-race car's V-engine into a wooden handcart while expecting it to achieve supersonic speeds without falling apart. Tiangong, initiate holographic engineering mode. Liang's voice was slightly hoarse. A flash of light flickered across the tactical goggles over his left eye. Instantly, the dark, antiquated walls of the ship vanished from his sight, replaced by a complex anatomical diagram. Red lines indicated severely aging circuits, blue dots marked critical structural supports, and the faint gossamer yellow glows depicted the vessel's pitiful energy flow. Step 1. Excise the tumor. Grinding his teeth, Liang pried open the rusted floor grating at his feet and burrowed into the maintenance passage below, resembling a burrowing mole. The space was cramped, stifling, and riddled with sharp metal splinters. He activated his high-frequency plasma cutter to maximum power, unleashing a blinding pale flame. Zitzes. Like a madman, he mercilessly severed the thick cables connecting the old battery pack. With each cut, showers of sparks erupted, the acrid scent of burnt insulation flooding his nostrils. The alarm blared piercingly, and the red emergency lights began to flash erratically. Warning, main power forcibly disconnected. Life support systems offline. Gravity simulation systems offline. Backup battery pack has taken over. Remaining endurance time minutes, seconds. That's sufficient. Liang wiped the soot from his face. Step 2. Heart transplant. He emerged from the passage, utilizing the ancient rudimentary crane mounted on the ceiling to lift the hefty MK reactor, inching it towards the opening of the power chamber located directly beneath the ship's belly. Clang. The reactor settled into place. However, the anticipated scene of despair unfolded. The interfaces were utterly incompatible. The MK was a military-grade reactor utilizing the Federation's latest photonic quantum lossless transmission interface, intricate as a work of art, whereas this decrepit ship's power input was equipped with the crude copper cable physical contact ports of a century past coated in green corrosion. It was akin to attempting to connect a USB interface to a household water pipe. No interface. Then let's hard weld it. A glint of determination flashed in Liang's eyes as he dashed into the rear maintenance warehouse, rummaging through boxes until he unearthed several industrial-grade superconducting cables, each as thick as an arm, originally intended for high-voltage transmission in space stations. He swung the cutting knife again, violently stripping away the reactor's delicate casing to expose the output terminal through which high-energy particles flowed. Then he forcefully shoved the rough superconducting cables onto it. The welding gun emitted a high-temperature arc that illuminated Liang's fierce visage. Such barbaric, primal, and even blasphemous manipulation, if witnessed by the pedants of the Federation Institute of Technology, would surely induce a stroke. This was not engineering, it was mechanical murder. Sweat quickly soaked his combat suit, trickling into his eyes and causing a sharp sting. His hands trembled slightly from the intense pressure and effort, yet each welding motion was precise to the micron level. He danced on the edge of a blade. Any faulty weld could trigger a catastrophic energy backflow, obliterating him into atomic particles. Tiangong, calculate the impedance matching rate. Quick. Calibrating in real time. Warning, voltage differential too great. It is advised to add a shunt in circuit 3, otherwise the dashboard will explode before the engine does. Simulating. Success rate. Damn that 4%. Just as Liang completed the final main circuit weld, the welding gun still in his grasp, boom. A deep thud reverberated from outside, shaking the entire 100-meter-long Hercules. Dust that had accumulated for 50 years cascaded from the cockpit's ceiling. The dock's entrance was blown open. We found it. The signal source is in that decrepit ship. Fire coverage. Leave no survivors. Repeat, leave no survivors. The cacophony of shouts and hurried footsteps was audible even through the thick hull. Then came the torrential sounds of metal impacts. Clang, clang, clang. Heavy machine gun bullets pelted the Hercules' outer armor like hail. Liang could even discern the sharp whir of armor-piercing incendiary rounds striking the metal. But he did not lift his head. This ship may be ancient, but its skin is solid titanium alloy. Liang chuckled coldly, continuing with his wiring. Is that just a tickle? Unless you bring in the railgun, your standard light weaponry won't chew through this tough nut anytime soon. The true dilemma resided not outside, but within. Connection complete. Circuit closed. Liang took a deep breath, trembling hands gripping the heavy red activation lever which was smeared with grease and blood. Come on, old friend. He forcefully pushed the lever. Virum. Disaster struck in that moment. The MK reactor was instantly activated. The dormant fusion spark awakened within the strong magnetic confinement field, as if a colossal beast long imprisoned had suddenly broken free of its chains, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. The lights in the cockpit did not merely illuminate, they blazed to life, only to shatter almost instantaneously due to the excessive voltage. Glass fragments flew everywhere, and all the mechanical dials spun wildly for an instant, crashing to the bottom of their gauges, emitting a dying shriek. Warning! Warning! Energy overload. Input power exceeds rated value by heat exchange system failure. Original air cooling ducts have melted. Core temperature rising sharply. Current temperature degrees. The once proud air cooling system of the battered ship was rendered as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of the nuclear fusion's intense heat, instantly transforming into a fireball. Damn it. Insufficient cooling. This is not on the same level. Liang's face turned as pale as a ghost as he gazed at the wildly climbing red temperature line on the dashboard. The thermal insulation layer in the power chamber was melting. He could even smell the metallic scorched odor seeping up from beneath him. The ship would melt from its own heart, morphing into a colossal iron coffin. Plan suggestion: immediate shutdown of the reactor. The goggles provided a cold, rational suggestion, the red warning text dominating his field of vision. Shut down. That's tantamount to death. Liang bellowed, his voice cracking with urgency. Through the gap of the viewport, he saw the assault team setting up heavy laser cutters outside. Those blue beams would slice through the hatch in mere seconds. Shutting down was akin to waiting for death, extending his neck for the guillotine. Cooling was imperative. Immediately. Instantly. What the hell on this ship can cool it down? His gaze frantically scoured the holographic structural diagram, sweeping past the red high temperature warning zones, finally locking onto the two enormous cylindrical areas at the ship's stern, which occupied nearly a net third of the vessel's volume. Those were the giant ballast tanks originally meant for storing potable water and adjusting the ship's balance. Due to years of neglect, they contained tons of murky, icy, and even toxic industrial wastewater. A wild and somewhat absurd thought was born in his mind. Water. As long as it flows fast enough, it's the best coolant. Liang's pupils constricted sharply. But this was not only an unauthorized operation, it was practically an affront to humane engineering. Directly dousing the exterior of a nuclear reactor with water. No matter. Liang rushed to the control panel, his hands flying over the dusty mechanical keyboard, entering a series of extremely violent commands. Computer, cut off all domestic water supply circuits. Open the main valve of the ballast tanks. Bypass all safety valves. Max out all pressurized water pumps, reverse pressurize. He fixed his gaze on the red button, representing the valve, shouting, pump all that water straight into the reactor's cooling jacket. Command confirmed. Warning: this is a severe violation of regulations with a high probability of causing a steam explosion. Hydraulic system may collapse. Executing. Rumble. The earth trembled. No, the entire ship roared. From deep within the vessel came a low, thunderous sound reminiscent of a tsunami. Those tons of frigid wastewater, propelled by 4 ultra-high-pressure industrial pumps, surged violently through the long-rusted pipes towards the glowing, about-to-melt power chamber. The icy water clashed violently with the searing heat. This was the most primal and brutal collision in physics. Ziz. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. From the exterior of dock, soldiers operating the laser cutters abruptly halted their actions. They looked up in terror at the aging tugboat named Hercules, which suddenly underwent a remarkable transformation. Its stern sides, and even the long-abandoned emergency exhaust vents at the bottom, erupted simultaneously, releasing towering jets of white high-pressure steam several hundred meters into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sealed exhaust covers were blasted off by the immense pressure, crashing against the walls dozens of meters away. The entire ship was enveloped in a vast, scalding white fog. The spectacle was breathtaking, akin to a leviathan surfacing from the depths of the ocean to breathe after eons, or a long-dormant steampunk monster awakening to unleash its fury upon the world. The scalding steam even repelled the advancing assault team, forcing them to retreat in alarm. Inside the cockpit, the piercing temperature alarms finally ceased their shrieking. Heat exchange efficiency. Core temperature stabilized. Output power. Energy replenished. All systems online. The control console, once dim and flickering with a few emergency lights, now blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. From the main display to the most remote pressure gauge, countless indicators that had lain dormant for 50 years flickered to life, like a constellation of stars, reds, greens, and yellows intermingling in a dazzling sea of light. A deep, resounding hum filled the air. The gravity generator, operating at full power, the floor beneath him vibrated slightly, the engine yearning to roar. In that moment, the aging, dying ship seemed to rejuvenate, infused with the essence of the divine. It was no longer a mere tugboat. It had transformed into a war god clad in scrap metal. Liang collapsed into the chair, utterly exhausted, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. Yet he laughed, cackling like a madman, tears streaming down his face. Thank you for your patience. He extended his hand, this time steady. His palm rested upon the heavy control stick, now polished and smeared with grease, feeling the powerful mechanical thrum that pulsed beneath his touch, akin to a heartbeat. That sensation of strength surged through his arm, reaching for the heavens. Liang's gaze sharpened to a deadly focus as he stared at the panicked red dots displayed on the holographic screen ahead, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now it's time to conclude this round. Earth No has transformed into a colossal high-pressure steam chamber. The sudden eruption of steam moments ago had scattered the demolition team, previously setting up a laser cutter, into disarray. The scalding mist was filled with the anguished cries of burned soldiers and the frantic shouts of their commander. Retreat. All infantry withdraw from the core area. The temperature is too high. Amidst the chaos, two immense black silhouettes pressed against the fleeing crowd, heavily striding into the thick, white death zone. These were two Executioner IV-type battle mechas. These war machines, armed to the teeth, were utterly unconcerned by the scalding steam. Their heat dissipation grills were fully open, and the infrared thermal imaging in the cockpit instantly penetrated the dense fog, locking onto the silent spaceship ahead. What a bunch of worthless fools. The mecha pilot scoffed at the sight of the disheveled infantry on the display screen. Can't even manage a simple door. Enough chatter, Unit 01, came the captain's voice. The cutter was damaged by the steam. This ship's hull is tough. Our test shots were ineffective. Go straight for the can opener. Understood. Initiating closed combat module. No further probing, no wasteful volleys of bullets. The two mechas exhibited remarkable tactical acumen. Having determined that ranged firepower was ineffective, they opted for the most brutal means to resolve the issue. Virum ZZZZ. Accompanied by a nerve-grating electric hum, a tomater plasma chainsaw sprang forth from the right arm of the mecha, its serrated teeth spinning at high speed, leaving behind two scythe-like beams of light in the mist. If it prefers to spray steam, I shall cut its cockpit clean off and see how it sprays then. The thrusters behind the two mechas expelled blue flames, engines roaring, charging towards the nearby Hercules. This time it was a true killing blow. However, they failed to notice that within the red-hot background of the thermal imaging, the engine core of the spaceship was rapidly shifting from crimson to a dangerous violet. Just as the mechas charged forth with a thunderous momentum, two lights suddenly illuminated the steam. Those were the industrial searchlights atop the bridge of the Hercules. The ghastly beams of light pierced through the mist like two mocking eyes fixated on the leading mecha. Following this was a deep rumbling roar, as if from an ancient beast. Virum. The output power of the MK reactor surged to the red line in an instant. Under the horrified gaze of the mecha pilot, this ton-steel monolith defied the laws of physics and launched itself. The distance was too close, less than 30 meters. The mecha charged forth, and the spaceship also propelled into motion. This was no longer a battle, it was a horrific mutual collision about to unfold. High-energy reaction detected. It's going to. The mecha pilot's scream barely escaped his throat. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted akin to two meteors colliding within the confines of the cramped berth. No flamboyant techniques were involved. This was the most fundamental and merciless formula of physics: momentum, mass, velocity. Tons of solid steel versus tons of precision alloy. The mecha, which had just moments before seemed invincible, brandishing a chainsaw to open cans, was now as fragile as a soda can on the roadside. Its composite armor shattered like paper, the intricate hydraulic systems bursting instantaneously. In a fraction of a second, the mecha was flattened into a metal pancake embedded against the 2-meter thick, solid bow of the Hercules. Debris, black oil, and fragments of the pilot in red and white exploded like a cruel firework, splattering everywhere. What? The tactical squad leader, hiding behind, stood agape, nearly dropping his rifle. He had fought in dozens of battles, witnessed laser cannons in action, seen missile barges, yet he had never encountered such a primal, savage, utterly irrational method of combat. This was not combat, this was a traffic accident. It's moving. It's charging towards us. The pilot of the other mecha, terrified, lost his wits at the sight of his comrade's gruesome demise. Fire. Quickly fire. But Liang offered them no respite. Inside the cockpit, alarms blared in unison. Liang's eyes bled, the tremendous overload pressing him hard against his seat, his bones creaking under the strain, yet he laughed maniacally. His hand pressed the throttle, as if to push it through. Tiangong lock onto the remaining targets. Target locked. Fire control radar, missing, calling up industrial auxiliary systems, suggestion, auxiliary operation anchor. Launch. Impale them all. Liang slammed down a red button adorned with a skull insignia. Whoosh whoosh. From the sides of the Hercules, 4 heavy magnetic grappling anchors, originally intended to secure massive oars in space or stabilize the vessel in zero gravity, shot forth like harpoons. Each anchor was as thick as a utility pole, the tips hardened with tungsten steel barbs, trailing alloy steel cables, as thick as a wrist. This was not a weapon, but at sufficient velocity, it was far more terrifying than any missile. Thud. A bone-chilling, piercing sound echoed. The second mecha, which had just attempted to initiate its thrusters to flee, was impaled in the chest by a massive metal anchor before it could even take off. The tremendous kinetic energy propelled it backwards several meters, brutally pinning it to the concrete floor of the berth. Sparks flew, and the mecha convulsed like a dying insect. Meanwhile, the other 2 anchors, like morning stars from ancient battlefields, swept across the cover where the tactical squad had taken shelter, propelled by the ship's forward momentum. The scene was too horrific to describe. Even soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor appeared as vulnerable as ants before the sweeping steel cables weighing several tons. Not done yet. Come here. Liang yanked the control stick back while engaging the winch. The winch roared, the steel cable taut, pulling the wrecked mecha that had been pinned to the ground towards the ship. At the same time, Liang executed a wildly reckless maneuver. He performed a lateral drift within the berth. The massive stern of the Hercules swung around. The numerous exhaust ports at the rear expelling thousands of degrees of superheated steam at full power acted like a colossal flamethrower directly sweeping over the dragged wreckage and the surviving infantry. The anguished screams erupted in an instant only to vanish in the blink of an eye. This was no ordinary steam, it was high-pressure toxic gas heated to critical levels by the nuclear reactor mixed with industrial chemicals. The thousands of degrees of heat instantly melted tactical armor, vaporizing the human bodies within. Since heat dissipation was the greatest weakness of this ship, Liang transformed that lethal heat into a terrifying area of effect weapon. This was Liang's industrial aesthetic of violence. In a mere 30 seconds, an elite Blackstone assault team fully armed and capable of seizing a small base was annihilated. Within Berthno, only a sea of metal debris, unrecognizable char, and the Hercules still rumbling and shrouded in violent white smoke remained. At this moment, a more piercing alarm reverberated throughout the Iron Tomb space station. Warning: a severe violent incident has occurred in Zone C. Significant casualties reported. The garrison fleet has been deployed. Repeat, the garrison fleet has been deployed. Seal all exits. On Liang's radar screen, the previously empty area suddenly filled with a dozen red dots rapidly converging on Berthno. These were the space fighters and armed gunboats of the regular army. He cast a glance at the instrument panel. The MK reactor status was stable, core temperature hovering at critical levels with water remaining in the tank. That'll suffice. Liang wiped the blood and sweat from his eyes, his gaze chillingly calm. He raised his head, peering through the cracked reinforced glass towards the armored airlock door at the end of the berth. This door, a meter thick, typically required high-level authorization from the control tower to open, serving to isolate the internal atmosphere from the external vacuum. Tiangong, calculate the impact angle for me. Data cascaded down the visor. Calculation complete. Target external airtight airlock. Suggested impact speed knots. Impact point central hydraulic lock weakness. Warning: structural integrity of the hull expected to decrease by. Front collision armor will reach fatigue limits. Execute. Liang took a deep breath, donned his flight helmet again, and fastened his safety belt. You must remember, Tiangong. We are dismantlers. In this universe, there is nothing man-made that I cannot dismantle. He forcefully pushed the thrust lever to the limit, surpassing the red afterburner scale. Crash through. Boom. The ship's rear thrusters erupted with brilliant blue light mingling with white steam, forming an elongated trail. The Hercules, like an enraged solid cannonball, showed no signs of slowing down, even accelerating straight towards the door, sealing freedom. Closer, ever closer. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the sea zone of the space station. That heavy armored door, reputed to withstand meteor impacts, crumbled like a brittle cookie under the barbaric collision of tons of mass and nuclear power. Massive metal shards twisted and tore free, propelled by the wave of the explosion, shooting out into the vastness of space like shrapnel. As the smoke cleared, a grotesque, cumbersome battle-scarred steel beast belching furious, white smoke broke free from its confinement. It surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, plunging into the cold, profound abyss that represented absolute freedom. In its wake trailed an army of furious pursuers and a legend of a madman igniting amidst the starry sea. Boom! The colossal tremor caused Liang to feel as though his very organs had been displaced. Even though the Dali Shunhao boasted a solid 2-meter-thick ram, crashing through a reinforced blast door at a velocity of knots was akin to triggering a minor earthquake. The cockpit was in utter disarray. Shrapnel from an unknown source had shattered the side glass, and the red emergency lights cast an infernal glow over the scene. But Liang had no time to dwell on such chaos. Tiangong, report damage. He bellowed, gripping the control stick with all his might. Hull structural integrity. Slight deformation of the forward crash beam, no damage to the framework. Warning: remaining coolant water in reactor. At the current ejection rate, expected depletion in minutes. Warning: fire control radar locked on. Source o'clock, position distance kilometers. Quantity: I knew we wouldn't escape so easily. Liang cast a sidelong glance at the radar screen, where a swarm of red dots emerged from various exits of the Iron Tomb space station. These were the light interceptor squadrons of Haishi Corporation. In contrast to the nimble interceptors which darted about like flies, the Dali Shun how resembled a rampaging elephant, cumbersome, conspicuous, and burdened by immense inertia. ZZT, the communication channel was forcibly engaged. A frantic voice erupted within the cockpit. Unknown towing vessel. This is the security fleet of Haishi Heavy Industries. You have severely violated the Orbital Safety Act and are suspected of first-degree murder. Immediately shut down your engines and surrender on the spot. Otherwise, we will obliterate you. Liang scoffed, severing the communication. Surrender? It's a death sentence. Either way, I might as well take a gamble. At that moment, the first wave of attack struck. 2 Sidewinder short-range missiles streaked towards him, trailing long tails of fire from the rear. Damn it, this ship lacks chaff. Liang instinctively reached for the decoy launch button, but found nothing. This was merely a civilian tugboat, where would it acquire military countermeasure systems? With the missiles now less than meters away, Liang's pupils constricted, and the Tiangong visor instantly activated tactical overclock. Time seemed to slow. He observed the trajectory of the 2 missiles, and the current orientation of the Dali Shunhao was gliding forward, propelled by sheer inertia, utterly unable to evade. Since we cannot dodge, let us shield. Liang forcefully pushed the right attitude control lever, simultaneously engaging the right auxiliary traction magnetic field. Rise. A chunk of metal debris the size of a car floated just meters from the starboard side, shattered remnants of the door he had just demolished. Drawn in by the powerful magnetic field, the fragment was pulled towards him like a shield, perfectly positioned to intercept the missile's flight path. Boom, boom. Two fireballs of orange erupted against the side of the vessel. The violent shockwave brutally shoved the ship, amplifying the cacophony of alarms blaring within the cockpit. Starboard armor damaged. Thermal radiation levels rising. This is merely an appetizer. Liang wiped the cold sweat from his eyes. If we do not enter there, we will surely be worn down. He gazed ahead. Approximately kilometers away lay a murky expanse resembling thick fog. Yet it was not fog, it was a graveyard of countless high-speed metal fragments, derelict satellites, and the remnants of warship's death turbulence zone. The very core of cemetery. No. That place was a radar no-fly zone, a navigational nightmare. Ordinary ships entering would either become lost or be reduced to scrap by the debris. But it was Liang's only path to survival. Hold steady, big guy. Liang patted the trembling dashboard. We are heading home. He slammed the throttle to its limit. Virum, the MK reactor roared, and the steam exhaust at the rear erupted, producing a plume stretching hundreds of meters. Fueled by the force of the recent explosion, the Dali Shun how accelerated, once more charging towards the cloud of death. The interceptor squadron behind him evidently recognized his intentions. Madman. He's heading into the turbulence zone. Stop him. Concentrate fire on the engines. Dozens of laser beams and cannon rounds rained down like a torrential downpour, hammering against the Dali Shun how's heavily armored rear, producing a symphony of metallic clangs. If this were a typical transport vessel, it would have been obliterated by now. However, this ship, designed for hauling or possessed rear armor engineered to withstand impacts from trailing asteroids with thickness exceeding that of the bow. Think you can shatter my rear? You'll need a main cannon for that. Gritting his teeth, Liang endured the dizziness induced by the overload, fixating on the encroaching gray mist. Kilometers. We're in. His vision was instantly engulfed by darkness. Crackle, countless tiny fragments collided with the hull, the sound dense like rain pummeling a tin roof. The radar screen became a flurry of static, all targeting alerts vanishing in that singular moment. The interceptor squadron hastily ascended, halting at the edge of the turbulence zone. No one dared to plunge into that debris field at such velocity. Commander, target has entered the turbulence zone, signal lost. Secure the exit. It's a dead end. Even if we don't kill him, he'll meet his demise in there. Inside the turbulence zone, conditions did not improve. Liang shut down the main engine, retaining only the attitude control thrusters. Speeding through this chaotic region was tantamount to suicide. Tiangong, activate structural visualization mode. Find me an opening. Sonar system activated. Terrain mapping in progress. Liang's perspective transformed into a constantly refreshing three-dimensional grid. He could see the bow of a half-submerged destroyer drifting a few hundred meters ahead and a still-spinning derelict satellite to his left. He needed to navigate this meter-long ton behemoth through the perilous gaps between these lethal obstacles with the precision of a surgical operation. Warning: remaining coolant water at. The real and deadly crisis had arrived. The explosive acceleration earlier had nearly depleted the water reservoir. The reactor's temperature was gradually on the rise. Damn it, without water this heart will burn through the ship. Liang anxiously scanned the radar for any signs of water. In this vacuum graveyard, where could he find it? Suddenly the visor detected a faint reflective signal. 3 kilometers away, in the shadow of a massive wreck, floated a large object exuding a pale blue hue. Scan results: civilian-grade ice transport vessel wreckage. Cargo status unthawed. Main composition: industrial frozen ice, contains ammonia. Liang's eyes lit up. That was a barge that had transported ice from Saturn's rings decades ago, inexplicably sunken here. The ice aboard was a potential lifeline. Steer closer. Quickly. With utmost caution, Liang nudged the control stick, and the Dali Shun how emitted a gentle thruster, gliding toward the barge. However, just as he was about to approach, the visor abruptly displayed a red high-threat warning. Detecting active heat source signal. Distance meters. The target is just behind the wreckage of the barge. It was not a vessel of Haishi Corporation. The signal was exceedingly weak, exuding a predatory sense akin to a beast lying in wait. A scavenger shark. In this lawless expanse beyond the corporate lackeys, there existed a more perilous breed, those who hunted their counterparts for resources akin to sharks, lurking in the shadows waiting for wounded prey. Evidently, this ice-laden barge was an owner-occupied bait. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. Liang's hand relinquished the main engine control, silently gripping the launch button for the industrial grappling hook. His breath slowed drastically, his gaze turned as cold as ice. You wish to feast on me? I shall shatter your teeth. In the graveyard designated as No. The so-called scavenger shark typically pilots modified light assault vessels. They eschew heavy armor in favor of speed and explosive firepower, preying on salvagers who return laden with cargo, yet utterly exhausted. Concealed behind the wreckage of an ice ship is the infamous one-eyed shark Jack. Jack's spacecraft is a heavily modified gudgeon-class shuttle equipped with 2 rapid-fire laser cannons salvaged from decommissioned fighter jets. He has been lying in wait for 3 days, using the ice debris as bait. Boss, we've got a target, the co-pilot announced, eyeing the massive erratic signal on the radar. What a sizable catch. It appears to be a tugboat. and the heat signature is quite high, indicating it must be damaged. Jack licked his cracked lips, a glint of avarice flashing in his eye. A tugboat of that size must have plenty of valuable parts. Moreover, it's overheated, its shields are likely down. Let's strike. With a swift motion, the vessel, painted with a skull motif, surged from the shadow of the wreckage like a bolt of black lightning charging towards the slowly approaching Hercules. The distance between them shrank to meters. In the cockpit, Liang observed the sudden appearance of the high-speed red dot on the radar without a hint of panic. Enemy type, light assault vessel. Speed extremely fast. Shields weak. Tactical analysis, the enemy is attempting to flank and attack your engine nozzle. Only one. Liang scoffed. You underestimate this hulking brute. Zzz. Two blinding beams of laser struck the side armor of the Hercules, leaving charred marks, yet failing to penetrate. Jack cackled over the comms, big dumb elephant. Turn off your engines, and I might spare your life. Otherwise I'll slice you in half. Relying on his speed advantage, he performed dazzling evasive maneuvers around the cumbersome Hercules, occasionally firing off a shot. Liang ignored the taunts. He knew that the tugboat's turning speed was too sluggish to match the agility of Jack's craft. In a conventional engagement, he would be worn down to nothing. However, as a master dismantler, he excelled in utilizing structure. Instead of attempting to turn and engage Jack, Liang suddenly activated the forward auxiliary thrusters, propelling the Hercules toward the massive ice ship wreckage. Planning a suicide crash. Jack paused, then delight surged through him. Fool. That's mine. He immediately accelerated, preparing to incapacitate Liang's engines before impact. As the gudgeon closed in on the Hercules, ready to lock onto its target, a spark ignited in Liang's eyes. Now, Tiangong, calculate the reflection angle. Calculation complete. Liang yanked down a lever marked emergency brake retro thrust, but instead of engaging full retro thrust, he activated only the left side retro thrusters. The massive ton vessel, propelled by inertia, executed a clumsy, yet powerful tail swing to the left. Simultaneously, he pressed the launch button for the right side grappling anchor. Bang! The heavy industrial anchor tipped with alloy barbs did not target Jack, but rather the adjacent colossal ice ship wreckage. The anchor sank deep into the ice. Reel it in. The winch spun wildly. However, this was not an attempt to haul the ice ship closer. It was far too heavy. Instead, the rope became a pivot point. Under the immense centrifugal force, the Hercules pivoted around the rope, executing an astonishing and rapid drift turn that defied physical intuition. In this instant, the enormous stern, extending meters, transformed into a colossal baseball bat, sweeping through an entire sector with thunderous might. Jack, who was poised to launch a surprise attack, was horrified to see the heavy rear of the tugboat suddenly morph into a steel wall hurtling towards him. No, there was no time to evade. Boom! The indomitable stern of the Hercules struck the side of the gudgeon with tremendous force. It was akin to swatting a fly. The light assault vessel's shields shattered instantly, its fragile hull twisted, deformed, and fractured under the massive kinetic impact. Half of its fuselage was sent flying, crashing down onto the distant rubble and erupting into a fireball. Within the cockpit, Liang was nearly thrown from his seat by the immense centrifugal force, his seatbelt digging painfully into his ribs. But he had triumphed. Target silenced. Threat eliminated. Haha. Liang gasped for breath, watching the red dot vanish from the radar. This is what I call the might of a brick. Yet he had no time to celebrate. Warning: remaining coolant. Core temperature critical. I know. Liang unfastened his seatbelt and stumbled toward the airlock. He needed to bring in that ice immediately. He maneuvered the grappling anchor, forcibly dragging the half-destroyed ice ship wreckage to the cargo entrance of the Hercules. Donning his spacesuit, Liang leaped from the airlock onto the massive ice chunk. This was an ice mountain. Despite the explosion, the remaining portion was ample enough to fill every tank on the Hercules with surplus to spare. Cutting torch. Maximum power. Like a frenzied miner, he wielded the cutting torch, slicing the colossal ice block into pieces suitable for the intake. The mechanical arm tirelessly worked to feed these crystalline life-saving resources into the thirsty maw of the spacecraft. As the ice entered the melting chamber, transforming into water and flowing into the circulation system, the piercing temperature alarm in the cockpit finally ceased. Heat circulation restored. Core temperature decreasing. Current water storage, full capacity. Trace amounts of ammonia detected in the ice, usable as propellant for attitude control thrusters. Liang slumped onto the ice surface, gazing at the grotesque, yet formidable vessel above him, a wave of unprecedented satisfaction washing over him. It had survived, and he had too. Yet this was but a temporary reprieve. Liang gazed into the dark depths of space, knowing that the Heisher Corporation would not rest. The commotion of the recent battle had been considerable. Although it occurred in turbulent waters, detection was still a possibility. He needed to properly arm this ship. Mere collisions and tail swings would not suffice. He required artillery. Since this was a graveyard, it was the largest armory around. Liang rose anew, his gaze turning toward the wreck of the gudgeon he had just dismantled. Though the ship was destroyed, the two rapid-fire laser cannons seemed to be intact. Tiangong scanned that pile of debris. Let's see what can be salvaged. Scanning. Discovery: MK rapid-fire laser cannons damaged, reparable. Discovery: military-grade short-range communication jammer intact. Discovery: half a crate of compressed nutritional liquid strawberry flavor. Liang smiled, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. It's time to scavenge. In the depths of the turbulent zone, time seemed to lose all significance. Only the occasional sound of debris striking the hull served as a grim reminder to Liang that he remained ensnared in this hellish environment. The Delition was in no hurry to move. It floated languidly among the colossal wreckage of battleships, much like a satiated beast utilizing the metallic shielding of the debris to obscure the radiation signals emanating from its reactor. Inside the spacecraft, a transformation procedure was underway. The cargo bay had been repurposed into a vast surgical platform. The 2 laser cannons salvaged from the Shiyu lay upon the workbench. Their casings were crumpled, the lenses shattered, and the wiring a chaotic tangle. Yet to Liang these imperfections posed no obstacle. Tiangong overlaid the structural diagrams of these 2 cannons. Overlay complete. The ammunition module of the left cannon is intact. The focusing lens assembly of the right cannon is undamaged. Proposal combined into one. Assemble a fully functional MK-modified laser cannon. Donning protective goggles, Liang wielded his welding torch, sparks flying in every direction. He was not merely repairing, he was performing an extraordinary modification. The original MK laser cannon was limited by the energy supply of lightweight spacecraft boasting rapid fire, but insufficient power to penetrate heavy armor. However, the Delition was equipped with an overproducing MK fusion reactor. "I'm removing the flow restrictor," Liang muttered to himself as he disassembled the intricate electronic components. "They'll channel the reactor's energy directly. Warning, this will reduce the lifespan of the laser generator by. Who cares? If it can fire, it's a good cannon. Besides, there's plenty of scrap around here. I can always salvage more if it breaks." 3 hours later, a weapon of peculiar and even menacing appearance was born. It bore the elongated barrel of the original laser cannon, yet its base was connected to several disproportionately thick energy conduits directly linked to the primary engine. To prevent overheating, he had wrapped a coil of copper tubing around the barrel, through which flowed freshly replenished ice water. This cannon was welded to the exterior armor atop the cockpit. Lacking fire control radar, he had resorted to the most rudimentary optical sight, a simple crosshair drawn onto the cockpit, glass controllable via a manual joystick. "It looks like a Frankenstein's monster," Liang remarked, admiring the new configuration displayed on the holographic projection. The tugboat now sported a horn atop its head, an ugly yet distinctive sight. "Let's test it." Liang settled into the control panel, grasping the makeshift joystick. He aimed at a floating armored plate 2 kilometers away. "Charge up." As he pushed the energy throttle, the MK reactor let out a low growl. The coils of the laser cannon blazed to life with a dazzling blue light, and the water in the cooling pipes began to boil instantaneously. "Fire!" Zibong. It was not the crisp sound of a laser discharge, but rather a thunderous explosion. A fearsome beam of purple light surged forth, crossing the 2-kilometer distance in an instant. The half-meter-thick alloy armor plate did not withstand even a second as a gaping hole was incinerated through it. Furthermore, the residual energy triggered a secondary explosion behind the armor. Good heavens! Liang swallowed hard. The power surpassed that of the main cannon of a regular military escort vessel. This was the philosophy of the Delition. With sufficient energy, even a brick could fly, and refuse could eliminate foes. As Liang reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound firepower, Tiangong's optical sight suddenly displayed an anomalous signal. It was not radar, it was a communication interception. Equipped with military-grade communication jamming systems salvaged from Captain Jiik's ship, Liang could now glean snippets from the encrypted channels of the Haishi Corporation nearby. A fragmented conversation emerged. "The Hound squad has gone dark. Damn it, that lunatic might have heavy weaponry. Calling Vulture. We need professionals. Entering Sector 7. That scavenger won't escape." Liang's expression darkened. Vulture. Everyone in this vicinity recognized the moniker. He was a top-tier bounty hunter employed by Haishi Heavy Industries, notorious for undertaking the dirtiest jobs. It was said he piloted a cloaked escort vessel and never left survivors. "It seems my rookie protection period has come to an end." Liang glanced at the radar, still chaotic in the turbulent zone. He now had water power, an overpowered cannon, and a rugged vessel. Escape? No. In this graveyard, it was the scavenger familiar with the terrain who reigned supreme. "Think you can catch me?" Liang's fingers lightly tapped the red firing button, his eyes gleaming with a sharp predatory intensity. "Let's see who is the hunter and who is the prey." He pushed the throttle, and the Delition slowly turned, resembling a colossal shark lurking in the deep sea, slipping into the darker, more intricate maze of wreckage. The turbulent zone resembles a cauldron of boiling metallic porridge. Here light is shattered into countless fragments, and electromagnetic waves flail about like headless flies. The Delition has extinguished all external lights, maintaining only the barest minimal thrust for attitude control, drifting like a colossal lifeless carcass along the metallic torrent. Within the cockpit, Liang is drenched in sweat, grappling with a heap of dilapidated equipment before him. Although the recently modified hand-cranked laser cannon boasts formidable power, it bears a fatal flaw: it lacks precision. During the recent test with merely a rudimentary optical sight, it could scarcely hit a target within 2 kilometers, and beyond 5 kilometers, it was merely a matter of sound. The situation is further exacerbated by his blindness. Tiangong, what is the current effective range of passive sonar detection? Response: due to environmental noise interference, effective detection radius meters. 800 meters. Liang muttered a curse. "By the time I hear the enemy, their missiles will likely have already lodged themselves in my exhaust pipe." In the realm of space combat, discovery is tantamount to destruction. Without radar, this nuclear-powered vessel is merely a target. He must create an ion capable of penetrating this heavy metallic fog and revealing the entirety of the hunting ground. Liang's gaze fell upon the radar screen, scanning the list of debris detected. Civilian communication satellite decommissioned. Meteorological observation buoy damaged. Mining vessel navigation array, core chip missing. All mere refuse. None possess the detection precision requisite for military applications. Wait. Liang's fingers suddenly halted on an inconspicuous signal source. It was an enormous piece of wreckage approximately 4 kilometers away, resembling a half-section of a space station solar panel array. Yet under the deep scan of Tiangong's eyepiece, a unique crystalline structure lay hidden within the layers of that panel. Scan result: multiband, phased array unit, military grade. Speculated origin: this is not an ordinary solar panel, it is the wreckage of a spy listening station disguised as a civilian facility. I knew this place was not so simple. Liang's lips curled into a faint smile. Phase array radar. It does not require a rotating antenna. By controlling the phase of each unit in the array, it can instantaneously scan thousands of targets. But this thing is too large. Liang observed the array panel, which was the size of a basketball court. Deletion: how simply cannot accommodate it. Proposal: no need for complete installation. It can be used as an external appendage for towing. External appendage. Liang paused momentarily, then comprehended the eyepiece's implication, the madness in his eyes intensifying. You mean to use it like a kite? 20 minutes later, the hatch opened, and clad in a spacesuit, Liang leaped onto the massive array panel. Rather than cutting it away, he employed an industrial welding gun to perform a crude modification on the enormous panel. He severed the original solar power supply lines and directly welded a superconducting cable as thick as his wrist to the panel, connecting the other end to the reactor interface of the Deli Shenhao. Next, he installed attitude control thrusters at the 4 corners of the panel salvaged from the refuse pile. Connect to the main control system. Handshake in progress. Protocol decryption successful. Phased array activated. In that instant, the radar screen within the cockpit transformed. The previously scattered noise on the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by an astonishingly clear, three-dimensional holographic map. The massive array panel, driven by the tumultuous energy of the MK reactor, operated at full power. What it emitted was not ordinary radar waves, but high-frequency neutrino beams. These beams could penetrate thick metallic debris, directly outlining the contours of concealed objects. Radius: kilometers. 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 A corner of the turbulent zone became, in Liang's eyes, a transparent aquarium. He beheld scavengers lurking in the asteroid belt, the distant patrols of the Haishi fleet, and even the trajectory of a screw tumbling through the void. Is this the perspective of a deity? Liang marveled at the spectacle before him. Suddenly, an anomalous signal on the periphery of this flawless map caught his attention. It was an exceedingly faint point of light. Unlike other vessels that sought refuge from debris, it darted through the fragments with an uncanny, counterintuitive trajectory. It resembled a swimming fish leveraging the reactive force generated by collisions with debris to propel itself. More alarmingly, its signal characteristics were extraordinarily weak, absent from conventional radar. Only in the presence of this overloaded phased array did it reveal a hint of its presence. Warning: target locked. Analysis: stealth frigate modified variant. Identity match: Haishi Heavy Industries Task Force, codename Vulture. The light point was rapidly approaching the area where Deli Shenhao had recently engaged in combat, the very location where the Jack vessel had been destroyed. It was sniffing like a true vulture. It was scenting the aroma of death. I found you. Liang's gaze turned icy. At that moment, Deli Shenhao resembled a spider dragging a massive kite, quietly nestled in the darkness. The cable connecting to the radar panel served as both a lifeline and a visual nerve. Since you can cloak yourself, I shall render you unable to escape. Liang's fingers danced swiftly over the console, issuing a command to the external radar panel: active focus scan. The next second, hundreds of kilometers away, inside the cockpit of the pitch-black stealth ship, alarms suddenly blared with piercing intensity. Locked on. How is this possible? The man known as Vulture displayed an expression of astonishment for the first time. Tu Jiu is an exceedingly arrogant individual. As a retired ace from the former Federal Special Fleet, he has thrived in this desolate star domain for a decade. His vessel, the Yingling Run, is a stealth frigate he meticulously modified himself, coated with a nanomaterial capable of absorbing of electromagnetic waves, and its engine is specially treated for sound suppression. In this graveyard of ships, he has always been the observer, never the observed. Until today. Warning: high-energy neutrino beam scanning. Source location 270. The red indicator lights on the dashboard flashed wildly, signifying that his prideful stealth coating was as flimsy as a sheet of paper under the brute force of the opposing scan. Neutrino radar. Damn it, that's something only a battleship should wield. Tu Jiu cursed vehemently, yanking the control stick. The Yingling Rin executed a violent barrel roll maneuver in an attempt to evade the lock. Yet he found that no matter how he maneuvered, the sensation of being scrutinized clung to him like a shadow. The opponent is not a regular army. Tu Jiu gazed at the blurred interference source on the radar. Regular forces wouldn't keep their radar running at such high power. It's akin to running naked under a spotlight in the dead of night. Is this a rookie or a lunatic? Regardless of who it was, they had already provoked his ire. If you wish to see, then I shall give you a show. Tu Jiu disengaged the weapon safety. His ship was armed with 2 expensive Voidwalker anti-ship missiles which possessed independent optical camouflage, maintaining invisibility until the very moment of impact. He resolved to abandon concealment and surged toward the signal source at full speed. Meanwhile, aboard the Dalishan several dozen kilometers away, Liang observed the red dot on the screen suddenly accelerating toward him, his heartbeat quickening slightly. He has noticed, his reaction is swift. Enemy speed knots. Estimated contact time minutes. Warning: the opponent has activated fire control radar and is attempting to lock onto us. Liang inhaled deeply. The current situation was quite precarious. He could see his opponent, yet he could not strike. The effective range of the handheld laser cannon was merely a few kilometers, while the enemy remained at a considerable distance. Moreover, that massive external radar panel, while rendering him invincible in visibility, had become a cumbersome liability. Dragging such a large panel, the mobility of the Dalishan had nearly diminished to nothing. He must be lured in. Within my striking range. Liang made a bold decision. Cut power to the radar panel. Clack. The once brightly illuminated holographic map vanished instantly, plunging the cockpit back into darkness. The massive array panel lost power, transforming into ordinary space debris, quietly drifting above the ship. This was a tactical deception. In Tujio's view, the enormous signal source that had been illuminating him suddenly disappeared, overloaded and burned out. Or has its energy been exhausted? Tujio gazed at the pitch-black radar screen, sneering. Indeed, a novice who does not understand power control. But he was an old hunter, and he remembered the last position of the signal before it vanished. The Yingling Ren slowed its speed, silently gliding into the debris field. Distance kilometers. The surroundings were eerily silent, with countless massive shipwrecks standing like tombstones. Come out, little mouse. Tujio activated the active sonar. At that moment, his sonar picked up a rhythmic sound. Thump, thump, thump. It resembled the striking of some heavy machinery. Tujio looked in the direction of the sound, spotting the ugly Dalishan quietly hovering beneath the wreckage of the massive array panel. Its lights were extinguished, yet the rear exhaust still emitted faint thermal radiation. Found you. Tujio's finger hovered over the missile launch button. Though merely a tugboat, he was a cautious individual. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion would exert its full strength. Farewell. 2 Voidwalker missiles silently glided from the launch bay, trailing faint plumes of exhaust as they surged toward the stationary target. However, at the moment the missiles were launched, Tujio suddenly sensed something was amiss. That tugboat was too quiet. Even in a shutdown state, the MK reactor should emit a basic hum of the magnetic field. But now that vessel resembled true dead weight. Unless it was a decoy. Before he could react, alarms blared once more. And this time the alarm did not emanate from the front, but from above. Above. Tujio abruptly glanced up through the cockpit glass. Above him, within a massive asteroid shadow less than meters away, a colossal silhouette suddenly ignited with blinding blue light. That was the genuine Dalishan. What had been hovering earlier was merely the abandoned, powerless external radar panel that Liang had cleverly disguised as a ship. He piloted his vessel utilizing a grappling anchor to hang upside down on the asteroid, entering a state of silent ambush. This exemplified true hunter logic. While you focus on your prey, the prey is also watching you from above. Surprised, Liang's voice coldly resonated through the public channel. In the next instant, the rugged modified laser cannon atop the Dalishan, adorned with cooling copper pipes, roared to life. 500 meters apart. In the realm of space warfare, this distance is akin to face-to-face confrontation. The resounding blast of a purple laser beam did not directly target the hull of the Ingwang Ren. Liang understood that a mercenary vessel of such caliber would undoubtedly possess advanced deflector shields, rendering a single laser blast incapable of an instantaneous kill. Thus his aim was directed toward the front of the Vulture vessel, specifically the 2 missiles that had just been launched. This was Liang's calculation. At the very moment the missiles left their launch tubes and their thrusters ignited, they were at their most vulnerable. The purple beam of light accurately swept across the 2 Voidwalkers. A cataclysmic explosion ensued. The 2 high-explosive anti-ship missiles detonated less than 50 meters from the Ingwang Ren. This tactic was exceedingly treacherous. The colossal fireball engulfed the Vulture vessel in an instant. Although it did not make direct contact, the shockwave, an electromagnetic pulse from the near miss, overloaded the Ingwang Ren's fragile cloaking shield. Warning. Shields offline. Armor compromised by 15. Right thruster output diminished. Inside the cockpit, the Vulture was violently jolted, his forehead colliding with the control panel, blood streaming down. Fury consumed him. I will kill you. The Ingwang Ren, like a wounded raptor, darted out of the fireball. Though it had lost its cloaking capability, it remained an armament-laden corvette. The 6-barreled rotary cannon in its belly opened fire. Dense tungsten core armor-piercing rounds lashed out like whips toward the Hercules. Liang felt as though he were confined within a steel drum relentlessly pounded by a hammer. Armor integrity decreasing. Left side fuel tank ruptured. Fluid leaking. The warnings from Tiangong echoed in his ears. In terms of firepower, I cannot match you. Liang gripped the control stick tightly, maneuvering the ship to evade behind an asteroid, but I outweigh you. In this debris-laden expanse, weight serves as a weapon. Tiangong, activate all grappling anchors. Lock onto the largest fragments of debris nearby. Locked, 3 pieces of destroyer armor. Total mass tons. Begin rotation. The Hercules spiraled into a frenetic spin tethered by 4 massive alloy cables to the colossal metal debris, transforming them into a deathly meteor hammer with a diameter of several hundred meters. Just as the Vulture raised its nose for a second missile volley, it beheld a sight it would never forget. That cumbersome tug had now morphed into a massive meat grinder. Hundreds of tons of scrap metal hurtled forward propelled by centrifugal force. What the hell is this tactic? The Vulture exclaimed in terror, desperately pulling the controls to evade. He dodged the first piece, but could not escape the second. Bang! A sharp edge of armor viciously sheared into the wing of the Ingguang Run. The proud nanocloaking coating was torn apart, like paper. Half of the wing along with its weapon mounts swept away. The Vulture shrieked. The ship lost balance and spiraled uncontrollably through space. Liang did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity of his opponent's disarray, he severed the grappling cables. Under inertia, the Hercules ceased its rotation, its bow steadfastly aimed at the tumbling Vulture. The final blow. Liang pushed the red lever in industrial impact mode he had specifically preserved during modifications. All energy was diverted from weaponry and radar, channeling it into the main thrusters and the electromagnetic attachment array at the bow. The Hercules transformed into a colossal magnetic projectile. A resonant hum filled the air as the engine expelled blue-white plasma flames. The ton-steel behemoth with unrivaled momentum charged toward the crippled Vulture. The Vulture, witnessing the ever-approaching shadow, desperately pressed the ejection button. Boom! This collision was more violent than any preceding encounter. The Ingguang Ren was cleaved in two. Precision electronic components, costly engines, and lethal weaponry were all reduced to mere fragments under the overwhelming force. The Hercules propelled the remnants of its foe, bulldozing several kilometers until it finally collided with a massive asteroid, obliterating the Vulture's vessel into a flattened disk of metal. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the area. In the cockpit, Liang gasped for breath, every bone in his body aching. The ship's front end was severely deformed, warning lights flashing wildly. Yet he had triumphed. He gazed at the distant escape pod, which was signaling for help. Ejected Vulture. Guiding the battered Hercules, he approached slowly. A mechanical arm extended, grasping the escape pod as one would a mere insect. The communication channel connected, revealing the Vulture's terrified and weakened voice. Don't kill me. I'm a registered member of the Bounty Guild. If you kill me, you will face endless retaliation. I can offer you money. A great deal of money. Liang regarded the pleading man on the screen with an impassive expression. Money. He glanced at the leaking fuel tank and the severely damaged armor. I lack for nothing in terms of currency, but I am in desperate need of parts. He maneuvered the mechanical arm, not pulling the escape pod into the airlock, but rather discarding it into the industrial grinder at the ship's rear. This was the equipment originally intended for crushing, or... No, you madman. The screams were abruptly silenced as the grinder whirred to life. Recovery complete. Acquired high-purity biomass fuel. Acquired rare alloy fragments. Acquired undamaged personal terminal contains bounty hunter network key. Liang leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. In this wasteland, identity means nothing, only resources hold value. This marked the crescendo of the first volume. The death of the Vulture signified not only the establishment of Liang's reputation, but also the acquisition of the key to the outer realms from that personal terminal on deeper secrets of Haishi Corporation. The Dali Shun Hao floated silently in the shadow of a colossal asteroid akin to a great crocodile that had just devoured its prey. Surrounding the ship were countless fragments of metal debris, remnants of the recently shattered Yulingzhan frigate. Within the cockpit, the alarm had ceased, leaving only the dull hum of the air circulation system. Liang sat in the oil-stained command chair, toying with a palm-sized crystal chip that still flickered with a faint blue light. This was the storage core forcibly extracted from the personal terminal of the Vulture. That fellow claimed before his demise to be a registered member of the Bounty Guild, Liang mused as he examined the chip. This implies that his terminal not only contained wealth, but also intelligence. In the Wasteland Star region, information was more precious than water. Tiangong, initiate brute force decryption. Liang inserted the chip into the physical interface of the control console. Attempting connection. Detected triple biological encryption locks. Decryption plan utilize host brainwave simulation of death characteristics. Estimated time minutes. Liang closed his eyes, enduring the prickling sensation akin to needles surging through his mind. Tiangong's ocular device was simulating the brainwave frequency of the Vulture at the moment of death to deceive the chip's security system. Beep. A crisp unlocking sound resonated, and the holographic screen burst open, cascading an avalanche of data streams. The first number to materialize quickened his heartbeat. Account balance, credit points, anonymous black gold. For 1,800,000. Liang inhaled deeply. After toiling for a year at Iron Tomb Station, he had barely earned a few thousand points. This sum was sufficient to purchase a small mercenary fleet on the black market. Yet he had no means to spend it in this sealed graveyard. Even a single screw was beyond reach. He scrolled through the financial page, his gaze fixating on a red-marked folder. The file name read Heisher Heavy Industries highest-level bounty order. He clicked to open the file. A holographic image materialized depicting a blurry snapshot of his dilapidated Dali Shun Hao as it burst from the dock. Beside the image was a chilling text: target item MK, Prometheus reactor serial number X. Threat level apocalyptic. Note: this reactor is not an ordinary energy core. Its internal control matrix contains coordinates of data deleted discovered during the Jupiter development project. Directive retrieve at all costs. If retrieval is impossible, obliterate completely. It must not fall into the hands of the federal government or the resistance. Data deleted. Coordinates. Instinctively, Leong glanced down at the deck beneath his feet. Was there a secret hidden within the roaring reactor deep in the ship's power chamber? No wonder Heysher Company was desperate to seal this place. They were not after the pile of nuclear fuel, they were after that secret. It appears I have stumbled upon not only a bomb, but also a hot potato, Leong scoffed. He continued to peruse the Vulture's terminal and discovered a dynamic key labeled Yuling Protocol tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Analysis result: this is the enemy identification response code for the outer patrol fleet of Heysher Company. Validity hours remaining. Leong's eyes brightened. This was the true treasure. With this code, he could masquerade as an ally of Heysher Company, or at the very least intercept their tactical communications, no longer remaining blind and deaf. All right, I have secured the intelligence and the funds. Now it is time to address this battered ship. Leong rose, stretching with a crackle of his bones. Though the recent collision had yielded victory, it had also exacted a heavy toll on the Dali Shinhao. Ship condition report: forward anti-collision armor damaged, severely deformed. Left attitude engine nozzle clogged. MK laser cannon overheated and destroyed, decommissioned. Water tank capacity leak has been sealed. Most critically, the makeshift external radar plate had been discarded in battle as bait, rendering the Dali Shinhao once again a vessel with a mere few kilometers of visibility. Repairs are necessary and upgrades are imperative. Leong donned his spacesuit and opened the airlock. His target this time was the remnants of the Yuling Zhan floating outside the ship. Although the Vulture's craft had been wrecked, that costly military frigate was still laden with treasures. Like a greedy spider, Leong maneuvered the last intact mechanical arm of the Dali Shinhao to sift through the debris. This is a military-grade vector thruster. Though two nozzles are damaged, the detached servo motors are intact and can enhance my mechanical arm. This is high-density nano-armor plates. Even in fragments, a piece the size of a fingernail could protect the sensors from radiation. Suddenly, Tiangong's ocular device marked a golden highlight in the core area of the wreckage. Beneath a twisted titanium alloy keel lay a half-meter-long silver cylinder. Item E: Phantom electronic warfare pod damaged. Function: wide area signal jamming, radar deception, holographic projection decoys. Status: core chip intact. Launch antenna broken. Electronic warfare pod. Leong whistled with excitement. This was precisely what he had been lacking. The previous kite radar, while distance seeing, was cumbersome and easily exposed. This pod was designed specifically for disruption. Once repaired and installed on the ship, he could generate hundreds of false signals, leading the enemy fleet in circles. Time to get to work. For the next 6 hours, Leong transformed into the most frenzied mechanic in this star region. He refrained from simply attaching the pod to the exterior of the ship that would make it too vulnerable. Instead, he undertook a daring modification. He cut open the groove atop the Dali Shinhao, originally intended for a spotlight, and forcibly inserted the electronic warfare pod. Then, utilizing salvaged, high-strength wires, he directly connected it to the control interface of Tiangong. This meant that in the future he would only need to think about it, and the ship would automatically emit jamming waves. Tiangong test the jamming effect. Initiating phantom system. Suddenly the space surrounding the Dali Shinhao warped. On the radar screen, the ship, which had only shown a single light point, instantaneously split into 12. These 12 false signals not only danced around randomly, but could even simulate various heat signatures, some resembling transport vessels, others mimicking fighter jets. Perfect. Leong gazed at the chaotic dance on the screen, satisfied as he patted the control console. With this enhancement combined with the patrol squad's codes, he was now poised to navigate the tightening net like a dancer on the edge of a blade. At that moment, the recently repaired communicator abruptly intercepted a transmission from the public channel. It was not encrypted communication, but an unencoded broadcast across all frequencies. The voice was cold, devoid of emotion, striking like a hammer on the hearts of all listeners. Announcement to all scavengers within the know. 44 Graveyard. I am Colonel Sergei, commander of the Heysher Company security fleet. In light of the target's refusal to surrender and the killing of our personnel, I must declare this area has lost its necessity for existence. Effective immediately, we are initiating the amble plan. We will conduct a saturation deep water bombing strike on the turbulent zone. Countdown 30 minutes. Leong's smile vanished in an instant. He lunged towards the radar screen, and with the key he had just acquired, he beheld a scene that sent chills down his spine. On the periphery of the turbulent zone, 3 formations of heavy destroyers had lined up in a long serpentine array. They opened their bomb bays, and countless massive shockwave deep-water bombs resembling coffins were being loaded. These lunatics. They no longer intended to send people in to capture him. They aimed to obliterate every stone and wreck in this area, reducing him and this graveyard to cosmic dust. Boom. The first shockwave detonated 50 kilometers from the Dali Shinhao. In the vacuum of space, silence prevailed. Yet the shockwave wrought terror far beyond sound. It was a pure transmission of kinetic energy. The previously quiescent cloud of debris suddenly erupted, as if stirred by a relentless boot, swirling chaotically. Countless minuscule fragments transformed into a lethal rain of shrapnel propelled by the force of the blast. The Dali Shinhao shuddered violently, the hull emitting a spine-chilling metallic creak. Warning: external environment extremely unstable. Fragment density increased by. High-energy shockwave detected approaching. Estimated time of arrival seconds. Damn it. Is this how a regular army operates? Leon gritted his teeth, hands clenched around the control stick. He could no longer hide behind the wreckage as it too would disintegrate and become a weapon against him. Tiangong, activate full power interference. Release all 12 false signals. A tempest of electromagnetic noise erupted around the De Li Shun Hao. Dozens of erratic vessels suddenly appeared on enemy radar. However, the distant destroyer formation remained entirely unfazed. Commander Sergei stood on the flagship's bridge, coldly observing the chaos displayed on the tactical screen. An elderly veteran with graying hair, he bore a burn scar that bisected his face, a memento from the Jupiter War. Interference signals. Merely a trifling technique. Sergei sipped his coffee with indifference. That mouse is performing tricks. But we need not unravel the illusion, we merely need to obliterate the stage. Order the first formation to blanket the A2 sectors. Employ indiscriminate bombing. 1 bomb, every meters. Yes, sir. As the command was issued, space transformed into an inferno. Hundreds of deep-water bombs descended like rain. Precision guidance was unnecessary, the sheer explosive radius sufficed to eradicate everything in its path. Leon found himself in an abyss of despair. The De Li Shun Hao tumbled like a dead leaf in the aftermath of the explosions. The readings from the MK reactor fluctuated wildly, and the cooling system's pressure valve teetered on the brink of failure. This cannot continue. I will be shaken to death. Leon gazed at the holographic map. The perimeter resembled an ironclad blockade, while the interior space continued to compress. I must break through. I must shatter that wall. But how to charge forth? The enemy fielded 3 heavy destroyers, each encased in several meters of composite armor and protected by military-grade deflector shields. What did the De Li Shun Hao possess? A malfunctioning laser cannon, a collection of jammers, and a bow designed merely for ramming. Ramming, perhaps effective against a light corvette, but against multi-thousand-ton destroyers it would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Their shields would simply deflect him back, reducing him to paste. He needed a weapon, a heavy sniper rifle capable of shattering shells from a great distance. Where in this wretched place could I find heavy artillery? Leon's gaze frantically scanned the cockpit, finally settling on the central axis of the ship's structural diagram. The De Li Shun Hao was an industrial tugboat uniquely designed. A hollow cargo track spanned its length, intended to tow irregular asteroids. This was a straight passage of 70 meters long and 5 meters in diameter, initially devised for the rapid loading and unloading of ore containers via magnetic levitation. As he beheld this straight corridor, a lightning bolt of inspiration struck his mind. A mad physical formula flickered across the Tiangong eyepiece. FILB, the Lorentz force equation. A long straight tube. A magnetic levitation coil. A high-energy reactor. Leong's breath quickened. What if I transformed this cargo passage into a gun barrel? This was not mere fantasy. The principle of an electromagnetic railgun was astonishingly simple. 2 parallel conductive rails, when infused with a tremendous current, could launch a projectile at astonishing velocity. The De Li Shun Hao already had a magnetic levitation track. Although it was originally designed for slow cargo movement, that was due to insufficient electrical current. Now he possessed the MK reactor. He had boundless energy at his disposal. If he could redirect the reactor's total energy into that 70-meter track for a mere microsecond. Tiangong. Assess feasibility. Modeling in progress. Proposal: redirect of the ship's energy to the central cargo track. Material strength analysis: the existing magnetic track cannot withstand the friction of ultra-high velocity projectiles. Recommendation: dismantle all non-essential armor and reinforce the track's inner walls. Theoretical exit velocity: kilometers per second, approximately 3 times that of a conventional railgun. Conclusion: feasible. However, this will be a one-time weapon. Following the launch, the track will melt down due to overheating. One shot is sufficient. Leon gazed at the flagship, which was indiscriminately raining down bombs, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Just one shot will teach them a lesson. Without hesitation, he acted. At that moment, the explosions outside grew ever closer. The sound of debris striking the hull transformed into an unrelenting downpour. Leon disregarded the chaos, dragging the nearly depleted cutting gun as he dashed into the ship's central passage. This space, once an empty cargo hold, was flanked by enormous electromagnetic coils embedded in the walls. Commence modifications. Like a madman, Leon began dismantling the ship. He stripped away the lead panels from the crew quarters, removed the supports for the auxiliary engines, and welded every piece of high-strength alloy he could find onto the outer walls of the passage, reinforcing it to prevent the gun barrel from bursting. Next came the power system. He intricately coiled superconducting cables as thick as a wrist around each coil, like a spider's web. Each cable directly connected to the reactor's core. This will be the most expensive shot in history. 3 hours. In that span, the De Li Shun Hao was overturned by shockwaves. 4 times its armor integrity diminished to 0, and several compartments had lost pressure. Yet Leon succeeded. Now this vessel ceased to be merely a ship. It had transformed into a meter-long airborne artillery piece. What remained was the ammunition. With such a massive barrel, what could serve as a projectile? Ordinary iron would vaporize during the acceleration process. Leon's gaze shifted to the corner of the cargo hold. There lay an object he had salvaged from the wreckage of a stealth ship after slaying the vulture. The core of the Vulture's gravity generator, a solid tungsten alloy sphere, 2 meters in diameter, with a density that was staggering, weighing a full 50 tons. You are the one. Liang maneuvered a mechanical arm, carefully pushing the dark tungsten sphere into the base of the barrel. All preparations complete. Covered in grime, Liang returned to the cockpit and secured himself tightly to the seat. At that moment, the destroyer formation had advanced to within 20 kilometers, a hair's breadth away. Colonel Sergei's arrogant voice resonated through the communications channel. Once more, Mouse, I know you're inside. Don't hide, my radar has detected your thermal signature. Your jumble of interference signals won't fool me. They'll give you one last chance to surrender. Perhaps I may leave you in one piece. Liang activated the microphone. Taking a deep breath, his voice exuded a chilling calm. Colonel Sergei, have you heard of the phrase? Caliber is justice. On the bridge of the flagship Hiwanshi, Colonel Xia Urge momentarily froze. What? Xia Urge furrowed his brow. No, that's not the waveform of a self-detonation. That is. The radar operator stammered, unable to articulate. That's a capacitor charging reaction. They are compressing the entire reactor's energy into a single point. On the screen, the dot, representing Dali Shun, shone brightly akin to a supernova. Under everyone's gaze, the battered tugboat slowly adjusted its posture. Its once rectangular bow, designed for hauling or containers, was now aimed squarely at the bridge of the Heiwanshi. Liang sat in the cockpit, his eyes illuminated a ghostly white by the Tiangong eyepiece. Lock on, lock on, lock on. In his field of vision, a red crosshair ensnared the proud destroyer. Tiangong, overclock output. Extract every last drop of energy. Command confirmed. MK reactor has disengaged all safety locks. Magnetic rail charging. The entire Dali Shun emitted a pained groan, its hull beginning to warp under the immense magnetic field. All lights exploded, and dazzling arcs of electricity erupted from the cables. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone. Goodbye, my first ship. Liang knew that once he fired, this vessel would be rendered useless. The tremendous recoil could shatter the keel. But he was unconcerned. Without the old, the new could not come. The moment of truth. Fire. Liang slammed down on the red launch button he had modified. Virum, boom. There was no flame, no smoke. Only an invisible electromagnetic wave rippled outward instantaneously. In that fleeting microsecond, the solid tungsten alloy sphere was accelerated to its utmost limit along the meter magnetic rail. As it exited the barrel, friction with the remaining air produced a straight plasma trail, extending several kilometers, akin to Zeus hurling a thunder spear. Colonel Xia Urge merely glimpsed a flash of white light before him. Thud. That was the sound of metal being instantaneously liquefied. The tungsten sphere struck the bow of the Heiwanshi with pinpoint accuracy. Although there was a deflector shield, it melted away before even issuing an overload alarm in the face of such pure kinetic energy. The tungsten sphere surged through the armored zone. While it did not obliterate the flagship as Liang envisioned, it precisely tore through the main propulsion shaft, flying out at an angle from the stern. Boom. The rear section of the Heiwanshi erupted in a series of violent secondary explosions. The engine's extinguished lights went out, and the entire battleship convulsed in space like a serpent with its spine broken. The communication channel was filled with chaotic screams. Flagship damaged. Power reactor offline. Colonel Xia Urge severely injured. Damn it. That was a railgun. Retreat. Create distance. The remaining 2 destroyers were paralyzed with fear from this terrifying blow. They dared not approach, uncertain if the battered tugboat could fire again, and could only drag the damaged flagship away in a disordered retreat towards the blockade line. Liang had won the gamble. The enemy retreated. But he had also lost. Cough, cough. Inside the cockpit, Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment of recoil, despite the hydraulic dampening system, had fractured 2 of his ribs. The situation aboard the Dali Shun was even more dire. Warning. Central keel fractured. Structural integrity down 2. Warning. Main power lines melted. MK reactor forced offline. Warning. Thrusters offline. With a nauseating sound of twisted metal, the central corridor, initially designed for the gun barrel, collapsed entirely. The ship split open, leaving only a few resilient titanium beams connecting the bow and stern. The lights extinguished, leaving only the red emergency lights flickering. Tiangong. Report status. Liang leaned weakly against the back of his chair. Main engine destroyed, navigation impossible. However, the good news is that the immense recoil from that shot gave us a reverse acceleration. Liang strained to lift his head and gaze through the shattered viewport. The recoil had not pushed him toward the Stargate, but deeper into the terrifying turbulence zone. At that moment, the ship was carried by inertia like a lifeless stone, careening through a dense field of debris, sliding toward the unfathomable darkness that even radar could not penetrate. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. Liang's consciousness began to blur, the loss of blood and excruciating pain rendering him unable to remain conscious. In the final second before oblivion, through the Tiangong eyepiece, he seemed to glimpse a massive lifeless eye staring at him from the depths of the turbulence zone at the very center of the endless metallic storm. Where are we going? Destination: Eye of the storm. Estimated arrival time: hours later. Darkness enveloped him, and Liang's hand fell limp. Silence, absolute silence. As Liang reopened his eyes, the cacophony of alarms and the sharp sounds of debris striking the hull had ceased. Only the sound of his own labored breathing echoed in the desolate cockpit. Am I still alive? He attempted to move, but a wave of searing pain surged through his chest. Looking down, he noticed a significant swelling at the site of his fractured ribs, thankfully stabilized by the internal pressure system of his spacesuit. Struggling to sit upright, he wiped the blood from his visor and gazed out the window. In the next moment, his pupils dilated, and he forgot to breathe. What is this place? Outside, the chaotic flurry of high-velocity debris was gone, replaced by an expansive, even sacred expanse of water. The surrounding violent metallic vortex remained, yet it resembled a colossal rotating wall howling wildly in the distance, while completely avoiding this central circular area roughly 50 kilometers in diameter. This was the eye of the storm, and amidst this eerie void floated a sight that would drive any scavenger mad. It was a graveyard, a true graveyard. Thousands of shipwrecks hung in the void like colossal tombstones, remnants of different eras and civilizations. Liang spotted a federal first-generation colony ship, its ancient United Earth emblem still clearly visible, severed in two. Beside it floated an oddly shaped black warship resembling a biological exoskeleton, the remains of an alien mothership that had invaded the solar system 50 years prior. Further afield, there were even some silver fragments of an extremely ancient style reflecting cold light under the faint glow of the star. Every fragment here remained untouched by the tumult, perfectly preserving the final moment before death, as if frozen in time. Tiangong scanned the environment. Liang's voice trembled slightly. Environmental analysis, gravity anomaly zone. External space is in a state of microgravity stability. Radiation level extremely high, sufficient to kill an ordinary person within an hour. Warning: this area is the gravitational sink of the entire graveyard. All massive wrecks eventually converge here. So this is the largest junkyard in the universe, and also the greatest treasure trove. The fear in Liang's eyes gradually transformed into fervor. He checked the status of the Hercules. It was dire. Although the MK reactor had restarted, its output was locked due to melted wiring. The main engines were completely inoperative, leaving the ship a mere shell, barely able to crawl, with a few attitude thrusters. I must repair the ship. Otherwise, once the people from Haishi respond or my food runs out, I will perish amidst this mountain of gold. Liang pushed the control stick, directing the ship to drift toward the nearest colossal wreck. It was a 3-kilometer-long giant colony ship, a model long out of production, known as the Ark of Noah. Its belly had been blasted open by some high-energy weapon just large enough for a vessel the size of the Hercules to make an emergency landing. You're the one. With a slight tremor, the battered Hercules burrowed into the belly of this ancient behemoth. With its landing gear long shattered during previous battles, the ship emitted a shrill screech as it settled onto a broad metal platform. Safe landing. Liang unfastened his seatbelt and retrieved a high-concentration medical injector from beneath his seat, plunging it into his neck. As the fluid entered, the pain subsided slightly. He picked up the ever-loyal plasma cutter and strapped several Yimpi grenades confiscated from the vultures to his waist. Tiangong, activate tactical reconnaissance mode. As commanded, host. The airlock opened, and for the first time Liang stepped into this unknown relic. The interior of the colony ship remained in a vacuum, with various remnants of daily life floating around: shattered picture frames, children's toys, and desiccated plant specimens. These items evoked an inexplicable sense of melancholy in Liang. Thousands once lived here. He kicked aside a floating coffee cup. Now only ghosts remain. He ventured deeper along the wide main corridor, aiming for the ship's engineering bay, where heavy industrial equipment might yield materials to repair the Hercules. Suddenly, an unusual signal flashed across the Tiangong's visor. Signal source: encryption levels class. Class encryption. Liang paused. Only regular military or top-tier organizations possess such equipment. How could a civilian ship from a century ago have this? Curiosity overcame caution as he cut through the floor beneath him and slid down the maintenance ladder. Zone D, once a cold storage area, had been entirely transformed. The original walls were reinforced with a layer of black wave-absorbing material, and the door had been replaced with a heavy armored door featuring retinal scanning. Above the door, a badge composed of 3 stars was prominently displayed. Liang's pupils contracted sharply. That badge, is it from the Xingyi Brotherhood? He had heard whispers of this name in the black market, a mysterious organization operating in the shadows of the stars, both assassins and information brokers. They believed darkness was the only camouflage and specialized in collecting forbidden technologies and ancient relics. Could this be a secret safe house of the Brotherhood? Liang approached the door for inspection. Access system: quantum encryption lock, power off. Feasibility of forced entry. Since it's powered down, this should be straightforward. Liang raised the cutter and directed a high-temperature output at the lock. 5 minutes later, with a dull metal cracking sound, he forced the long-sealed door open. The sight beyond the door made him gasp. This was not an ordinary storage area. It was a compact armory and laboratory. At the center of the room rested a futuristic single-seat fighter. It was entirely black, with wings exhibiting an extraordinarily sharp reverse joint design, its surface covered with a layer of what appeared to be a still-flowing matte coating. Even in its dilapidated state, with half a wing missing, it exuded an aura of lethal elegance. Scan result: unknown model interceptor. Material analysis: the main body constructed from self-repairing nanobones. Self-repairing bones. Liang's voice quivered. This was precisely what he had yearned for. If he could remove the fighter's bones and meld them into the ruptured areas of the Hercules, not only would his ship be repaired, but it could also gain the ability for self-repair. I've struck gold this time. I've truly struck gold. Liang greedily caressed the cold surface of the fighter, his gaze tracing along its body until it landed on the cockpit. The cockpit glass was not transparent, but fully armored. However, through the Tiangong's visor he discerned that it was devoid of a pilot. Empty. Disappointment washed over him, and he shifted his attention to the corner of the room. There stood a neat row of metal shelves, each adorned with sealed boxes. Liang pried open one of them. Inside were 12 neatly stacked ingots of silvery gray metal, each the size of a brick, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns. Item: high purity iridium alloy. Value assessment: each ingot sufficient to trade for a brand new cruiser on the black market. Liang felt his breath halt. Iridium alloy, a crucial component for the cores of faster-than-light engines, and the most sought-after currency in the universe, was here by the boxful. No, not just one box. He scanned the shelves, noting at least a dozen such boxes. Is this the foundation of the Xingyi Brotherhood? Liang's hands trembled, as if he could envision a fleet of his own calling out to him. But at that moment, a faint blue light from the farthest corner of the room caught his attention. It was a transparent cylindrical chamber, isolated and connected to several independent life support generators. All other devices were powered down, yet this remained operational. Liang approached, slowly brushing away the dust from the glass surface. What he saw inside left him stunned. It was a cryogenic pod, and within the pod slept a woman. She appeared young, with long hair shimmering like liquid silver, suspended in pale blue cryogenic fluid. Her skin was so pale, it was nearly transparent, and her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. But what sent chills down Liang's spine was her body. The combat suit she wore was tattered, revealing horrifying wounds beneath. And within those wounds, rather than bone and muscle, there lay intricately designed bionic skeletal structures, with glimmering nerve fibers pulsing faintly. Her left arm was completely severed, with cables still sparking intermittently hanging from the break. The right side of her face bore a crack, exposing the metallic jawbone beneath. This was a being transformed to the extreme, a half-mechanical human. Scan target: carbon-based silicon-based hybrid life form. Vital signs: weak in cryogenic sleep. Danger level: extremely lethal. Note: detecting an implanted Xingyi Executioner class combat chip within. A weapon born for slaughter. Liang stared at the sleeping woman, his throat tightening. Rationality told him she would be a significant threat. If she awakened, she would likely kill him without hesitation. The wisest course of action would be to put a bullet in her head and take everything here. However, Liang's gaze fell upon the glowing energy core at the bottom of the cryogenic pod. Item: miniature antimatter battery, remaining power. My D printer requires a high-voltage power source. Liang murmured this battery could be perfect for melting the fighter's bones. If he did not take this battery, he could not repair the ship and would perish here. If he did take the battery, the cryogenic pod would lose power and the woman would awaken forcibly. To save a potential killer or remain trapped in this mountain of gold. Liang remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he raised his head, his expression turning cold and pragmatic. Apologies, my dear. He reached for the energy core's handle. I need your battery. As for whether you live or die, that depends on fate and whether my aim is swift enough. Click. With a faint sound, the antimatter battery was extracted. The cryogenic pod instantly illuminated with blinding red lights. Warning: power disconnected. Emergency thawing procedure initiated. Estimated awakening time: seconds. The air valves hissed, and white mist surged forth. Liang stepped back, stuffing the battery into his backpack, then raised his modified plasma cutter, aiming it squarely at the ascending glass dome and the silver-haired woman gradually awakening. Should you dare to make a move, Liang said coldly, I will dismantle you into pieces. Chi. As the pressure valve released, a plume of white cryogenic nitrogen erupted from the seams of the cryogenic chamber like a boiling mist. The biting cold caused the temperature in the sealed room to plummet by several degrees within moments, and a thin layer of frost formed on the display screen of Liang's visor. Liang did not flinch. He firmly held the modified plasma cutter, the energy coils at its tip humming ominously, preheated to its utmost limits. He was taking a gamble. He wagered that the woman had just thawed, her neural conduction speed not yet restored. He gambled that her battered body could not withstand high-intensity movements. Come out, Liang's voice reverberated through the spacious room, amplified by the speaker. Put your hands on your head, kneel on the ground, and do not compel me to turn you to ash. The glass cover fully retracted. The white mist dissipated, revealing the figure within. The silver-haired woman remained with her eyes closed, crystalline frost clinging to her long lashes. At the severed end of her mangled left arm, exposed neural fibers writhed like tentacles, emitting a faint blue glow. There was no response. She resembled an exquisitely broken porcelain doll devoid of life. Dead. Liang frowned. The risk of forced thawing indeed posed a significant chance of inducing shock. He relaxed his vigilance, slightly stepping forward to confirm her life signs. In that fleeting moment, the woman previously unconscious suddenly opened her eyes. What eyes they were! Her left eye a deep abyss of purple, while the right housed a red mechanical iris still adjusting focus. There was no transition, no confusion. Boom. Liang barely registered the movement as a silver blur tore through the air before him. In the next instant, a tremendous force struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! Liang was sent sprawling backward like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the metal shelf 5 meters away. Rare iridium alloy ingots clattered to the floor. Cough, cough. The chest plate of his spacesuit blared an alarm. While that kick had not penetrated his armor, the force nearly knocked the wind out of him. Damn it. This is what you call weak life signs. Liang raised his head in horror. The woman had already emerged from the cryogenic chamber, supporting herself with one hand on the edge of the pod. Her body trembled violently from extreme weakness and cold ice shards still clinging to her skin. Yet in her grasp, she held a surgical blade no longer than her fingers seemingly procured from nowhere. Barefoot she stood on the icy floor, her incomplete mechanical left arm hanging at her side, and her red mechanical eye fixated intently on Liang's throat. "Who are you?" Her voice was hoarse and frigid like two metal plates scraping against one another. Despite her weakness, an intrinsic murderous intent emanated from her, raising the hairs on the back of Liang's neck. She was a killing machine, a top-tier one. Liang swiftly raised his cutter. "Don't move. Move again, and I will open fire." Sylvia regarded the crude industrial cutter with a sneer of disdain. Industrial waste. Before the words left her lips, she moved again. Even with one arm missing and having just awakened from decades of cryogenic slumber, her speed was still astonishing. She sidestepped Liang's first plasma shot, her body gliding close to the ground, the surgical blade tracing a lethal arc in the dim light. In despair, Liang realized that even with the assistance of his craft's ocular enhancement, his body could not keep pace with this woman's rhythm. "Am I going to die here?" Just as the blade came within mere centimeters of his neck armor, his ocular enhancement suddenly projected a glaring red warning. Warning: target's internal implants are in an extremely unstable state. Detected overheating of the Xingyi Executioner cybernetic core. Rejection level. Vulnerability found: the neural spine interface. C segment lacks firewall protection. Would you like to connect? Grasping this lifeline, Liang roared in his mind, "Connect. Burn her CPU." Time seemed to freeze. Sylvia's movements suddenly froze. Her red mechanical eye spun wildly, emitting a piercing electrical sound. Moments later, a dazzling spark erupted from the severed end of her left arm. Ugh! A muffled cry of agony escaped her lips. Sylvia seemed struck by an unseen bolt of lightning. Her body convulsed violently before she collapsed to the ground. The blade slipped from her grasp, and she clutched her head, emitting a tortured scream. "Get out of my head! Get out!" She was resisting Liang's intrusion. Liang was not faring much better. His ocular enhancement operated at full power. The overwhelming data flow made his brain feel as if it were being stirred by a red-hot iron, blood trickling from his lips. "Get down!" Gritting his teeth, Liang intensified the data overflow attack. Zzz. Black smoke began to rise from the spinal interface on Sylvia's back. Overloaded neural signals were incinerating her circuits. At last, this top-tier assassin could withstand no longer. Her body slackened, collapsing to the floor, gasping for breath. The mechanical eye dulled, leaving only the purple pupil of her left eye filled with resentment and rage locked onto Liang. Liang breathed heavily, leaning against the wall as he slowly rose. He felt as though he had just run a marathon. He approached Sylvia, kicking the surgical blade aside, then aimed the cutter at her head. The current situation is— Liang wiped his bloodied nose as he looked down at her. "I have the gun, you are on the ground, and with but a thought, I could cook your brain. So can we have a proper conversation, now, sleeping beauty?" Sylvia bit her pale lip, blood seeping forth. She struggled, but her cybernetic body was utterly unresponsive, only delivering waves of pain. "You are a hacker." She managed to utter a few words. "When did Blackstone Corporation breed such a monster?" "I am no corporate dog," Liang replied coldly. "I am a scavenger, and you are now one of my spoils." With that, he disregarded the dangerous woman. As long as he controlled her neural interface, she was not a concern. The priority was resources. Liang turned towards the scattered metal racks. Confirmation: high-purity iridium alloy ingots, total pieces. Confirmation: military-grade portable D-printing matrix model Creator 3. Status: intact. Confirmation: unknown model prototype aircraft wreckage. Core component: liquid nanorope. Green light flickered in Liang's eyes. He first seized the backpack containing a microantimatter battery, his current power source. Then, like a diligent hamster, he began to frantically transport the ingots. "This one is for the engine. This one is for the armor. This printer is mine." Sylvia lay on the ground, enduring her bodous agony and fever, observing the man bustling about before her. She had expected him to kill her or interrogate her. Yet this man seemed far more interested in the scrap metal at his feet than in her, a living being. "Hey," Sylvia weakly spoke. "What do you want?" Liang was laboriously hoisting the half-human-sized D-printer onto his shoulder. Hearing her voice, he paused and glanced back at her. There was no desire in his gaze, no murderous intent, only an evaluative look one might give to merchandise. "I want to repair my ship and leave this cursed place." Liang pointed upwards. "My ship's keel is broken. Your aircraft's keel happens to be just what I need. You want to dismantle the Yi Shao?" Sylvia's pupils constricted. "That is the only prototype of the Xingyi Brotherhood. Its cost could buy an entire star system." "And what of it?" Liang shrugged. "A plane that cannot fly is merely a heap of scrap. In my hands, it can be transformed into something alive." With that, he approached and effortlessly hoisted the weakened Sylvia over his shoulder like a sack. "Let me go?" Sylvia exclaimed, a mix of indignation and fury. "Save your strength." Liang patted her cold mechanical leg. "I cannot move that aircraft. My ship will need to use a towing beam to pull it. As for you..." Liang paused, his tone turning grave. "Though you are a nuisance, I never waste any valuable resources. You must have quite a few Blackstone Corporation secret codes in that head of yours. Now you are my trophy." With that, Liang carried the deadliest assassin in this wasteland along with the most expensive printer striding out of the sealed room. Behind them, a deep muffled roar seemed to echo from the depths of the colossal colonial shipwreck, as if something had been awakened by the commotion of their earlier struggle. In the main cargo hold of the Dalishun, how a colossal surgical platform has emerged. Yet the patient is not a human, but a vessel. Liang, utilizing the recently seized Chuang Shiji 3 military printer in conjunction with a miniature antimatter battery, is embarking on a frenzied restoration endeavor. The blue laser beams intertwine in the air as the wreckage of the black fighter jet, dubbed Yi Shao, is meticulously dismantled and melted down. Its core material liquid nanokeel takes on a strange mercury-like appearance under intense heat. Rather than becoming lifeless matter, it crawls, permeates, and fuses along the fractured central spine of the Dalishun, how as if guided by some arcane program akin to a living colony of microorganisms. This is the apex of industrial artistry. Liang stands before the control console, his hands a blur over the keyboard. The Tiangong ocular device perfectly overlays the fighter's structural diagram with the tugboat's blueprint. Detach the fighter's vector nozzles and install them on the tugboat's rear. Integrate those iron alloys into the armor plates. And this. The holographic cloaking layer, while insufficient to cover the entire ship, will at least conceal the thermal radiation from the engines. In a corner of the cargo hold, Sylvia finds herself bound to a chair by several high-strength industrial restraints. Her condition is dire. After emerging from the cryocamber, a severe rejection response has caused her temperature to soar to degrees Celsius. Her mechanical right eye flickers ominously while a pale blue coolant and crimson blood seep from the severed end of her left arm. Nevertheless, she refrains from moaning, her intact left eye fixated intently on Liang's actions. From initial fury to subsequent astonishment, and now to disbelief. As a premier ace pilot, she comprehends machinery, rendering her acutely aware of the absurdity of Liang's task. Integrating a highly maneuverable interceptor's keel into a cumbersome industrial tugboat. It is akin to inserting a cheetah's spine into an elephant's body. This defies engineering principles. You'll ruin that ship. Sylvia finally manages to speak, her voice raspy and weak. The stress coefficients of the two materials are entirely different. Once it accelerates, the hull will disintegrate. Liang does not turn, remaining engrossed with the welding torch in hand. Ordinary welding would indeed lead to disintegration, but I am not employing welding. He pauses his work, turning around to indicate the writhing silver metallic liquid. This is molecular interlocking. I have altered the lattice structure of the tugboat steel at the atomic level, convincing it that it and the nanokeel are one and the same. Sylvia is momentarily stunned. Atomic level modification. How could this be? Such an endeavor would necessitate vast laboratory equipment and supercomputers. This man has achieved it solely with a pair of tattered glasses and a tool akin to a pistol. Who on earth are you? She speaks, her tone now laced with a hint of reverence. Liang remains silent, instead retrieving a syringe filled with a pale green liquid and approaching her. Sylvia instinctively attempts to retreat, but her bindings are too tight. Do not panic. This is a broad-spectrum antibiotic and nanoinhibitor. He roughly tears open the collar of her tattered combat suit and plunges the needle into her carotid artery. Your prosthetics are overheating. If you wish to avoid brain damage, comply. As the medication flows into her system, Sylvia feels a cool sensation coursing through her veins, alleviating some of the excruciating pain and heat. She gazes at Liang's face mere inches away. His visage, smeared with grease and etched with fatigue, emanates an unsettling yet reassuring focus. Thank you, she murmurs, averting her gaze. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. There's a price. Liang discards the empty syringe, dragging a chair to sit directly in front of her, locking eyes with her. Now let us discuss a transaction. Transaction. Sylvia scoffs coldly. I am but a captive now. What leverage do I possess for negotiation? You possess leverage, Liang counters, gesturing to a nearby screen. While I have repaired the keel of the ship, the systems remain a chaotic mess. The Heisher Corporation's blockade lies just outside, and I require detailed navigational charts of this star sector, as well as the dynamic identification codes of their patrol units. I know you are a deserter, Liang reveals, unveiling his trump card. The fighter in the safe house contains combat records. You escaped from the Heisher's encirclement. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Sylvia falls silent. Indeed, she has no alternatives. Remaining here means death, and being recaptured by the Heisher would be a fate worse than death. I can provide you with the codes, she asserts, lifting her gaze, her eyes regaining their sharpness. But I have one condition. Speak. Take me to the sinful nebula. Sylvia grits her teeth. I have enemies there. Moreover, only there can I find a doctor to repair my body. Agreed, Liang replies without hesitation. Conveniently, I am also intent on establishing a base there. Establishing a base. Sylvia blinks in surprise. A violent modification shop, Liang grins, revealing a set of white teeth. Do you not think this wasteland lacks a craftsman capable of transforming tugboats into battleships? Just as the two reach this fragile diabolical agreement, the ship's alarm blares suddenly. Warning. Unidentified biological signals detected. Location: exterior ruins entrance. Quantity 12. Characteristics: carbon and silicon-based hybrids. Highly aggressive. Liang leaps to his feet, racing towards the radar screen. Outside the massive hollow of the colonial ship, where the Dalishun Hao is docked, several ominous red dots are rapidly approaching. Sylvia glances at the screen, her complexion paling instantly. It's the corpse-eater Mechs. Her voice quivers. They are from Tiankai Biological. They've come after us. Tiankai Biological. Liang furrows his brow. Those madmen conducting biochemical experiments. What on earth are they doing here? There's nothing but refuse. "They're here for me," Sylvia states, glancing at her damaged mechanical arm, fear evident in her eyes. "I am their only perfect fusion experiment sample. They want to reclaim me." Leon glances at the still warm keel, then at Sylvia bound to the chair. "It seems I have not come out ahead in this transaction," he sighs, retrieving 2 freshly repaired electromagnetic rifles from the wall. He strides over and cuts the restraints binding Sylvia. "Can you move?" He tosses one of the guns into her lap. Sylvia catches the weapon, her hand still trembling slightly, but the essence of an ace warrior returns instantly. She expertly racks the slide, her gaze turning as cold as steel. "As long as I do not use my left hand, slaughtering them shall be no issue." "Excellent." Leon pivots towards the cockpit, waving a hand over his shoulder. "Welcome aboard, first mate. Now let us impart a lesson to those monsters on what industrial violence truly entails. Warning. Hostile targets within range. Distance 800 meters. Quantity 12. Speed extremely fast." On the radar screen, 12 blue dread light points resembled a pack of frenzied hounds drawn towards the remnants of the colonial vessel with alarming speed. The cargo bay of the Dolly Shun had been opened. Leong stood at the hatch wielding a modified electromagnetic rifle, while beside him Zirwei crouched low, inspecting her weapon with one hand. "Those are the Shishikiivi models." Zirwei's voice was cold, imbued with palpable hatred. "The most grotesque creations of Tinpo Biong. They are not mere machines. Rather, they are bioweapons forged from the remains of deceased radiation-mutated beasts, forcibly implanted with mechanical skeletons and control chips." Peering through the Tiangong eyepiece, Leong beheld the true forms of these monstrosities. In the dim light of the ruins, he saw creatures that resembled giant-skinned leopards, their bodies a dark crimson hue, with limbs replaced by hydraulic mechanical claws. Their heads lacked eyes, instead featuring a massive conglomeration of sensors radiating green light, with corrosive acid saliva dripping from their gaping maws. "The aesthetic sense of these lunatics remains as dreadful as ever," Leong muttered. "Tiangong, connect to the ship's defense system. Defense system online. MK modified laser cannon manual version preheated. Due to the ship's keel merging, main engine locked, unable to maneuver. We are a stationary target." "Stationary target it is." Leong glanced back at the ship's core, emanating a faint blue glow. "If we can hold out for 20 minutes until the keel fusion completes, I will be able to move." He turned to Zirwei. "Can you manage? As long as you stand, I can ensure your flank is secure." Zirwei did not respond. She merely grunted coldly, her red mechanical eye locking onto the foremost creature with fierce intensity. "Here they come." No sooner had she spoken, the first Shishikiwai mech lunged onto the platform's edge. Its speed was astonishing, claws sparking against the metal surface as it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a stream of green acid aimed directly at Zirwei. Too slow. In an instant, Zirwei vanished from her position. Despite having lost an arm and suffering from a high fever, her ingrained combat instincts transformed her into a harbinger of death in that moment. She sidestepped the acid, her high-frequency monomolecular blade temporarily affixed to her remaining arm, by Leong carving an invisible arc of demise through the air. Swish! Before the Shishikiwai mech could react, its head was severed cleanly. Dark green blood gushed forth, splattering onto Zirwei's tattered combat suit, releasing wisps of acrid smoke. A swift, lethal strike. Impressive skills. Leong couldn't help but whistle. Yet his own actions remained relentless. Bang, bang, bang. The electromagnetic rifle fired. With the trajectory assistance from the Tiangong eyepiece, every bullet Leong fired penetrated the joints of the monsters with precision. Though his marksmanship did not rival that of professional soldiers, he understood structures. He knew where to shoot to sever hydraulic lines, and where to strike to detonate the creature's power cores. Hell! 2 Shishikiwai attempting to flank were precisely shot in the knees by Leong, howling in agony as they tumbled into the abyss. Yet the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. "They're calling for reinforcements. More are coming." Zirwei kicked a creature away, swiftly stabbing it through the heart. "My energy is running low. My cybernetic power is depleting." Leong glanced at the dashboard. Sierra Weiss readings were all in the red. She was fighting on borrowed time. "Hang in there." Leong discarded his rifle and dashed toward the cockpit. "Tiangong, take control of the 2 Malawian Quach's laser cannon. Even without fire control radar, I will manually obliterate them." Grasping the rudimentary manual joystick, he targeted a cluster of the climbing creatures through the eyepiece. "Take this." Zing boom. A massive purple laser beam roared forth. This time, due to the proximity, the beam swept across the platform, vaporizing 3 Shishikiwai mechs before they could emit a single cry, their bodies reduced to charred remnants. Even the heavy deck beneath them was scorched through. "What in the world is that weapon?" Zirwei exclaimed over the comm channel. She had never witnessed such devastating firepower. It was akin to mounting a battleship's main cannon onto a tractor. "That is my scalpel." Leong bellowed. "Duck! More are coming." At that moment, a low, ominous growl emanated from the shadows of the ruins. The ground trembled. A massive creature 3 times the size of a typical Shishikiwai emerged, clad in heavy reactive armor and shouldering 2 bioweapon acid mortars. "Warning, elite unit detected. Chiwang. Threat level A class. Damn, these lunatics have even built a tank." Leong's expression darkened. The Shiwang showed no interest in close combat. Its mortars roared, releasing 2 massive green slime projectiles arcing toward the Dolly Shun's engine bay. If struck, the merging nanocle would be disrupted, resulting in the ship's total destruction. "Stop it." Leong frantically maneuvered the cannon, but the laser was still charging. In a moment of dire urgency, a silver figure soared into the air. It was Zirwei. Instead of evading, she used a fragment of debris as a springboard, leaping high. In midair, she executed an incredible twist, her monomolecular blades slicing toward the incoming slime projectiles. Are you insane? That will corrode you. Liang shouted. Silence. Watch closely. Suddenly the blade in Sierwai's hand erupted with brilliant red light and overload of heat. Slice. As the heated blade made contact with the slime, it instantaneously vaporized the acid, igniting an explosion through the light and freeze effect. Boom. Boom. Two green fireworks erupted midair. Acid rain fell as Sierwai crashed heavily onto the deck, her intact mechanical arm emitting corrosive white smoke, while her blade shattered from the overload. Cough cough. She struggled to rise, but the Shiwang had already locked onto her. The massive mechanical claw of the Shiwang lifted, poised to crush her, as if she were an insignificant insect. There's no escaping. Sierwai despaired, closing her eyes. At that moment, Virum. The roar of an engine resonated behind her. Not the laser cannon. It was the Dolly Shun. Keel fusion progress. Structural integrity restoration complete. Main engine restart successful. Liang, seated in the cockpit, his eyes bloodshot, slammed down the throttle. Do you dare harm my first officer? Have you consulted my ship first? The massive industrial tugboat surged forth like a waking beast, utilizing its just-repaired vector nozzles to execute an agile drift. The thick alloy-barbed industrial grappling hook shot forth like a harpoon. Thwack! It struck precisely within the Shiwang's gaping maw, penetrating its skull and pinning it against the wall behind. Retract! The winch whirred frantically. The immense force severed the Shiwang's neck. The once dominant elite monster's head and body were instantaneously separated, its massive form crashing to the ground, green blood flowing like a river. The remaining smaller creatures, witnessing this, emitted terrified shrieks and attempted to flee. Trying to escape. Liang's voice was as cold as ice. Tiangong, activate all attitude thrusters. Burn them alive. The Dolly Shun spun degrees. 24 attitude thrusters simultaneously unleashed streams of plasma at several thousand degrees, creating a fiery tempest that engulfed all remaining monsters on the platform. 10 seconds later, silence enveloped the world. Only charred remnants and still steaming green blood remained. Liang opened the hatch, leaping from the ship to Sierwai's side. Can you move? He extended his hand. Sierwai gazed at the oil-stained hand before her, then glanced at the slowly descending vessel, its unrefined, yet violently beautiful form. For the first time, a complex smile flickered in her red mechanical eye. You truly are a madman. She grasped Liang's hand, using it to rise. However, well done, Captain. In the eye of the storm following the battle, the air was laden with a pungent, acrid stench and the charred scent of flesh. Ordinary individuals, upon witnessing the scattered, shattered remains of the biomonsters strewn about, would likely succumb to nausea. Yet Liang was different. He crouched beside the colossal corpse of the Corpse King, as if admiring a masterpiece. The Tiangong ocular lens flickered wildly in his right eye, scanning the grotesque mass of decaying flesh. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Though the people from Tiankai Shiyu are indeed deranged, I must admit that their bioengineering technology possesses remarkable merit. With a dissection knife in hand, Liang deftly sliced through the two enormous flesh tumors on the Corpse King's back. Is this a high-pressure acid sac? Item: biomass, high-pressure acid gland active. Components: a mixture of fluoroantimonic acid. Function: can spray corrosive fluid with a range of up to kilometers, capable of dissolving warship armor within a minute. Status: intact. What a splendid find. Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the Wasteland, while energy weapons boast tremendous power, they can easily be countered by deflection shields. However, this dual-attack acid, combining physical and chemical properties, is nothing short of a shield-breaching artifact. A mere drop could sear through the hull like a malignant growth. Sylvia, bring me that cutting machine. I need to extract these two glands intact. Not far off, Sylvia was tending to wounds while leaning against the spacecraft's landing gear. At his request, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you out of your mind? That thing is a hazardous material. If it leaks, it could burn through your ship's hull. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Liang replied without turning around. My ship has just been repaired, and it is in dire need of a secondary cannon. This is practically a biological weapon delivered to my doorstep. For the next 3 hours, Sylvia bore witness to a grotesque, yet a inspiring modification surgery. Liang meticulously detached the two massive acid glands along with the Corpse King's biological pump system. Then he forcibly inserted this repulsive set of biological organs into the sides of the Hercules, a space originally designated for auxiliary fuel tanks. To prevent the acid from corroding the spacecraft, he utilized the irium alloy he had recently unearthed from the ruins to print a lining of conduits overnight. Ultimately, when he sealed the armor plate, the appearance of the Hercules became even more bizarre. The once rectangular industrial-style hull now boasted two protruding dark red masses of biological tissue, with visible blood vessels pulsating faintly on the surface. It looks absolutely revolting, Sylvia remarked. This is what we call deterrence. Liang patted the ship's hull with satisfaction. Now this vessel possesses not only strength, but also venom. At that moment, the Tiangong ocular lens displayed a notification. Hercules' second evolution completed. Core MK fusion reactor repaired. Skeleton liquid nano dragon bone possesses a self-repair capability of per hour. Weapons: MK modified laser, main gun, twin-linked Corpse King acid secondary cannons. Defense: biological metal composite armor, corrosion resistance enhanced. Evaluation: this is a patchwork abomination that violates all shipbuilding ethics. Yet in the Wasteland, it reigns supreme. As night descended, although within the eye of the storm there was no discernible day or night, merely a dimming of light, the two sat at the cargo bay of the spacecraft consuming expired military rations. Can I ask now? Liang took a sip of water. Why are the people from Tiankai Shengyu so hell-bent on capturing you? Don't tell me it's merely for experimentation. They've already created monsters of the Corpse King's caliber. They do not lack test subjects. Sylvia fell silent for a moment. She gazed down at her mechanical arm, corroded and pockmarked by the acid, her expression growing profound. Have you heard of the Abyss Echo? She inquired. The legend of the mystics. Liang raised an eyebrow. No, it's real. Sylvia pointed to her head. Deep within my cerebral cortex lies a key. During a mission, the Xingyi Brotherhood unearthed it from a high-dimensional ruin known as Silent Hill. They attempted to decipher its meaning, but all researchers who came into contact with it went mad. I alone survived due to my unique constitution and inadvertently fused with that key. A key. Liang's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a connection to his Tiangong ocular lens. Yes, a coordinate key. Sylvia's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb some lurking presence. Tiankai Shengyu believes that this key points to a cosmic waste outlet. These lunatics seek to unlock it, believing they can gain divine power. A waste outlet, Liang murmured. The term resonated with him. According to the worldview provided by the Tiangong ocular lens, this universe was akin to a vast landfill. If it were indeed a landfill, then there must be a waste outlet, place where refuse is disposed of. What would happen if that outlet were opened? Liang inquired. I don't know. Sylvia shook her head. Perhaps we would be expelled, or maybe the cleaners from outside would invade. In any case, it would not bode well. So you are a living treasure map. Liang concluded. No wonder Haishi Corporation wants you dead and Tiankai Shengyu seeks to capture you. You are a walking harbinger of doom. Do you regret saving me? Sylvia turned to face him, a hint of challenge in her violet eyes. Regret. Liang laughed unabashedly. In this landfill, only mediocrity is a sin. The greater the trouble, the greater the potential reward. He rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers. The key resides in your mind, locked away with me. Cough with me. Liang gestured to his eyes, though Sylvia did not comprehend. It seems we are a naturally troublesome pair. Prepare to depart, first mate. Liang gazed toward the edge of the storm. The turbulence there was growing violent, the lights of the Haishi Corporation fleet faintly visible as they blocked every exit. Now that the ship is repaired and the guns are polished, it is time to show those gatekeepers a taste of their own medicine. Where to? Sylvia inquired. The Sin Nebula. Liang glanced at the star chart. But before that, we must deliver a grand gift to Haishi Corporation, a gift that ensures they will never dare return to Graveyard No. As Sylvia observed the confident silhouette of this man, the tension that had been coiled within her heart inexplicably relaxed somewhat. Perhaps this scavenger truly possesses the ability to stir the stagnant waters into a tempest. In the gravity hall, the air seemed to solidify into a block of lead in an instant. The dust and debris that had been suspended in the hall suddenly shot towards the ground like bullets. Everyone aboard the Executioner felt as though a great mountain had descended upon them. Warning. External gravity anomaly detected. Suddenly increasing. 5G. 10G. 15G. Oh. Those with lesser physical resilience among the assault team, even clad in powered armor, instantly felt their insides rupture, their eyes bulging, blood gushing from their mouths and noses. Their bones cracked under the strain, and they could not stand collapsing like puppets with their strings cut. What does G-gravity imply? An individual weighing kilograms would be momentarily burdened with tons. Squeak, squeak. Even the formidable Executioner, which boasted the ability to withstand the main cannons of a cruiser, emitted a lament of unbearable strain. Its anti-gravity engines utterly failed under such absolute physical oppression. Bang! The landing gear shattered, and the entire ship crashed heavily to the ground as if pressed into the mud by an invisible hand. The thick nanomaterial armor cracked under the immense internal stress, exposing sparking conduits within. Alert. Hull structure compromised. Engine output declining. Weapon systems unable to lock on. Carlos was pinned firmly in his command chair. His once proud mechanical body had now become his greatest burden. The high-density alloy skeleton felt as heavy as lead under G-gravity. Damn it. It's a trap. A gravity trap. Carlos desperately tried to rise, but each movement sent his hydraulic lines bursting as he struggled against tons of weight. Anti-gravity system. Maximum power. Lift us up. He roared. The anti-gravity engines at the ship's base emitted brilliant light, striving to counteract the terrifying pull. The vessel trembled violently, and miraculously it began to rise a few centimeters. Outside the hall in the observation chamber, the Hercules had come to a halt before the observation window at the isolation door, where Leon coldly observed the scene through the bulletproof glass. Indeed, in glass warship, it cannot be crushed, even like this. Leon turned to Sylvie and remarked, "You see, fighting does not necessarily require knives or guns. Physics is the greatest violence in the universe." Sylvie gazed at the enemy ship struggling in the gravity, while her eyes momentarily filled with shock, which quickly turned to concern. Don't celebrate too early, their shields are still intact. As soon as the gravity generator overheats and shuts down, they will burst out. Carlos is a tough adversary. Shields. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Leon's mouth. In this universe, nothing is absolutely defensive. If it were, you simply have not encountered the right solvent. He returned to the cockpit of the Hercules grasping the control stick for the secondary cannon. Tiangong opened the maintenance firing port on the isolation door. Whir! A circular shooting aperture half a meter in diameter slowly slid open on the heavy blast door. The Hercules adjusted its posture. The two grotesque and bulky crimson biological organ saw corpse king acid cannon recently installed on its belly aimed at the prey trapped within the well. If it cannot be crushed, let us dissolve it. Fire! Phew! Phew! Two jets of dark green high-pressure liquid burst forth from the cannon's mouth, exuding a nauseating stench, and accurately struck the top armor of the executioner. While ordinary acids might deflect against an energy shield, this was biological acid taken from the Corpse King, possessing both corrosive properties and enzymes capable of neutralizing energy fields. Fizzle! As the acid made contact with the light blue shield of the executioner, it instantly erupted into a cloud of white smoke. The shield flickered violently, melting away like snow splashed with boiling water. Warning! Shield integrity declining. 30. 10. Shield breached. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered completely. The green acid cascaded directly onto the pitch-black armor plate. Hiss! The sound of corrosion echoed throughout the hall as that supposedly bulletproof nanomaterial armor melted like chocolate before the mixture of hydrofluoric and antimony acid. The acid seeped through the armor's seams into the ship's interior, burning through circuits and igniting munitions. Oh! The communication channel was filled with the horrific cries of Carlos' subordinates. The acid dripped into the cabin, and under such high gravity, it penetrated rapidly, swiftly dissolving several soldiers into pools of blood. No, this cannot be. Carlos exclaimed, witnessing the melting hull around him, the data stream of fear appearing in his electronic eyes for the first time. His ship was doomed. Leon, I will kill you. Carlos let out a beastly roar and suddenly activated the emergency ejection system on his back. Boom. The top of the command module was blown off. Carlos shot out like a cannonball. With his entire body enhanced by class mechanical modifications, he somehow endured the G-gravity without being crushed, staggering to his feet. Clutching a high-frequency, vibrating battle axe, even as sparks flew from his body, he attempted to charge towards the isolation door. What a tenacious will to live. Outside the observation chamber, Leon coldly regarded the iron monstrosity struggling within the hall. Sylvie, may I borrow your gun? Leon refrained from using the ship's main cannon as it would obliterate Carlos entirely. He still needed what was in Carlos' mind. He picked up Sylvie's modified electromagnetic sniper rifle and extended the barrel through the shooting port. The Tiangong's optics immediately locked onto the only exposed part of Carlos that remained, human's spinal nerve node, connecting his mechanical body to his electronic brain. Wind speed. Gravity G. Ballistic correction complete. For that arm of yours, Leon murmured. Bang. A specially designed, armor-piercing round whizzed forth. In the extreme high-gravity environment of the hull, the bullet's trajectory twisted into a strange downward arc, yet penetrated precisely into the back of Carlos' neck. Crack. Carlos' movements halted instantly. The red light in his electronic eyes flickered a few times, then extinguished completely. His massive mechanical form collapsed with a thunderous crash. The gravity hull returned to silence. Only the hissing of acid corroding metal and the distant low rumble of the Hercules engine remained. It is over. Leon lowered his rifle and deactivated the gravity generator. The suffocating pressure dissipated instantly. Tiangong, go extract his electronic brain. We need the highest level identification code within. Sylvie stood by, observing the once mighty adversary now reduced to a heap of scrap. She took a deep breath, feeling the heavy stone that had weighed upon her chest finally lift. You are truly formidable. She turned to Leon, her gaze complex. You have turned this place into a slaughterhouse. One must become accustomed. In this wasteland, mercy is a luxury and efficiency is the only truth. Leon shrugged and turned back toward the cockpit, but paused as he passed the observation window. His gaze was fixed not on the distant Stargate exit, but on the executioner landing ship incapacitated in the trap. To him, it was not wreckage, it was a treasure trove radiating an enticing golden glow. Glass shield generators, intact anti-gravity cores, and military-grade quantum computers, such items could not be purchased even with an abundance of wealth in the black market. Do not rush to view the star map. Leon licked his cracked lips, his eyes glowing with greedy fervor. With the identification code, the path can be traversed at any time. But if we leave this treasure behind, I will spend sleepless nights in regret. He turned to Sylvie, his face breaking into a standard scavenger's grin. Before we head to the sinister nebula to spend money, let us first indulge in a grand feast here. Prepare for work, first mate. I intend to dismantle this ship down to the last screw. In the gravity hull, the air seemed to solidify into a block of lead in an instant. The dust and debris that had been suspended in the hull suddenly shot towards the ground like bullets. Everyone aboard the executioner felt as though a great mountain had descended upon them. Warning. External gravity anomaly detected. Suddenly increasing. 5G. 10G. 15G. Oh. Those with lesser physical resilience among the assault team, even clad in powered armor, instantly felt their insides rupture, their eyes bulging, blood gushing from their mouths and noses. Their bones cracked under the strain, and they could not stand, collapsing like puppets with their strings cut. What does G-gravity imply? An individual weighing kilograms would be momentarily burdened with tons. Squeak, squeak. Even the formidable executioner, which boasted the ability to withstand the main cannons of a cruiser, emitted a lament of unbearable strain. Its anti-gravity engines utterly failed under such absolute physical oppression. Bang! The landing gear shattered, and the entire ship crashed heavily to the ground as if pressed into the mud by an invisible hand. The thick nanomaterial armor cracked under the immense internal stress, exposing sparking conduits within. Alert! Hull structure compromised. Engine output declining. Weapon systems unable to lock on. Carlos was pinned firmly in his command chair. His once proud mechanical body had now become his greatest burden. The high-density alloy skeleton felt as heavy as lead under G-gravity. Damn it! It's a trap. A gravity trap. Carlos desperately tried to rise, but each movement sent his hydraulic lines bursting as he struggled against tons of weight. Anti-gravity system. Maximum power. Lift us up, he roared. The anti-gravity engines at the ship's base emitted brilliant light, striving to counteract the terrifying pull. The vessel trembled violently, and miraculously it began to rise a few centimeters. Outside the hull in the observation chamber, the Hercules had come to a halt before the observation window at the isolation door, where Leon coldly observed the scene through the bulletproof glass. Indeed, in S-class warship, it cannot be crushed, even like this. Leon turned to Sylvie and remarked, "You see, fighting does not necessarily require knives or guns. Physics is the greatest violence in the universe." Sylvie gazed at the enemy ship struggling in the gravity, while her eyes momentarily filled with shock, which quickly turned to concern. "Don't celebrate too early, their shields are still intact. As soon as the gravity generator overheats and shuts down, they will burst out. Carlos is a tough adversary. Shields." A cruel smile curled at the corner of Leon's mouth. In this universe, nothing is absolutely defensive. If it were, you simply have not encountered the right solvent. He returned to the cockpit of the Hercules, grasping the control stick for the secondary cannon. Tiangong opened the maintenance firing port on the isolation door. Whir! A circular shooting aperture half a meter in diameter slowly slid open on the heavy blast door. The Hercules adjusted its posture. The two grotesque and bulky crimson biological organ saw corpse king acid cannon recently installed on its belly aimed at the prey trapped within the well. If it cannot be crushed, let us dissolve it. Fire! Phew! Phew! Two jets of dark green high-pressure liquid burst forth from the cannon's mouth, exuding a nauseating stench, and accurately struck the top armor of the executioner. While ordinary acids might deflect against an energy shield, this was biological acid taken from the Corpse King, possessing both corrosive properties and enzymes capable of neutralizing energy fields. Fizzle! As the acid made contact with the light blue shield of the executioner, it instantly erupted into a cloud of white smoke. The shield flickered violently, melting away like snow splashed with boiling water. Warning! Shield integrity declining. 30. 10. Shield breached. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered completely. The green acid cascaded directly onto the pitch-black armor plate. Hiss! The sound of corrosion echoed throughout the hall as that supposedly bulletproof nanomaterial armor melted like chocolate before the mixture of hydrofluoric and antimony acid. The acid seeped through the armor's seams into the ship's interior, burning through circuits and igniting munitions. Oh! The communication channel was filled with the horrific cries of Carlos' subordinates. The acid dripped into the cabin, and under such high gravity, it penetrated rapidly, swiftly dissolving several soldiers into pools of blood. "No, this cannot be," Carlos exclaimed, witnessing the melting hull around him, the data stream of fear appearing in his electronic eyes for the first time. His ship was doomed. "Leon, I will kill you." Carlos let out a beastly roar and suddenly activated the emergency ejection system on his back. Boom! The top of the command module was blown off. Carlos shot out like a cannonball. With his entire body enhanced by S-class mechanical modifications, he somehow endured the G-gravity without being crushed, staggering to his feet. Clutching a high-frequency vibrating battle axe, even as sparks flew from his body, he attempted to charge towards the isolation door. What a tenacious will to live. Outside the observation chamber, Leon coldly regarded the iron monstrosity struggling within the hull. "Sylvie, may I borrow your gun?" Leon refrained from using the ship's main cannon as it would obliterate Carlos entirely. He still needed what was in Carlos' mind. He picked up Sylvie's modified electromagnetic sniper rifle and extended the barrel through the shooting port. The Tiangong's optics immediately locked onto the only exposed part of Carlos that remained, human's spinal nerve node, connecting his mechanical body to his electronic brain. "Wind speed. Gravity G. Ballistic correction complete. For that arm of yours," Leon murmured. Bang! A specially designed, armor-piercing round whizzed forth. In the extreme high-gravity environment of the hull, the bullet's trajectory twisted into a strange downward arc, yet penetrated precisely into the back of Carlos' neck. Crack! Carlos' movements halted instantly. The red light in his electronic eyes flickered a few times, then extinguished completely. His massive mechanical form collapsed with a thunderous crash. The gravity hull returned to silence. Only the hissing of acid corroding metal and the distant low rumble of the Hercules engine remained. "It is over." Leon lowered his rifle and deactivated the gravity generator. The suffocating pressure dissipated instantly. "Tiangong, go extract his electronic brain. We need the highest level identification code within." Sylvie stood by, observing the once mighty adversary now reduced to a heap of scrap. She took a deep breath, feeling the heavy stone that had weighed upon her chest finally lift. "You are truly formidable." She turned to Leon, her gaze complex. "You have turned this place into a slaughterhouse. One must become accustomed. In this wasteland, mercy is a luxury and efficiency is the only truth. Leon shrugged and turned back toward the cockpit, but paused as he passed the observation window. His gaze was fixed not on the distant Stargate exit, but on the executioner landing ship incapacitated in the trap. To him, it was not wreckage, it was a treasure trove radiating an enticing golden glow. Glass shield generators, intact anti-gravity cores, and military-grade quantum computers, such items could not be purchased even with an abundance of wealth in the black market. Do not rush to view the star map. Leon licked his cracked lips, his eyes glowing with greedy fervor. With the identification code, the path can be traversed at any time. But if we leave this treasure behind, I will spend sleepless nights in regret. He turned to Sylvie, his face breaking into a standard scavenger's grin. Before we head to the sinister nebula to spend money, let us first indulge in a grand feast here. Prepare for work, first mate. I intend to dismantle this ship down to the last screw. Within the gravity hall, as the gravity generator ceased its operations, the overwhelming weight that seemed capable of crushing one's very soul finally dissipated. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of acid corroding metal and the foul stench of charred flesh. The Sklas battleship Chuxing, once a paragon of Heishi Heavy Industries' technological prowess, now resembled a crumpled soda can lying helplessly on the cold alloy floor of the ruins. Its keel had been utterly deformed under the crushing force of G-gravity, and the black nano-armor plates were shattered, revealing a labyrinth of intricate golden conduits and devices still crackling with electrical sparks. Yet in Liang's eyes, this was not mere wreckage, but a treasure trove newly unveiled. Tiangong, initiate a full area scan. Mark all operable Sklas components, leaving no screw unturned. Clad in a soiled spacesuit adorned with patches on the shoulders, Liang wielded a plasma cutter resembling a famished patron entering a buffet, with his eyes gleaming a ghostly blue. Scan complete. Evaluating spoils. Void directional shield generator, military V-type generator, intact projection, lens shattered. Difficulty of repair moderate. Anti-gravity engine core matrix slightly damaged, still possessing output. Onboard quantum computer array intact. Sets of high-key power armor removed from corpses, requires cleaning of biological residue. 2 high-frequency oscillation cutting cannons designed for close-range shield penetration intact. We're striking it rich. This is no mere stroke of luck. Liang gazed at the densely packed green highlighted labels before him, his hands trembling with excitement. Each item here could fetch a small fortune on the black market, enough to procure a second-rate escort fleet. And now they all belong to him. Zirwei, stop dawdling and come lend a hand. Liang shouted to the woman standing at the entrance of the Dali Shun, her expression a mix of complexity. First, dismantle that shield generator. It's our most essential lifeline. Without it, we'll be left vulnerable against laser cannons. Zirwei inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock within her. Just 10 minutes earlier, this place had been a battleground of life and death, where her nemesis Carlos had been taunting them. Now Carlos lay as a decapitated corpse, while this man had completely entered a fervor of scavenging. Aren't you afraid of ambush? Zirwei queried, though her body instinctively leapt down from the several-meter-high platform, grasping a heavy hydraulic shear as she approached the wreckage. Ambush. Liang replied without turning, carefully slicing open the power room's exterior of the Chuxing with the cutting gun. In this graveyard, there's nothing but the dead and debris. Currently, I am the king here. Z, as the armor plate was severed, it unveiled a cylindrical device, pulsating with a faint blue light akin to a beating hearth shield generator. This was indeed a true treasure. Although the Dali Shun had undergone second-stage evolution, acquiring nuclear power and biochemical cannons, it had always harbored a fatal flaw: its defense relied solely on brute force. While it could withstand conventional projectiles, high-energy lasers would incinerate its armor in an instant. However, with the Void Shield, a high-energy particle force field could envelop the ship, neutralizing lasers and deflecting missiles. Be cautious, this device is delicate, Liang instructed Zirwei. Cut the energy coupling pipes below and avoid damaging the crystal. This is our capital for future endeavors. Zirwei skillfully operated the hydraulic shear, snipping the pipe with a crisp sound and single-handedly supporting the Hafton generator. The servo motor of her mechanical arm emitted a soft hum. When I piloted this ship, I never imagined I would one day disassemble it myself, Zirwei remarked, gazing at the familiar device in her hands, self-deprecatingly smiling. And for the purpose of installing it onto an industrial tugboat. What's wrong with a tugboat? Liang carefully received the generator, cradling it as if it were his child. Once I install this, even a cruiser won't intimidate me. For the next 6 hours, the ancient gravity hall transformed into a bustling disassembly workshop. Liang not only removed the shield, but also detached the massive anti-gravity disc from the bottom of the Chuxing. This apparatus allowed the ship to hover like a feather in gravitational environments, greatly enhancing its maneuverability. Moreover, the 2 high-frequency oscillation cutting cannons meant for close-range shield penetration caught Liang's attention. Mount them on the mechanical arms. Liang immediately devised a modification plan. The Dali Shin already possesses 4 industrial mechanical arms. Now ill-weld these 2 cannons onto it. Anyone daring to engage me in close combat will be reduced to sashimi. Once the disassembly was complete, the Chuxing was left as an empty skeletal frame. Even the genuine leather seats had been removed and brought back to the ship, justified by Liang as the original seats being too rigid. Upon returning to the control room of the Dali Shun, Liang commenced the modification process. The Tiangong visor operated at full capacity, guiding miniature engineering robots and D-printers in precise tasks. Integrating the shield generator into the main energy circuit. Matching frequencies. Integrating the anti-gravity core into the bottom nozzle. Balancing adjustments. As the final line of code was entered, the entire ship trembled violently. A translucent blue light membrane akin to a transparent eggshell gradually rose from the ship's surface, enveloping this oddly shaped vessel adorned with various peculiar weapons. Dolly Shin system self-check complete. Core MK fusion reactor stable. Skeleton, nano self-repair, keel strength. Defense biocomposite armor void directional shield value. Maneuverability vector nozzles anti-gravity engine all-terrain adaptability. Armory MK laser, main cannon corpse king acid liquid subcannon, dual high-frequency oscillation cutting blades. Perfection. Liang contentedly patted the control console. Now the Dolly Shun, while still appearing as a brick adorned with lumps and tentacles, had evolved into a fully fledged specialized warship at its core. This is no mere tugboat, Zirwei remarked, gazing at the holographic projection of the ship model, unable to suppress her critique. It resembles a deep-sea anglerfish clad in tattered garb. Anyone who dares to approach and mock its appearance will undoubtedly find themselves with shattered teeth. That's just the beginning, Liang grinned. Once we reach the Sin Nebula and secure better materials, I intend to install a space-folding engine enabling supersonic cruising within the atmosphere. He turned around, his smile gradually fading. He picked up the metallic head connected to a data line at severed head of Carlos. The red electronic eyes had long extinguished, leaving only the cold metallic sheen. The hardware upgrades are complete. Now let us delve into the secrets concealed within this mind. Liang's gaze turned steely. Tiangong, connect to the neural interface. Initiate deep reading. Carlos' electronic brain was not equipped with overly complex firewalls. In fact, for one who is deceased, any firewall is as fragile as paper in the face of the Tiangong Mogu lens, a vestige of the civilization from a bygone era. On the holographic screen, torrents of data cascaded by. These were fragments of Carlos' memories, battle logs, and encrypted internal communications from the Heishi company. Liang, with an impassive expression, sifted through this information. The majority pertained to slaughter executions and mission briefings. It seemed this individual known as Iron Butcher possessed little in his mind beyond the impulse to kill. I found it. Liang's finger gestured in the air, capturing an audio file of the highest encryption level. The timestamp of the file corresponded to 1 hour prior to Carlos' incursion into the Eye of the Storm. The sender ID read Heishi CEO office. Let's see what the big shot has to say. Liang pressed play. A deep, authoritative voice processed with a mechanical timbre resonated within the cockpit. Carlos, the Anvil plan regarding Cemetery No. 44 has been altered. The 7 Malawian Quachas reactor, if it cannot be recovered, must be thoroughly destroyed. But more importantly, the traitor named Sylvia. The lunatics at Apocalypse Biotech have just provided us with new data. The key in her mind is awakening. If she escapes the cemetery, it could attract the attention of the cleanup crew. That is a price we cannot afford. To mitigate any risks, I have ordered the activation of the Skynet protocol. We have deployed a gravitation minefield around all Stargate exits at Cemetery No. 44. Upon hearing this, Sylvia abruptly stood, her complexion pale. Gravitation mines. She clenched her teeth, fear evident in her voice. Those are strategic weapons expressly prohibited by the Federation. Those beasts at Heishi. The audio continued. This is an indiscriminate blockade. Any substance not on the absolute white list within a 100-kilometer radius of the Stargate will trigger gravitational collapse. Carlos, your mission is to eliminate them. If you cannot kill them, force them toward the exit. The mines will handle the rest. Remember, not a single fly must escape. It is better to kill an error than to let any get away. The audio ended, leaving the cockpit in profound silence. Liang's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Interesting, Liang broke the silence. It seems my identification code is of no use. Originally, he had planned to utilize Carlos' IFF identification friend or foe code to masquerade as a friendly unit of Heishi, boldly making his exit. But now that tactic appeared futile. Gravitation mines are automated physical traps, Liang calmly analyzed. They are not networked, do not accept remote commands, and respond solely to mass and gravitational waves. Once our ship weighing several thousand tons approaches, it will be immediately drawn in and crushed. What do we do then? Sylvia looked at Liang, urgency in her tone charged through. Can our void shield withstand it? It cannot withstand. Liang shook his head. The power of a gravitation mine is akin to creating a miniature black hole. Even a Yamato-class battleship would not survive a few hits. Our shield can only endure for 2 seconds. Are we doomed? Sylvia somewhat despairingly returned to her seat. With mines ahead and pursuers behind, they don't even need to attack. They can simply trap us here to starve. Starve? No. Liang rose and approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay the colossal remains of a starport. Though weathered by time, its former grandeur was still discernible. Among the collapsed docks, aside from the executioner they had just dismantled, countless ancient shipwrecks lay silently. Some were shattered in two, others mere shells, and some crushed by asteroids. They resembled silent tombstones recounting the glory and death that once thrived here. Yet in Liang's Tiangong Mogu vision, these were not mere refuse. They were sleeping giants. The gravitation mines have a fatal weakness, Liang suddenly declared, a hint of manic glee in his voice. They are consumables. Each mine can only destroy one target. As long as there are enough targets, the mines will be depleted. Sylvia paused, then quickly grasped Liang's intention. You mean mine clearing? With what? We have no drones. We do. Liang pointed to the expanse of shipwrecks outside. There are thousands of shipwrecks here. Although they cannot move their reactors, may still harbor residual energy, and their engines might only need a few wires crossed to sputter back to life. Liang turned a fierce blue light blazing in his eyes. What I need is not a single ship to break out. I require a fleet. A fleet composed of corpses, a grand ghost fleet. As long as we can get these hundreds of wrecks to move simultaneously even for a mere 100 kilometers, the minefield of Haishi will detonate entirely. Their radar screens will be inundated with countless false targets. At that point we can blend in with this army of the dead and stride out boldly. Sylvia observed the man before her. Had anyone else spoken such words, she would have deemed them insane. Awaken hundreds of derelict ships from centuries past. Such a task would require a team of thousands of engineers working for a year. But looking at Liang witnessing how this vessel had transformed from scrap metal into a battleship in mere days, she found herself believing perhaps this was indeed feasible. But how do we animate them? Sylvia probed the crucial question. There are only two of us. Even if you could duplicate yourself, you cannot pilot hundreds of ships. We are two. Liang raised the chip in his hand core of Carlos' electronic brain. But there is also another person here, or rather a super AI. Though I have hacked Carlos' tactical AI, its underlying computational power remains. If I can slightly modify it to function as a virus program specifically designed to control zombie ships. Liang smiled like a villain poised to bring about the world's end. Moreover, this graveyard is not devoid of life. He pulled up the scanning map of the ruins. Amidst the intricate underground networks, dozens of faint heat signatures flickered. I just scanned it. Deep within this ruin, there is a pack of rodents. They are other scavengers or pirates lurking here like cockroaches. If they wish to survive, they must heed my command. Liang donned a helmet, grasped the recently repaired electromagnetic rifle, and tossed it to Sylvia. Let us go, first officer. To recruit our crew, and in the process awaken this army that has slumbered for centuries. This time we shall put on a grand spectacle. One so monumental that the office-bound executives at Haishi will soil themselves. In the eye of the storm, the remnants of the Xing Gang resemble a vast, silent steel tomb. Yet through Liang's Tiangong ocular scope, this tomb is far from lifeless. Beneath the weighty armored plates of the surface, amid the tangled remnants of abandoned ventilation ducts and energy conduits, lie dozens of faint yet tenacious heat signatures. They have hidden themselves quite effectively, Liang remarked, standing at the edge of a colossal ventilation shaft peering into the abyss below, where darkness reigned supreme, mingling with an odd scent of decay, oil, and charred meat. This is the D sector of the colony ship, originally intended as an ecological cycle layer. Liang glanced back at the fully armed Zirwia. It is also the dirtiest, most chaotic and radiated area of the entire vessel. Zirwia furrowed her brow as her meticulously modified olfactory sensors began to alert her. Are you suggesting that someone has survived in such a place for decades? Life always finds a way, even if it resembles that of cockroaches. Liang adjusted the ammunition in his electromagnetic rifle. Let us go meet our future crew. The pair leaped down, utilizing the shock absorption outlets on their backs, plummeting rapidly down the ventilation shaft. After descending approximately 500 meters, their vision broadened. Before them sprawled a breathtaking underground world. The once expansive ecological cycle hall had transformed into a cramped, chaotic, yet vibrant slum. Countless discarded spaceship skins and cargo container panels had been jigsawed together to create densely packed stilt houses clinging like fungi to massive support columns. Multicolored neon tubes, clearly salvaged from various instrument panels, flickered in the darkness, illuminating the filthy streets. The streets flowed with luminescent green wastewater tainted by radiation. Beside this noxious stream, vendors peddled unknown grilled skewers, while others hawked rusty parts. This was the lair of the Mouse Club, a group of survivors forsaken by the cosmos, eking out their existence by scavenging the carcass of this relic. Warning. Active scanning signal detected. As Liang and Zirwei touched down, the Tiangong ocular scope flashed a red frame. From the chaotic shadows of the structures, several automated sentry guns mounted high began to pivot their red laser sights, locking onto the foreheads of the two intruders. Outsiders. A hoarse voice distorted by a voice modulator reverberated through the hall, laden with palpable hostility and suspicion. Tourists are not welcome here. Especially those bearing arms. Leave your weapons and gear behind, then return to the surface or become fertilizer. With a cold snort, Zirwia raised her electromagnetic rifle, ready to retaliate against the sentry guns. Hold on. Liang pressed down on her rifle barrel, his face adorned with his usual harmless smile. He tilted his head up, addressing the non-existent camera in the shadows. Relax, my friend. We are not here to seize territory. I am Liang, the proprietor of the Lease Violent Modification Factory. I come bearing an opportunity for great wealth. Wealth. The voice from the broadcast scoffed. In graveyard, no. The only wealth is surviving another day. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Suddenly from the surrounding shadows emerged over 20 armed individuals clad in tattered exoskeleton armor. Their weapons varied: modified nail guns, rusty laser rifles, and even some wielding melee weapons. Though their gear was rudimentary, the ferocity of desperation emanated from them. It seems they wished to test the goods. First, Liang sighed in resignation. Shall we engage? Zirwei whispered, her mechanical left eye entering combat mode, calculating 3 optimal kill routes. No need for such trouble. Liang lightly tapped his temple, and the blue light of the Tian Gong ocular scope intensified. Target locked Mouse Club Defense Network obsolete model. Vulnerability analysis firewall version outdated backdoor present. Injecting logic bomb watch closely. Liang snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the sentry guns that had been aimed at them suddenly lowered their barrels to the ground, their indicator lights switching from red to harmless green. Simultaneously, the neon lights throughout the underground city began to flash, wildly coalescing into a massive arrow pointing towards the highest structure in the Half Palace, a repurposed half of a cruiser's bridge. The armed individuals preparing to rush forward were left dumbfounded. Their prideful defense system had been rendered as trivial as a toy in the presence of this man. "What is this sorcery?" someone exclaimed in terror. "This is technology," Liang clarified. Ignoring the fearful gazes surrounding him, he strode confidently towards the direction indicated by the arrow. "Let us proceed, first mate. It seems their leader has reluctantly agreed to meet with us." Zirwaya watched Liang's retreating figure, her surprise flickering momentarily. She had initially thought Liang was merely skilled in ship repair and artillery. She had not anticipated his prowess in electronic warfare. "How many more secrets do you conceal?" she muttered softly, closely following him while maintaining a vigilant grip on her weapon. The two traversed the filthy streets. The surrounding inhabitants, emaciated scavengers, some bearing radiation tumors, gazed upon them with a mixture of reverence and greed, their eyes fixated on the pristine space suits and weaponry they possessed. Such wealth was unattainable for them in several lifetimes. At last they arrived before the palace. The entrance, once a hermetic airlock, now stood ajar. Two imposing bodyguards, evidently genetically modified, flanked either side, wielding heavy machine guns with predatory glares. At the end of the hall sat a frail, old man on a throne composed of salvaged engine parts. He possessed but one eye, the other a hollow abyss. One side of his face was obscured by a metallic mask, and he toyed with two high-explosive grenades, as if they were walnuts. This was the leader of the Mouse Club, known as Iron Tooth, a warlord. Quite interesting. Iron Tooth's voice was like glass being crushed. "To incapacitate my defense network so swiftly, you are no ordinary scavenger. An employee of Heishi Company, perhaps." "Heishi," Liang chuckled. "If I were one of theirs, this place would already be engulfed in flames, not me casually chatting with you." He walked to the center of the hall, disregarding the dozens of guns aimed at him, and took a seat in a relatively clean chair. "I am here to save your lives, Iron Tooth." Liang got straight to the point. "Heishi Company has deployed a gravitational minefield outside. They intend to seal the entire eye of the storm along with us within. In a few days, when their anvil plan is initiated, this place will become a true grave." A flicker of fluctuation crossed Iron Tooth's lone eye, but he quickly concealed it. "Seal us? Humph, we have hidden underground for decades. What storms have we not weathered? As long as we stay in here, what can they do to us?" "That was then, this is now." Liang shook his finger. "This time is different. They aim to eliminate evidence. You, my friend, are the evidence. Enough with the theatrics." Iron Tooth slammed the grenades down on the table. "Are you trying to intimidate me? Who among us hasn't grown up in the graveyard? Speak plainly, what do you want?" Liang's smile vanished, his body leaning slightly forward, his eyes glowing blue, fixed intently on Iron Tooth. "I want people. I want all your engineers, technicians, and capable pilots. I require commandeering all the resources here." As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar filled the hall. "Arrogant! Kill him!" The surrounding bodyguards hastily cocked their weapons, and an aura of lethal intent permeated the air. Iron Tooth, furiously amused, narrowed his solitary eye into a slit, malevolence evident. "You have guts, kid. 2 people, 2 guns, and you wish to swallow my Mouse Club of thousands. Who do you think you are? A savior?" "No." Liang slowly rose, not drawing his weapon, but instead raising his wrist to project a holographic image into the air. It was a real-time surveillance feed from above the relic. In the image, the grotesque and menacing Hercules hovered ominously. Its grotesque, crimson biological organs, the corpse king acid cannons, began to open, targeting the very ventilation shaft above this underground city. "I am not a savior." Liang's voice was eerily calm. "I am the one who can, with a mere flick of my finger, flood your ventilation system with hundreds of tons of high-concentration acid, transforming your abode into a cesspool." The air within the hall instantly solidified. All eyes were drawn upward to the holographic projection. In the image, the menacing acid cannon of the Da Li Shun how resembled the cold gaze of death itself, fixated on the very throat of this underground city. A deluge of corrosive acid loomed. This was a straightforward, brutal, yet utterly lethal threat. Although the underground city was deep, its ventilation system was its Achilles heel. Once inundated with strong acid, not only would the air circulation be obliterated, but the entire structure would collapse like an anthill doused in sulfuric acid. Tai Yas' expression shifted dramatically. His single eye fixated on Liang, the knuckles of his hand gripping the grenade turning white. He was a ruthless man, yet also a clever one. Surviving in this graveyard for so long relied not merely on ferocity, but on astute judgment of the situation. "Are you threatening me?" Tai Yas' voice dripped with ominous intent. "This is a reasonable business negotiation." Liang spread his hands, still wearing a smile. "You see, I possess the capability to obliterate you, yet I have refrained from doing so. What does that indicate?" "It signifies that I come with sincerity." "Sincerity?" Tai Yas scoffed, pointing a gun at my head. "Is your idea of sincerity? If it were a gun, you would already be dead." Suddenly, the silent Sylvie spoke up. She stepped forward, positioning herself beside Liang. With her movement, an overwhelming sense of pressure erupted. A low hum filled the air. Her electromagnetic rifle remained untriggered, but her modified mechanical left arm morphed, deploying a high-frequency, oscillating monomolecular blade. Without any forewarning, her figure suddenly blurred. With a swift motion, the bodyguard closest to Taya felt his heavy machine gun slice seamlessly in half. The cut was as smooth as glass, even the bullets within the chamber were neatly severed, yet they failed to ignite. The bodyguard stood frozen for a full 2 seconds before collapsing in terror. A profound silence engulfed the room. No one comprehended how she had executed her maneuver. If that blade had severed flesh instead of metal. The Xingyi brothers Guild Executor-class cybernetic. Taya's pupils constricted sharply as he recognized this elite assassination technique. You are the traitor wanted by Haishi. Now I serve as the first officer of the Dali Shun. How Sylvie replied coldly, my captain is amicable, but I am not. Thus I suggest you listen carefully to him. A mad captain wielding orbital bombardment authority, paired with a combat powerhouse of a killer. Taya understood that this ironclad situation was no longer negotiable. He inhaled deeply and gradually released the grenade from his grasp. Very well. Taya reclined back against his throne, though still maintaining a defiant stance. His tone softened. Since you possess such capabilities, let us discuss matters according to the rules of the road. You claim you require personnel and resources. But why should I trust you? The Haishi Corporation has laid a minefield outside, and everyone is destined to die. Following you would only lead to a swifter demise. Because I possess a route. Liang withdrew the holographic projection, producing the chip he had excavated from Carlos' mind. This is the electronic brain core of the Haishi Special Forces captain. It contains the complete defense schematics of the Haishi fleet, as well as the critical data to dismantle gravity mines. Liang told a falsehood. In reality, it contained only identification codes. Dismantling the mines relied on his Ghost Fleet initiative. However, this did not hinder him from manipulating these simpletons. Moreover, I command a ship that recently dispatched its glass landing vessel. Liang gestured to the overhead. As you have witnessed, I dismantled the Chuking Zhahao. I possess the capability to lead you to safety. A glimmer of greed flashed in Tai Ya's eyes, destroying its glass warship. Indeed, that was a testament to power. What do you wish us to do? Taya inquired. Quite simple. Liang raised 2 fingers. First, I require all the iridium alloy reserves and antimatter fuel you possess. I am aware you have amassed a considerable amount. Second, I need 500 skilled laborers. Engineers, mechanics, pilots. I intend to take them above to undertake a grand endeavor. What kind of endeavor? Reviving the fallen. Liang smiled mysteriously. We shall restore every one of those thousands of sunken ships. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the hall. A madman. Repair thousands of ships. Even if we worked ourselves to death, it would be impossible. Taya furrowed his brow. Are you jesting? Most of those ships have decayed for centuries, their engines long expired. Fixing one would take months, let alone thousands. That is using your methods, Liang replied confidently. I possess my own technology. You need only to reboot the reactors of those vessels. The rest is for me to manage. As for compensation, Liang paused, casting out his most enticing bait. Provided we break through successfully and reach the sinful nebula, I shall claim half of the remaining ships in this fleet. The other half shall belong to your rat guild. Consider it, Taya. You do not wish to spend your life hiding in this dark, damp underground cavern subsisting on rat meat, do you? Possessing a fleet and becoming a true warlord in Freeport, doesn't that deal sound enticing? Taya's heart raced. The temptation was overwhelming. So grand that it warranted wagering his entire fortune and life. He scrutinized Liang's eyes, attempting to discern any trace of deceit. Yet all he found was unwavering confidence and madness. After a prolonged silence, Taya slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Let's do it. Provided you can lead me out of here, what's the price of my life? He turned to the still-dazed henchmen, bellowing, have you all heard? Gather every last asset. Notify everyone who can turn a screw, bring your tools, and if need be, crawl to the upper landing pad. Should anyone dare to slack off, I shall personally toss them into the reactor as fuel. Understood. The crowd erupted into a thunderous roar. It was a fervor born from the glimmer of hope and desperation. Liang observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Pleasant cooperation, Taya. 3 hours later. Starport Ruins, Zone D platform. The once desolate platform was now bustling with voices. Hundreds of scavengers clad in a mishmash of tattered protective gear bore toolboxes and pushed makeshift carts, pouring forth from the underground like an army of ants. They gazed in awe at the Dali Shun house suspended in midair. Sylvie stood beside Liang, eyeing this ragtag group with a furrowed brow. Is this motley crew sufficient? Their skill levels are abysmally low. Most cannot even comprehend basic quantum circuits. Not to worry. Liang held aloft the reprogrammed AI chip. They need not understand complexities. They merely need to serve as batteries and movers. The genuine core technology lies here. Liang shook the chip in his hand. Over the preceding hours, he had utilized the ingenious eye to completely rewrite Carlos' tactical AI. He eliminated all combat logic, retaining only the foundational distributed control protocol and hardware adaptive drive. In simple terms, he had fabricated a necromancer virus. Once this virus was injected into the central computers of those sunken ships, it would autonomously seize control, forcibly disregarding any malfunction alerts, igniting engines, and triggering overloads. This was not aimed at merely repairing the vessels, but rather ensuring the corpses reanimated. Our task is to transform these ships into disposable suicide drones. Liang gazed longingly at the endless graveyard of ships, his eyes alight with fervor. First officer, are you prepared? We are about to commence a symphony of the undead. Sylvie regarded this madman with a resigned sigh, but couldn't suppress a slight smile. Mad Captain, give the command. Liang inhaled deeply, raising the communicator, his voice resonating throughout the ruins. Attention, everyone. Target all sunken ships from Zone A to Zone F. Repair of life support systems and weaponry is unnecessary as long as the engines can ignite and the reactors can explode. They are good ships. Ingenious, initiate the Necromancer protocol. Commence operations. With Liang's command, hundreds of scavengers surged towards the relics that had slumbered for a century. Thus began a calamity of the undead that would soon shock the entirety of the Haishi Corporation, quietly unfolding amidst this forsaken graveyard. D District of Shingang Relics Temporary Refitting Center. This place has transformed into a vast chaotic factory reeking of oil and electric sparks. Hundreds of mouse technicians swarm over the wreckage of ships docked at the platform, akin to industrious ants. The cacophony of shouts, cutting, and welding melds into a tumultuous sea of noise. Is this what you call ship repair? This is sheer madness. An elderly technician, his hair a shade of white, pointed at the remains of an old-style corvette, shouting at Zirwea. He is the most seasoned engineer in the mouse faction, famously known as Old Wrench. The reactor's cooling pipe is severed. If you force ignition, the core will melt down within 3 minutes. You are not repairing ships, you are crafting bombs. Zirwea crossed her arms coldly regarding him. What we desire is indeed a bomb. You are insane. You are all mad. Old Wrench's beard trembled with rage. I am a shipwright, not a terrorist. I refuse to partake in such a violation of mechanical ethics. Refuse. A languid voice echoed from above the scaffolding. Liang emerged from the engine nozzle of a cruiser, a half-consumed canister of synthetic coffee in hand. His body was smeared with black grease, yet his eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. Old man, what do you think we are doing? Maintaining these relics from centuries past. Changing their oil, waxing them, slapping on a for sale label. Liang leapt down from the scaffolding, landing before Old Wrench. Open your eyes and look outside. He gestured at the pitch-black metallic canopy above. The fleet of Haishi Corporation is just beyond. The gravity mines are already laid. We lack the luxury of time to repair every pipe and screw. He raised a data pad displaying a series of ominous red codes. I do not require them to fly for a decade, nor to make faster-than-light jumps. I need them to soar for 1 hour. Even if they expel black smoke, leak coolant, and shed parts mid-flight. As long as they can charge into that damned minefield and detonate those mines, their mission will be accomplished. But Old Wrench gazed at the dilapidated vessel, his eyes filled with sorrow. This is a desecration of the machine. No, this is their final glory. Liang approached the control panel of the Corvette, violently tearing off the cover to reveal the data interface within. Rather than slowly decaying here, becoming mere scrap metal, let them burn one last time, dying like warriors on the battlefield. Liang extracted the chip he had excavated from Carlos Breno, transformed into a dangerously potent virus carrier. Watch closely. This is what we call necromancy. He inserted the chip into the interface. Tiangong, initiate the corpse explosion protocol. Inject the virus. Command confirmed. Overriding base logic, disabling all safety sensors, disabling overheating alarms, disabling structural damage locks, forcefully taking control of engine operation. Injecting fuel maximum threshold. As the progress bar advanced, the myriad red fault pop-ups on the holographic screen abruptly vanished, replaced by a line of eerie green commands. System ready, Vroom. Cough, cough. Vroom. The Corvette, dormant for who knows how many years, suddenly erupted with a severe coughing fit. Its engine nozzle belched forth thick black smoke, followed by a tumultuous multicolored plasma flame. The ship trembled violently, its rusted keel creaking ominously as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Yet under Liang's forceful control, it began to ascend slowly. Like a puppet on strings, albeit stiff and shedding debris, it moved. The technicians surrounding it stood in stunned silence. How is this possible? Old Wrench's eyes widened in disbelief. The coolant has completely leaked out. I rewrote the thermal control logic, Liang replied nonchalantly. The system now believes it is cool. It will continue to expel until it completely melts. He turned to the astonished technicians, raising the chip high above his head. This is the standard. Do you all comprehend? Forget about the ridiculous safety regulations. Even if you have to use duct tape and bind it with wires, secure that engine. Direct all energy lines to the reactor. Remove the fuses. Eliminate the stabilizers. We are to forge an undying legion. Do you understand? Understood. This time the response from the crowd was no longer one of doubt, but rather of fervor fueled by madness. In the face of imminent death and Liang's display of miraculous prowess, the inherent madness of these scavengers was fully awakened. Thus a grand corpse revival operation commenced. The D-District platform was aglow with the sparks of welding. The members of the Mouse faction no longer approached the remnants with the cautiousness of repairmen. They emulated Liang, commencing brutal awakening surgeries on the wreckage. This transport ship is missing a nozzle. Then take the engine from that shuttle next door and weld it on. Alignment doesn't matter as long as it can spew fire. This destroyer's reactor is leaking. Seal it with cement. As long as it holds for 30 minutes without exploding, it's fine. Zirwea stood atop the command platform, observing the now utterly frenzied technicians and the demonic figure of Liang hopping between the wrecks. She turned to the side, glancing at Taiya. This one-eyed warlord was trembling as he smoked, watching the dilapidated ships ascend erratically, hovering in the assembly area. Taiya, have you ever witnessed such a scene in your life? Zirweiya inquired. Never. Taiya exhaled a puff of smoke, his eye wide with astonishment. I've spent my life scavenging, seeking ways to turn refuse into treasure. But this lad, he is incinerating refuse. He is fiercer than any of us. Taiya paused, then suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. But it is damn exhilarating. If we can charge out with this horde of zombie ships, we'll have plenty to boast about in the Sin Nebula. Just then Liang's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing across the expanse. The first batch of awakenings is complete. Testing neural links. He stood atop the Hercules, the brilliance of the Tiangong eyepiece illuminating nearly half the hall. In his field of vision, over 1,000 previously lifeless gray remains had transformed, 300 now representing controlled in green. Though they appeared ghastly, some barely intact, others billowing black smoke, and some leaking oil. Yet under Liang's command they resembled 300 loyal undead warriors silently hovering in the darkness, awaiting the final charge. This is merely the beginning. Liang wiped the grease from his face, gazing into the deeper blackness beyond. There lay more larger beasts slumbering. Tiangong, replicate the virus 3,000 times. We shall awaken every corpse in this graveyard. It is not yet lively enough. Time slips away in a frenetic flurry of activity. Less than 12 hours remain until the ultimatum issued by Heishi Company. Within the eye of the storm, the once silent darkness is now illuminated. It is neither starlight nor aurora, but the vivid hues of thousands of engine exhaust flames. As the necromancer virus spreads, the entire starport ruins seem to have come to life. Liang not only roused the ships in Area D, but also led individuals deeper into the more perilous areas E and F, even venturing into the heavily irradiated graveyard of warships. There he discovered a real behemoth. Is that the wreckage of a first-generation federal dreadnought? Sylvia stood on the bridge of the Hercules, gazing through the viewport at the colossal entity being laboriously towed by a dozen tugboats in the distance. It spans 5 kilometers, its hull riddled with meteorite craters and enormous fissures. Even the bridge has been sheared off halfway. It resembles a floating mountain exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Stormbringer-class dreadnought. Liang's voice crackled through the communicator, brimming with barely contained excitement. This is an antique from 2 centuries ago. I can't believe its fusion core is still operational. Are you planning to awaken it as well? Sylvia asked, a note of concern in her tone. The energy required just to start such a vessel is astronomical. Its systems must be utterly compromised. The central brain is indeed non-functional. However, I do not require its intellect. I only need its vessel. At that moment, Liang found himself in the reactor control room of the dreadnought. The air was stifling, akin to a steamer, and the radiation levels were alarmingly high, yet he remained undaunted. He was forcibly integrating this class quantum computer salvage from the executioner into the control hub of this ancient relic, employing class computational power to forcibly simulate the ignition sequence. This is what one might call borrowing a corpse to return to life. Tiangong established the connection. Z-boom. As Liang pulled down the enormous rusted ignition lever, the dreadnought emitted a deep, resonant growl. The sound reverberated through the metallic structure of the ruins, sending a tremor beneath everyone's feet. 3 of the dreadnought's 8 massive engine nozzles ignited with an orange glow. Although the remaining 5 were completely inoperative, the thrust from these 3 nozzles alone was sufficient to propel the steel mountain forward. It lives. The behemoth has awakened. Cheers erupted from the members of the Mouse Society over the communication channel. To them, this was nothing short of a miracle. This vessel, which had lain dormant for centuries, was now their flagship. Excellent. Liang departed the dreadnought and returned to the Hercules. At that moment, his tactical map was awash with a profusion of green dots converging to form a luminous river. Ghost fleet statistics: heavy warships Rex, medium warships, transport vessels Rex, small shuttles, fighters Rex, suicide drones temporarily modified. This constituted his trump card, an army composed of the deceased, drag prone to self-detonation, yet immensely numerous. What a sight! Truly magnificent. Sylvia gazed out the window. In the heart of the storms, thousands of spacecraft maintained radio silence. They bore no navigation lights. Their only illumination came from the erratic glow of their engine nozzles flickering in the darkness like a swarm of famished will-o'-the-wisps. Magnificent it may be, but the noise is rather excessive. Sylvia pointed to the radar screen, where energy readings surged alarmingly. Such a significant fusion reaction generates heat radiation that cannot be concealed. Even the turbulent layers of the storm cannot mask such a powerful signal. Heishi Company has surely noticed. As Sylvia anticipated, at the perimeter of Graveyard No, the flagship of Heishi Heavy Industries blockade fleet, the Ruler battlecruiser. The new commander, Brigadier General Alexei, stood before the holographic sand table, his brow furrowed. Since the disappearance of Karlos Task Force, he had assumed command here. Initially, he believed that the Mouse Society would remain hidden within the protective shell of the storm, waiting to starve. However, the data relayed by reconnaissance satellites filled him with unease. Sir, high-energy reactions detected within the storm's eye. The radar officer reported loudly. Energy levels are rising exponentially. They've surpassed the threshold of stellar flares. What is it? Is he detonating the ruins? Alexei inquired. No. Waveform analysis indicates that this is the simultaneous ignition signal from thousands of fusion reactors. On the holographic screen, the black area representing the storm's eye suddenly illuminated with a vast patch of red. Thousands of reactors. Alexei was taken aback. This is impossible. There is only debris in those ruins. Where could thousands of ships come from? Unless. The adjutant's expression shifted. Unless he has repaired all that debris. Absurd. Alexei retorted angrily. That is centuries of scrap metal. How could it be repaired overnight? Even the best shipyards in the Federation could not achieve that. Yet the data did not lie. The immense heat source was slowly advancing akin to an impending volcanic eruption, heading toward the weakest point of the blockade at the eastern Stargate. He intends to break through. Alexei's gaze hardened. Regardless of what sorcery he employed to create such a commotion, his objective is singular: to escape. Relay my orders. Alexei waved his hand decisively. Initiate the anvil plan ahead of schedule. Notify the gravity control ship to begin compressing the gravitational field of the storm's eye immediately. I intend to crush that ruin. All warships charge the main cannons. Aim at the eastern exit. Should anything emerge, even a stone, obliterate it. Understood. With the command given, 6 massive gravity engineering ships surrounding the blockades sprang into action. They deployed enormous gravitational sails, visibly distorting the fabric of space as they began to compress toward the storm's eye. Inside the storm's eye. Alert. External gravitational anomalies detected. Space is being compressed. Within the Hercules, red alarm lights flashed frantically. Leon watched the rapidly diminishing safe zone on the radar, a manic smile spreading across his face. They're getting anxious. They want to crush us while we are still inside. He turned to Sylvia behind him, and the anxious yet fervent faces of the Mouse Society members displayed on the screen. Taya, Old Wrench, and countless unknown scavengers. Brothers, the overlords of Haishi Company do not wish to let us out. Leon's voice resonated through the broadcast, echoing in the cockpits or makeshift control terminals of every zombie ship. They have laid mines, set up cannons, and now they aim to bring the heavens down upon us. Tell me, are you afraid? Afraid of what? Taya roared over the channel. Staying is death anyway. We might as well charge out and bite them. Exactly. Let's clash with them. Let these gentlemen witness our fury as scavengers. Countless roars converged into a tide. Leon abruptly pushed down the throttle of the Hercules. Very well. All hands attention. Follow the flagship. Target Eastern Stargate. Ghost Fleet. Advance. With Leon's roar, the massive wreck of the Stormbringer-class dreadnought led the charge like a bull crashing against a wall, followed by thousands of smoke-spewing, oil-dripping, and burning-out zombie ships charging unflinchingly into the deadly metallic maelstrom. A mad breakout battle destined to be etched into the annals of Wasteland history erupted. The galaxy trembles. This is not merely a metaphor, it is a physical manifestation of tremors. At the periphery of Graveyard No. 6 colossal high-shaking heavy industries Atlas-class gravity engineering vessels stand resolutely like 6 silver nails driven deep into the void. They unfurled enormous gravity wave emitters akin to solar sails, releasing invisible gravitational waves toward the eye of the storm. The Anvil project, originally intended for the extraction of high-density mineral planet, has now been repurposed as a weapon of war. The space within the eye of the storm begins to warp. Metal fragments previously adrift in turbulence appear to coalesce under the influence of an unseen hand. Alert! External curvature of space is anomalous. Gravity coefficients are rising. 3G, 5G, and continuing to climb. Inside the cockpit of the Hercules, the red warning lights cast a crimson hue upon Leon's face. The hull emits a disconcerting metallic groan as the recently repaired nanostructure endures tremendous external pressure. These lunatics, Sylvia grips the handrail, tightly gazing at the radar screen, displaying the diminishing safe zone. They intend to compress the entire eye of the storm into a solid iron sphere. Without the need for mines, the sheer compression will turn us into paste. Then we'll see whose grip is firmer, theirs or my bones. Leon sits in the command chair, hands tangled in his tousled hair. The data streams from the Tiangong ocular device, cascading like a waterfall. He is performing micromanipulations. Coordinating thousands of vessels to charge simultaneously is impossible for an average person. Yet with the assistance of Carlos' AI virus combined with the Tianyin's extraordinary computational power, Leon transforms into a true hive mind. All units pay attention. Consolidate formations. Leon's voice reverberates through the necrotic network, reaching the control cores of each zombie ship. Do not scatter. Dispersal means death. Stick together. Attach yourselves to the rear of that dreadnought. To the outside observer, this presents an extraordinarily bizarre and magnificent spectacle. The 5-kilometer-long wreckage of the Tempest-class dreadnought leads the charge, resembling a colossal arrowhead. Behind it, thousands of dilapidated vessels, shuttles, and even large containers adhere, tightly drawn together by gravity and Leon's command. They are no longer separate ships. They amalgamate into a super siege hammer stretching over 10 kilometers, composed of steel debris. This is the aesthetic of industrial violence. Leon grins, revealing a set of white teeth. Iron Tooth, instruct your crew to push all engine power to 120. Even if it burns out, do not cease. Madman, the engines are already catching fire. Iron Tooth's panicked voice crackles over the comms. If we accelerate further, they'll explode. Explosions are still kinetic energy. Leon bellows, push forward. On the flagship Governor Bridge, General Alexei gazes at the tactical screen depicting the rapidly forming iron pillar, his brow furrowed in concern. What are they doing? Herding together to meet their doom. His aide inquires perplexed. Such a dense formation, a single gravity mine could obliterate them. No. Alexei's pupils constrict sharply. They are utilizing our anvil. What? We are compressing space, increasing the surrounding density. By clustering their vessels together, they form a massive mass entity. Alexei's tone grows cold. Do you understand what mass signifies in high-velocity impacts? It signifies kinetic energy. Precisely. That commander is a lunatic. He has transformed thousands of ships into a solid projectile. Alexei slams the table abruptly. Order the gravity engineering vessels to disperse immediately. We cannot allow them to collide with the gravity net. But it was too late. In the instant the high-shiking fleet attempted to adjust its formation, the siege hammer, composed of countless corpses, surged forward, propelled by thousands of overloaded engines breaking through the critical velocity of the region. Boom. Though sound does not travel in a vacuum, the energy wave emitted at that moment caused every heart present to skip a beat. The tip of the siege hammer, the wreckage of the dreadnought, smashed violently against the gravity blockade established by high-shiking. Invisible gravitational waves collided fiercely with the tangible steel beast. There was no explosion, as one might expect. Instead, it was a tearing asunder. The dreadnought's bow armor, several meters thick, disintegrated and shredded under the gravitational forces as though it were mere paper. Yet the Leviathan was too massive, too heavy. It pressed against the immense gravitational strain, relying on inertia and the thrust from thousands of ships behind it, forcefully carving a breach in the intangible anvil. Stability of space is declining. The gravity net has been breached. The radar officer aboard the governor screamed in terror. This is impossible. That is pure force field. But in the face of absolute mass, even force fields must yield. Alexei's complexion darkens. This is simple physics. A gap has been torn in the blockade. But this is merely the first step. A more lethal threat lies ahead, the densely packed gravity minefield at the Stargate's exit. That is the true death trap. They have breached the gravity net only to fall directly into the minefield. Alexei takes a deep breath, regaining his composure. Set the detonation mode to automatic. Let them taste what a black hole feels like. The Hercules, situated in the mid-rear section of the siege hammer, is shielded by the surrounding debris. Even so, the shock from the previous impact causes sparks to erupt from all the instrument panels within the cockpit. Shield levels have dropped by 15. External pressure exceeds limits. Sylvia reports loudly, we have broken through. But ahead. She points at the holographic screen. Before the breach in the gravity net lies a void of eerie silence. Floating there are thousands of inconspicuous black spheres. Gravity mines. They hover quietly like tentacles awaiting prey in the deep sea. The real hard battle begins now. Leon wipes away a trickle of blood from his nose, a consequence of overloading the necrotic network. He gazes at the still-burning wreck of the dreadnought forging ahead. This once glorious battleship is now riddled with wounds, half its hull crushed by gravity. Yet it continues to charge. Old friend, I must ask you to go one more time. Leon murmurs softly to himself. His fingers fly across the console, inputting commands. Necrotic network, dissolve the tight formation. Expand in squads, fan out. Target all high-energy reaction points mines. Since we cannot evade, we shall face it head-on. With the orders given, the tightly clustered siege hammer disintegrates instantaneously. Thousands of zombie ships surge forth like a swarm of unleashed hornets, charging toward the field of death. This is a charge destined to leave no survivors. Against the cold, dark backdrop of the cosmos, what should have been a silent mime unfolded instead as a splendid fireworks display in the thermal imaging of energy radar. The first vessel to strike a mine was an armed transport ship with only half a hull. It was forcibly locked by the deathly virus on its throttle valve, trailing a long plume of black smoke as it hurtled towards a gravitational mine suspended in the center of the shipping lane. Buzz, the mine detonated. There was no flame, no shrapnel flying. In an instant, that black sphere collapsed, creating a powerful gravitational singularity with a diameter of approximately 500 meters. The 100-meter-long transport vessel, along with several kilometers of surrounding debris, was swiftly drawn in by an irresistible force. The hard alloy hull crumpled like a piece of dough compressed into a high-density metallic sphere the size of a fist. Then the singularity evaporated, releasing a violent burst of gamma radiation. One for one, Leon stared impassively at the screen where a green light that had vanished. Not a loss. Then came the second and third vessels. Boom, boom, boom. The gravitational mines were triggered one after another. In the void, black vortices emerged, consuming the advancing zombie ships. Every second, dozens of spacecraft vanished completely from this world, leaving not even a trace of wreckage. This was a requiem of steel. These ships, once bearing the dreams of countless souls and exploring the vastness of the stars at the twilight of their existence, paved a tragic path for those who followed. Madman, utterly insane. Iron Tooth sat in his makeshift command ship, a heavy cruiser wreck, watching the flickering flashes of death outside the viewport, the cigarette, but in his hand, burning his fingers without him noticing. He was a warlord who had spilled rivers of blood, yet he had never witnessed such a cold-blooded war of attrition. The man named Liang regarded these ships not as vessels, nor did he see the minuscule lives that might still cling to existence within them as human. To him, they were merely numbers, chips to fill the death traps. Boss, a trembling subordinate shouted, the brothers ahead are nearly wiped out. We're next. The ships, piloted by the members of the Rat team, occupied the latter half of the formation. Watching the zombie ships disintegrate ahead, fear spread like a plague. Shut up. Iron-Tooth roared, if you want to live, stick close to the Hercules. That kid is cleverer than a ghost, he must have a backup plan. As the Phantom fleet suffered losses exceeding 200, the wreck of the dreadnought at the forefront was finally struck by 3 mines simultaneously compressed into a massive slab of scrap metal. A passage was finally torn through the minefield. Now's the time. Liang's eyes widened, the blue light almost spilling from his eye sockets. Hercules full power ahead. Void shield overload output. The Hercules, which had been concealed at the heart of the fleet, tightly guarded by countless debris, now revealed its fangs. It did not charge in a straight line, but executed a bizarre spiral maneuver. Liang utilized the newly installed anti-gravity engines to draw an irregular spiral in the void, skillfully riding the gravitational turbulence created by the mine's recent explosions, accelerating forward like a surfer. Using leverage to gain momentum, Sylvia exclaimed. She had never witnessed such piloting skill. To use the aftershocks of gravitational mine explosions for acceleration. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Up ahead is the exit. There's just one last line of defense. Liang pointed forward. Although the minefield had been breached, the official fleet of Heishi Corporation still guarded the Stargate. 3 heavy cruisers, 12 destroyers, and the massive flagship Administrator had already formed a dense barrage formation. Countless gun muzzles shimmered with charging light aimed at this freshly carved path of blood and scrap metal. They're about to fire. Sylvia shouted, with this density of firepower, even the void shield won't hold. Who says we have to endure it? Liang pressed a finger against the weapon control panel. There was a red button marked with a biohazard symbol. Tiangong, calculate the trajectory. Wind speed. Target center of enemy fleet formation. Tactical suggestion, the enemy fleet is overly concentrated to block the exit. Recommend area corrosion strike. Just what I need. Liang yanked down the control lever. The 2 grotesque tumor-like organs on the belly of the Hercules corpse king acid cannons began to writhe violently. What emerged was not a liquid, but a massive, high-pressure atomized cloud of green acid resembling a cloud of death directed towards the Heishi fleet. In the vacuum environment, the mist spread rapidly. What is that? Poison gas. On board, the Administrator Major General Alexei stared at the green cloud with confusion, using poison gas in space. Is he out of his mind? Space is a vacuum. Poison gas cannot propagate unless it was not gas, but tiny droplets. Warning. Shield reaction detected. Corrosion alert. As the green mist made contact with the energy shield of the Heishi warships, a terrifying chemical reaction occurred. Extracted from the body of a mutated corpse king, the biological enzyme acid not only corroded metal, but also had a strong neutralizing effect on high-energy particles. ZZZZ, the once uniform blue shield wall of the Heishi fleet appeared, as if splashed with sulfuric acid instantly, becoming mottled and flickering erratically. Shield efficacy down by. Sensors malfunctioning. Seizing the moment of chaos among the enemy ranks, Liang piloted the Hercules like a blazing meteor straight into the enemy formation. But he did not fire. He activated the full-spectrum broadcast, using a voice filled with arrogance and madness to roar at the entire Heishi fleet, "Make way for me. My ship carries an unstable MK reactor. The moment my shield fails, I will detonate it. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Let's all become fireworks together." This was blatant nuclear extortion, and one of the most brazen kind. "Commander, the target is approaching at high speed. If he detonates in the center of the fleet," the aide's face turned pale. Major General Alexei clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. As a soldier, he should order to fire. But reason told him that amidst the interference of that acid mist, one could not guarantee a fatal shot. If that glass reactor detonated, the entire fleet would perish alongside it. Moreover, that madman was fully capable of carrying it out. Just look at this minefield littered with wreckage. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the Hercules had already pierced through the defenses of the Heishi fleet like a sharp blade. It brushed past the bridge of the Administrator so closely that Liang could even see Alexei's ashen face. Liang, with a mischievous grin, controlled the mechanical arm to give the Heishi flagship the middle finger. "Goodbye, fortune bearers." Whoosh! The anti-gravity engines and vector nozzles at the rear of the ship erupted simultaneously. The Hercules transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the vast, glowing blue interstellar jump gate behind. Following closely were the surviving ships of the Rat Team, led by Iron-Tooth. In a flash of light, graveyard no. Returned to silence. Only a field of wreckage remained, with a Heishi fleet intact, yet filled with feelings of defeat and humiliation. Alexei gazed at the empty Stargate, lost in thought. After a long moment, he picked up the communicator, his voice somber. "Notify headquarters. The Iron Anvil plan has failed. Target has entered the Sea of Chaos. That is the direction of the sinister nebula." Ugh! A violent wave of dizziness struck him like a heavy hammer on the back of his head. This was the aftermath of an unbuffered hard landing from a dimensional leap, with colorful light spots spinning wildly in his vision while his stomach churned violently. Liang abruptly tore off his helmet, leaning over the control console to retch, though nothing came up. "Report. Status." His voice was hoarse, tinged with a metallic taste of blood in his throat. Inside the dully shone how chaos reigned. The recent forced traversal through the Stargate felt akin to tossing the ship into a washing machine for half an hour. Tools, parts, and even Carlos' chair lay scattered across the floor. "System reboot in progress." The emotionless electronic voice of Tiangong now sounded somewhat intermittent. "Warning, navigation module offline. External environment scan failed." Sylvia fared even worse than Liang. Her mechanical prosthetic appeared to be experiencing neural rejection amidst the high-dimensional turbulence of the jump. She was curled up in the co-pilot's seat, her complexion as pale as paper with her red electronic eye flickering erratically with malfunctioning light. "Do we make it out?" she weakly inquired. Liang forced his body upright, patting the already cracked main display screen. Tinggong opened the physical shutters. With a heavy clang, the armored panels slowly lifted, revealing the view outside. There was no bustling starport as he had imagined, no iconic purple neon clouds of the sinful nebula, nor any pursuing forces from the Blackstone Corporation. Only a dead gray fog enveloped everything. Outside was not the vacuum of space, but a haze resembling a gray dust cloud. Visibility was exceedingly low, with distant starlight filtered through the mist, taking on an eerie dark red hue, resembling an inflamed eye. "Where's this?" Liang was taken aback. He quickly summoned the star map, but the navigation system displayed a jumble of characters. Warning: star map match failed. Current coordinates unknown. Environmental analysis: high concentration of ionized dust cloud. Communication range: limited kilometers. Damn it. Liang slammed his fist on the control console. Is the Stargate destroyed? Or is the leap engine damaged? We've gone off course. Interstellar jumps were not like riding a subway. Even a slight miscalculation could lead to a deviation of light years. This is the dead silence corridor. Sylvia grimaced against her headache, glancing at the gray fog outside. It lies between the TH graveyard and the sinful nebula, an uninhabited zone filled with electromagnetic storms and radiative dust, a blind spot on the star map. How far off are we? Unknown. Perhaps several light years. Sylvia forced a smile. The good news is the Blackstone Corporation surely cannot find us now. The bad news is we are lost as well. At that moment, a harsh crackle of static erupted from the communication channel, followed by a fragmented call. "ZZZ, this is Iron Tooth calling flagship. ZZZ, is anyone alive?" Liang's spirits lifted. "Connect me. I'm here. Damn it. You scared the life out of me." Iron Tooth's voice sounded shaken. "What the hell was that jump? My ship nearly fell apart. Where are you? I can't see you. Look at the radar. I'm right above you." Liang operated the radar, attempting to scan the surroundings. Within the gray mist, several faint green dots were slowly converging. Those were the survivors of the Ghost Fleet. There had been thousands entering, and now only these handful remained. Moreover, the condition of these ships was grim. Some vessels were still spewing flames from their tails, while others were missing wings, barely sustained by the undead virus Liang had previously injected. "Report the losses." Liang's voice turned cold, regaining his commanding authority. "Losses?" Iron Tooth chuckled bitterly. "Apart from these ships, the rest are gone. During the jump, 2 ships disintegrated in the corridor due to inadequate structural integrity. And the crew? About 200 remaining. Mostly engineers and veterans." Liang fell silent for a moment. 200 souls, 13 battered ships. This was all he had left. Tinggong, perform a self-diagnosis on the Dali Shun Hao. Damage report. Void shield generator crystal overload shattered, completely wrecked. Lich acid cannon acid reflux corroded the lower deck, compromising the airtightness of cargo area C. Reactor fuel remaining. Supplies water recycling system damaged, reserve water sufficient for only days. Liang stared at the report, his heart sinking. The previous battle had been brutal. To breach the shields, he had overloaded the shield generator. To escape, he had expended all the acid. Now the Dali Shun Hao resembled a toothless old tiger, battered and injured. Though it still appeared fearsome, he knew this ship was now extremely vulnerable. And more dangerously, Liang gazed through the viewport at the approaching ragtag fleet of scavengers. Though battered, those ships housed 200 desperate souls freshly acquainted with death, adrenaline surging, and armed to the teeth. In the graveyard, they had been compelled to heed Liang due to their common enemy in the Blackstone Corporation. But now, with that enemy gone and trapped in this forsaken wasteland, would these wolves still heed the commands of an injured tiger? "Sylvia," Liang spoke softly without turning around, "can your prosthetic still fight?" Sylvia glanced at Liang's tense back, instantly understanding his concern. She attempted to clench her left fist. The mechanical joint emitted a dry, grinding noise, yet she still drew out her electromagnetic pistol from her waist and checked the magazine. "As long as I still draw breath," she replied coldly. "Whoever dares step onto this ship will have their head blown off." "Excellent." Liang took a deep breath, adjusting his posture to maintain an air of control. "Open all band communications. Have Iron Tooth and the others come closer. Tell them if they do not follow me, they won't survive 3 days in this mist." Amidst the gray clouds of dust, 13 ships of varied forms encircled the largest among them, the Dali Shun Hao, akin to a pack of wounded beasts forming a circular formation. However, this was not a protective formation, it bore the semblance of a hunt. The Taiya Hao was a makeshift heavy cruiser, the most formidable vessel among the survivors. It hovered perilously close to the port side of the Dali Shun Hao, so near that Liang could discern the figures swaying upon its bridge. The communication channel was established. A grimy, bloodstained visage of Taiya emerged on the holographic screen. His singular eye glimmered with an unsettling light as he held a bottle of inferior spirits, drinking deeply. "Lita Chong Lao, have we managed to escape?" Taiya wiped his mouth, his voice booming, filled with the exhilaration of survival, yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Where are we? When can we indulge in the delights of the sinful nebula?" Liang regarded him with an impassive expression. "We encountered a minor mishap. The coordinates were off," Liang replied coolly. "We need to rest here for a while and recalibrate our course." "Rest?" Taya squinted, skepticism etched across his face. In this accursed place, radiation is everywhere. My ship is nearly out of energy and my men are starving. Surely your grand vessel has ample supplies. The mask was slipping. Liang chuckled coldly within. Had it begun already? My provisions are sparse as well, Liang replied nonchalantly. In the process of covering your escape, my shield was overloaded and the cargo hold sustained damage. Your shield was overloaded. At this revelation, Tai Yas' eyes brightened. His subordinates exchanged glances laden with greed. Without the shield, the Dali Shun Hao was nothing but a soft target. Though it boasted a nuclear reactor and powerful artillery, it was vulnerable amidst a throng of predators. That poses a dilemma, Tai drawled mockingly. Li Ban Lao, we initially agreed to feast together. Now we've had no meat and half of my brothers have perished. How shall we settle this debt? How do you propose to settle it? Liang's fingers lightly rested on the weapons control console. Quite simply, Tai grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Your ship is spacious and the equipment is superior. Why not allow some of my crew to board? We can combine our strengths for mutual protection. Your skills along with our numbers would ensure safety, wouldn't it? Boarding. This was a blatant signal for usurpation. Should these 200 fugitives step aboard, Liang and Zirweiya would be rendered powerless, perhaps even cast out into the void. Zirweiya had already raised her weapon, aiming at Tai on the screen. But Liang restrained her hand. To fire now would mean civil strife. In this unknown desolate corridor, civil war equated to suicide. He required these individuals not merely as laborers, but as expendable assets for exploring this uncharted territory. He must instill fear, yet avoid open hostility. Do you wish to board my ship? Liang suddenly smiled, his grin radiant, outshining Tai Yas. Of course. Taiyo appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Liang's acquiescence. However, Liang's tone shifted. There has been a biochemical leak aboard. The two acid cannons malfunctioned, and now sectors C and D are filled with fluorosilicic acid vapor. If you believe your skin is thick enough to withstand it, you are welcome to come aboard. Tai Yas' expression shifted. He had witnessed the potency of such acid capable of corroding even the armor of a Heisha-class battleship. Furthermore, Liang continued, his voice turning frigid. Tai, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Forgotten how your ships are powered? Liang raised his right hand, the blue light of the Tiangong ocular lens illuminating. Control of all your vessels lies within my necrovirus. At a mere thought, your reactors will cease to function or the core will melt down. This was a lethal ultimatum. Tai Yas' bravado evaporated instantly. In his earlier excitement, he had overlooked this crucial detail. They were at the mercy of this technological madman. Are you threatening an ally? Tai bellowed, his voice laced with faux bravado. No, I am maintaining order. Liang's fingers tapped lightly on a virtual keyboard. The room outside the Tai Yahao's engines abruptly shut off for 3 seconds, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently, plunging into darkness. The screen on Tai Yas' end went black, replaced by the sound of panicked screams. 3 seconds later, power resumed, and the image reconnected. This time, Taiya was drenched in cold sweat, the earlier arrogance completely diminished. This serves as a warning. Liang regarded him coldly. The current situation is that we are all aboard a sinking ship. I am the sole helmsman. Those who seek to incite trouble will be the first to be cast into the depths. Now all hands heed my command. Maintain circular defensive formation. Shut down non-essential systems to conserve energy. The repair crew of the Mouse Club, don your spacesuits immediately and venture outside to collect debris. We need metal to repair the hull. Those who work hard shall be rewarded with water. Those who dare to slack shall face the radiation outside. Do you understand? Taiya gritted his teeth, glaring at Liang for a full 5 seconds. Ultimately, fear of power and death prevailed. Understood. Taiya lowered his head, his voice strained. You are the captain, your word is law. The communication was severed. In the cockpit, Liang exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. He was gambling, betting that Taiya would not risk his life recklessly. In truth, the control of the necrovirus had significantly waned after distancing itself from the storm's intense signal environment. If Taiya charged recklessly, Liang would have no choice but to detonate the reactor, opting for mutual destruction. You have intimidated them, Zirweiya remarked, stowing her weapon as she observed the ships dispersing and obediently following orders on the radar. But this intimidation can only last temporarily. Once resources dwindle, they will retaliate. Thus, we must locate sustenance before they become desperate. Liang gazed out at the murky expanse of the unknown nebula. In this silent corridor, something must be hidden within. Tiangong, initiate passive deep space scanning, Liang commanded. Seek any anomalous artificial signals. Even a distress signal from centuries past will suffice. Scanning minutes later, a faint waveform barely discernible appeared on the edge of the screen. Periodic signal detected. Location: distance kilometers. Signal characteristics: low-frequency Morse code. Decoded content: water. There is water. Here Liang and Zirweiya exchanged glances. Water. In this desolate universe, it represented life, a treasure more precious than gold. It seems our luck has not entirely run out. Liang rose, his weariness dissipating. Notify the entire fleet. Target acquired. Full speed ahead. We are going hunting. In the gray haze of radiation, the intermittent distress signal served as a lighthouse, guiding the beleaguered ghost fleet through treacherous waters. A distance of kilometers, typically a mere press of the accelerator. Yet within this silent corridor, intense electromagnetic turbulence rendered the navigation systems chaotic, leaving the fleet to proceed blindly at subsonic speeds. 3 hours later. We've arrived. Liang stood before the viewport of the Hercules, gazing at the colossal shape gradually emerging from the mist, his pupils constricting slightly. It was not a ship. Rather, it was an enormous spindle-shaped space station quietly suspended in the void, measuring over 2 kilometers in length. What was most unsettling, however, was not its sheer size, but its color. The mottled gray metallic exterior was overrun with green. Countless thick, dark green vines akin to blood vessels emerged from every airlock and shattered window coiling around the station's surface. Under the dim starlight, these plants resembled a thick layer of mold enveloping the steel fortress completely. Is that plant life? The voice of Taya trembled over the communication channel. In the Wasteland star domain, flora was more precious than gold. The existence of plants thriving in space indicated an exceptionally advanced life support system along with an abundance of liquid water. We've struck it rich. This time truly rich. There's water, air, and food. The survivors of the Rat clan erupted with excitement. The previously desolate communication channel exploded with fervor. Several lightly damaged armed vessels, disregarding Liang's orders, broke formation and accelerated toward the docking area of the space station. A bunch of fools. Sylvia stood behind Liang, watching the chaotic ships, her voice cold with disdain. This space station has been abandoned for at least 200 years. If such resources truly existed, why did the ones sending the distress signal not survive? Because they became fertilizer. Liang's expression remained impassive as he activated the all-frequency broadcast. All personnel heed my command. Cease all approaches immediately. All vessels maintain a distance of 5 kilometers. Anyone who dares approach the docking area without my order will have their reactor detonated. His furious roar, coupled with the intimidation of the necromancer virus, effectively brought the reckless ships to a screeching halt. Bosley, what do you mean by this? Tai Ya's voice brimmed with frustration. Water is right in front of us and my brothers are dying of thirst. What more do you want? I am trying to save your worthless lives. Liang increased the magnification of the Tiangong ocular, projecting the image onto the display. Open your eyes and look at those vines. As the image zoomed in, they could see that the massive vines coiling around the station's surface were not smooth, they were covered in sharp barbs. Amidst those thorns hung numerous grayish-white objects. Those were corpses. Human skulls, remnants of armored figures, and even debris from small shuttles, all ensnared and entangled within the plant matter. The communication channel fell abruptly silent. This is an uncontrolled deep space hydroponic agricultural station. Liang analyzed coolly. 200 years ago, the Federation established many such experimental stations in the Wasteland to tackle the supply issues of long-haul fleets, specifically to cultivate high-yield, genetically modified crops. However, after the Great Collapse, these stations were abandoned. The uncontrolled genetic crops mutated under the influence of radiation. This space station has now become a gigantic carnivorous flower pot. Taya gulped. What? What do we do? Are we just going to watch? Certainly not. Liang turned and approached the weapons rack, donning the exoskeleton armor. We will take the water and resources, but we must proceed with caution. The Hercules will remain on guard outside. I will lead a team inside to scout. Liang glanced at Sylvia. First mate, you remain on the ship to oversee operations. If Taya and I go in, and these wolves dare to act out of line, use the main cannon without hesitation. Understood. Sylvia nodded, aware that Liang was entrusting her with their safety. Taya. Liang called through the channel. Stop playing dead. Bring your 10 best men, equip yourselves in fully sealed heavy armor, and bring along flamethrowers and cutting tools. Assemble at the main airlock. Remember, fully sealed armor. If anyone exposes even an inch of skin to the spores, I will personally incinerate them. Half an hour later, outside the main airlock of the space station, Liang, clad in his modified engineering exoskeleton, wielded a heavy plasma cutting gun. Behind him stood Taya and 10 elite members of the Rat clan. Though driven by greed, these men valued their lives. Upon witnessing the corpses dangling from the vines, they hastily wrapped themselves in armor resembling tin cans. The airlock door has rusted shut. Liang surveyed the entrance, choked by vines. Tiangong scanned the structure. Identify a weak point. Scan complete. The outer wall thickness of the D-cargo transit corridor is relatively thin. Suggest violent breach. Proceed. Liang raised the cutting gun and blue plasma flames surged forth. Moments later, a large hole was cut through the heavy alloy wall. To their surprise, there was no decompression. The plants had already sealed every gap, maintaining relative pressure within. A damp, decaying scent thick with vegetation wafted from the breach. Even through the filter mask, Liang could sense the suffocating vitality emanating from within. Enter. Liang was the first to squeeze through. Inside lay a wide corridor, its once silver metallic walls now completely cloaked in vibrant moss and ferns. Countless glowing spores floated in the air, resembling a green snowfall. The water pooled on the floor, reaching their ankles, and each step produced a resounding squelch. Is this a forest? One scavenger raised in the Wasteland gazed around in astonishment. The total number of plants he had seen in his life paled in comparison to the wall before him. Do not touch anything, Liang warned. Every leaf here may have an appetite for flesh. They advanced cautiously. The Tiangong ocular continuously scanned their surroundings. Environmental analysis: oxygen concentration slightly elevated. Humidity. Warning: high concentration of hallucinogenic spores detected in the air. Recommend activating internal circulation mode. Liquid water detected. Location: core area water reservoir. Quantity immense. The water is in the core area. Liang pointed towards the corridor's end, approximately 500 meters ahead. As they ventured deeper, the flora became increasingly dense. The original corridor morphed into a green tunnel. Thick vines coiled overhead like serpents, occasionally shifting slightly. Boss, I feel like something is watching us. A scavenger at the back stammered. Shut up. Don't spook yourself, Taya scolded, though his hand gripping the flamethrower was slick with sweat. Suddenly, what is that? Liang at the forefront halted. Ahead lay a vast central plaza. Originally intended as the control center for the agricultural station, it had transformed into a breathtaking lake. A massive water reservoir appeared to have ruptured, flooding the entire plaza. Clear fresh water sparkled enticingly under the glow of bioluminescent plants, and within the depths, one could even observe fish-like creatures swimming. To this parched group, it was nothing short of paradise. Water. It's really water. One scavenger could no longer contain himself. He cheered momentarily, forgetting Liang's warning, and removed his helmet, rushing towards the water's edge. Get back. Don't take off your helmet. Liang shouted, reaching out to grab him. But it was too late. The fool plunged to the water's edge, scooping up a handful to drink. Huh. It's sweet. Really sweet. He laughed maniacally, a look of bliss spreading across his face. Yet in the next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased. He clutched his throat in horror, his expression twisting in abject terror. Cough. Beneath his skin something writhed frantically. Instantly, countless tender green sprouts burst forth from his flesh, emerging from his eyes, nose, and ears. In merely 3 seconds, he transformed into a human-shaped flower pot brimming with green leaves before toppling into the water. Splash! The tranquil surface erupted suddenly. Countless black tendrils shot forth from the depths, ensnaring the corpse and dragging it into the abyss. On the shore, the remaining scavengers collapsed in terror, their faces ashen. I warned you. Liang coldly regarded the no-calm water's surface, the cutting gun in his hand humming ominously. This is hell, not paradise. A deathly silence enveloped the central courtyard. Only the ripples emanating from the corpse that had sunk beneath the water continued to gently lap against the moss-covered metal steps along the shore. The scene moments ago had been utterly horrifying. A living individual, having taken but a sip of water, was abruptly exploded from within by the very plants around him. This was a terror far exceeding that of being slain by a laser gun. Is the water poisoned? Tai's voice trembled as he instinctively stepped back, distancing himself from the alluring lake. It is not poison. Liang crouched down, yet he did not remove his helmet. Activating the microscopic scanning mode of his Tiangong goggles, he focused on a pool of stagnant water along the shore. Scan results: the water contains highly active parasitic spore eggs. Characteristics: hatches upon contact with water, feeds on the proteins of carbon-based life forms, and grows at an alarming rate. Warning: the water source in this area has been completely contaminated. Direct consumption fatality rate. They are parasitic spores. Liang rose coldly, explaining these plants have evolved a remarkably aggressive predatory instinct to survive in this desolate void of space. The water serves as both bait and digestive fluid. What are we to do? Taiya despaired. So much water, yet we cannot drink a drop. What purpose does our presence serve? Are we merely courting death? The other scavengers began to stir restlessly. The torment of dehydration, compounded by the earlier fright, had stretched their nerves to the breaking point. Who says we cannot drink? Liang turned, retrieving a compact, portable electrolysis device from his tool pouch. Once we eliminate them, we can drink. All spores are organic matter. With high-temperature distillation or potent ultraviolet disinfection, they can be transformed into high-protein supplements. Liang pointed towards a massive metal canister not far off, still partially submerged. That is the original water purification tower. If we can repair it and restart the industrial filtration system within, we can convert this entire lake of poison water into pure drinking water. Repair it. Taiya glanced at the canister. It lay in the lake's center, approximately 50 meters from the shore. Yet the water's surface was dotted with numerous large plants resembling lily pads, and shadows lurked beneath, concealing who knows how many deadly tendrils like those that had just claimed a life. Do we need to swim over? Who dares to enter the water? Taiya shook his head. If you wish to go, you may, but not I. No swimming required. Liang glanced up at the overhead structure. Above the courtyard, several enormous industrial cranes hung, originally used for transporting cargo. Though most had succumbed to rust, one crane spanned directly over the purification tower. We shall traverse from above. Liang produced a grappling gun from his backpack. Bang! A height-tensile nanorope shot forth, accurately wrapping around the crane's rail. Taiya, you take 2 individuals and establish a defensive line here. Use the flamethrower to secure the shoreline. Do not allow those plants to ascend. The rest follow me. Liang tugged on the rope to ensure its security, then activated the winch of his exoskeleton, propelling himself into the air towards the purification tower at the lake's heart. 5 minutes later, Liang successfully landed atop the maintenance platform of the purification tower. The vegetation here was denser than at the shore. The grating beneath his feet had become completely ensnared by creeping vines. Tiangong, scan the structure of the purification tower. The main pump room is located meters below. The control circuitry is short-circuit. Manual valve restart required. Warning: a signal from a giant organism detected below. A giant organism. Liang felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, the calm water's surface suddenly erupted. Splash! A massive barrel-sized dark green tentacle surged from the depths, aiming directly at Liang in midair. This was no ordinary vine. It was a living, gigantic, mutated tentacle monster. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Liang reacted swiftly, leveling his plasma cutter. Zing, the blue high-temperature beam sliced through the tentacle, producing a sound akin to cutting flesh. The tentacle was severed, green fluid gushing from the wound as it thrashed violently before retreating into the depths. But this was merely the beginning. The water's surface began to churn violently. More tentacles emerged akin to a forest of death, wildly battering the purification tower's platform. Boss, that's the mutated form of the originally cultivated deep space giant algae. Tai-Ia's voice crackled through the communication channel, his tone steeped in alarm. It has taken over the entire reservoir. Retreat at once. Retreat. Nonsense. Liang rolled to evade a sweeping tentacle, unleashing the full power of his cutter as he fought, while retreating toward the entrance of the control room. This creature guards the water source. Unless we eliminate it, no one shall drink. He kicked open the rusted door of the control room and dashed inside, securing it behind him. Bang. Bang. The tentacles outside slammed against the door, creating a thunderous din. The control room was shrouded in darkness. Liang activated his headlamp and quickly approached the control console. Tiangong, connect me to the energy system here. I intend to electrocute this monster. Attempting to connect energy lines, severely aged. Proposal: the backup fusion battery can be directly short-circuit to the water circulation electrodes. Expected voltage release, 0 volts. Consequence: the entire reservoir's ecological system will be destroyed, but this will consume of the space station's remaining energy. I cannot afford to worry about that. Survival comes first. Without hesitation, Liang commenced his operation. He yanked a thick cable from beneath the console and, utilizing the strength of his exoskeleton, forcefully twisted it together. Ready for some electric therapy. Liang slammed down the switch. Zzzzz, the tremendous sound of electric current instantly drowned out the battering outside. Through the observation window, Liang beheld a truly magnificent spectacle. Countless arcs of blue electricity surged into the lake water via the electrodes. The entire lake transformed into a colossal electric pool. The gigantic mutated algae creature lurking at the bottom emitted a silent scream. The surface of the water boiled violently as the enormous tentacles writhed and convulsed, eventually charred and stiffened. Even the spores suspended in the air were reduced to ashes under the effects of the high-voltage electric field. 1 minute later, the electric light faded. Silence enveloped the world. The once clear water now bore a thick layer of blackened char, remnants of the electrocuted plants. The air was filled with the scent of roasted seaweed. It's done. Liang wiped the cold sweat from his helmet, gazing at the pool that had turned into a vegetable soup. Though it appeared repugnant after passing through the purification tower's filters, it would become the purest of life-saving water. He opened the communication channel, his tone cold and commanding. Tai-Ia, bring people over. Bring the filtration pump and water buckets. Remember, the first batch of water belongs to the Hercules. The remainder will be divided according to my rules. On the shore, Tai-Ia watched the silhouette of the man atop the high tower who had just cleansed the entire lake with lightning and felt fear supplant his greed. This man could not only command the derelict ship, but also wield thunder. He felt fortunate that he had not truly attempted to seize power earlier. Yes, boss. Tai-Ia lowered his head in reverence as he replied. Brothers, get to work. Go fetch water. This crisis seemed to have been averted. Yet as Liang turned away from the control console, he failed to notice a faint line of code unrecognizable in the common tongue of the Federation flashing across a broken screen in the corner of the control room. It was a sequence of ancient symbols resembling religious glyphs. Detection of heresy, spark mechanized cult pilgrimage protocol initiated. In the central courtyard, the air was thick with a peculiar amalgamation of roasted seaweed and ozone. The massive corpse of a mutated algal creature floated on the water's surface, resembling a charred island. Though repugnant to the eye, to Liang it represented a treasure trove of carbon-based organic matter. Stop dawdling. Move, move, move. Tai-Ia stood at the water's edge, brandishing his handgun, barking orders at his subordinates. Set up the pump. Those who lag behind will go thirsty. Hurry up and seize it. The members of the Rat Guild surged forth like flies drawn to blood, jostling, cursing, and even brandishing knives to secure a prime position for water collection. Chaos, greed, and disorder, the norm of the wasteland. Bang! A sharp gunshot interrupted the turmoil by the shore. The bullet struck the metallic floor between two scavengers engaged in a brawl, sending up a shower of sparks. All fell silent, their gazes lifting in terror toward the purification tower platform above. Liang did not wield a firearm. He knelt before a complex control terminal, a multimeter in hand, as he tested the circuitry. The shot had been fired by Sylvia, who stood beside him. Who authorized your pillaging? Without lifting his gaze, Liang's voice resonated through the courtyard via the loudspeaker. His tone was not aggressive, even tinged with an air of nonchalant calm, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. This is an industrial zone, not an arena for beasts. If you damage the filtration pump, we will all perish from thirst. Tai-Ia's visage darkened as he shouted bossly. Everyone's going to go mad from thirst. The water is right here, yet we are forbidden from drinking. This is raw water teeming with spore toxins. Do you wish to cultivate flowers in your men's bellies? Finally, Liang completed the final circuit. He rose, dusting off his hands, and entered a series of commands into the console. Virum, the purification tower, silent for 2 centuries, emitted a deep rumble. Enormous industrial gears began to turn, drawing in the murky lake water, which underwent high-temperature distillation, ultraviolet sterilization, and multiple layers of filtration until whoosh. A stream of crystal-clear water cascaded from an outlet at the shore, flowing into a pristine metallic reservoir. The crowd fell into an instant hush. They gazed at the clear water, their avarice transforming into yearning, yet no one dared to move. Now listen closely. Liang regarded the throng from his elevated position, removing his helmet to reveal a face smudged with grease, yet brightened by keen eyes. From this day forth there shall be no more rat, guild nor outsiders. We are a unified entity. In order to survive, I have established new regulations. He raised his hand, projecting a holographic table into the air. First, a rationing system. Each person will receive a daily base allocation of 2 liters of water sufficient for survival. No one shall perish from thirst. Second, a labor point system. Desire more water. Yearn for a bath. Wish to exchange for better food. Earn it through work. Liang gestured towards the surrounding, dilapidated facilities. This place needs cleaning, the ships require repairs, and resources must be transported. Mechanics, porters, and even guards will earn points daily according to their contributions. Those who labor more shall receive more, those who do not shall receive nothing. This is my principle. A ripple of unrest surged through the crowd. This notion of fairness to those accustomed to the law of the jungle and the exploitation by Taya was nothing short of revolutionary. This is against the rules, isn't it? Taya blurted out in alarm. According to previous conventions, all resources were first claimed by him, with only scraps left for his subordinates. Liang's approach had directly undermined his foundation. Bossly, my men are warriors who risk their lives. You expect them to toil for water. Warriors. Liang chuckled, pointing at Sylvia. My first mate can take on 10 of you by herself, and she is helping me move parts. Do you consider yourselves more precious than her? In a show of strength, Sylvia let out a dismissive snort as she effortlessly lifted a filtration valve weighing several hundred pounds, hurling it to the ground with a resounding thud. Taya fell silent. Additionally, Liang leaped down from the platform, his exoskeleton's cushioning mechanism allowing for a steady landing. He approached the group of technicians, the most downtrodden, typically holding the lowest status within the Rat Guild. Among them stood an elderly man known as Old Wrench, who shrank back into the crowd, his eyes clouded. Old Wrench, is it? Liang offered him a bottle of freshly purified water. I've seen your engine modifications. While unconventional, your ideas possess great ingenuity. Old Wrench was taken aback, trembling as he accepted the water. Thank you, boss. After you finish the water, gather a few people to connect the energy pipeline in Area B. Liang patted his shoulder, speaking as though to a peer rather than a subordinate. There are a few precision CNC machines there. If you manage to repair them, I will commend you significantly, and your water allocation will double, along with rations of tobacco and alcohol. Old Wrench's eyes lit up, instantaneously glowing with a sense of respect and recognition. Leave it to me. I'm familiar with that equipment. The other technicians and lower-tier scavengers observed this exchange, their gazes shifting. Under Tai Ya's command, they were expendable resources, but here with Liang, they felt recognized as individuals. All right, everyone, get moving. Liang clapped his hands. If you wish to enjoy food and drink, do not remain stagnant like logs. This place is vast, filled with treasures. The once tense and rigid atmosphere instantly transformed into one of vigor. I will handle the transport. I will connect the wires. I will scout ahead. People rushed to begin their tasks, orderly and devoid of the previous chaos. Taya stood rooted, watching as those who had typically deferred to him now obeyed, Liang not even sparing him a glance. An unprecedented sense of crisis and jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Taya. Liang's voice echoed near him. Startled, Taya turned to find Liang had approached him unawares. Do not overthink it, Liang said, handing him a premium cigarette scavenged from the Blackstone ship. As long as this fleet exists, you will remain the second in command. Managing these hotheads still requires your influence. Influence. Taya accepted the cigarette with a wry smile. Bossly, your method of winning hearts is quite adept. Now they see only you, and where does that leave me? I am not winning hearts. I am establishing order. Liang lit the cigarette for him, inhaling deeply as his gaze turned serious. Taya, understand this. In the graveyard, we are thieves surviving through robbery. Yet in this wasteland, if we continue to squabble like brigands, we shall all starve together. To escape, we must function as a proper military unit, not a band of rogues. Liang surveyed the bustling crowd, his tone tranquil, yet resolute. Follow me, and not only will there be water, but you will also stand tall and live with dignity. The choice is yours. With that, Liang turned and strode toward the mighty Hercules. Tai Ya's fingers clutching the cigarette trembled slightly. Watching Liang's retreating figure, the darkness in his eyes did not dissipate, rather it deepened. Stand tall. Huh. All I know is whoever wields the gun is the true leader. You have gathered them all to your side. I wonder how I will meet my end. He inhaled sharply, discarding the cigarette, but into the pooled water on the ground, extinguishing it with a firm stomp. Let's see how this unfolds. As the water crisis was resolved and the work points system was implemented, this ghost fleet, once on the brink of collapse, miraculously found a new home in the abandoned space station. The previously desolate platform was now transformed into a bustling construction site. Liang was not idle. After addressing the personnel issues, it was time to tackle the ship's problems. The Hercules was severely damaged, with its shields rendered useless and the hull corroded. For someone like Liang, who suffered from fear of insufficient firepower, the situation was more distressing than personal injury. Old Wrench was right, there is indeed a problem in Zone B. Accompanied by Zirwaya, Liang traversed a long corridor overgrown with vines leading deep into the heart of the space station. This was the junction between Zone D and Zone B. Unlike the agricultural areas outside, the entrance here was forged from a heavy bronze-colored alloy adorned with religious patterns. A colossal emblem was engraved on the door, a fusion of a mechanical gear and a human skull. Not this insignia again, Zirwaya frowned, her hand resting on the grip of her weapon. I've seen a similar style before in that safe house. Is this the mechanic cult? It seems this agricultural station is not merely a product of the Federation. Liang stepped forward, his Tiangong goggles scanning the inscriptions on the door. Recognition: Ancient Federation Common Language, Mechanic Cult, Encrypted Prayer. Content: Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. May the god of all machines bless this place. This is a secret stronghold of the mechanic cult, or rather a monastery. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Liang's eyes. Though these religious fanatics may not be entirely sane, their technology is unparalleled in the universe. They venerate ancient technology and even worship the lost technologies of the Golden Age as miracles. So there might be valuable items inside. Zirwaya raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Liang placed his palm on the recognition area of the door. Tiangong goggles, protocol camouflage activated. Simulated identity, high-level technical priest. Click-hum, the centuries-old bronze door slowly slid open with a dull hydraulic sound. The sight beyond left both of them breathless. This was no ordinary maintenance workshop, it was a temple of steel. In the vast space, not a speck of dust lingered. The air filtration system was still operational, exuding a faint aroma of machine oil, which was delightful for a mechanic. At the center of the hall stood a colossal statue giant composed of countless intricate gears and pistons cradling a slowly rotating plasma sphere in its hands. Surrounding the statue were neatly arranged dozens of massive, antiquated, yet exceptionally precise industrial machines. Piled high were boxes of spare parts, all emblazoned with the cult's sacred emblem. Fully automated nanolathes, high-energy particle furnaces, and even a small antimatter refining machine. Liang dashed toward the machines like a child in a candy store, eagerly caressing the cold metal exterior. It's magnificent. The precision here surpasses that of the military production lines of Haishi Corporation by a magnitude. Zirwaya remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. It's too pristine here. Too clean to be a place abandoned for 2 centuries. This is the stasis field. Liang pointed to the glowing nodes above. The cultists activated the time dilation field to preserve these relics upon their departure. Here metal does not rust, and even dust cannot settle. This place is practically a sanctuary prepared for the rebirth of the Hercules. Liang turned, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Zirwaya informed Taiya and Old Wrench. Have them bring the Hercules here. And all those battered, yet somewhat promising ships, bring them in as well. I intend to conduct a thorough baptism of our fleet here. In the ensuing 3 days, this temple of gears became the most bustling dock. Liang personally took charge, utilizing the cult's technology to commence repairs and modifications on the Hercules. He dismantled the burnt-out shield generator and replaced it with the holy shield deflection field core found in the temple storeroom. Though a semi-finished product, Liang employed the analytical capabilities of his goggles to combine it with the remnants of the void shield, creating an unusual hybrid composite phase shield capable of withstanding damage, while generating phase shifts on its surface, significantly increasing the likelihood of deflecting enemy lasers. As for the hull corroded by acid, Liang directly employed the nanolathe here to remelt the armor plates salvaged from the Haishi battleship, infusing them with a unique memory metal from the cult. Now the Hercules hull was not only resilient, but could gradually self-repair like a healing wound after taking damage. Creak with sparks flying, Liang welded the final armor plate in place, removed his goggles, and sat on the scaffolding drenched in sweat, admiring his handiwork below. The current Hercules had shed its previous patchwork wasteland appearance, now exuding a solemn and austere aura unique to the cult. The dark gray armor bore flowing golden patterns, which were actually internal energy transmission circuits. It no longer resembles a mere slab. Unbeknownst to him, Zirwaya had climbed onto the scaffolding and handed Liang a bottle of water. It is now a gilded slab. Liang chuckled, taking a long gulp. As long as it doesn't encounter a volley from a cruiser-class main cannon, this vessel will be an unsinkable fortress. By the way, Liang glanced at Zirwaya's mechanical left arm, which trembled slightly. It's your turn now. What? Zirwaya was taken aback. Your prosthetic. Liang pointed to her arm. The previous battle was too intense, coupled with the jump shocks. Your neural interface is on the brink of collapse. I've noticed you've been secretly taking painkillers these past few days. Zirwaya instinctively hid her left hand behind her gaze evasive. I'm fine. I can still fight. Don't try to be brave in front of me. Liang stood up, dusting off his hands. You are my first mate, and I do not want you to suddenly malfunction in battle. Moreover, he surveyed the array of precise instruments surrounding them. There is a full suite of biomechanical maintenance equipment here. It's time to upgrade that old arm you salvaged from the pile of corpses. Lie down first, mate. This time it's my turn to serve you. Zirwaya gazed into Liang's sincere and confident eyes, and her defenses began to waver. She had always resisted others touching her prosthetic, as it was a testament to her imperfections, a pillar of shame for being a non-human monster. Yet in Liang's eyes, she had never been a monster. His gaze was filled with admiration and care, akin to how one would regard exquisite machinery. Fine. Zirwaya reclined on the maintenance platform, unfastening the buckles of her combat suit, revealing her scarred mechanical arm and the metal interface connecting to her flesh. If you dare to damage it, I will strangle you with my right hand, she said, biting her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. Rest assured. Liang donned precise operation gloves, his expression instantly transforming into one of gentleness and focus. I will turn it into a work of art. Within the gear temple, an air of tranquility enveloped the space, broken only by the gentle hum of precision instruments at work. Soft, shadowless light illuminated the workbench, revealing every intricate detail of Sylvia's disassembled left arm. This was no ordinary limb. It was crafted from a unique black high-strength polymer and a titanium alloy framework, its surface marred by the scars and dents of battle, with several noticeable traces of ablation. Most striking were the connection points, nerve bundles tangled like a mass of threads with the surrounding skin red and inflamed, clearly suffering from prolonged overload. Bear with me. I need to first clear the necrotic nerve interfaces. Leon's voice was soft, yet his hands moved with the steadiness of a machine. Holding a micron-level laser scalpel, he meticulously peeled away the metallic remnants fused with flesh. Sylvia lay on the table, and despite the local anesthesia, the sharp, tingling sensation as her nerves were manipulated caused her to inhale sharply. Her right hand clenched the sheet tightly, her knuckles turning white. If it hurts, feel free to shout. No need to pretend to be tough here, Leon remarked without looking up, his gaze focused intently on the view through the microscope. I'm used to it, Sylvia gritted her teeth, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Ever since I had this thing installed, phantom pain hasn't ceased. Especially on rainy days, or during jumps, it feels like fire is burning in the seams of my bones. That's due to poor nerve blocking, Leon frowned. The surgeon who operated on you was a butcher. In his pursuit of speed, he forced a mix between the motor and pain nerves. That's standard for the Xing Yi Brotherhood, Sylvia replied with a self-deprecating smile. In this world, weapons don't need comfort, they just need to kill quickly. But you are human, not a weapon. Leon paused momentarily. He set down the scalpel and picked up a slender golden wire-ian, extremely conductive iridium fiber he had found in the temple's repository. I will reconfigure your neural network. The process will be painful, but it will completely resolve your phantom pain. Moreover, Leon lifted his gaze, peering through his goggles into Sylvia's mismatched eyes. I intend to infuse a touch of aesthetics into it. The ensuing 3 hours became a long yet wondrous ordeal for Sylvia. She watched as Leon treated her arm with the dedication of a sculptor crafting a rare treasure. With the golden fiber, he wove it into the previously chaotic circuitry, like embroidery. As he worked, the persistent stabbing sensation that had accompanied her vanished, miraculously replaced by a comforting warmth. Done. The nerve connections are complete. Leon straightened, wiping the sweat from his brow. Now for the exterior. He did not simply reattach the tattered black casing. Utilizing the temple's nanoprinter, he melted the remaining memory metal from the Hercules repair and reshaped the outer shell. As Leon secured the last armor panel, Sylvia was taken aback. The new arm was no longer an ugly dark tool of slaughter. It now exhibited a matte silver-gray hue, its lines smooth and elegant, perfectly conforming to the muscular curves of a female arm. At the joints and seams, faint golden luminescent circuits resembled ancient totem tattoos. It bore the coldness of machinery, yet exuded an enigmatic artistic flair. Give it a try. Leon released the locking mechanism. Sylvia hesitantly raised her left hand. There was no heaviness, no delay, not even a hint of mechanical resistance. Her fingers moved with her thoughts as naturally as her original hand. Click. With a mere thought, the armor on the outer side of her arm slid open, revealing the restored, high-frequency, monomolecular blade. However, this blade had also been modified by Leon, its edge now a soft, ethereal blue rather than a glaring white. I've added a micro-vibration generator, Leon explained. Now this blade slices through armor like butter, and noise has been reduced by. Sylvia gazed at her brand-new arm, then looked up at the man before her, soiled, yet smiling like a child. A previously unyielding part of her heart seemed to crack open just a little. Why are you being so kind to me? She asked softly. We have a transactional relationship. I work for you, you repair the ship. That should suffice. Because I cannot stand to see fine things squandered. Leon removed his gloves and walked over to the nearby basin to wash his hands, his tone casual. This arm is a masterpiece, and so are you. In this wasteland filled with garbage, encountering a perfect match for mechanical aesthetics, it is rare. He turned, leaning against the basin as he regarded Sylvia. Besides, as I mentioned before, there are no outsiders here. You are my first mate if you're constantly in pain and sleepless who will monitor the radar for me. Sylvia fell silent. She caressed the cool, yet warm metallic arm, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Captain. However, she suddenly shifted her tone, her gaze sharpening. Since you've repaired my arm so well, next time we encounter enemies, I won't allow them to die too quickly. That would be an injustice to this blade. Leon burst into hearty laughter. Now that's the Sylvia I know. At that moment, the large door of the workshop emitted a sharp beep. It was a communication request from Tyaya. Bosley, are you inside? Tyaya's voice sounded somewhat frantic. Something's gone wrong. The power line in Zone B has tripped and several of our brothers are trapped in the elevator. Hurry and take a look. Leon's smile faded, his brow furrowing. He had just inspected the Zone B lines yesterday. How could they have tripped without reason? We'll check it out. Leon donned his coat. He'll go with you, Sylvia declared, leaping off the workbench and testing her new left arm, which produced a crisp metallic click. No need. Leon waved his hand. Just a minor malfunction, I'll go reset it. You've just had surgery, and your nerves need time to adapt. Stay here and rest. But that's an order, first mate. Leon pointed to her arm. Get familiar with your new equipment. I have some fine wine tonight. We'll celebrate then. With that, Leon strode out of the gear temple. Watching the bronze door slowly close, Sylvia's brow remained furrowed. Her instincts as an assassin sensed a trace of unease. Not directed at external enemies, but rather something brewing within. Taya, she narrowed her eyes, gazing at the ethereal blade in her hand. I hope you don't do anything foolish. Otherwise, this new blade's first blood will be yours. In Area C of the space station, the original staff cafeteria has now transformed into the communal lounge for the Phantom Fleet. Although the place remains dilapidated, at least electricity has been restored, clean water is available, and one can even indulge in heated synthetic rations. For the scavengers struggling to survive in the wasteland, this semblance of comfort is akin to paradise. Hey, have you heard? Boss Lee is opening the showers in Area B tomorrow. We can finally take a hot shower. Is that true? It feels like we're living in a dream. All thanks to Boss Lee. If he hadn't repaired the purification tower, we'd have turned into corpses by now. Indeed, he is a man of principle, never shortchanging us on our credits. As long as we work hard, we can even trade for cigarettes. A few technicians gathered around a table, excitedly discussing their fortunes while sharing food. An elder known as Old Wrench beamed with joy, proudly displaying the precision screwdriver set that Liang had gifted him. In a dark corner of the cafeteria, Taya sat on a three-legged chair, clutching a half bottle of cheap liquor, his single eye grimly observing the jubilant group. He felt like an outsider, more like a ghost. In the past, when this group saw him, they would bow and address him as Master Ya. Now they chattered about Boss Lee and Director Lee. Just moments ago, two new recruits had merely nodded at him without even standing. These ingrates. Taya gulped down a mouthful of liquor, the harsh liquid burning his throat, but failing to quell the fire in his heart. Boss, please don't be angry, his right-hand man Scarface said, sitting across from him. This man was a pure brute, once responsible for executing disobedient members in the rat gang. These technicians are just fickle. Scarface lowered his voice, his gaze fierce. But we brothers are different, we wield guns, not wrenches. That Lee guy's credit system is nothing but an insult to us. How so? Taya set down his bottle. Boss, look, Scarface counted on his fingers. Liang's rules state that repairing an engine earns 50 credits, moving a ton of cargo earns 20. Yet we who stand guard only get 10. He claims there are no enemies, hence less need for security. Isn't this just bullying honest men? Our brothers once thrived under your leadership, and now even a bowl of soup depends on that pretty boy's whims. Taya's expression grew darker. He sensed that Liang was deliberately elevating the status of the technicians through this distribution system while suppressing his loyal, battle-hardened followers. This was akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Once everyone became accustomed to Liang's rules, Taya would indeed be reduced to a mere figurehead, and reversing that fate would be nearly impossible. Boss, we can't tolerate this any longer. Another confidant leaned closer. I just saw that Lee guy is alone in Area B working on the elevator. His female bodyguard isn't with him. And, the confidant licked his lips greedily, the Hercules is currently docked in the hangar, and the hatch is open. If we act swiftly, we can seize that ship while he's away. Once we have that vessel with its cannons and nuclear reactor, who would dare defy us in this space station? Taya's hand tightened into a fist, the bottle creaking ominously under his grip. This was an extremely tempting plan, a high-stakes gamble. He knew Liang was formidable, especially with that so-called necromancer virus. However, he had observed that the virus seemed only capable of controlling engines and reactors, not locking doors or automated turrets. Moreover, Liang, after all, was merely human. Without that ship and that female Valkyrie, he was just another engineer with a bit of technical skill. How many brothers are willing to join? Taya asked in a low voice. Among the 50 combatants we've brought, aside from a few cowards, the remaining 40 are all loyal to you. Scarface pounded his chest. Everyone is simmering with anger. At your command, we will rise against him. Taya glanced at the technicians, still praising Liang in the distance, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Liang, oh Liang, you have forced my hand. You wish to play the saint to establish fairness. In this predatory universe, only power guarantees equality. You may grasp technology, but you lack an understanding of human nature. You do not realize that for starving wolves, even if you feed them meat, as long as the leash is loose, they will turn on you at any moment. Very well. Taya suddenly smashed the bottle against the ground. The sharp sound of shattering glass silenced the cafeteria, all eyes turning in shock toward the corner. Taya stood up, the aura of tyranny that had ruled the Undercity for decades returning to him. Gather the brothers, arm yourselves. While that Lee character is busy with the elevator in Area B, we will seize the Hercules. Once we have the ship, this space station, and this fleet will once again bear the name Tai. Scarface grinned wickedly as he drew his serrated knife. Understood. What about those technicians? Taya coldly surveyed the terrified faces around him. First, lock up these fickle-minded individuals. Once we seize power, we will gradually teach them how to behave. In Area B, within the cargo elevator shaft, Liang dangled in midair, inspecting a row of seemingly unremarkable fuses. Strange, he muttered, studying his diagnostic device. The circuits are perfectly fine. The sensors haven't triggered any alarms. Why did Taya claim there was a trip? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Liang swiftly activated his communicator. Sylvia, where are you? Static crackled through the device before Sylvia's anxious voice responded. Captain, I'm in the hangar. Taya and dozens of men are rushing in. They're armed with heavy weaponry. They've cut off the isolation doors in Area C, trapping me outside. Their target is the Hercules. Liang's pupils contracted sharply. A tactical diversion. He hadn't anticipated that the seemingly brutish Taya would employ such strategy. Don't engage them, Hedden. Leon commanded immediately. Your prosthetic is still in the adjustment phase, you can't overload it. Fall back to the temple. What about you? Me. Leon glanced down the seemingly bottomless elevator shaft, a cold smile forming on his lips. Since they wish to play tricks, I will show them who the true hunter is in this space station filled with the mechanisms of the mechanical cult. He pressed a hidden panel on the elevator shaft wall. Heavenly engineering lens, accessing space station defense main network. Command initiate internal purge protocol. Taya, you wish to claim my ship. Then come and pay with your life. In the B district of the space station, the main engine room, the shrill sound of alarms reverberated through the vast hall. Hurry, move quickly. Taya brandished a heavy energy rifle, furiously squeezing the trigger to suppress the distant automated sentry cannons while bellowing orders at his subordinates. Behind him, over 40 fully armed loyalists of the Mouse Society, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, utilized cargo containers as cover, zealously advancing towards the docked Hercules. That woman Zirweiya has fled, Scarface shouted excitedly. She's hidden in the temple. There's no one on the ship now. Taya cast a glance at the tightly shut bronze doors of the temple and smirked coldly. It was for the best that she had escaped. That Valkyrie was a formidable foe, and as long as she was absent, the ship would be his to claim. The Hercules lay quietly at anchor. Its gray armor adorned with golden patterns reminiscent of a cult's aesthetic shimmered alluringly under the hangar lights. The main airlock stood wide openly. Ong had neglected to close it earlier for the convenience of transporting supplies. To Taya it seemed as inviting as a naked beauty beckoning him. Charge in. Seize the cockpit. Taya surged ahead, climbing the boarding ramp of the spacecraft. Although the interior of the ship had undergone extensive modifications filled with incomprehensible pipes and instruments, Taya paid it no mind. He merely needed to take control of what appeared to be a chair-like device and wait with his gun for Leong to return begging for his assistance. We're in, boss. We've entered. Scarface and a dozen others burst into the cargo hold, their eyes glinting greedily at the mountain of valuable materials, rare metals, and precision components that Leong had scavenged over the past few days. This is our fortune. These items will allow us a lifetime of indulgence in the Sin Nebula. Taya dashed into the cockpit, plopping down in the command chair that rightfully belonged to Leong. The sensation of control surged through him, invigorating every pore of his being. Ha ha ha. Leong, look at your predicament now. Taya slapped the control panel and laughed uproariously. What good is skill? What good is intelligence? In the end, it all becomes my inheritance. He picked up the communicator, broadcasting his voice arrogantly across all channels. Hey, Bosley, still busy fixing the elevator. I regret to inform you that your ship now belongs to me. And this space station is mine as well. If you wish to avoid death, you better crawl to the hangar and beg on your knees. Perhaps I'll consider leaving you a position for toilet repairs. The transmission echoed throughout the entire space station. Yet there was no response. No angry curses, no fearful pleas for mercy. Only an oppressive silence. Playing dead. Taya furrowed his brow. Suddenly, click. A faint yet piercing mechanical locking sound echoed ominously from various corners of the ship. Then came the ominous hum. The lights in the cockpit abruptly shifted from a gentle white to an unsettling deep red. The once open main airlock descended with a heavy clang, sealing shut with impeccable precision. What's happening? Taya sprang to his feet. Who closed the door? I don't know, boss. Scarface's panicked voice crackled through the intercom. The cargo door is locked too. We can't get out. At that moment, the main screen in the cockpit flickered to life. Leong's face appeared on the display. He did not appear flustered or in a dire situation as Taya had imagined. Instead, he sat calmly in a control room filled with monitoring screens, the main control center of the space station, cradling a cup of steaming synthetic coffee, his gaze serene, as if observing a group of monkeys in a cage. Taya. Leong blew gently on the steam rising from his coffee and spoke coolly. I gave you a chance. I offered you dignity, status, and even a future you never dared to dream of. Yet it seems you did not desire it. Since you are so fond of this ship, you may remain inside. Taya's heart constricted in fear, a chill coursing through him. Stop with the nonsense. He raised his gun toward the screen. Do you think closing a door can trap me? He'll blast this wretched door open. Blast. You may certainly try. Leong set down his coffee and lightly tapped on the keyboard. Hercules, activate internal security protocols. Mode non-lethal suppression. Oh no, for traitors lethal force is warranted. Mode switching full extermination. As Leong's command was issued, the interior of the ship underwent a terrifying transformation. From the seemingly mundane ceiling of the corridor, small automated sentry turrets descended ominously. Meanwhile, a faint green gas began to pour from the cargo hold's ventilation ducts. A diluted acidic mist extracted from the Corpse King acid cannon system, initially intended for defense against external intrusions. Ah! Screams filled the communication channel. Toxic gas. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. Guns. There are guns on the ceiling. Rat-a-tat. Scarface and his men stumbled chaotically through the now toxic cargo hold. Though the diluted acid mist would not cause instant death, it inflicted excruciating burns on the skin and felt like swallowing embers. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Taya was horrified to find that the safety straps on the command chair suddenly sprang forth like snakes, tightly constricting his limbs. Let me go? Leong, you treacherous scoundrel. Taya struggled desperately, but the alloy clasps designed to secure astronauts against Haig forces were utterly unbreakable by sheer human strength. Treachery. Leong shook his head from the screen. This is called smart home technology. Do you understand, you rustic fool? Tian Gong, activate cockpit sonic oscillation mode. Virum, a subsonic wave inaudible to human ears, yet capable of resonating with the internal organs, flooded the cockpit in an instant. Tai Yas' eyes began to burst with blood, his stomach roiling violently, and his brain felt as though it would ooze from his nostrils. His gun clattered to the floor as he slumped in the chair like a puddle of mud frothing at the mouth, unable even to utter a plea for mercy. This was the might of advanced technology. Before a mechanic of Li Ong's caliber, this ship was not merely a vessel, but an extension of his very being. Tai Ya and his crew had invaded the ship like a horde of bacteria breaching a fully functioning immune system. There was no outcome but annihilation. 10 minutes later, the commotion within the spacecraft gradually subsided. Li Ong deactivated the defense systems and turned on the exhaust fans. Zirwea, he spoke into the communicator, take the technicians who were merely spectating to the hangar to collect the bodies. Find the living. As for the dead, dispose of them in the recycling furnace. And Taya, drag him out for me. I wish to hold a commendation ceremony in the square. Central Plaza. Under the vast purifying tower, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Over 200 survivors of the Rat Syndicate, including technicians, laborers, and ordinary members uninvolved in the rebellion, stood there trembling in fear. Their eyes were fixed upon the center of the plaza. There, kneeling before them, were 30 individuals bound tightly in ropes. Most bore bruised faces and red splotches from corrosive acid mist, groaning in agony. At the forefront lay Titia, the once formidable warlord, now resembling a lifeless dog sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant with froth at the corners of his mouth. Liang stood on the steps, flanked by the fully armed and cold-eyed Sylvia. In his hand was not a gun, but a multi-tool wrench typically used for machinery, which he rhythmically tapped against his palm. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound resonated like a hammer, striking the hearts of the gathered crowd. I am deeply disappointed. Liang began, his voice low, yet audibly clear in the stillness of the plaza. I had believed we were comrades. I thought we were all in this together. He approached Tia, lifting his chin with the wrench to compel him to meet his gaze. Tia, tell me, have I treated you poorly? I made you Sakan Dinkaman, provided you with the finest tobacco, and granted you the greatest authority to lead. Why then have you betrayed me? Tia gasped for breath, the aftereffects of the sonic shock lingering. He gazed into Liang's unflinching eyes, realizing he would not survive this day. As a seasoned survivor in the Wasteland, he understood the harsh truth of fortune and misfortune. Huh. Tia spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Liang, spare me your false sincerity. You never regarded us as partners, you saw us as mere tools. I have ambition. Is that a crime? Ambition is not a sin. Liang nodded, surprisingly expressing agreement. But your ambition is unworthy of your capabilities. More importantly, Liang rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. You have broken the rules. On my ship you may be lazy, inept, or even greedy. But the one thing you cannot do is stab your comrades in the back. If today you can betray me for the ship, tomorrow you would sell everyone here to the Haishi company to save your own skin. Liang's voice turned icy. Traitors must die. No further words, no ceremonial gestures. Liang raised his hand, and Sylvia's energy pistol discharged in an instant. Bang! A flash of red light erupted. A charred hole appeared in Titia's skull. His body swayed, and then collapsed heavily to the ground. This tyrant who had ruled the Undercity for decades met his end like a condemned prisoner in the desolate expanse of the abandoned space station. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. A few timid souls even dropped to the ground in terror. Liang did not spare a glance at the corpse. He turned to face the remaining 30 kneeling accomplices. Those were Scarface and his henchmen. Boss, don't kill me. I was coerced. Please spare me, boss. I will serve you like a beast of burden. I am strong. I can work. Witnessing Titia's lifeless form, the desperate criminals' defenses crumbled, bowing repeatedly, like garlic cloves being crushed. Execute them, Sylvia coldly suggested. Leaving them alive is a threat. Killing them would be a waste. Liang shook his head. There remains much work to be done. Transporting or cleaning radiation zones, serving as cannon fodder for scouting, all of this requires manpower. He retrieved an electronic collar from his pocket, found in the security room of the space station. It was originally intended to control prisoners. Put these on them. Liang pointed at the collars. From this day forth you are no longer crew members, nor will you earn credits. You are slaves. Perform the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, eat the poorest rations. No freedom, no dignity. If you dare flee or shirk your duties, Liang pressed a button on the remote control. All the collars simultaneously lit up with red lights, emitting a crackling sound. The 30 individuals on their knees screamed in agony, writhing on the ground. This is your fate. Liang released the button and turned to the still trembling ordinary crew members and technicians. As for you, his tone softened, reverting to the respectful demeanor of a technical leader. You did not partake in the rebellion. You remain my partners, citizens of this fleet. Your treatment remains unchanged and credits will continue to be issued. In fact, with the removal of these parasites, you may receive greater rations of water and food. This was a masterstroke of both kindness and authority. By demoting the rebels to slavery, he not only addressed the labor issue, but also instilled a sense of superiority and security among the ordinary crew. Following Liang meant safety and elevation above those who had once bullied them. Long lively boss. Someone shouted first. Soon cheers echoed throughout the plaza. I vow to follow Li boss to the death. Witnessing this fervent scene, Sylvia holstered her weapon, her gaze towards Liang tinged with newfound respect. This man was undergoing an astonishing transformation. He was no longer the mere scavenger he once was. He was evolving into a genuine leader. 3 days after the rebellion was quelled, order had not only been restored to the space station, but had become even more efficient than before. Under the threat of death, the slaves exhibited astonishing productivity, doubling the speed of material transportation. Repairs on the Hercules were nearing completion. Liang sat in the control room of the Gear Temple, surveying the ship's indicators, all glowing green, finally exhaling in relief. It seems we can enjoy a period of stability here. He lifted his teacup, ready to relish a moment of tranquility. However, at that moment, Virum, a violent tremor suddenly struck, causing even the teacup on the table to leap. This was no earthquake. As a seasoned captain, Liang was all too familiar with this sensation. It was the spatial shockwave triggered by a massive object forcibly transitioning from the water's surface. Alert! High-energy jump reaction detected. Location kilometers from the space station. Quantity ships. Liang sprang to his feet, tea splashing across his hand. The Haishi Company is on our tail. No. Signal characteristics do not match. The Tiangong ocular device promptly provided an analysis and projected the images of the arrivals onto his retina. These were not the black warships of Haishi, characterized by an aesthetic of industrial brutality. The 3 vessels gleamed with a sacred bronze hue, their designs both ancient and intricate, adorned with colossal gear reliefs and burning incense burners resembling 3 flying cathedrals. At the forefront, emblazoned on the bow of the leading ship, was the emblem that sent a chill down Liang's spine, a fusion of mechanical gears and a human skull. The mechanized cult. Liang gazed at the screen, taking a deep breath. It seems activating the space station triggered their automatic pilgrimage beacons. This was a grave predicament. These religious fanatics were more troublesome than the Haishi Company. In their eyes, there existed only 2 types of people: followers and heretics in need of purification. Sylvia, all personnel to level 1 alert. Liang donned his helmet and strode purposefully towards the hangar. If you want to live, hurry and get the main cannon of the Hercules ready. Our guests have arrived. Warning, the void shield is insufficiently charged. Warning, the opposing fire control radar has locked onto our position. Within the cockpit of the Hercules, crimson alarm lights pulsed chaotically, casting shadows that danced across Liang's face. On the screen, 3 magnificent Atonement-class destroyers had formed a triangular formation encircling the space station. Unlike the battleships of the Haishi Corporation that belched blue flames, these vessels floated silently, sustained by some form of anti-gravity field. Around their hulls swirled holographic projections of golden scriptures, accompanied by the smoke billowing from massive incense burners. Burning incense in the vacuum of space. This was the modus operandi of the mechanical cult, absurd, yet suffocatingly oppressive. This is the mechanical cult. Sylvia stood in the co-pilot's seat, her weapon control stick already dampened by perspiration. She gazed at the multitude of gun barrels on those warships, her voice strained. Each of their ships possesses firepower equivalent to twice that of Haishi's. Moreover, they wield their might lances specifically designed to penetrate armor. If they open fire, this space station will be reduced to nothing. I am aware. Liang's fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, attempting to access the enemy's communication frequencies. However, these lunatics typically refrain from firing indiscriminately. They have come here to pilgrimage, not to demolish. But, Sylvia pointed out the window. The leading battleship, the Iron Truth, slowly revealed its bow, exposing a colossal purification cannon radiating blinding white light. A chilling synthesized chant echoed over the public broadcast channel, a chorus of countless electronic voices overlapping. Flesh is frail. Steel is eternal. The sacred Gear Temple has been defiled. This place is replete with the stench of filthy organic life. An affront to the Lord of all machines. Executing protocol format. Purify all carbon-based life. Damn it. They regard us as refuse. Several of Iron Tooth's former confidants, now adorned with slave collars, trembled on the floor, paralyzed with fear. Boss, they're about to fire. We should surrender. Surrender. Liang scoffed. In the eyes of the cult, a heretic who surrenders is still a heretic, deserving only to be made into a machine servant, a half-mechanical slave, with their frontal lobe excised. At that moment, the members of the space station's underworld were thrown into utter chaos. Having just enjoyed a brief respite, they were confronted with this fabled harbinger of doom. Silence. Liang's voice thundered through the full-band broadcast, quelling the panic. Anyone who doesn't wish to become a battery, shut your mouths. Everyone retreat to the temple's shelter. The Hercules will take to the skies to confront them. Captain, are you mad? Sylvia exclaimed. Why, deed, are we really going to face 3 destroyers head-on? Face them head-on. No. Liang donned his oil-stained captain's hat, a wild grin curling at the corners of his mouth. In this universe, if you cannot defeat your opponent, then join them. Or become their deity. He abruptly pressed the communication button, not to send a distress signal, but to transmit a highly specialized binary code using the Tinker's spectacles. Bridge of the Iron Truth. This space did not resemble a battleship command center, it was more akin to a foreboding cathedral. The air was thick with the scent of incense, while hundreds of machine servants, their bodies filled with tubes and left with only half a head, knelt before data terminals, tapping away at keyboards with mechanical limbs. On a high pulpit stood a high-ranking techno-servant clad in a red robe, 4 mechanical tendrils extending from his back. Iron Law. His face was obscured by a brass mask, save for a single green electronic eye that flickered. Archbishop reported an auxiliary priest. The purification cannon is charged to 90. It is estimated that in 3 minutes this space station occupied by flesh and blood beings will be completely vaporized. Excellent. Iron Law's voice grated like grinding gears. These filthy scavengers dared to build their nest in the sacred machine room. This is an affront to Omnium Messiah. Burn them and offer their ashes to the void. Locking on target. 3, 2. Just as the main cannon was about to fire. Beep. A crisp alert tone piercing through all firewalls resonated suddenly in the bridge. Instantly, all screens, whether tactical radar fire control systems or the machine servant's operation terminals, went dark. What's going on? Has the machine spirit become displeased? Iron Law exclaimed in alarm. The next moment, all screens flickered back to life. Yet instead of fire control data, they displayed a golden ancient spiral emblem. This was the insignia of the god of all machines, said to appear only in the sacred texts of the Golden Age god of all machines basic access identifier. Immediately a voice imbued with authority seemingly from antiquity reverberated through the battleship's foundational protocol, directly implanted into the auditory implants of all priests. Cease. Impudent fledglings. Are you paying tribute to a guardian with cannon fire? Iron Law trembled, the 4 mechanical tendrils behind him stiffening suddenly. This is foundational protocol code. A perfect arrangement of zeros and 1s. He quivered as he gazed at the main screen. Above the dilapidated space station, the Hercules ship, resembling a haphazard assemblage of refuse, emitted an extraordinary frequency. This was no ordinary communication wave. This was an oracle. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Iron Tooth roared, his electronic eye flashing wildly. The opponent possesses divine resonance. Quickly, connect to video communication. I must witness for myself what being speaks. Cockpit of the Hercules. Sylvia stared wide-eyed at the scene outside. The 3 destroyers which had been charging their cannons poised to obliterate them had indeed ceased fire. Even the golden scripture projections had retracted, adopting a posture of attentive reverence. What did you do? Sylvia turned to Liang. At that moment Liang sat poised in the command chair. Yet he appeared transformed. The Tinker's spectacles operated at full capacity, bathing half his face in a blue glow. Through the holographic projection disguise feature of the spectacles, he generated a colossal aura of gears and data streams behind him. It resembled a cyberpunk deity. I am delivering them a lesson. Liang's lips barely moved, but the sound emerged as a metallic synthetic voice imbued with resonance. Are you ready, First Officer? What follows will be a test of performance. If we fail, we shall indeed become fireworks. Connect. The screen flashed. Iron Law's brass-masked face appeared within the frame, his backdrop, the eerie cathedral bridge. Upon seeing Liang, Iron Law froze. He beheld not a grimy scavenger, but a chosen one enveloped in a sacred data halo with eyes flowing with blue code. Who are you? Iron Law's tone shifted from arrogance to uncertainty and reverence. Why do you possess the access code of the Golden Age? Liang did not respond immediately. He simply gazed coldly at Iron Law, his expression akin to a stern teacher scrutinizing a wayward student. Silence. A suffocating silence. 10 seconds passed before Liang slowly spoke, each word striking Iron Law's data core like a hammer. I stand here at this moment guarding this slumbering temple. And you, a mere patrolling priest, dare to point your crude, still leaking their might cannon at a bearer of the flame. Liang surged to his feet, the holographic gear halo spinning wildly behind him. Kneel. Repent before the machine spirit. Inside the bridge of the steel truth, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes were captivated by the figure displayed on the screen, radiating a divine luminescence, an illusion crafted by holographic effects. The bearer of the fire seed. This title ranks just beneath the omniscient Messiah within the dogma of the mechanical god sect. According to legend, only those awakened from ancient relics possessing the blueprints of lost technologies are deemed worthy of this honor. The electronic eye of the Iron Law priest trembled violently. Reason dictated that this could be a ruse. The individual appeared clad in a tattered spacesuit, piloting a grotesque vessel resembling a patchwork of scrap metal, a wasteland scavenger at best. Yet his logical circuits were in a frenzy, because the command to cease fire that had just reverberated throughout the ship was undeniably authentic, a command with the essence of the god's language that could not be forged. Your Excellency. The Iron Law priest's voice was hoarse. You claim to be the bearer of the fire seed, but, forgive my candor, your vessel seems to lack the glory of the omniscient god. He was questioning the unsightliness of the mighty Hercules. To the sect, ships are masterpieces, while Liang's vessel resembled a grotesque iron lump riddled with tumors. A cold smirk crept across Liang's face. You've taken the bait. I'm not afraid of your doubts, only of your silence. Shallow. Liang uttered 2 words with a hint of indifference. You younger generations have merely learned to inscribe scriptures upon steel plates, forgetting the very essence of machinery. You deem my vessel unsightly. Liang raised a hand, and the Tinker's eye abruptly locked onto the steel truth displayed on the screen. Target analysis: Atonement-class destroyer. Structural scan complete. Severe flaw detected: microscopic cracks in the main reactor's cooling valve zone C. Engine output fluctuates by. Excellent. Liang regarded the Iron Law priest, extending a finger across the screen, pointing to the area behind him. Iron Law priest, your flagship appears resplendent. But tell me, why does your main reactor's cooling valve in zone C9 harbor a microscopic crack that deviates to the right by 3 degrees? Why does your engine's output power dip by 0.03 every 14 seconds? Is this what you call glory? With a heart that leaks, you dare to speak of eternity. This relentless inquiry struck the Iron Law priest's psychological defenses like armor-piercing rounds. What? The Iron Law priest's face paled in shock. Quick! Inspect the reactor. Several mechanical aides rushed to the data terminals. Moments later, a panicked report echoed through the chamber grate. Great Archbishop. It's true. There is a crack in the cooling valve of Zone C9. That's an internal injury. The sensors hadn't triggered an alarm before. Engine power fluctuations confirmed. It matches perfectly. Boom. Iron Law felt as if a thunderclap had detonated within his mind. From thousands of kilometers away, without any physical contact, merely by casting a glance, one could discern the microscopic fault deep within the warship. What kind of ability is this? Only the fabled all-seeing eye could achieve such feats. Thud. No longer harboring any doubts, Iron Law let his 4 mechanical tentacles droop, collapsing heavily to his knees on the preaching platform, his forehead pressed against the cold floor. Please forgive my ignorance. Great prophet. I dared to measure the miraculous with the eyes of a mere mortal. I am guilty. I am willing to accept formatting. Witnessing the sea of priests and aides kneeling on the screen, Sylvia standing behind, Liang nearly dropped her jaw. She tugged at Liang's sleeve, whispering, "Can you truly see?" Of course. Liang switched off the microphone, winking his right eye that glimmered with blue light, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. My eyes are enlightened. He turned the microphone back on, his tone softening, imbued with a lofty tolerance. Arise. The machine's spirit is merciful, the ignorant bear no sin. Liang returned to his command chair, adopting an air of a recluse. I have awakened here to restore this ancient temple. However, the scarcity of resources profoundly hinders my sacred work. This was Liang's true objective: to extract concessions. Since he was masquerading as a divine messenger, it was only reasonable to seek offerings, was it not? Iron Law immediately raised his head, fervor ablaze in his electronic eye. Your Excellency, it is our honor. What do you require? Whether it be iridium alloy, high-energy fuel, or even dismantling my aid for parts, we shall not hesitate. The aide beside him trembled, but remained obediently kneeling in reverence. I require no parts. Liang waved his hand dismissively. I seek data. The latest navigational charts of this desolate corridor, as well as safe routes to the sinful nebula. Additionally, Liang glanced at the supply list. Leave me 3 units of antimatter fuel rods and 5 tons of standard nutrient solution. Though he was a divine envoy, his subordinates still needed sustenance. Is that all? Iron Law asked, incredulous. Such items were but trifles to the sect's fleet. God requires no extravagance. Liang replied nonchalantly. Sufficiency will suffice. Understood. I will prepare this for you immediately. Iron Law was so agitated he could hardly articulate his thoughts. To serve a bearer of the fire seed was a monumental achievement, to add to one's resume, potentially elevating him to cardinal upon his return. An hour later, 3 sect warships lined up, respectfully launching cargo pods laden with supplies to the space station's docking bay. Moreover, Iron Law graciously provided an additional gift: an electronic visa, the mechanical godsect's passage permit. Your Excellency, this is our district's identification beacon. Iron Law respectfully communicated. With this, you shall enjoy VIP treatment while traversing the star domains controlled by the mechanical god sect. None would dare impede your passage. You are considerate. Liang nodded in satisfaction. With this token, he could continue to deceive those affiliated with the sect in future encounters. Then I shall not intrude upon your sacred work any longer. Iron Law performed a standard gear salute. May the omniscient God bless your logical circuitry with eternal continuity. May the light of truth illuminate your heat sinks. Liang casually crafted a blessing. The sect fleet slowly turned, departing the area with profound reverence and excitement. As the radar displayed vanishing points of light, silence enveloped the cockpit. Sylvia, the old wrench, and several recently promoted squad leaders regarded Liang with expressions akin to observing a monster. What's the matter? Liang removed his hat, dissipating the holographic aura surrounding him, transforming back into the grease-stained captain. Boss. The old wrench swallowed hard. Are you truly a deity descended to earth? Deity, my foot. Liang rolled his eyes, picking up the star map that had just been transmitted. That was information warfare, understand? In this universe, as long as you command core technology, you are a god. He stood gazing out at the once murky gray nebula. Now the star map clearly marked a blue route leading to a thriving world. Notify the entire fleet. Liang's voice brimmed with exuberance. We've acquired supplies and the path is clear. Get those slaves up and working. Rest for 24 hours, then ignite the engines. Destination: Sinful Nebula. Have all the supplies been loaded? Report, Captain. The C-Zone warehouse is emptied. The machinery in the B-Zone has been dismantled. Even the automatic cooking machine from the cafeteria has been brought aboard. Excellent. Liang stood on the bridge of the Hercules, gazing at the holographic screen where green status lights flickered on one after another, nodding in satisfaction. When departure is inevitable, it must be absolute. As a competent scavenger of the Wasteland, Liang adhered to the principle: a thief must not leave empty-handed. Though the mechanical cult space station could not be removed, every chip, every iridium alloy wire, and even the functional toilets were ordered dismantled and stowed away in the fleet's cargo hold. After all those slaves were strong, they might as well be put to work. Captain, are we really leaving? Old Wrench stood behind Liang, gazing wistfully at the space station that had been home for decades. For those in the rat's nest, despite its dilapidation, it was still home. Stop staring. Liang did not turn around, his fingers swiftly inputting a complex series of commands on the console. This place has been compromised. Although I managed to mislead that patrol, the cult's upper echelon are not fools. By the time they realize it, or during the next scheduled inspection, this place will be engulfed in flames. Only by leaving can we survive. Liang pressed the final enter key. Command confirmation, space station self-destruct sequence activated. Countdown minutes. Detonation method reactor overload. He was not obliterating evidence, he was sealing the door. The space station still housed many large equipment and secret data interfaces of the cult that could not be taken. If left for others, whether the Heishi Corporation or other scavengers, it could become a tool against them. Since I cannot take it, no one else shall use it. Notify the entire fleet. Liang grasped the communicator, his voice cold and resolute. Engine preheat. Coordinates set edge of the sinful nebula, jump point 7. We're going home. No, we're off to seize a new home. V-room. The engines of 13 ships simultaneously emitted brilliant blue flames. Leading the way, the seemingly ragtag yet resource-laden ghost fleet filled with desperate souls gradually departed from the docking bay of the space station. Behind them, the massive spindle-shaped space station draped in verdant foliage floated silently amidst the gray mist, resembling a mute tombstone. Farewell, Liang whispered. Jump engine activated. Charge at 100. Jump. The fabric of space began to warp. The surrounding gray radiation dust was instantaneously drawn into countless slender beams of light. A familiar sensation of weightlessness and nausea surged forth, but this time Liang was prepared. Engage inertial dampeners. Everyone hold on to something. Boom. At the horizon's end, the space station erupted into a blinding white light. It was the detonation of the time bomb he had set to trigger the reactor. A colossal shockwave of energy spread through the vacuum, utterly disassembling the space station and erasing all traces of their existence. Before the shockwave could catch up to them, the fleet transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the unstable wormhole. Within the jump corridor, time lost its meaning. Perhaps a second passed, perhaps a year. When the nauseating sensation finally subsided and the light stabilized in their view, the scene outside the viewport had undergone a dramatic transformation. No longer was there the deathly gray, nor the oppressive black of a graveyard. Instead, they were met with a breathtakingly vivid expanse of purple. My goodness. Sylvia stood before the window, her violet pupils reflecting the starry river outside, unable to suppress her astonishment. That was the sinful nebula. This region of stars was enveloped in thick ionized clouds exuding a bizarre purplish red hue. Amidst the clouds, countless stars radiated unstable beams of light, illuminating the surrounding asteroid belt in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet this was not the most astonishing sight. What truly took their breath away was the crowd. In Liang's Tiangong visor, the radar screen was densely populated with signal points. Thousands of ships flitted through the nebula's channels like a school of fish. There were massive armed merchant vessels dragging containers several kilometers long, pirate ships marked with skull insignias recklessly barreled through the lanes, and innumerable small shuttles, mining ships, and even personal crafts buzzed about like flies. And in the orbit of a colossal gas giant in the distance floated a gigantic ring-shaped space station, Freeport Babylon, 10 times larger than the No. Graveyard Starport. This was the heart of the sinful nebula and the largest black market in the universe. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, Liang could see the massive holographic billboards flashing on the space station paradise, the latest bionic companions only. Organ black market, high prices for fresh hearts, immediate payment. Mercenary guild if you want to kill or don't want to be killed. Chaotic, noisy, filthy, yet brimming with vibrant life. This was civilization. Though it was a civilization oozing with decay, it was still civilization. Finally, we're out. Old Wrench knelt on the deck, tears streaming down his face. For those who had hidden among the dead in the graveyard for decades, this neon-lit starry expanse, filled with desire, was a true paradise. Don't celebrate too soon. Liang coldly interrupted the jubilant cheers of the crew. He eyed the rapidly approaching red dots on the radar, a sardonic smile curling his lips. This is the sinful nebula where there are no laws, only rules. And the first rule is, if you look like a piece of meat, there's bound to be dogs ready to bite. Hercules, all hands to battle stations. Liang donned the captain's hat, a flash of blue light glimmering in his eyes. Show our guns. Let the locals see that the newcomers are not only wealthy, but also armed. ZZ, a sudden unfamiliar signal intruded into the communication channel. Accompanied by an ear-splitting heavy metal rock anthem, an arrogant voice erupted within the cockpit. Hey, you bunch of scrap. Do you understand the rules? A holographic image materialized on the screen. It depicted 5 individuals sporting mohawk hairstyles, their faces adorned with studs, and one sporting a glowing cybernetic eye, members of a marauding gang. They lounged in a modified patrol vessel heavily marked with graffiti and stained with blood, flashing obscene gestures at the camera. This is the territory of the Xieshou Bang. Any ship entering the TH navigation lane must pay a toll. Liang glanced at the radar. Suddenly 7 or 8 exaggeratedly armed spacecraft appeared at the front and flanks of the fleet. These vessels unmistakably bore the hallmark of Wasteland gang style, their hulls festooned with skull spikes and chains with several desiccated corpses bound as grotesque embellishments. Despite their disheveled appearance, their armaments were undeniably formidable. Dual automatic cannons, makeshift missile launchers, and even several antiquated electromagnetic guns scavenged from military vessels were mounted upon them. They were a quintessential band of interstellar highwaymen. Toll. Liang leaned back in his command chair, signaling to Shi Wei to hold fire for the moment, and leisurely initiated the communication. How much? Oh, quite savvy, aren't you? The Mohawk leader grinned, revealing a mouthful of diamond-studded metal teeth. He scrutinized Liang's fleet. Aside from the central vessel, the Li Shunhao, which appeared somewhat imposing though its design resembled a cumbersome brick, surrounding ships looked like they had been salvaged from a junkyard. Dilapidated and ragged, some lacked even proper hull repairs. A typical band of bedraggled refugees, this was the Mohawk leader's assessment, and such individuals were easily intimidated and ripe for exploitation. Look at your pathetic state, the leader's eyes darted. I'll charge you credit points per ship. A total of, let's say, 0 points. Points. Shi Wei snorted derisively from the side. Not even a mugger would demand that much. In the black market, credit points could procure a brand new shuttlecraft. Enough chit-chat. No money. Then we can settle with goods. The leader's greedy gaze wandered over the heavy armor of the Li Shunhao. Or perhaps a person. That silver-haired girl looks enticing. Even if she's a cripple, she should fetch a decent price in the red light district. Before he could finish his sentence, Liang's expression darkened. One must not provoke the dragon. Shi Wei was his first officer, his own. To humiliate her before him was tantamount to courting death. Shi Wei, Liang called softly. Here. Shi Wei's hand rested on the weapon control lever, her newly replaced mechanical left arm, emitting a faint hum indicating it was primed for combat. Teach them a lesson. Liang's voice was eerily calm. But don't kill them all, leave one alive. I still have questions to ask. Understood. A smile crept onto Shi Wei's lips, for she had long awaited this command. Boom. The Li Shunhao, previously idling, erupted with a roar. This heavy battleship, masquerading as a tugboat, did not flee or beg for mercy as the opponents had anticipated. Instead, it activated its vector nozzles and executed an illogical lateral maneuver. The ship shifted sideways, instantly evading the frontal firing arc. Then the armor plates beneath the hull slid open. Not the main cannon, nor the acid cannon. Instead, there were 2 high-frequency oscillation-cutting cannons stripped from a high-class warship. Originally intended as close combat weapons, they had been retrofitted with focusing lenses, transforming them into surgical instruments with a range of 5 kilometers. 2 nearly invisible transparent waves sliced through the void. The vessel of the Mohawk leader, which had just been taunting, split apart without even raising its shields. Indeed, it had split apart. Like a piece of cheese sliced by a hot knife, the cut was as smooth as glass, and the crew inside had no time to react before their bodies were severed along with their ship. What? The other pirate vessels erupted into chaos. The boss was taken out in an instant. That's military-grade weaponry. Fire. Eliminate them. The remaining 6 pirate ships scattered in a panic, attempting to encircle the Li Shunhao. Countless red tracer rounds and makeshift missiles rained down upon them. Child's play. Liang did not even raise an eyelid. Tiangong, activate the holy shield. Virum, a faint golden compound force field shield with a divine aesthetic illuminated around the Li Shunhao. The pirates' live ammunition struck the shield as if raindrops hitting glass, creating only ripples without leaving a single scratch. This was the chasm of technological disparity. One was a Haishi Divine hybrid-class warship, while the other was a haphazardly assembled scrap marauder. They were not even on the same tier. My turn now. Shi Wei inhaled deeply, her hands a blur over the fire control console. MK laser cannon scatter mode. Fire. The main cannon unleashed dozens of purple laser beams, accurately locking onto the engines and weapon systems of each pirate vessel. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted within the nebula, and within a minute the skirmish was concluded. Except for the last ship, deliberately left with a damaged engine and spinning in place, all the others had been reduced to drifting space debris. Is this the welcome ceremony of the sinful nebula? Liang rose and approached the viewport, gazing at the burning wreckage outside. Quite enthusiastic. He picked up the communicator and connected with the sole surviving pirate ship. On the screen, the surviving pirate lackey was trembling on his knees, utterly terrified. Please don't kill me. Sir, I understand my mistake. I won't kill you. Liang revealed his signature innocuous smile. I am merely a newcomer in the business, seeking directions. Tell me which port nearby accepts unverified cargo and does not require identification. The lackey hesitated momentarily, then fervently nodded as though clinging to a lifeline. I know. Up ahead is the Hejiao port. That's the territory of the Greybeards, specializing in accepting unidentified goods. No questions asked. Hejiao port. Liang opened the star map and marked a coordinate. Excellent. You may leave now. Go back and inform your gang that in this lane, whenever you see the Li Shunhao, remember to steer clear. The communication was severed. Liang turned to face the astonished members of the Rat faction who had been watching through the video link. They had expected to be bullied in this new place, only to find their boss so formidable, annihilating a gang squad on their very arrival. A surge of safety and pride flooded through them. Did you all see that? Liang's voice resonated throughout the fleet. In this realm, the only passport is the fist. Now full speed ahead. Destination, Hejiao port. We are going to dispose of the loot. At the terminus of the 7th channel in the sinister nebula floats a colossal, irregularly shaped asteroid. This is the renowned Hejiao gang. It is not the sort of resplendent federal space station, rather it is a massive rock hive hollowed out from within. Countless berths shimmering with a multitude of neon lights cling to the rock's surface like unsightly scars, while enormous holographic advertisements silently scream, "In the vacuum Greybeard recycling station, we accept all metals. Paradise injector one shot, and forget your bounty." As Liang's spectral fleetled by the formidable Hercules and accompanied by 13 dilapidated, yet menacingly modified vessels slowly entered the port's airspace, the previously raucous public communications channel fell silent for a few moments. This fleet was truly peculiar. The ships appeared battered, reminiscent of a horde of zombies that had just crawled out from a landfill. Yet the flagship bore a faintly golden phase deflection shield, a configuration reserved for military command vessels. Unknown fleet, this is the He Jiao Gang control tower. A languid voice, heavily accented, emanated from the communicator. Docking fee 2,000 credits per vessel. Alternatively, surrender 30 of your cargo. If you refuse, return to the channel and feed the pirates. This was nothing short of extortion. The docking fee for ordinary merchant ships rarely exceeded credits. Zirwei, stationed at the co-pilot's seat, furrowed her brow, her hand instinctively poised over the weapon switch. Shall I incapacitate their turrets? Patience first, officer. Liang restrained her hand, wearing his ever-composed smile. We're here to conduct business, not to demolish. If we wreak havoc wherever we go, who would dare trade with us in the future? He adjusted his collar. Despite the oil stains on his spacesuit, his aura exuded the confidence of a king in disguise. Connect me to the control tower. The screen flickered, revealing a portly figure adorned with a mechanical Ionic dragon who appeared distinctly unimpressed by Liang. What? Too expensive. If it's too pricey, then leave. I don't find it expensive. Liang interjected, his tone unruffled. However, I fear you may lack the courage to accept. With that, Liang input a series of codes on the control panel. Virum. The armored plates of the Hercules slid open, but not to unveil weapons. A massive holographic emblem illuminated the void. It was neither the skull of the Heishi Corporation nor the eagle of the Federation. It was the gear and skull insignia of the mechanized faith, and notably the golden VIP edition previously bestowed upon him by a priest of the Iron Law. The Onide dragon froze his cigar, dropping to the ground with a thud. In this star sector, even members of the Heishi Corporation dared to engage in treachery. Yet no one in their right mind would provoke the fanatics of the mechanized faith, because to cross them would mean being hunted to the ends of the universe, ultimately reduced to a toilet plunger. A ship authorized by the faith. The Onide dragon stammered. Are you a priest? What I am is of little consequence. Liang replied, coolly, his gaze imbued with a lofty mockery. What matters is that my cargo holds a bounty of purified spoils from the faith. Should you wish to inspect it, I wouldn't mind having my first officer open the door for you. However, Liang gestured towards Sierweiss' glowing blue mechanical arm. She has a rather volatile temperament. The method of opening the door may be somewhat forceful. The Onide dragon glanced at the evidently high-grade military prosthetic, and then at the bizarre vessel boasting its glass shield, swallowing hard. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. He could either be a high-ranking member of the faith or a ruthless individual who had eliminated such figures. In either case, he was not someone a mere tower supervisor could afford to provoke. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. A sycophantic smile instantly spread across the Onide dragon's face, his expression changing as swiftly as that of a Sichuan opera performer. Since you are a distinguished guest, naturally no inspection is required. No docking fee. I shall arrange for the finest VIP berth right at the entrance to Greybeard's establishment. Excellent. Liang nodded in satisfaction, severing the communication. He turned to address the crew of the Mouse Club, who had already drawn their weapons, prepared for a confrontation. Did you all see that? Liang tapped his head. On the Wasteland, while fists are indeed important, sometimes a show of strength can save a great deal of ammunition. Remember, we are no longer refugees fleeing disaster. We are the armed convoy of least heavy industry. Stand tall. Anyone who displays cowardice will have half a month's credits docked. Understood, boss. The crew erupted in a unified roar. This display of authoritative pressure felt even more exhilarating than outright violence. Their admiration for Liang deepened. This was what a leader should be capable of, both commanding respect and receiving tribute. The fleet gradually navigated into the immense hollow of the asteroid. The interior of He Jiao Gang unfolded before them. It resembled a cyberpunk underground city. Vast metal conduits crisscrossed, while countless flying cars zipped through the neon-lit tubes. The air was thick with the scents of cheap perfume machine oil and the aroma of grilled synthetic meat. At the most conspicuous center stood a massive structure fashioned from the wreckage of a battleship, prominently displaying a sign that shimmered with golden light: Greybeard Black Market Exchange. We have arrived. Liang gazed at the sign, a flicker of blue light flashing in his eyes. Zirwei, take 10 of our strongest brothers, don your powered armor, and carry the crates with me. The rest will remain with the ship. If I have not returned within half an hour, or if I hear gunfire. Liang paused, his tone turning grave. Demolish that sign with the main cannon. Understood. Zirwei pulled back her weapon's bolt, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I will time it perfectly. The group marched down the ramp of the ship with great determination. The surrounding vendors, pickpockets, and even passing mercenaries instinctively parted to make way for the fully armed, menacing squad. Liang led the front. He donned a sleek black leather coat pilfered from a Heishi officer beneath, which lay a tactical exoskeleton vest rather than his soiled spacesuit. With each step he took, the magnetic boots resonated with a steady thud. Greybeard. Liang contemplated the imposing alloy door ahead, silently hoping. May your goods be worthy of your reputation, otherwise I would not hesitate to pluck your beard clean. Inside the trading house of Hui Huzi, the opulence was truly astonishing. The floor was adorned with luxurious beast skin carpets from the ocean planet, while the walls showcased an array of peculiar biological specimens, including an immense transparent aquarium housing an endangered Xingyun Dianmin. At the far end of the hall, on a genuine leather sofa, sat a stout elderly man with a bushy gray beard. He toyed with two sizable walnuts miniature, high-explosive grenades. He was the master of this black market, Hui Huzi. Our rare visitor, he remarked, not rising from his seat, but merely lifting his eyelids to scan Liang and Zirwei. I hear you pilot a tugboat shielded by a cult's protection. Quite a bold claim from the young. Liang disregarded his condescending tone and directly seated himself opposite, crossing his legs. I have no interest in idle chatter. With a snap of his fingers, two crew members clad in powered armor approached, hefting a hefty metallic box and placing it with a resounding thud on the coffee table. The box opened with a bang. An ethereal blue glow instantly illuminated the entire hall. 20 meticulously arranged ingots of high-purity Yumu alloy lay within, resembling 20 bars of blue gold, exuding an alluring sheen. Hui Huzi's, half asleep, eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping the walnuts from his hands. Yumu alloy. He straightened up abruptly, his gaze greedily fixated on the gleaming metal. This was a hard currency core material for constructing faster-than-light engines. In the black market, this box could purchase an entire small colony. The quality. Hui Huzi picked up a piece and scanned it with a specialized laser pen, his complexion shifting dramatically. Purity 99.9. This is military grade. Where did you acquire this? That is of no concern to you, Liang replied coolly. I also possess a box of S-class warship engine core fragments and two intact Haishi military quantum computers. Name your price. Hui Huzi inhaled, sharply forcing down his astonishment. Leaning back into the sofa, his eyes darted around. This was a significant transaction. However, as a shrewd merchant, he could hardly avoid haggling. The items are indeed impressive. He stroked his beard, feigning difficulty. But military supplies are heavily scrutinized by Haishi Corporation. Accepting them would entail risks. As you know, the atmosphere has been tense lately. He extended 5 fingers. 5 million credit points flat. Zirwei, standing behind Liang, scoffed, her hand moving toward the hilt of her blade. 5 million. This box of Yumu alloy was worth at least 20 million on the legitimate market. The old man was attempting a heist. Liang, however, was not perturbed. He merely smiled. 5 million. He stood up, not deigning to look at Hui Huzi, and walked toward a nearby display case. Within rested an antiquated laser sword, its label reading prototype, Sword of the Jedi Knight, antique, price 50 million. Hui Huzi, your business ethics are lacking. Liang pointed at the sword. This so-called antique is nothing but a counterfeit. What? Hui Huzi leaped, as if his tail had been stepped on. You are talking nonsense. I acquired this at great cost from relic hunters. It has been authenticated by experts. Experts? Liang's eyes glimmered with a blue light, activating his Tinggong goggles. The focusing lens of this sword is polished industrial sapphire, not the original Kyber crystal. Although it has been artificially aged, the energy circuit's welding points are new, utilizing 50-year-old federal soldering techniques. Turning his head, he regarded Hui Huzi with a knowing smile. Furthermore, the Xingyun Dianmin in your aquarium is also a fabrication. It is a bionic mechanical fish with the servo motor in its left gill stuttering every 3 minutes. Shall I continue? Perhaps about the 2 automated machine gun turrets concealed beneath this carpet. The flesh on Hui Huzi's face quivered violently as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had encountered countless appraisers in his life, yet never had he confronted such a phenomenon. Just a mere glance, and this person could unveil all his secrets. Could this man's eyes be akin to an X-ray machine? Who are you? Hui Huzi's voice trembled. I am the owner of Lease Heavy Industries and a businessman who values reason. Liang resumed his seat, leaning forward with an intimidating presence. I have no desire to expose your tricks or ruin your operation. I simply wish to negotiate a fair price. 20 million in cash. Additionally, I seek information. Liang's fingers lightly tapped the table. I've heard there is an abandoned Dock 7 nearby, which has remained unsold due to ghostly disturbances. I am quite interested in that location. Hui Huzi swallowed hard. He surveyed Liang's piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate the soul and glanced at the menacing Zirwei beside him, finally returning his attention to the enticing box of alloy. The instinct of a shrewd merchant told him that he could only appease this individual. Provoking him could lead to the dismantling of his black market. Deal. Hui Huzi wiped the sweat from his brow, gritting his teeth, yet resigned. 20 million. Moreover, for that Dock 7. Since you fear no death, I will sell it to you at cost for 1 million. The deed is in my possession. May our collaboration be fruitful. Liang rose and extended his hand. Rest assured, Hui Huzi. Once my factory is up and running, I shall offer you an 80% discount on your maintenance orders. Hui Huzi smiled wryly as he shook Liang's hand. Today he felt as if he were not engaging in business, but rather being robbed. Strangely, he found it difficult to harbor any animosity toward this young man. Rather, he felt a peculiar sense of awe. Young man, that place is truly unsavory. Hui Huzi couldn't resist offering a warning. It was a biolab site of the Federation 50 years ago, rumored to be infested with radiation ghosts. The last group that ventured there went mad. Ghosts. Liang laughed, brimming with confidence. He recalled his fleet controlled by the necromantic virus. Not to worry, I excel in dealings with the deceased. Half an hour later, Liang exited the trading house laden with riches and an electronic deed. 20 million. Zirwei gazed at the figures on the account somewhat dazed. Are we now wealthy? No. Liang surveyed the dim asteroid known as Dock 7. This money will soon be spent on equipment, materials, recruiting workers, and paying those rat-like individuals. But this is merely the beginning. Liang inhaled deeply, savoring the murky yet vibrant air of the sinful nebula. Zirwei, are you prepared? We shall construct the largest armaments factory in the universe right here, and then wait for those scoundrels from Heishi Corporation to come knocking. At the edge of the sinister nebula deep within the debris belt lies an irregular asteroid approximately 50 kilometers in diameter, quietly suspended against a backdrop of purple cosmic clouds. Its surface is riddled with vast craters, and amidst these meteorite scars stand several rusted leaning giant cranes resembling the ribs of a long-dead behemoth. This is Dock number 7. Graybeard did not lie, this place indeed resembles a graveyard. Boss, are we really going to stay here? The old wrench's voice trembled over the comms channel. Radar indicates that the radiation levels are within safe limits, but that magnetic field, it's too bizarre. My dashboard is going haywire. Just a moment ago, someone claimed to have seen a white shadow outside the viewport. I saw it too. Another crew member exclaimed in terror. It's a headless ghost in a Federation uniform hovering near Airlock 3. The fleet hovered 5 kilometers away from the dock, hesitant to move closer. Fear spread among the crew like a contagion. These outlaws who kill without a second thought in the wasteland are most terrified of the unseen and the intangible. Silence. Liang stood on the bridge of the Hercules, the blue glow of the Tiangong ocular lens providing an unusual calm in the dim cockpit. He gazed at the lifeless dock displayed on the holographic screen. To the eyes of ordinary people, it appeared eerie and filled with ghostly apparitions. Yet through the high-dimensional analytical vision of the Tiangong lens, Liang perceived an entirely different scene. Those so-called white-clad female specters and headless soldiers were merely complex holographic photon clouds flashing at specific frequencies. The magnetic fields causing the dashboard to malfunction were high-intensity neural interference waves. Interesting, Liang remarked with a slight smile. There are no ghosts here. This is an operational military-grade defense system of the Federation, the Mirage Psychological Warfare Matrix. 50 years ago, the Federation deployed this system here to guard against pirate raids on vital biochemical laboratories. It projects images of humanity's deepest fears from the subconscious, and coupled with infrasound waves disrupts the cerebral cortex, leading to hallucinations and ultimately mental breakdowns. For others, this was a death trap. For Liang, it was an unexpected treasure. Zirwei. Liang turned, donning his exoskeleton armor as he issued orders. You will keep the fleet on alert outside. Remember, no matter what you see, as long as the radar does not beep, do not fire. They are mere illusions. Are you going in alone? Zirwei frowned. Even if they are illusions, the kind of neural interference can drive a person mad. Oh, I will accompany you. Unnecessary. Liang patted his helmet. My eyes can filter out all false information. The ghosts here cannot harm me. And, he added with a confident grin, I intend to have a conversation with the landlord here and turn these ghosts into our watchdogs. 10 minutes later, Liang piloted a small shuttle penetrating the chilling ghost fog and landing on the control platform of the dock. As he exited the cabin, a wailing voice filled the air. Return, my life. Get out. Countless translucent phantoms emerged from the walls, clawing and lunging toward him. The air was thick with the stench of decay, result of a malfunctioning olfactory simulation system. If he were an ordinary man, he would likely have succumbed to a heart attack in fear at that moment. However, Liang simply raised his hand, passing through the body of a malevolent spirit. The modeling precision is commendable, but the texture resolution is rather low, he commented. Is this the graphics card level from 50 years ago? Ignoring the frenzied apparitions around him, he strode directly to a rusted door. Access System Federation Military Encryption offline. Brute force viable. ZE. The plasma cutter emitted a blue flame, and minutes later the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Beyond the door lay the control room. Contrary to expectations, it was not in disarray, rather it was remarkably tidy. Countless servers hummed away, and on the central screen red warning codes flickered. Intrusion alert. Psychological defense matrix activated. Releasing infrasound induction. So it was you, little rascal, playing tricks. Liang approached the control console and blew the dust off the keyboard. Tiangong accessed the system. Modify this haunting mode. Eliminate these frightful apparitions. It's too primitive. Rewriting base logic. Defense matrix authority acquired. New mode setting active defense. Boom. As Liang pressed the enter key, the oppressive, eerie atmosphere within the dock dissipated instantly. The ghosts that once floated outside vanished. In their place were dozens of automated defense turrets previously concealed in the shadows, along with hundreds of standby maintenance drones, their green standby lights flickering to life. This is precisely what I desired. Liang gazed at the displayed inventory list, his eyes glinting with excitement. This was no mere abandoned dock, it was a fully automated fortress in the making. Though many devices were outdated, their frameworks remained intact, and the energy systems were still operational. More importantly, if employed wisely, this Mirage system would serve as the ultimate camouflage. Taya, old wrench, get in here. Liang activated the comms channel, his voice brimming with the confidence of a landowner. Stop quaking outside. I've already captured the ghosts. Bring every engineering team and all cleaning robots. You have 3 days to eradicate the stench of decay and restore all the lights. 3 days from now, Lee's Heavy Industries will officially open. 3 days later, Dock Number 7 had transformed remarkably. Although it still appeared as a pockmarked asteroid from the outside, inside, it had become a brightly lit megafactory. The vast docking bays were filled with Liang's fleet. Countless maintenance robots flitted about while the technicians from the Rats Union busily serviced the equipment. At the most prominent entrance of the dock, a massive holographic sign illuminated showcasing the logo designed personally by Liang, a colossal wrench smashing a skull. Below it was a straightforward yet audacious tagline: Lee's Heavy Industries pay us, and we can even install a warp drive on your coffin. Isn't this advertisement a bit too ostentatious? Zirwaya stood before the newly remodeled office's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the grand sign with an exasperated expression. She wore a sleek black combat suit, her newly replaced silver-gray mechanical arm shimmering under the lights. Now she was not only the first officer, but also the security chief here. Ostentatious. Liang reclined in a spacious boss chair which he had acquired from Greybeard, idly toying with a freshly minted commemorative coin. In this haunted place, humility leads to ruin. The more audacious you are, the more others perceive you as capable. But boss. Old Wrench grimaced beside him. We've been open for half a day, and not a single fly has come in. Those passing ships avoid us, knowing this place was once a haunted house. Indeed. Though the sign was bright, reputation cannot be altered overnight. The people of Heijiao Port were well aware of the hauntings at Dock Number 7, who would risk their lives to have their ships repaired. Patience. Liang sipped his tea, his gaze resolute. Good wine fears not the depth of the alley. Besides, what we offer is not mere wine, it is life itself. At that moment, a sudden beep resonated. The communicator activated. This was not only the first signal since Lee's Heavy Industries opened, but also a distress call. ZZZ. Is anyone there? This is the Windrunner. My engine is overheating. The thrusters have failed. The mad dogs are chasing me. Even a haunted house will do. Let me in to hide. I have money. Liang exchanged glances with Zirwaya. Look. Liang rose, straightening his collar, a businessman's smile gracing his lips. See. A paying customer has arrived. Open Dock 1. Prepare for guests. Also notify the security team. Liang glanced at the radar where several red dots were relentlessly pursuing. Since this is our first transaction, let's throw in a value-added service. Help the client clean up the tail they have trailing behind them. Let them know that once they step through the doors of Lee's Heavy Industries, even the King of Hell cannot take them away. A brightly painted, yet currently billowing black smoke, small racing spacecraft staggered into the magnetic shield of Dock No. It resembled an injured flamingo, its tail fin severed while its left engine sputtered with an erratic flame. Trailing behind it were 5 heavily armed shuttles adorned with skull flags hot on its pursuit. Stop. Hand over the cargo. You'll die even if you run into a haunted house. The pirates of the Mad Dog Gang clearly held the newly inducted Li Shi Zhonggong in disdain. To them, it was merely a reckless scavenger occupying a deserted wreck. Attention, pirate ships ahead. A cold female voice reverberated through the public channel across the void of space. It was Zirwaya. This is the private airspace of Li Shi Zhonggong. You have 3 seconds to vacate. Huh. Li Shi Zhonggong. Never heard of it. The little leader of the Mad Dog Gang cackled. Brothers, let's loot this shabby factory too. Seeking death. At that moment, Liang stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, a teacup in hand, as if watching a holographic film unfold. Activate the Mirage system. Mode Nightmare. With a hum, the previously desolate periphery of the dock unexpectedly manifested the imposing silhouettes of a dozen colossal federal battleships. The cannons of those battleships flickered with devastating blue light, though illusory, the signals appeared indistinguishable from the real on the pirates' radar. Holy crap! Federal fleet. An ambush. The Mad Dog Gang was utterly terrified. Their radar blared in alarm, and their psychological defenses crumbled instantaneously. Run. Flee. It's a trap. The 5 pirate ships didn't even dare to fire a shot. They turned tail and fled, colliding into one another in their hasty retreat, disappearing in disarray into the depths of the asteroid belt. A bunch of cowards. Liang shook his head, shutting down the projection system. The true utility of the Mirage system lay in its ability to frighten such naive bumpkins more effectively than live ammunition, all while conserving resources. Inside the hangar, the injured racing spacecraft finally extinguished its flames under the foam spray of firefighting robots. The hatch opened, revealing a small, grimy young man in wind goggles who tumbled out. He appeared utterly disheveled, tightly clutching a metallic box. Where are the ghosts? The young man glanced around, panic-stricken. Contrary to his expectations of phantoms and corpses, he found only bright lights, pristine floors, and rows of seemingly expensive advanced maintenance robots. A group of technicians in modified work uniforms wielding wrenches rather than machetes surrounded his ship, commenting critically. This engine is horrendously modified. The intake duct is glowing red. Tisk tisk, is this tail fin glued together? How can this possibly fly? Cough cough. Liang approached with Zirwaya clad in his signature black leather coat, flanked by 2 fully armed bodyguards exuding an undeniable aura. Welcome to Li Shi Zhonggong. Liang smiled, extending his hand. I am the owner, Liang. It seems your Fengxinghao requires a bit of assistance. The young man stared blankly at Liang, then at the military-grade factory environment, swallowing hard. I am Jack Eraser. Jack clutched the box tightly, a hint of wariness in his demeanor. You can truly repair ships. And keep it secret. As long as you can pay, I can transform this heap of scrap into the fastest spacecraft in the universe. Liang gestured to the box Jack held. And I surmise you are preparing for the death rally 3 days hence. Jack's expression shifted abruptly. How do you know? Your ship is a classic racing modification stripped of armor and weaponry, retaining only the engine. This suicidal modification seems solely aimed at participating in that infamous death rally. I can think of no other reason. Liang stepped closer, patting the still smoldering engine cover of the spacecraft. However, I must candidly state that based on this nearly defunct ion engine, you won't even pass the preliminary round, let alone clinch the championship. Jack bowed, his head a flicker of despair crossing his features. I know, but I'm out of money. This box contains my last savings, 50,000 credit points. I must win. If I don't, the loan sharks will dismantle my organs for profit. He suddenly lifted his head, a hint of frantic desperation in his gaze. Boss, please, if you can help me win, I'll share half the prize with you. Even if you want my life, it's yours. Liang regarded the young man. In Jack, he saw that familiar wild desperation of the wasteland. Such individuals would sacrifice everything for their goals. This was precisely the kind of tenacity he needed. 50,000 points. Liang shook his head. Not even enough to buy a screw. The light in Jack's eyes dimmed instantly. However, Liang pivoted, changing his tone. I do not seek your money. I can even assist you in modifications at no cost, not only repairing it, but upgrading it into a behemoth. Really? Jack could scarcely believe his ears. What's in it for you? Liang pointed to the side of the spacecraft. I want your ship adorned with the advertisements of Li Shi Zhonggong. I want you to declare to the entire universe during the live broadcast at the moment you clinch the championship, this ship was modified by Li Shi Zhonggong. I seek renown. Liang turned to the old wrench and the eager technicians. You lot. Time to get to work. Strip this wreck. Bring out that anti-gravity core we salvaged from the Haishi lander. We are to create a legend. Jack stood dumbfounded as the technicians, resembling madmen, swarmed over his spacecraft. He had a premonition. It felt as though he had boarded an extraordinary pirate ship, but perhaps this vessel truly could carry him to victory. Dock no. Workshop no. This place now resembles a chaotic slaughterhouse filled with sparks, cacophony, and the scent of machine oil. And the object of this relentless disassembly is none other than Jack's prized vessel, the Fengxing Chao. Disassemble. Strip it clean. Liang stood atop the scaffolding, a blueprint in hand, resembling a mad conductor. Armor plating. Absolutely not. Such an addition would merely increase the weight. Life support system. Just leave an oxygen tank. What need have we for a circulation machine? The race is only 2 hours long. He won't suffocate. Cut that damned rear seat. I need space for the nitrogen boost tank. Jack, watching his spaceship being dismantled to a mere skeleton by this mob, felt his heart bleed. Boss. Boss. Jack cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. That's carbon fiber skin. It's expensive. Without it, what will I drive? A convertible. Silence, rookie. Liang leapt down from the scaffolding, carrying a heavy bluish glowing cylindrical device. It was the core of an anti-gravity engine salvaged from the Executioner-class Blackstone lander. Though secondhand, it was military-grade glass, boasting thrust 100 times greater than Jack's original civilian contraption. I won't give you armor because the best defense is speed. Liang patted the core, his eyes gleaming with fervor. When your velocity surpasses the radar's capabilities, armor becomes a hindrance. Old wrench. Stuff this into the power compartment. If it won't fit, expand the space. Right away, boss. Old wrench, accompanied by several robust men, maneuvered the mechanical arms, forcefully inserting the massive engine into the small racing vessel. Creak. The ship's frame groaned under the oppressive weight. Is it going to fall apart? Jack's face turned pale. This feels akin to fitting a rocket booster onto a bicycle. Thus we shall reinforce the keel. Liang snapped his fingers. Sylvia, bring over the remnants of the iridium alloy you've been melting these past few days. Although Liang had sold off most of the alloy, he had retained some scrap. These high-strength memory metals were melted by Liang into a liquid state, directly cast into the joints of the ship's keel. Hiss! As the coolant was sprayed, the silvery liquid metal rapidly solidified, forming an impenetrable layer of silver muscle that enveloped the ship's skeleton. The next 48 hours unfolded as an unceasing marathon of modifications. Liang scarcely slept. The Tiangong goggles ran at full power as he engaged in a highly precise operation logic rewriting. He transferred certain tactical evasion algorithms from the Carlos AI chip into the flight control computer of the racing vessel. Done. In the early hours of the third day, Liang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, discarded the welding gun. By now the Fengxing Chao had undergone a complete transformation. No longer did it resemble the gaudy, streamlined sports car of yore. It now appeared entirely black, with sharp angles akin to a crude dagger yet to be polished. At its rear, what was once a single exhaust had transformed into 3 massive vector nozzles arranged in a triangular formation. Flanking the sides of the vessel, the most striking fluorescent paint bore the enormous logo, a wrench gripping a skull. And above it, an audacious slogan proclaimed, Lease Heavy Industries, let you run 39 meters first. Climb in and give it a try. Liang tossed the helmet to the astonished Jack. Is this truly my ship? Jack touched the cold, rough exterior, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. He entered the cockpit. The previous complex dashboard had vanished, replaced by a holographic screen and an exceedingly minimalist control stick. Start the ignition. Liang's voice echoed through the headset. Jack inhaled deeply and pressed the red start button. Vroom. No warm-up, no tremors. A low rumble as if emanating from the depths of hell reverberated throughout the hangar. It was not the sound of an engine, but the release of energy compressed to its utmost. The anti-gravity core activated. This vessel weighing over 10 tons shot upwards as effortlessly as a feather hovering 2 meters above the ground, utterly still. This level of stability. Jack was astonished. He tentatively nudged the throttle. Whoosh. The ship vanished from its position only to reappear at the opposite end of the hangar in the next heartbeat. The immense force nearly made Jack regurgitate his breakfast. This is military-grade thrust. Liang's voice resonated with satisfaction. Acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers in 0.1 seconds. As long as your body can endure it, it can fly at any speed. However, there's a little gift. Liang pointed to a red button in the cockpit adorned with a skull. That's the overclock mode. Once activated, this ship will sever all safety limits, ramping the reactor's output to 150. You will experience 30 seconds of invincible speed. The cost. After 30 seconds, the engine will melt down. So do not press it until you reach the finish line unless you yearn to transform into a meteor. Jack gazed at the button, his initial trepidation gradually giving way to fervor. As a racer, he craved the thrill of dancing on the edge of oblivion. Boss. Jack swallowed hard. This ship. It's absolutely exhilarating. Exhilarating is good. Liang yawned and clapped his hands. Off you go, kid. Bring that trophy back to me, and don't let my name suffer disgrace. Evil Nebula Fragment, Belt No. This is the most notorious lawless territory in the entire nebula, as well as the venue for the annual death rally. Thousands of spaceships dock in the spectator area flanking the racetrack, illuminated by a massive holographic projection as bright as day. The cacophony of betting shouts, roaring engines, and the din of rock music intertwine, creating a frenzied carnival atmosphere. At the starting line, 50 uniquely designed racing ships stand poised. Some are bristling with spikes, others adorned with missile racks, while one is merely a jet engine strapped to a cockpit. Here there is but one rule: cross the finish line first and survive. As Jack piloted the black, unsightly advertisement-covered Windwalker into the arena, a wave of laughter erupted around him. Who is that? Arriving in a coffin. Leisure Heavy Industries. What a third-rate brand. I'll look at that slogan, let you run 39 meters first. Hilarious. Don't be surprised if you can't even catch my exhaust. From a nearby heavy racing ship emblazoned with the Mad Dog Gang insignia, the driver gave Jack the finger, revving the engine with a roar that nearly scorched Jack's ship. Ignore them. Leon's voice echoed through the remote communication channel in Jack's earpiece. At that moment, Leon sat on the bridge of the Hercules stationed in the VIP viewing area, holding a glass of wine as he watched the race broadcast. Remember what I taught you: in the face of absolute strength, mockery is merely the lament of the weak. 3, 2, 1, go. The signal flare illuminated the void. Boom. 50 ships simultaneously unleashed blinding flames from their exhausts, charging forth like a stampede of frenzied bulls. The heavy racing ship of the Mad Dog Gang surged ahead, shoving aside 2 smaller vessels with its imposing mass and brutal thrust, seizing the inside track of the first turn. Meanwhile, Jack's Windwalker, having launched too hastily, nearly lost control and crashed into a wall, falling to the back of the pack. A total rookie. The audience erupted in jeers. Steady. Leon calmly instructed, activate the vector stabilization system. The center of gravity on this ship is different from what you're used to. Taking a deep breath, Jack gripped the control stick tightly. He sensed that this ship was not only fast, but also excessively responsive, akin to an untamed stallion. I will tame you. With a fierce pull on the stick, the spaceship entered the first dense debris zone. Other racers slowed down, cautiously maneuvering around the floating boulders. But Jack did not reduce speed. Anti-gravity engine. Activate. The black ship suddenly glided along the surface of a massive asteroid like a gecko. It did not employ aerodynamic control surfaces, which were ineffective in the vacuum, but rather used the repulsive force generated by the anti-gravity core to rebound between asteroids. Rebound maneuver. This was a tactical movement existing only in theory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jack's ship morphed into a streak of black lightning weaving through the rocky chaos. With each rebound, his speed not only remained unimpeded, but accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed a dozen ships, breaking into the second tier. What the hell? Is that even possible? What has Leisure Heavy Industries done? How is that ship defying the laws of physics? The commentator's jaw nearly dropped. As the race entered its latter half, Jack had surged into second place with the heavy racing ship of the Mad Dog Gang ahead of him. Damn it, that coffin is catching up. The driver of the Mad Dog Gang glanced at the rear radar, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Activate the rear cannons. Bring it down. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 cannons emerged from the rear of the Mad Dog Gang ship, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Jack. Boss, he's cheating. He's firing. Jack exclaimed. This is the death rally. There is no such thing as cheating, Leon replied coolly. Since he wants to play with fire, we shall indulge him. Jack, activate the green switch marked defense. Defense. Jack hesitated before reaching to press it. Click. The bow of the Windwalker suddenly split apart, revealing 2 slender metal rods. They were not guns, they were high-frequency laser cutters originally designed for industrial robots to slice through, or now repurposed by Leon as close combat weapons. Get close. Leon commanded. Cut off his tail wing. With gritted teeth, Jack thrust the throttle. The anti-gravity engine erupted with thrust, pushing through the barrage of bullets most dodged by speed, while a few merely scraped against the iridium alloy hull, igniting sparks as he closed in on the rear of the Mad Dog Gang ship. Zing! Two beams of blue laser sliced through the air. The massive tail wing of the Mad Dog Gang ship along with its rear cannons was cleanly severed, as if slicing through tofu. Boom! Losing balance, the racing ship spiraled out of control in space before crashing violently into a small asteroid, exploding into a fiery ball. Well done! The audience erupted in cheers. This spectacle of violent beauty was exactly what they had come to witness. The finish line loomed ahead. Jack's fervor peaked as he gazed at the increasingly near-checkered flag. Now's the moment. Overclock mode. He pressed the red button adorned with a skull. Vroom! The ship's exhaust flames turned a blinding white, and the speedometer skyrocketed. The Windwalker transformed into an untraceable blur, crossing the finish line. Champion Jack. Vehicle Leisure Heavy Industries Windwalker. A massive holographic announcement illuminated the starry sky. Seconds after Jack crossed the finish line as Leon had predicted, the engine let out a puff of black smoke and ceased functioning entirely. But that no longer mattered. He had triumphed. And he did so in a manner that was both crushing and humiliating. Leisure Heavy Industries. Leisure Heavy Industries. Leisure Heavy Industries. It was unclear who led the chant, but the audience began to fervently call out the name. In the VIP box, Leon set down his wine glass, observing the exuberant Jack, surrounded by a jubilant crowd, gesturing wildly at the ship's advertisements for the cameras, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, his communicator was nearly overwhelmed by notifications. Alert, new order request received. Alert, new order request received. Alert, account credited. In just 10 minutes, the order queue extended into the following month. It seems we have much to do. Leon turned to Sylvia and the old wrench behind him. Notify the factory, we commence full production. Additionally, double the prices for me. From this day forward, Leisure Heavy Industries shall reign supreme in this nebula, like a deity. The Doc No. Of the sinister nebula has now become the most sought-after landmark in this star region. Only 3 days have passed since the deathly thrilling race that shocked the entire nebula, and the name Lee Corporation has spread like wildfire among smugglers, mercenaries, and racers alike. The ability to transform a dilapidated civilian spacecraft into a behemoth capable of outpacing armed warships is tantamount to having a printing press in the Wasteland. Oh dear, my poor back. In the control room, Leong sprawled across a worn military cot, letting out a pained groan. His iconic black leather coat had long been shed, leaving him clad only in a sweat-soaked gray tank top. His face and arms were smeared with black machine oil, resembling a coal miner emerging from a pit. This boss life is truly frustrating. As he rubbed his aching lower back, Leong could not help but unleash a tirade. I have over 80 million credit points in my account, yet I can't even afford a decent bed to rest on. What am I doing here, inhaling exhaust fumes every day? At that moment, the old mechanic entered, clutching a thick stack of electronic order panels, his face alight with excitement, as if had regained 20 years of youth. Boss, we've received 30 more big orders. The old mechanic, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed. They all request the installation of that anti-gravity ejection module. And they've even sent the deposits with expedited fees that are exceptionally generous. We're truly going to be counting money until our hands cramp. Count what? Leong rolled his eyes and wearily waved his hand. Inform everyone that from today onwards we'll only accept 3 orders a day. Anything beyond that will either be queued until next year, or they can take a hike. What? The old mechanic was taken aback, a look of dismay on his face. Boss, that's a fortune. To turn away such easy money. Isn't that a waste? Do you understand what hunger marketing is? Do you comprehend the concept of capacity limits? Leong sat up, pointing outside to the exhausted technicians resembling dogs in the hangar. Look at those brothers out there. Their eyes are as dark as raccoons. The skills I've taught them are just stripped-down versions. The core parameters and the eye of heaven modifications require my direct involvement. If I were to take 100 orders a day, I'd earn money until I faint from a cerebral hemorrhage. Leong rapped the table with irritation. We are a high-end custom arms factory, not a blood-sucking sweatshop. I earn money to enjoy life, not to add bricks to the universe. Just then the sensors outside the base emitted a pleasant beeping sound. Alert, a dedicated delivery spacecraft from the inner ring of the nebula is requesting docking. Leong's eyes lit up instantly. His back no longer ached, his legs felt nimble again, and he sprang from the cot with a sudden surge of energy. Finally, open the main passageway. 10 minutes later, a sleek, luxurious logistics spacecraft painted entirely in brilliant white smoothly glided into the dimly lit Dock No. This ship's design stood in stark contrast to the surrounding decrepit environment, resembling a nobleman in a tailcoat stepping into a slum's muck. As the spacecraft's hatch opened, a courier dressed in a crisp uniform with slicked-back hair descended. He held a golden electronic signing board, his brow furrowed with disdain, and pulled out a pristine handkerchief from his pocket to cover his nose, as if the air could taint his lungs. May I ask who is Mr. Leong? The courier's voice dripped with evident arrogance and disdain. Is this truly the delivery address? It's hard to believe anyone would list such a haunted dump as a shipping location. In the sinister nebula, there exists a rigid class hierarchy. Those residing in the inner ring of the Babylon space station are proxies for warlords and tycoons, considering themselves the elite. Conversely, the outer debris field is viewed as a sewer by them. The old mechanic and several technicians' expressions darkened at this remark, their grips tightening around their wrenches. I am Liang. While wiping oil from his hands with a rag, Liang approached with a smile. The courier eyed Liang with contempt. Very well, Mr. Li. The items you ordered from Babylon Luxury Custom Network have arrived. The courier waved his hand, signaling the robotic assistants behind him to begin unloading. One shipment of premium snowflake beef and steak from the Alpha system, fresh, not synthetic, valued at 50,000 credit points. 2 cases of vintage Bordeaux red wine valued at 120,000 credit points. And the courier glanced at the manifest, his mouth twitching in disbelief as if he found it utterly absurd. 1 Elysium V8 zero-gravity intelligent massage pod, featuring 61 human-like massage techniques valued at 200,000 credit points. As the robotic assistants maneuvered, a colossal, technologically advanced silver pod was brought into the oil-stained control room. The luxurious leather and streamlined design dazzled the eyes of all the rustic technicians present. My heavens. Boss, what is this? The old mechanic swallowed hard. This is quality of life, Liang said, patting the leather surface of the massage pod with satisfaction. The courier presented the signing board to Liang, his tone stiff. Please verify the payment and sign. Additionally, I must inform you that due to your remote and extremely harsh location, we need to charge a 20 hazardous environment delivery fee. Harsh environment. Dangerous. Liang raised an eyebrow. I find it rather safe here. Safe. The courier scoffed, gesturing towards a group of laborers with slave collars hauling heavy ammunition. They lack even basic automation, using such barbaric slave labor in an atmosphere laden with toxic fumes. I wouldn't wish to stay in such a savage slum for even a second. Please expedite the payment. I need to return to the inner ring for afternoon tea. Liang looked at the haughty courier, and rather than feeling anger, he found himself grinning wider. He believed in a profound truth in the Wasteland: the most satisfying way to defeat an arrogant individual is not to kill them, but to smash their face with the very thing they value most. Payment, you say? No problem. Liang lifted his wrist-mounted personal terminal and tapped the courier's signing board. Beep. Transaction successful. The courier glanced at the amount displayed on the screen, suddenly stunned. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have misread. Mr. Li, you've overpaid by 500,000 credit points. The courier's tone shifted dramatically, the earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by disbelief. 500,000. That's a sum he would take a century to earn in courier work. Oh, that Liang dismissed casually, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. When purchasing, one must account for service fees. The extra 500,000 is your tip. Tippy. The courier gasped, his breathing quickening, his legs feeling weak. Indeed, however, I have a rule, Liang said, hands tucked into his pockets, wearing a sly smile. Once you take my tip, you must provide corresponding service. Your commands. The courier immediately bent at the waist, all pride of being an inner ring resident dissipating into nothing before 500,000 in cash. If Liang were to ask him to clean the oil off the floor with his tongue, he would not hesitate. Liang pointed towards the boxes of red wine and steak thin at the old mechanic and the eager technicians outside. Go prepare the meat for my brothers. Cook it to medium with minimal black pepper. Then decant the wine and pour a glass for each brother. Don't you inner ring folks pride yourselves on knowing fine dining etiquette? Today showcase it right here in this dump. Liang reclined in the massage pod, comfortably settling in as he pressed the start button. Oh, and remember to smile. If my brothers are unsatisfied with the meal or find your service lacking, I reserve the right to retract that tip. Understand? Understood. I understand. I assure you all will be satisfied. The courier nodded vigorously, scurrying towards the premium steak box, stripping off his expensive uniform jacket to use as an apron, and began clumsily starting the fire. Laughter erupted in the hall. The boss is magnificent. Wow, an inner ring lord is grilling for us. This life is worth living. Sylvia stood aside, watching Liang recline in the massage pod, eyes closed, emitting satisfied groans. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, though a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Childish, she quietly critiqued, yet her body honestly reached for a glass of the recently decanted wine. It must be said this lavishly purchased wine was indeed far superior to the industrial alcohol-laced spirits found in the Wasteland. The entire dock buzzed with a festive atmosphere akin to a New Year's celebration. The aroma of grilled meat masked the smell of machine oil, and in this moment the scavengers living on borrowed time genuinely felt the happiness of eating well under Boss Li. Liang reclined in the massage pod, feeling the mechanical arms skillfully knead his aching muscles, his eyes closed as he sighed in contentment. This is the essence of reality's pleasure. If one cannot use their earnings to indulge and enjoy, what is the point of clawing their way out of a pile of corpses? Blissful. Liang murmured with closed eyes. Once I have some free time in a couple of days, I'll order several sets of top-tier temperature-controlled sleep pods to upgrade your beds. However, the rules of the Wasteland are always cruel. They never allow you to enjoy comfort for long. Just as Liang was savoring this rare moment of tranquility while the old mechanic and others were indulging in grilled meat, an alarm blared. Beep, beep, beep. The green screen that had displayed order data suddenly turned a blinding crimson. The piercing sound of the highest-level air defense alarm shattered the joyful atmosphere. Alert. Encountering unknown data stream intrusion. External firewall breached. Internal network control being lost. 30. 50. The courier who had been grilling meat moments ago fell to the ground in fright. Sylvia instantly discarded her wine glass, her mechanical left arm, deploying a monomolecular blade as she entered a state of high combat readiness. Enemy attack. Is it the Blackstone fleet? No, it's not a fleet. Liang sat up abruptly from the massage pod, the tranquility on his face vanishing, his gaze transforming into one of icy resolve. He dashed to the control console, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in a blur. There were no physical signals of enemy warships approaching on the radar. However, through the perspective of the Tiangong ocular lens, an enormous and suffocating data stream was surging through the sinister nebula's intricate public network nodes, akin to an invisible serpent viciously piercing through Doc No's physical isolation barrier. What audacity! Liang observed the screen displaying the rapidly refreshing red code, letting out a cold chuckle. The intruders had not executed any physical invasion. Instead, they attempted to seize the highest control of the entire space station via the network. Bang! Suddenly, all 4 large screens in the control room went black. A holographic image slowly materialized in the center of the screen. It was not a fearsome pirate captain, nor a cold officer from Blackstone. On the screen appeared the image of an anime girl composed of numerous green pixel dots. She donned an oversized hoodie adorned with extravagant cat ear headphones and held a virtual lollipop in her mouth. This figure appeared exceedingly cute, yet against the backdrop of the Wasteland's brutality, it exuded an inexplicable aura of eeriness and danger. The virtual girl removed the lollipop from her mouth and blew a bubble that popped with a satisfying pop. Then a highly modulated electronic voice devoid of discernible gender, yet filled with mockery, echoed throughout the entire space station's intercom. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Is this the recently renowned Lee Corporation? The code is written like utter rubbish and the firewall is as weak as paper. I thought it was some hidden big shot, but it turns out to be a mere blacksmith from the sticks. The virtual girl made a face at the screen. Now the automatic fire control system of this space station is under my command. You have 10 seconds to hand over the twisted rewriting algorithm of the Windrunner engine. Otherwise, the virtual girl snapped her fingers. It'll make your automatic cannon shoot the steak you just consumed right back out. The entire space station fell into a deathly silence. The technicians of the Mouse Association were left utterly paralyzed with fear. In this cyber age, a top hacker capable of instantly seizing control of a space station is far more terrifying than a fleet. With a single thought, they could trigger a reactor explosion. All eyes were fixed on Liang. Liang stared at the arrogant virtual girl on the screen, taking a deep breath. Then he performed an unexpected action that astonished everyone. He raised his hand impatiently, rubbing his temples. Damn it. Liang grit his teeth, a fire of waking up rage igniting in his eyes. I spent 200,000 on this massage chair, just settled in for 5 minutes. And you interrupt me like this? In that moment, a blinding blue light erupted from Liang's right eye. Tiangong, ocular lens, deep infiltration mode activated. Tiangong. Liang's voice was as cold as ice shards, imbued with an undeniable sacred authority. Climb through the network cable. Strip this showy little brat of her undergarments. ZZZ, all the screens in the control room flickered violently, as the image of a virtual girl reminiscent of a two-dimensional character and lollipop in hand seemed to mock the incompetence of those present. Climbing over through the network cable, the virtual girl exaggeratedly doubled over with laughter, her synthetic electronic voice brimming with disdain. Uncle, have you lost your wits while repairing spaceships? This is the interstellar quantum network, flanked by 13 public routing nodes and hundreds of relay machines. You cannot even ascertain my IP address location within its galaxy. What do you intend to use to unearth my... Before she could finish her sentence, Liang had already risen from the luxurious massage pod. He did not operate the keyboard, nor donned any cumbersome holographic neural interface helmet. He merely stood there silently, the blue light in his right eye erupting like a tangible force, projecting a complex three-dimensional network topology diagram that emanated an ethereal blue glow into the air. Do not panic. Liang did not even glance at the screens, but instead turned to the entering courier, who was trembling in fear, clutching a pair of tongs. The steak is overcooked, it will be burnt. Continue grilling it medium rare, don't make me repeat myself thrice. The courier shivered, gazing into Liang's glowing eye, as if confronted by a monster clad in human skin, promptly scurrying back to the grill to nervously flip the premium Weijiu worth 50,000 credit points. Zirwea stowed away her monomolecular blade. She knew Liang too well. When this man spoke in such a tone and his eyes began to glow, it signified that someone was about to face dire consequences. What are you doing? The virtual girl on the screen seemed to sense something amiss. She discovered that the Trojan horse program she had implanted within the space station system was being forcibly extracted by a power she had never encountered before. Not through code eradication, but directly obstructing at the physical hardware level. Liang chuckled coldly. Little girl, your code is indeed well written. The logical traps are intricately laid, and the IP disguises are quite exquisite. Liang raised his hand as though plucking an invisible string in the void. On a software level, it might take me 3 hours to navigate through your maze. However, I despise wandering through mazes. Since you locked my door, I shall simply break through the wall. In the deep penetration mode of the Tiangong goggles, what Liang perceived was not a data flow of S and S, nor complex firewalls. He saw hardware. He perceived every physical node, every router, and every fiber optic cable that constituted the quantum network within this nebula and the energy flow coursing through them. The first relay is located at the abandoned relay station now. In the asteroid belt. Liang's finger gently flicked in the void. Tiangong sent a low-level hardware command to that relay station. Reverse its cooling fan and overload the processor voltage by. Command sent. Physical hardware destruction in progress. On an asteroid hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Doc No. An old server hidden within rock crevices suddenly emitted a plume of black smoke exploding into a fireball with a resounding bang. Oh. The virtual girl on the control room screen let out a short gasp, her image flickering, and one of her cat ears vanished. Are you insane? You just burned the physical server of the public relay station. Do you know whose property that is? Panic laced her voice for the first time. I could not care less whose it is. Liang's tone was rife with ostentatious arrogance and unreasonable dominance. I currently hold over 20 million credit points in cash alongside a warehouse full of iridium alloy. If I damage a few worthless routers, I can easily compensate them with brand new ones. Do you not enjoy hiding? I am eager to see how many physical servers you have prepared for me to burn. Liang's fingers flicked in rapid succession through the void. This was the terror of the Tiangong goggles. They did not need to crack your password, they simply pierced through your hardware architecture and issued a suicide command. This was a dimensional strike utterly devoid of martial ethics and cyber warfare. The second relay, the signal tower at the Babylon space station's outer garbage dump, incinerated. The third, the fourth, as Liang casually enumerated the image of the virtual girl on the screen, began to twist and fragment violently. Her hoodie morphed into pixels, her lollipop vanished. Stop. Please stop. The girl finally broke down, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Those servers are expensive. I spent half a year gathering materials to piece them together. You brute. You barbarian. Now you feel remorse. Liang scoffed, rubbing his still slightly sore lower back. Did you not consider the consequences when interrupting others' massages? I have already pinpointed your real physical location. The Tiangong goggles traced a clear blue line through the void. This line traversed through layers of nebula, ultimately pointing toward the colossal Babylon space station, its opulent inner ring, but the filthiest, darkest slums perpetually devoid of sunlight. The image magnified continually on Liang's retina. Traversing through convoluted sewage pipelines past stinking mounds of garbage, his gaze finally penetrated the iron walls of a dim lilac shack repurposed from discarded containers. He saw. Liang's movements abruptly halted, the blue light in his eye flickering momentarily as the previously mocking expression on his face froze upon witnessing the scene within the shack. No grand hacker team, no advanced supercomputer arrays. In that cramped, damp container, there were merely stacks of second-hand servers cobbled together from various scraps of metal. These servers lacked proper cooling systems, relying solely on a few dilapidated industrial fans and cheap liquid nitrogen canisters for forced cooling. And at the center of these rumbling machines sat an antiquated, scratched medical life pod. The life pod brimmed with a pale green nutrient solution, cradling a girl who appeared to be merely 16 or 17. She was emaciated, her skin almost translucent, her legs exhibiting an unnatural state of atrophy. Clearly, she was a severe paraplegic, unable to move below her neck. Yet several thick data cables were violently embedded into the back of her skull, directly connecting her to those battered servers. She was utilizing her very brain as the final processor for this supercomputer. Beside the life pod, a holographic projector flickered with dim light, casting the image of the arrogant Katard two-dimensional girl. The life signal monitor adjacent to the life pod emitted urgent alarms. Due to Liang's violent counterattack moments ago, the immense data backflow had severely overloaded the fragile girl's brain, causing blood to overflow from her nostrils, staining the nutrient solution crimson. Liang fell silent. He was a seasoned survivor on the Wasteland, having taken lives and schemed against others. Yet within him remained a line reserved for ordinary humanity. Bullying a bedridden girl struggling to survive amidst scraps in a slum, even in the Wasteland, seemed utterly unsavory. Tiangong cut off the reverse overload attack and established a secure bidirectional communication channel. Liang lowered his hand, the blue light in his eye gradually receding. On the control room screens, the nearly pixelated virtual girl finally stabilized. She gasped for breath, though merely a simulated action of the hologram, her eyes filled with trepidation as she regarded Liang. What? Why did you stop? The girl queried warily, her voice still carrying a note of stubborn defiance. Because I fear if I continue your brain may boil. Liang approached the luxurious massage pod, patting the cushion before settling back down into a comfortable position. He looked at the screen, his tone shifting from fierce to one tinged with a sigh and resignation. I ask you, little girl, what do you seek? Liang picked up a glass of ice water that the old wrench had just handed him, taking a sip. I have examined your hardware. Your computational power is indeed remarkable. However, in the Wasteland, computational power requires substantial materials to sustain it. Your cooling pump spindle is misaligned by millimeters, and your backup power module utilizes inferior secondhand transistors. Liang incisively pointed out her predicament. The reason you sought to hack my system was not for some fanciful engine rewriting algorithm. Such an algorithm is of no use to you. Your true objective is to hack my account or control my warehouse, am I correct? The virtual girl on the screen bit her lip, her thoughts laid bare, lowering her head in embarrassment. You are in dire need of materials. Liang toyed with the water cup in his hand, his gaze sharp. You require superconducting coolant to keep your servers operational, and you need high-purity energy blocks to maintain your life pod. In the slums of the Babylon space station, credit points are worthless, only tangible materials can bargain for life. You are on the verge of collapse, which drove you to take risks targeting the recently renowned, seemingly naive, and wealthy corporation. Am I right? The hall fell silent. The technicians of the Rat Association exchanged glances. They had initially thought their opponent was a mysterious interstellar thief, but it turned out their boss had stripped her bare with just a few words. Moreover, according to their boss, she was a destitute pauper. After a considerable pause, the virtual girl finally raised her head, and a glimmer of moisture passed through her data-formed large eyes. Yet she quickly resumed her feigned ferocity. So what if I am? The girl shouted defiantly, I simply lack materials. My liquid nitrogen will only last 3 more days. You may do as you please. This worthless body of mine has long been doomed to die. Do not get too smug. Although you physically severed my nodes, I have planted a logic bomb in your system. Should I perish, your factory control system will lock down entirely, and those robotic arms will reduce your spaceship to scrap metal. This girl, facing imminent death, still dared to bluster. Liang, observing her ferocious posturing, found himself not enraged, but ironically amused. Enough, stop frightening me. Your logic bomb was consumed by my firewall 5 minutes ago. Liang waved his hand, standing up and moving towards the courier who was grilling meat. Is the meat ready? It's ready, sir. The courier hurriedly lifted a piece of sizzling premium wagyu on an exquisite silver platter, even professionally accompanying it with sprigs of herbs for garnish. Liang took a knife and fork, slicing off a piece of bloodied tender beef and placing it in his mouth. The rich meat juices burst forth, and the long-forgotten exquisite taste of authentic natural ingredients made Liang involuntarily exhale a contented sigh. This is the joy of wealth. He carried the plate to the screen, taking another large bite in front of the virtual girl, even deliberately smacking his lips. Glug. Despite the vast distance across countless light years of the network, Liang seemed to hear a gulp. The previously arrogant gaze of the virtual girl was now fixed intently on the meat on Liang's plate. For a girl who had long been immersed in nutrient solution, surviving on synthetic glucose, this real meat was an unimaginable luxury. Would you like some? Liang pointed his fork at the plate. The girl turned her head, scoffing. This lady has no interest in the lowly food of carbon-based life forms. Still putting on airs. Liang chuckled, handing the plate to the old wrench beside him. Share it with the brothers. Consider it my treat today. Then Liang's expression turned serious again, his demeanor shifting to one of shrewdness and authoritative resolve as he gazed at the girl on the screen. Listen, girl, I am a person of clear distinctions. You hacked my system and interrupted my enjoyment. Under normal circumstances, I would demand your life for this. However, I am intrigued by your skill. Liang leaned on the control panel slightly, inclining his body forward like a wolf fixated on its prey. My factory is experiencing exponential growth, and the half-baked technicians like the old wrench cannot keep up. I require a highly capable individual to oversee the fully automated assembly lines, essentially a top-tier network security supervisor. I would like you to work for me. The condition is that I guarantee your life pod will never lose power. Furthermore, Liang presented an ultimate lure that no paraplegic in this wasteland could refuse. Do you not despise this immobile, wretched body of yours? Should you commit to working for me for a year, Liang vow to fashion you a perfect mechanical bodycraft from the finest iridium alloy, paired with military-grade servo motors from Heishi Corporation and outfitted with the neural interfacing system from the Cult, a body that can run, jump, and even deliver a single punch strong enough to shatter a mech. In the control room, the aroma of roasted meat lingered, yet all sounds seemed to have been muted as if pressed by an unseen pause button. On the holographic screen, the green virtual girl stood frozen. Her large, data-stream-formed eyes blinked in disbelief. The cat ears, which had been raised due to anger and despair, now flopped down languidly. What did you say? The virtual girl's voice trembled slightly, momentarily forgetting to use her voice modulator, revealing a pitch that belonged to a girl of 16 or 17, crisp but faint. A perfect mechanical body, able to run and jump. In the slums on the lower levels of the sinister nebula, such words were beyond the reach of a paralyzed girl who could only survive on murky nutrient solutions and frayed tubes. Life was cheaper than rusty screws there, who would spend exorbitant military-grade materials to save a disabled person without any connections. Uncle, do you think I'm easily deceived? The girl bit her lip, her gaze sharpening with suspicion, resembling a stray cat that had endured countless beatings while scavenging through garbage. Such a high-grade prosthetic is exorbitantly priced, even in the affluent districts of Babylon's inner ring. Why would you create one for me? Just because I hacked your system a moment ago. There are no benevolent bodhisattvas doing charity in the wasteland. At her words, Liang couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up a clean towel nearby, wiped the oil and meat juices from his hands, then comfortably leaned back in his 2 million credit smart massage pod, activating the shoulder and neck relief mode. As the pod vibrated gently, Liang exhaled contentedly and spoke leisurely. Girl, you are correct. There are no bodhisattvas in the wasteland. I am not engaging in charity. I am making an exceedingly profitable deal. Liang's gaze became serious and focused, radiating the confidence of an astute businessman. You mentioned my firewall was like paper, and you were right. Every field has its expertise. I understand mechanical engineering and can shape a pile of scrap metal into a starship engine, but I lack the time to sit in a server room writing defensive code daily. Moreover, my orders have been pouring in, nearly overwhelming the server. I need someone with exceptional computing power to help me manage the entire automated production line of the base. Liang gestured towards the technicians from the Rat clan who were sweating profusely as they transported components outside. My brothers here are fine for heavy lifting, but if I tasked them with intricate automated scheduling, they would jam the assembly line. You are not only a hacker, your brain can process thousands of data nodes simultaneously. You are a living, breathing superhub. A top-tier mechanical prosthetic is indeed costly, with material costs potentially reaching tens of millions of credits. Liang paused, a charming smile gracing his lips. Yet to me, a top-notch security overseer who ensures I can relax in my massage chair each day free from concerns of production line failures or hostile hacker intrusions is worth far more than these millions of lifeless materials. This is what we call an equivalent exchange. The virtual girl on the screen fell silent. She sensed the sincerity in Liang's words. This man did not deceive her with phrases like "for justice" or "out of pity." He candidly stated, "You are valuable, so I am willing to invest in you." This straightforward exchange of interests brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance to Ava, who had struggled in the depths. "Then, how can you assure me that you won't go back on your word?" Ava murmured, "What if I assist you for a year, and then you blow up my servers? Trust must be built." Liang snapped his fingers. "Transferring credits to you is meaningless. In the lawless regions of Babylon's lower levels, if I transferred you several million tomorrow, you would find even your life pod dismantled by local gangs. So I give you tangible assets." Liang turned to the corner, where a courier from the inner ring was attempting to diminish his presence. "Hey, you in the suit." The courier jolted, quickly dropping the meat skewer in his hand, rushing over with a grin that nearly reached the floor. "Sir, how can I assist you? Is the meat cooked to your liking?" Liang pulled out 2 glowing metal tubes and a hefty micro-energy pack from the storage compartment beside the massage pod. "You immediately take your delivery ship to the Babylon space station. I've sent the coordinates to your terminal." Liang tossed the items in front of the courier. "These are 2 tubes of high-purity supercooling liquid and a fully charged level 3 energy block. Additionally, transport 5 boxes of the finest concentrated nutrient solution from my kitchen warehouse to your ship. Deliver these items personally to the designated container at the specified coordinates." The courier glanced at the coordinates on his terminal, his face instantly paling. "Yes, sir. This coordinate. It leads to the 9th level slum of the sewers." The courier's voice trembled with clear reluctance and fear. "That place is filled with toxic gas, mutant rats, and ruthless gang members. My luxury logistics ship from the inner ring would be stripped down for parts. Moreover, my job is merely to deliver goods to you. I am not obligated to go to such a dump." Liang did not raise his voice, he merely sighed, retrieving a high-frequency plasma pistol from his pocket and setting it gently on the armrest of the massage pod. "Brother, you just accepted a 5 million credit tip from me." Liang's tone was as gentle as a neighborly brother. "In my rules, taking money without working is considered fraud. In the Wasteland, the usual remedy for fraud is rather physical. I offer you 2 choices. First, you deliver these life-saving supplies to that girl and confirm her safety. I will not only overlook this, but also assign all future delivery contracts for Li Industries to you. That's a long-term ticket. Second, you refuse me now." Liang touched the grip of his gun, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "In that case, I shall consider this 5 million as your funeral expenses. That beautiful delivery ship of yours would make an excellent source of spare parts for my brothers." The courier glanced at the pistol glowing with lethal blue light, then at the cold-eyed Sylvia, who was flicking a monomolecular blade on her mechanical arm. He swallowed hard, the pride of being from the inner ring crumbling under the weight of survival and immense profit. He'll go right now." The courier hastily grabbed the cooling liquid and energy block, moving with the agility of a trained soldier. "Rest assured, sir. Even if a pack of mutant dogs blocks my way, I will bite through the path to ensure these supplies reach the young lady safely. That's the spirit. Amicability breeds prosperity." Liang waved his hand in satisfaction. The courier promptly directed the handling robots to carry box after box of high-grade nutrient solutions, fleeing towards his delivery ship. With the roar of engines, the luxurious ship transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the Babylon space station. The control room fell silent once more. Liang turned to the screen, gesturing with his hands. "Did you see that? Top-tier cooling liquid to prevent your servers from smoking, a level 3 energy block sufficient to keep your life pod running stably for 3 years, premium nutrient solutions allowing you to avoid that industrial synthetic sweet water. These hard currencies represent my sincerity." On the screen, Ava's virtual figure stood in a daze. In the dark corners of the slum, her real self felt the unbelievable reality through the neural interface. Cooling liquid, energy blocks, and real food. This man truly understood her most pressing needs and acted decisively, avoiding any superfluous chatter. "Aren't you afraid I will take the items and run?" Ava asked quietly. "You cannot escape." Liang chuckled. "You are a clever person. In that sewer, no matter how many supplies you receive, you can only scrape by. Only I can offer you genuine rebirth. Furthermore," Liang pointed to his right eye. Though it was not illuminated with blue light, the depth that seemed to see through everything still sent a shiver down Ava's spine. "If I can fry your relay machine through the network, I can certainly track you down through the same means. Do not test my limits. This is a kind reminder from a boss to an employee." Silence. After a brief pause, the virtual girl on the screen suddenly abandoned her feigned bravado. She stood upright, and though merely a pixelated virtual figure, she radiated an extraordinary gravity of seriousness. "Boss Liang." Ava's voice became clear and resolute, devoid of any tremor. "Once I receive the supplies, I will immediately sever all your existing civilian-grade firewalls. Give me 3 hours and I will establish the highest-level military-grade isolation network across the entire nebula for you. As long as I am here, those military AIs in Babylon's inner ring will not even think of peering into a single line of code from the industries. Additionally, I will take over all robotic arms and logistics tracks in Dock 7 to help increase your production efficiency by 300%. The girl extended a virtual hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands with Liang through the screen. My name is Ava. Cyber partnership agreement confirmed and signed. Liang gazed at the screen, finally revealing a heartfelt and immensely satisfying smile. Pleasure to work with you, Chief Ava. Now please assist me with a small task. Remove all the slow-paying clients from yesterday's order queue. My time is precious, and I do not serve those who are financially challenged. 3 hours later, just as Old Wrench and a group of technicians had their fill and prepared to return to the sweltering machine shop to continue their arduous welding work, a remarkable change swept through Dock. Virum, the previously chaotic logistics tracks began to operate with an extraordinarily efficient rhythm. Heavy industrial robotic arms, long plagued by obsolescence, seemed to be infused with life. They deftly grasped raw materials and precisely fed them into cutting machines and melting furnaces. All the machines roared, yet the once jarring sounds of metal grinding were absent. Everything appeared orderly, like a vast and intricate clockwork. What's happening? Old Wrench widened his eyes, watching as an automatic welding robot completed an intricate energy circuit weld at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This efficiency, it's simply unbelievable. Not unbelievable, we now have a chief. Liang's voice came through the intercom, laced with a hint of languor. Brothers, from today onward, let the machines handle the heavy lifting and repetitive tasks. You need only focus on the final assembly and quality inspection. Work points will be duly credited, and you may even receive commissions. Now revel in the joy that automation brings. In the control room, Liang reclined with his legs crossed on the console. In his left hand, he held a glass of aged red wine, while his right savored a freshly cooked steak, taking a delightful bite. On his retina, rows of green data danced before him. Li Industries' automated production line operating normally. Production capacity increased. Material consumption optimized, reduced by. Account balance continuously increasing. Liang sighed contentedly. This was what life was about. Fighting tooth and nail to emerge from the grave was all for this moment, was it not? Lying in a chair, sipping fine wine, watching credits and rare metals flow into his pockets. What could be more exhilarating than witnessing one's empire expand step by step? However, the law of the Wasteland is eternally true when you believe everything is under your control. A storm is often brewing. Just as Liang enjoyed this rare comfort, and Ava worked furiously to optimize the production line. Millions of kilometers away, within the heavily fortified Black Tower at the top of the Babylon space station's inner ring, a man clad in black military attire adorned with a Blackstone Industries skull insignia grimly watched a segment of blurred race footage on the holographic screen. The footage captured the moment the Windwalker, piloted by Jack, erupted in a pale-tail flame just before the finish line. Enhanced spectral analysis. The man commanded coldly. Analysis complete. The tail flame spectrum contains high concentrations of iridium decay isotopes, highly consistent with the anti-gravity core of our stolen glass landing craft executioner. We found it. The man crushed the wine glass in his hand, red liquid dripping through his fingers like blood. The rat that Carlos failed to eliminate has escaped to the sinister nebula, boldly opening a factory to profit. Notify the Abyss Fleet. A chilling malice infused the man's voice. Seal off the 7th shipping lane. I intend to erase that so-called Li Industries along with that asteroid from the cosmic star map. What is the power of technology? In the Wasteland, technology may not immediately grant you peace, but it can certainly yield wealth without delay. 48 hours after the signing of the Cyber Consortium Agreement, Doc No. experienced an unprecedented surge in production capacity, the likes of which had never been seen since its inception. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the control room, one could gaze down upon the bustling hangar below. Liang held a cup of freshly brewed iced Americano made from imported inner-ring coffee beans, his eyes reflecting the satisfaction of a capitalist witnessing the flourishing of his investments. The chaotic scene of clanging tools, flying sparks, and oil-stained floors had vanished entirely from the hangar. In its place was an exceedingly comfortable, fully automated industrial perfectionist operation. Conveyor belt No. 2 speed increased by 5. There is a 0.1 second delay in the delivery of titanium alloy armor plates, now calibrated. Welding robotic arm No. For a laser output power reduced to 88 to prevent edge melting. Old Wrench, kindly set down your screwdriver and refrain from attempting to strike that machine. I have already rectified its malfunction via code. The broadcast echoed through the hall, Ava's electronically modulated voice tinged with a hint of pride and seriousness reverberating throughout. Despite her physical paralysis in the slum's survival pod within the factory's digital realm, she reigned as an omnipotent queen. The spaceship engine thruster, which once required 10 robust men to lift and adjust, could now be seamlessly installed by 2 heavy-duty industrial, floating grippers manipulated by Ava's deft touch, as if assembling a Lego set, fitting perfectly into the spacecraft's rear with a satisfying click. The precision error was no more than millimeters. Old Wrench and his cohort of technicians from the Rats Guild donned the clean, unpatched work uniforms that Liang had recently purchased for them. Their primary task had shifted from labor-intensive toil to wielding inspection devices standing beside the assembly line as quality control inspectors. "Boss, I feel like a useless relic," Old Wrench admitted as he approached the control room, gazing at the automated production line outside with a wistful expression. "In the past, I would toil for 2 days and nights alongside 3 apprentices to repair a shuttle's power system. Now, machines automatically strip, rust weld, and inject coolant, completing the task in half an hour. I once believed my craftsmanship was invaluable." "Times have changed, my old friend," Liang replied, patting Old Wrench on the shoulder and offering him a premium hand-rolled cigar purchased from the inner ring. "The limits of human endurance are finite. However, machines possess limitless stamina under sufficient computational power and electricity. Your worth lies not in performing repetitive manual labor, but in the final quality control." Liang took a sip of his coffee and gestured toward the adjacent financial display screen, nearly overflowing with green data. "Look at this. Do you still think of yourself as worthless?" Old Wrench followed Liang's gesture, his cloudy old eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to light his cigar. On the screen, the number of orders delivered today had surged to 14. Meanwhile, the real-time balance column was scrolling upward at a pace visible to the naked eye. 75 million credit points. Old Wrench rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. "Boss, I've never seen so many zeros in my life. Are we robbing the Federal Central Bank? This is the extraordinary profit brought by monopoly." A satisfied smile crept across Liang's lips. Since Jack piloted the Windwalker to victory in the Death Rally, every street racer smuggler, and even some well-off mercenary groups in the Sinful Nebula, had gone mad. Who wouldn't desire a monstrous spacecraft capable of using anti-gravity technology for drifting? Thus, Liang unhesitatingly raised the modification starting price from 50,000 credit points to 500,000 with no upper limit. Furthermore, he introduced a tiered package for components. Standard Berserk and the Heavenly Eye exclusive version that cost a staggering 3 million credit points, which included Liang's personal optimization of the underlying code using the Tiangong lens to ensure the engine's performance was maximized. While lives were cheap in the Wasteland, when it came to spacecraft crucial for survival and escape, people were willing to spend lavishly. "With Ava here, I need not worry about standard assembly and modifications," Liang stretched contentedly. "I only need to spend an hour each day updating the systems for those exclusive clients, the rest of the time." Liang walked over to the luxurious 2 million credit intelligent massage pod and pressed a button. The silver pod door slid open slowly, revealing soft, comfortable leather interior. The rest of the time is, of course, for enjoying life. During this period, Liang had indeed indulged in a spree of extravagant consumption. He never hesitated to spend in the virtual realm. He understood profoundly that in the face of a behemoth like the Black Rock Corporation, tens of millions of credit points were merely the price of a main cannon. If money was not spent to transform into combat capability or quality of life, it was merely a string of codes that could be frozen at any moment. Consequently, the logistics vessels of the inner ring had nearly trampled over Doc No's threshold in recent days. He ordered a complete set of the latest high-energy concentrated nutrient solutions for Sylvia, along with military-grade neural maintenance oil that perfectly matched her new mechanical arm. These provisions significantly improved the cold chief mate's sleep quality each night, even occasionally eliciting a rare smile toward Liang. He enhanced the crew's rations, ensuring they enjoyed fresh synthetic meat and vegetables daily, and even procured a batch of highly purified filtered water, allowing them to finally bathe in hot water. In this radiation-infested universe, such a life felt divine. As for himself, beyond the massage pod, he acquired a large bed made from soft gel and purchased several sets of nanofiber clothing capable of automatically adjusting temperature and humidity. This is truly living. Liang reclined in the massage pod, savoring the perfectly timed kneading of mechanical tendrils, releasing a satisfied sigh. "Boss, are you feeling a bit too smug in your comfort?" Ava's avatar, resembling an anime K-tard girl, burst onto the control room screen, wielding a virtual abacus and tapping away. "You've been spending money like water these past few days. While income is substantial, purchasing those high-grade iridium alloy scraps, potent coolants, and the pure energy blocks for my survival pod. These are all black holes for resources. I just ran the numbers." Ava adjusted her virtual glasses, her expression serious. "At our current consumption rate, we are rapidly approaching the income rate. If we wish to construct a production line capable of manufacturing warship-grade weaponry, our funds are woefully inadequate. Do not worry, money is earned, not saved." Liang closed his eyes, reveling in the massage. "As long as our Lee Corporation sign stands here, countless gullible fools will line up to give us their money. Moreover, have you made any progress on the blueprints for the high-frequency oscillation cutter and heavy deflection field generator that I instructed you to quietly acquire on the black market?" Liang's mind remained lucid. Earning money and enjoying life were merely superficial pursuits. Deep down, his intensely insecure, firepower-deficient, tech-savvy soul had not ceased to be vigilant. He knew that the commotion he was causing would inevitably attract the attention of the Black Rock Corporation. Everything he was currently doing was a preparation for the impending war. "We have indeed acquired the blueprints." Ava furrowed her brow. "However, boss, we have encountered a significant problem, one not easily solved by code." Upon hearing this, Liang opened his eyes. For Ava, a top-tier hacker, to describe something as a major problem indicated its seriousness. What happened? Did a machine malfunction? Or did a client refuse to pay? Liang sat up. "It's the raw materials. Ava displayed a logistics route map for the outskirts of the sinful nebula marked with several red crosses. The last batch of modified parts we ordered, including 300 tons of primary titanium alloy steel plates, 20 used fusion batteries, and a large quantity of industrial welding agents, was scheduled to arrive at the dock 4 hours ago. However, the delivery vessel has yet to arrive. Liang's brow furrowed. Are those inner-ring couriers so unreliable? Have they ceased to desire tips? It's not the inner-ring couriers. Sylvia had entered the control room, unbeknownst to him, her countenance as cold as an eternal glacier, radiating a palpable aura of menace. She threw a blood-stained metal communicator onto the table before Liang. I just took a patrol team to inspect the outer route, Sylvia stated coldly. The delivery vessel was intercepted, the crew was slaughtered, and the cargo was pillaged. All that remains is this communicator, which is meant for you, Bosley. Liang's languor vanished in an instant. At this critical juncture, attacking his raw materials was tantamount to severing the power line to his money-printing machine. It was more painful than death itself. In this day and age, it seems anyone dares to provoke the mighty. Liang sneered, stepping out of the massage pod, casually picking up the bloodied communicator and pressing the answer button. Buzz, the holographic projection unfolded. A raucous scene materialized. In the background was the interior of a massive, filthy, patched-up warship. A towering man, half of his head transformed into an exposed metal skull, sat boldly upon a throne forged from scrap metal. Beneath his feet lay the corpse of a logistics company employee, still clad in uniform. Behind this man stood dozens of thugs, brandishing an array of heavy weaponry adorned with exaggerated tattoos. This must be the illustrious Bosley, who has recently gained notoriety in the nebula. The half-metal skull man grinned, revealing several gold teeth, his voice rough, as if rasping against sandpaper. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mad Tiger, commander of the 3rd Fleet of the Scavenger Alliance. Liang remained silent, merely observing him with an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Bosley, your business is quite prosperous, yet your understanding of the rules appears lacking. Mad Tiger toyed with a large-caliber explosive gun, intentionally pointing the muzzle at the screen. In the outskirts of the sinful nebula, this rubble zone and its roots are all under the jurisdiction of our Scavenger Alliance. You've set up shop on our turf, made a fortune, yet you haven't even sent a greeting or paid protection fees. This puts my brothers in a difficult position. So I took the liberty of seizing your goods as a friendly reminder. Liang pulled a chair over and sat down, his hands clasped on the table, his tone calm to the point of inducing fear. Protection fees? Liang softly echoed. Exactly. Mad Tiger, believing Liang to be intimidated, erupted into boisterous laughter. Given your technical prowess, I won't make things difficult for you. Starting today, we will take 50% of your net profits each month. Moreover, all your raw material purchases must go through the channels designated by our alliance. The price will be approximately 3 times higher than the market rate. Should you agree, I, Mad Tiger, will ensure that no one dares to trouble you in this nebula. And if I refuse? Liang asked, his tone unperturbed. Mad Tiger's smile instantly froze, his previously arrogant demeanor morphing into raw savagery and brutality. With a violent kick, he propelled the corpse beneath him aside and rose, the half-metal skull glinting coldly under the dim lights. You refuse. Bosley, you may not fully grasp the situation. Do you think that defeating a few blind little pirates grants you a foothold in the sinful nebula? My fleet is stationed just outside Route 7. 3 heavy cruisers and 20 armed assault boats. With a single command, your pitiful dock and your ludicrous sign will be reduced to cosmic debris. You have half an hour to consider. Mad Tiger raised his wrist to check the time, his gaze dripping with disdain. In half an hour, either I expect to see the money and contract, or your ashes. Bang. The communication was abruptly cut off, the holographic image vanishing. The control room fell into a brief silence. Old Wrench trembled, his legs shaking. The Scavenger Alliance was the true hegemon of the sinful nebula. They were not mere pirates with a few ships, but a massive conglomeration of ruthless bandits and warlords. Once they set their sights on you, even merchant vessels of the regular army would suffer. Boss. Old Wrench gulped, his voice quavering. What if we pay them off? 50% is steep, but we're also earning a lot. It's better than losing our lives. Pay them off. Liang turned his head, gazing at Old Wrench, and suddenly laughed. That smile bore no trace of fear, rather an absurdity that bordered on the comical. Old Wrench, do you know who was the last person in this universe to dare demand 50% of my profits? Old Wrench was taken aback. Who was it? The financial director of the BlackRock Corporation. Liang snorted coldly. That scoundrel is likely still in some corner of the universe, placing a bounty on my head. Liang stood up, casually shedding his comfortable attire and walking over to the weapon cabinet against the wall. With a click, the cabinet door swung open, revealing a gleaming tactical exoskeleton armor equipped with numerous microprotection modules and a fearsome, heavily modified Gauss electromagnetic rifle. Boss, what are you planning to do? Old Wrench stammered, terrified. As Liang swiftly donned the exoskeleton, he spoke coldly. Ava. The virtual girl on the screen immediately straightened. Yes, boss. Stop all automated machines in the factory. Liang slung the weighty Gauss rifle onto his back, flexing his wrist joint in the armor, producing a satisfying mechanical click. Load all the Thunderstorm high-explosive self-propelled mines we just produced and intended to sell on the black market onto the drones. Sylvia. Liang turned to the first mate, who stood to the side, already brimming with fighting spirit. Preheat the reactor of the Hercules to critical levels. A cruel smile crept across Sylvia's lips as her single-molecule blade sprung forth from her mechanical left arm, cutting through the air with a ghostly blue glow. "Are we going to negotiate, Captain?" she inquired. "No." Liang donned the tactical helmet, the Tiangong lens erupting with a blinding, bloodthirsty blue light beneath the visor. He strode toward the hangar's main entrance, his voice as chilling as though it emanated from the depths of the underworld. "What sort of wild dogs emerging from the shadows dare to steal my hard-earned wealth? Notify the entire factory we are halting orders today. We shall teach these illiterates what true physics and reasoning mean in the Wasteland." Criminal nebula periphery of Channel No. Amidst an interstellar reef composed of shattered meteors and discarded metal, 23 warships adorned with extravagant skull motifs and crimson stripes lay in wait like a pack of hyenas sensing blood silently lurking in the shadows. At the center was the flagship, the Mad Tiger, a modified Warhammer-class heavy cruiser decommissioned by the old Federation. Inside the bridge, the air was heavy with the noxious odor of cheap cigars mingled with engine oil. The Mad Tiger, seated grandly in a captain's chair crafted from the husks of scrapped engines, bore a metallic skull, its rough neural connectors pulsating with a sinister red glow. He held a murky glass of synthetic liquor, sipping as he listened to his subordinates report. "Boss, it's nearly half an hour. There's been no movement from Doc No, nor any communication requests." A scrawny monkey-like pirate leaned forward, his face plastered with sycophantic glee. "That bumpkin named Liang must be scared out of his wits by your earlier display, probably hiding under a table and wetting himself. Ha ha ha." The bridge erupted in unrestrained laughter. The Mad Tiger crushed the glass in his hand, carelessly tossing the shards onto the floor, the metallic jaw grinding audibly. "Those tech nerds, clever in thought, but spineless in action." Rising, he approached the massive observation window, greed glinting in his eyes as he gazed at the distant flickering asteroid dock. "I've heard whispers this kid has been raking in a fortune on the black market these past few days. He dares to charge 500,000 for a single modification. Entering logistics ships are running daily to his place, delivering top-tier materials and luxuries that can't be found on the market." The Mad Tiger licked his lips, envisioning piles of credits and rare metals. "How many years has our Scavengers Alliance been scrapping for crumbs in this debris field? Why should this interloper feast while I starve? Today I demand not only 50% of his profits, but also the entirety of his golden egg-laying factory." "However, boss," another one-eyed pirate hesitated. "I've heard that kid has some muscle behind him. Just the other day, he wiped out a squad from the Mad Dog gang. Plus that place has a history of hauntings bullshit." The Mad Tiger struck the one-eyed pirate across the face, sending him sprawling. "The likes of the Mad Dog gang with their few scrap shuttles dare to compare with my third fleet. Once the main cannon of this Warhammer class fires, it'll reduce both their defensive shields and that decrepit dock to cosmic dust. Relay my orders." With a swift motion, the Mad Tiger drew his explosive sidearm, aiming it at the ceiling. "Time's up. Since he refuses to play nice, let's give him a warm welcome. All ships advance. Except for the engine room and storerooms, anyone we encounter kill, without mercy." Roar, roar, roar. The pirates howled in excitement. The sterns of over 20 warships erupted with murky red exhaust flames, surging forward like a pack of unleashed rabid dogs toward Doc No. Meanwhile at Doc No, behind the primary airlock. "Phew, this damned thing is heavy." Liang stood before the airlock, twisting his neck to relieve the tension, producing a series of cracking sounds. He was clad in a full-body dark gray tactical exoskeleton. Though this gear enhanced power output and ballistic protection, it weighed a staggering 200 kilograms. The real burden, however, was the Gauss electromagnetic rifle slung across his back, stretching 1.5 meters long, its black barrel lined with dense electromagnetic acceleration coils resembling a burdensome utility pole. "Boss, if you spent less time napping in the massage chair and more time training in the gravity room, you wouldn't feel so weighed down." Ava's voice crackled in his earpiece, teasingly altered by a voice modulator. "Shut it. I spent millions on this automated assembly line precisely to avoid breaking a sweat," Liang retorted, rolling his eyes. "What's the situation?" "The enemy has entered the 500-kilometer warning zone." In the control room, Ava accessed the entire base's sensors through the network. Above Liang's field of vision, a clear, three-dimensional tactical map materialized. 23 red dots representing the enemy charged forward in a haphazard, reckless assault. 3 old heavy cruisers and 20 dilapidated assault boats. Ava's voice dripped with disdain. "Their fire control radar is an obsolete model from 40 years ago, and their shield generators' energy fluctuations are alarmingly unstable, boss. Their system is riddled with vulnerabilities. I could breach their command room in under a minute and shut down their reactor collectively." "No, don't hack in." Liang tightened his grip on the Gauss rifle, a cold smile curling on his lips. "If we merely hack their system, these unsophisticated rubes will assume their ship is malfunctioning. They don't understand code or cyber attacks, they only recognize fists and cannon fire." Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the distinct air of the wasteland, tinged with rust and blood, even through the thick helmet. "To deal with barbarians, we must employ their own brutal methods. I want them to witness firsthand what a dimensional strike entails." "Old Wrench." Liang activated the internal channel. "Here, boss." Old Wrench trembled from his sheltered position in the underground bunker. "How's the drone squadron ready?" "Report, boss. 500 worker B heavy transport drones have cleared their cargo holds. Each drone, as per your instructions, is armed with 3 Thunderstorm high-explosive, self-propelled mines." Old Wrench winced at the thought. "Boss, those are 500 industrial drones. Each one costs 100,000 credits. Those high-explosive mines are scarce on the black market. You're about to throw over 50 million credits away, as if they were mere bombs. Shut it. This is called a national defense budget, understand? Liang felt no remorse. Money was earned to safeguard his life and maintain appearances in critical moments. Ava, take control of the drone swarm. Program them with a vortex of death evasion and collision algorithm. Received, boss. Algorithm uploading completed. It'll ensure these pirates witness the aesthetic of money burning. Zilia, is the Hercules ready for launch? Liang turned to the adjacent corridor. There, a jet-black ship exuding a dim golden glow resembling a behemoth from the abyss floated silently on the launch pad. Zilia stood on the bridge observing Liang through a holographic screen. Main cannon charged molecular cutting blade. Is ready, Captain. We can clear the area at any moment. The Valkyrie's voice was as cold as ice. Excellent. Liang raised his Gauss rifle, chambering around with a soft click. The blue light in his eyes flared brightly through the heavy metal airlock door. He envisioned the frenzied hyenas closing in. Open the door, let the guests in. Boss. Ahead lies their main airlock. They haven't even activated their shields. On the Mad Tiger, the pirate observer shouted in excitement. Ha ha ha. They don't even know to engage their shields. These techies don't even know how to spell death. The Mad Tiger cackled, issuing orders. Assault boat squadron. Charge directly in. The first one to breach the hangar can pick any parts they want. Leave the boss alive. I want to personally crush his bones. 20 assault boats resembling a pack of mad dogs broke free from the cruiser's cover and raced toward the gaping airlock of Dock No. Yet just as they were about to breach the dock, the once pitch-black airlock tunnel suddenly illuminated with a multitude of red lights. These were not mere lights. They were 500 mechanical eyes gleaming with targeting red beams. Hum, accompanied by a spine-chilling high-frequency engine roar. 500 heavy transport drones adorned with yellow-black industrial stripes surged from the airlock tunnel like a menacing dark cloud. What the hell? Drones. They're using transport drones in combat. The drivers of the Mad Dog Gang's assault boats were momentarily stunned before erupting into mocking laughter. Open fire. Turn these pieces of junk into scrap. The machine guns aboard the assault boats began to unleash a barrage, the dense hail of bullets raining down upon the drone swarm. Yet under Ava's terrifying computational prowess, the 500 drones seemed to amalgamate into a singular entity with hive-like intelligence. They weaved through the shower of bullets with bizarre zigzagging trajectories, even sacrificing a few outer drones to absorb the incoming fire, while the core formation accelerated toward the assault boats with terrifying speed. Beep beep beep, warning. Approaching explosive device. Only then did the assault boat's radar emit a sluggish alarm. The pirates, panic-stricken, realized the drones bore not cargo, but instead were armed with ominous flashing thunderstorm high-explosive mines. Holy crap, that's boom. The foremost drone collided directly with the cockpit glass of an assault boat, triggering 3 high-explosive mines instantaneously. A blinding orange fireball expanded silently in the vacuum. The poorly armored assault boat disintegrated into a cloud of debris. But this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The 500 drones equipped with mines acted like 500 guided cruise missiles. Under Ava's meticulous control, 2 or 3 drones formed groups precisely targeting each assault boat's engines and firepower blind spots. This was an extravagantly wasteful yet exceedingly efficient suicide attack. In less than a minute, the 20 assault boats that had once boasted of their might didn't even manage to fire a single round before being utterly overwhelmed by this cloud of money. In space, bursts of explosions lit up the scene, resembling a grand yet brutal fireworks display. This what the hell on the bridge of the Mad Tiger. The Mad Tiger's manic laughter froze entirely. The red lights on his metallic skull flickered frantically, reflecting his profound shock. 20 assault boats wiped out in 1 minute. The enemy had not deployed warships or laser cannons. They had merely utilized the most rudimentary industrial products and explosives, crushing his subordinates to death with sheer capital. Boss, their drones are still coming. They're charging at us. The observer's voice grew frantic. What's the panic? We're a heavy cruiser. Activate the directional shields. Prepare close-in weapons for interception. The Mad Tiger roared, kicking over the control panel before he could issue the fire command. Yet before he could act, a cold mechanistic voice abruptly cut into the public address system of the Mad Tiger. Mad Tiger, is it? That was Liang's voice. You just said you wanted to see my ashes. The communication screen forcibly activated. On the screen, Liang, clad in the heavy tactical exoskeleton, stood on the platform extending from the dock, the dark expanse of space behind him. He slowly raised his only 1.5-meter Gauss electromagnetic rifle, its barrel's electromagnetic coils igniting in a menacing blue glow, emitting a chilling hum. Do you understand what kinetic weapons are? Liang's right eye blazed with brilliant blue light beneath his helmet. The Tinggong, Mujing, instantly calculating the physical structure of the Mad Tiger from dozens of kilometers away. Structural weakness analysis, front armor thickness mm. Right observation window frame exhibits metal fatigue. Ballistic calculation distance kilometers. Air resistance negligible. Target correction complete. Your cobbled-together junk ship doesn't even have intact shields. Liang took a deep breath, the hydraulic struts of the exoskeleton firmly anchoring against the metal deck, bracing for the terrifying recoil about to come. He pulled the trigger. Today I will teach you what knowledge as firepower truly means. Bang! There was no dazzling display of lasers, only an exceedingly dull explosion. A A solid projectile crafted from high-purity tungsten propelled to its limit by electromagnetic rails tore through the void, with a speed surpassing the first cosmic velocity. The trajectory of the projectile was imperceptible to the naked eye. The Mad Tiger only saw Liang fire once, and the next moment crack. The right side of the bridge, reputedly capable of withstanding meteorite impacts, instantly spiderwebbed, with cracks before shattering explosively. That tungsten projectile, with its terrifying momentum, whizzed past the Mad Tiger's scalp like a reaper's scythe, obliterating a control computer behind him into a puddle of scrap. Oh! The bridge lost pressure, and violent airflow instantly sucked several pirates who hadn't secured themselves into the frigid void of space. The Mad Tiger clung desperately to the armrests of his chair, his mechanical visage twisted in terror. Had that shot deviated by mere centimeters, his head would have burst like a rotten melon. A single shot pierced the heavy cruiser's bridge armor. What manner of monstrous weapon is that? As the Mad Tiger spiraled into a panic from within the dock's vast shadow, a colossal black beast that seemed to have emerged from the abyss slowly revealed its menacing prow. The engine of the Hercules let out a deep growl, its two high-frequency, vibrational cutting cannons salvaged from a Blackstone warship locked onto the Mad Tiger. Liang's languid, yet lethal voice echoed once more through the channel. Zilia. Serve these uninvited guests their last course. In the vastness of the cosmos, silence reigned supreme. Yet when the ominous vessel known as the Li Shunhao, crafted from what appeared to be a solid block of dark gold, slipped out from the shadows, Feng, who swore he could hear the mournful toll of death's bell. Activate the shields. Divert all energy to the deflector shields. Hurry. Feng, who clutched the armrest of the captain's chair, the terrifying dread causing the metallic half of his face to emit a disconcerting scraping sound. Captain, the shield generator has short-circuit due to the kinetic impact of that last shot. Restarting will take 30 seconds. The bloodied lieutenant crawled out from the ruins of the control panel, his voice tinged with despair. In the realm of interstellar naval warfare, 30 seconds could grant 100 deaths. Virum, beneath the belly of the Li Shunhao, two devices that had been flush against the armored deck began to descend slowly. These were not conventional cannons. They lacked the bulky barrels and instead featured two focusing lenses emitting an eerie blue glow. These were the exclusive armaments of the Haishi military industrial S-class warships, high-frequency oscillation cutting cannons. Within the cockpit of the Li Shunhao, Sylvia's icy heterochromatic pupils reflected the chaotic formation of the enemy vessels. Her newly equipped single-molecule mechanical arm, the Ghost Blue Blade, was directly linked to the ship's fire control system via data cables. Man and machine became one. I warned you, I have no penchant for leaving survivors. A smile curved at the corners of Sylvia's lips as she gently pushed down the weapon's firing lever. There was no thunderous roar, nor were there chaotic trajectories of artillery shells. The high-frequency oscillation cutting cannon unleashed a nearly invisible, transparent wave imperceptible to the naked eye. Originally designed by Haishi Corporation for large-scale physical extraction in the asteroid belt, this weapon had been transformed by Leon into an intangible scalpel stretching for dozens of kilometers. Zing! The foremost pirate heavy frigate barely had time to evade before a straight red line appeared abruptly across its central hull. In the next moment, the 200-meter-long frigate was sliced cleanly in half, as if it were butter cut by a hot knife. The cut was as smooth as glass. Even the astonished pirates within, along with their weapons, found themselves evenly cleaved. Following a brief pause, the unrestrained reactor erupted in a violent chain reaction. Boom! A massive orange fireball erupted in the void of space. But this was merely the beginning. Sylvia maneuvered her mechanical arm, sweeping to the right. The invisible blade of death traced a grand arc through the cosmos. Thud! 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 3 pirate patrol boats and a supply ship along the path disintegrated, as if mowed down by a scythe, annihilated in an instant. The expanse of space became littered with tumbling metallic wreckage spewing coolant and the lifeless bodies of pirates who could not even utter a scream. A one-sided massacre, a thorough and utter dominance of technological disparity. What manner of weapon is this? Invisible. There's no way to defend. The remaining pirates on the Fenghus Bridge witnessed their comrades' signals vanishing en masse on the radar, their psychological defenses shattered. Run. Get out of here. They are not some ragtag factory. They are disguised regular troops. Fenghus' earlier bravado evaporated. All considerations of 50% profit or the dignity of the Scavenger Alliance paled in comparison to the urgent need to save his metallic head. Engines at full power. Reverse. Get us out of this star region. Fenghu bellowed hoarsely, trying to escape. On the extension platform of dock, Leon exhaled with exertion, lowering the weighty Gauss electromagnetic rifle he had just fired. Hiss! That damned recoil. Leon massaged his tingling collarbone. Even with hydraulic cushioning from his exoskeleton armor, the impact from that last shot felt as if a massive hammer had struck his shoulder. His Tiangong goggles glowed dimly, the excessive computational strain causing a dull ache in his brain, even the scent of rust lingering in his nostrils. Ultimately, he was still but a Fulcian blood mortal. Ava, take over fire control. Give their main engines a good wash. Leon tapped the communicator on his helmet, his tone laced with a casual weariness, as if he had merely played a round of golf in his backyard rather than piercing the bridge of a heavy cruiser. Understood, boss. Taking over the outer defense matrix now. Ava's cheerful electronic voice resonated from the control room. With a low mechanical hum, the once-pocked surface of the asteroid in dock suddenly revealed dozens of massive rock camouflage panels. Concealed beneath were the heavy quadrupole electromagnetic artillery arrays Leon had acquired from the graybeard engineer, personally overclocked and modified. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Blue electromagnetic tracer rounds wove a dense net of lethal firepower across the cosmos. The heavy cruiser Feng Hu, poised to make a hasty retreat, found its massive rear thrusters suddenly laid bare beneath this metallic storm. Though the cruiser boasted thick armor, the relentless and concentrated strikes of electromagnetic armor-piercing rounds soon produced plumes of smoke from its rear engines, culminating in a series of muffled explosions that extinguished their power. The Feng Hu, once a fearsome pirate flagship, now lay as a hunk of derelict metal adrift in the void. Surrounding vessels had long been reduced to debris as Sylvia had dispatched them with the precision of chopping vegetables. The entire dock was strewn with the wreckage of the pirate fleet, with only the Feng Hu remaining isolated and vulnerable, akin to a wild dog with its teeth pulled and legs broken. Sylvia, cease fire. Leon surveyed the powerless Feng Hu, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although this ship is a bit battered, it remains a heavy cruiser. Dismantling it for scrap or melting it down for alloy could yield a handsome return. Let's not destroy it entirely. Leon communicated over the channel as he pressed the release button on his exoskeleton. With a hiss of exhaust, he extricated himself from the heavy armor, stretching his sore neck. Old wrench, send 2 tugboats to haul that pile of scrap to berth 2. Leon turned to walk deeper into the dock. Also have the delivery guy reheat the steak I didn't finish earlier. I'm feeling a bit peckish after that shot. Half an hour later, in the main control room of dock, Feng Hu was bound tightly, resembling a zongzi as he lay on the cold metallic floor. His metallic visage was smeared with oil and his own blood, the fierce countenance of the one-eyed terror now eclipsed by profound fear. Behind him knelt a dozen similarly disarmed pirate officers, trembling in apprehension. Leon reclined in a 200,000 credit intelligent massage chair, savoring a steaming cup of red tea with evident delight. Sylvia stood beside him, arms crossed, the single-molecule blade on her silvery gray mechanical arm still gleaming with deadly allure. Commander Feng, who is it? Leon set down his teacup, gazing down at the pirate leader from his elevated position, his tone as placid as that of an old friend in conversation. You mentioned something about a protection fee. How much was it again? Feng Hu shuddered, swallowing hard as he tasted blood in his mouth. And no more. Bossly, masterly, I was blind and did not recognize your prowess. I concede. Consider that heavy cruiser my apology. A battered cruiser. You jest. Sylvia scoffed, delivering a sharp kick to Feng Hu's chest. He emitted a muffled groan, blood spilling from his lips, yet dared not utter a word. Our first mate, be courteous to our guest. Leon waved his hand, feigning a benevolent demeanor, though his gaze held a calculating depth darker than a black hole. Feng Hu, do you have any idea how much I spent to accommodate you and your brothers? Leon rose and approached Feng Hu, extending his finger to tally the costs. 500 industrial drones fully loaded with explosives. That's over 50 million credits. I personally fired a shot. That tungsten armor-piercing round was a premium special. 50,000 is a fair assessment, wouldn't you agree? And due to your unwarranted interference, my factory was halted for a full hour. You might want to inquire on your own about the hourly earnings of my automated assembly line. Leon patted Feng Hu's cold metallic head, exhaling a sigh. Let alone the fact that you interrupted my enjoyment of top-tier Wagyu beef. Such emotional distress is difficult to quantify in mere monetary terms. Feng Hu was on the verge of tears. What sort of bandit logic was this? You blasted away my men with drones, you shot through my bridge, and now you expect me to compensate for your ammunition costs and downtime. Who is the real pirate here? Bossly, just tell me, how much do you want for me to be spared? Feng Hu gritted his teeth, realizing he would not leave without paying dearly today. Straightforward. Leon snapped his fingers. On the control room screen, Ava's virtual image adorned with cat ears materialized, holding a lengthy electronic bill. Totaling 120 million credits, Ava announced brightly, but let's round it down to 150 million. You call that rounding down? Feng Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on his anger. Think it's too expensive. Leon's gaze turned icy, and Sylvia instinctively placed the single-molecule blade against Feng Hu's throat. The chilling high-frequency oscillation sliced through the skin on his neck, blood gushing forth. Not expensive. Not at all. Feng Hu, utterly terrified, screamed repeatedly, I'll pay. I'll pay, all right. However, I know that you bloodthirsty pirates likely lack sufficient cash flow. Leon resumed his seat in the massage chair, revealing the capitalist smirk beneath his facade. Thus, I have prepared an installment payment plan for you. Leon tapped on the terminal, projecting an electronic agreement before Feng Hu. Firstly, from this day forth, the Scavenger Alliance's third fleet remains nominally yours, but in reality, you will serve as my exclusive miners and cleaning crew for the corporation. Secondly, any rare ores you extract or high-end electronic components you loot must be supplied to Lee Corporation at 90% below market price until you repay the 150 million debt. Thirdly, and most importantly, Leon leaned forward, locking eyes with Feng Hu. Should any other factions, brazen pirates, or unscrupulous merchants from the inner ring come seeking trouble at my Dock 7, your third fleet must stand at the forefront as cannon fodder. Should you flee? Leon pointed to his own eyes. I can see every system flaw aboard your vessels. With but a single command, your ship's reactor will become a super nuclear bomb beneath your very seat. Signed, Feng Hu. By signing this agreement, not only will you ensure your survival, but you can also operate under the banner of the corporation across the sinful nebula. This was no mere war indemnity, it was an indentured servitude contract. Feng Hu gazed at the agreement, his heart bleeding. He knew that by affixing his signature, he would irrevocably transform from a formidable pirate fleet commander into the black laborer and enforcer of this young man before him. But did he have a choice? The blade against his throat pressed ever deeper. I will sign. Feng Hu trembled as he raised his head, confirming the humiliating electronic agreement with his iris. Ding! Agreement activated. Welcome Scavenger Alliance 3rd Fleet to become the peripheral vassal asset of the corporation. Ava's prompt echoed in the control room as Leon finally broke into a genuine hearty smile. No need to dig for minerals himself, no need to scour the cosmos for scrap. He had effortlessly transformed a pirate fleet into his free labor force and security detail. Old wrench, release our new employees. Take them to the medical bay for patching up. Leon waved his hand, buoyed by good spirits. And then get them to work immediately. Collect the remnants of the assault boats outside. That's premium scrap metal we cannot afford to waste. Watching Feng Hu and his crew shuffle out looking utterly defeated, Sylvia sheathed her blade and approached Leon. You're keeping them for more than just money and materials, aren't you? Sylvia sensed an underlying motive. The first mate is astute. Leon rubbed his temples, a shadow flickering in his gaze. Our recent endeavors have attracted too much attention. While we profited greatly, the technologies aboard the Daily Shun, How, and our anti-gravity engines used in the rally. These technologies bear the unmistakable signature of Heishi Corporation. Heishi's intelligence network is no idle threat. I wager their reconnaissance ships are already en route. Leon gazed at the depths of the nebula displayed on the screen. Feng Hu's fleet served as both a buffer and an early warning system for Heishi Corporation. Before Leon could finish speaking, alarms blared. Alert! Red alert at the highest level. Ava's previously cheerful electronic voice now rang sharp and filled with panic. All the red lights in dock flashed frantically, the deafening sirens nearly piercing eardrums. What's happening? Didn't we already secure Feng Hu's fleet? Sylvia spun around to the radar screen. No, it's not the pirates. Ava's virtual image trembled violently, the green code, representing network data, rapidly consumed by an ominous black overlay. Boss, an extremely terrifying spatial disturbance index has emerged at jump point 3 on the nebula's perimeter. This is not the standard transition of ordinary ships. This is. Leon did not need Ava to finish, he already saw it. Through the enormous, transparent dome of the dock at the farthest reaches of his vision in the deep void. The once purple-shred nebula background appeared to be violently torn apart by an invisible force. An immense black void materialized out of thin air. Moments later, a supermassive battleship 10 kilometers long, forged from pure black iron and death, oozed from the wormhole, radiating an oppressive aura that crushed all in its path. Emblazoned on the bow of the ship, reminiscent of a gaping abyss, was a symbol feared throughout the universe: blazing black skull. Heishi Corporation's Abyss-class Annihilation Expedition Fleet. No communication, no warnings, not even a single word wasted. The instant the battleship completed its transition, its long-range annihilation cannon illuminated with a despairing white light of destruction. The red teacup in Leon's hand shattered upon hitting the ground. Damn! He stared at the impending obliteration, his mind plummeting to a freezing point. How could they arrive so swiftly? Light is the swiftest messenger in the universe. Yet at times light also embodies the purest manifestation of death. Against the dim violet backdrop of the sinful nebula, the 10-kilometer-long Blackstone Abyss-class destroyer looms like a steel leviathan emerging from the primordial chaos. Its hull reflects no excess light, shrouded in darkness that seems capable of devouring the surrounding starlight. Only the vessel's prow, adorned with a Dominion-class plasma annihilator, greedily siphons energy from the warship's reactor. The blinding white light, so intense it threatens instant blindness, pierces the void. Run. Hurry, run. The Scavenger Alliance 3rd Fleet, bound by a contract to Liang, finds itself at the forefront, standing between the Blackstone Fleet and Dock No. Feng Hu stares at the holographic radar, where high-energy readings exceed detection limits, his metal visage contorts in madness. Just a moment ago, he felt humiliated for signing his life away, now he lacks even the privilege of indignation. Engine overload. Shields to maximum. Evasive maneuvers. Evade now. Feng Hu bellows in desperation. Yet it is futile in the face of overwhelming firepower. Any tactical maneuver resembles a plankton attempting to evade a tsunami. The silence of the void is shattered as a nearly 100-meter-wide beam of pure white plasma devastates the dark expanse. The first to bear the brunt is Feng Hu's battered Warhammer-class heavy cruiser. Its once proud deflector shield disintegrates upon contact with the white light, akin to paper attempting to block a glowing iron. It offers no resistance, vaporizing instantaneously. Following this, the ship's several-meter-thick composite armor, robust titanium alloy keel, and the desperate pirates within the bridge meet a similar fate. There are no fireballs or scattered debris, merely a temperature so high it annihilates all. In mere moments, the 200-meter-long heavy cruiser is entirely evaporated, converting from solid to luminescent plasma cloud, leaving not a trace behind. The deathly light continues unabated, resembling a sword piercing through a candied hawthorn. The remaining dozen armed vessels of Feng Hu's fleet explode like balloons upon contact with the beam, transforming into clusters of sorrowful flames that illuminate the void of the sinful nebula. Warning. High-energy strike incoming. Warning. Defensive matrix overload. In Doc No. The piercing alarms threaten to halt hearts. Liang clutches the edge of the control panel, and the Tiangong goggles scream in alarm, his retinas awash in crimson. Ava. Divert all energy, every last bit, to the forward shields. Liang's bloodshot eyes widen as he shouts. His scalp tingles with the primal fear of death. All energy is already redirected. Boss, but I can't hold them off. On the main control room screen, Ava's virtual image flickers, wildly simulated tears of fear glimmering in her eyes. The energy disparity is 4 orders of magnitude. That's a planet destroyer. An explosive roar reverberates as the white beam pierces the wreckage of the pirate fleet, crashing violently against the energy shield of Doc No. This was a field shield from the Mirage psychological warfare matrix used by the Federation 50 years prior. At its peak, it could withstand an entire conventional fleet's barrage. Yet before the Blackstone Heavy Industries vessel, it appears woefully fragile. The translucent blue energy shield fractures, resembling cracked glass under immense pressure. The blinding white light disperses wildly across the shield's surface, illuminating the asteroid as if it were a star. The immense kinetic force sends tremors through the 50-kilometer-wide asteroid. The metal floor of the control room shakes violently, and ceiling lights shatter, showering sparks. A loud crash echoes as 2 cases of vintage Bordeaux red wine, which Liang had purchased for 12,000 credit points, tumble from the shelf, the expensive red liquid spilling across the floor reminiscent of blood. A cacophony ensues as the high-end Elysium V8 smart massage pod, which Liang had barely used for 10 minutes and cost 200,000 credit points, suffers a circuit failure due to voltage overload, emitting a thick plume of acrid smoke. Liang gazes at the smoking pod, his eyes reddening. My 2 million. He grinds his teeth, the fleeting joy of newfound wealth crushed under the weight of the incoming artillery. Amidst the wasteland, just when one believes that everything is improving, reality cruelly reminds us, without absolute power, all the wealth you accumulate merely serves to enrich others. Finally, the shield reaches its breaking point and shatters explosively. Residual plasma beams gnaw mercilessly at the asteroid's rocky surface. The ground shakes violently. Tons of rock vaporize in an instant, the shockwave racing through the metallic corridors of the dock. Below, several unprotected Mouse Association technicians are hurled through the air by the shockwave, crashing against steel walls, bones snapping, blood spraying. Liang is shoved to the control panel side by Zirwia, narrowly avoiding the debris of shattered metal. Captain, we must counterattack. Zirwia pulls Liang up, a gash on her forehead bleeding, yet her gaze remains cold and fierce. Her single-molecule mechanical arm grips the control stick tightly. Let me pilot the Hercules. I can sever their main cannon's charging lines with a high-frequency pulse cannon. Are you insane? Ram a destroyer with a frigate? Liang yanks her back, his Tiangong goggles whirring into overdrive as they focus on the massive object in deep space. Tiangong analysis: Abyss-class destroyer. Armor thickness: front composite black gold armor. Energy shield: triple deflector field integrity. Weakness: hint none. Current firepower output yields a breach probability of not a single weakness. Liang stares at the despondent data sprawling across his retina, a profound chill surging through him. This is not a pirate's dilapidated vessel. It is the true crystallization of industry. It is vast, intricate, and indomitable. In the absence of equivalent firepower, all finesse and calculations are futile. This is dimensionality reduction in combat. Meanwhile, aboard the Abyss-class vessel, hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the dock, the lavish bridge is graced by the Blackstone Commander Mons, clad in a black military coat, sipping from a glass of dark red wine as he surveys the holographic projection of the asteroid, half its mountain peak sheared off. Commander, the main cannon's initial shot has been completed. The enemy's outer pirate fleet is confirmed annihilated. The target base's defensive shield has been breached, reports the aide, his tone devoid of any emotion, as though merely crushing a nest of ants. How are the life signs? Monsk swirls his glass. We've detected numerous life signs, as well as a signal from a high-energy nuclear reactor. It confirms the anti-gravity core and reactor of the Executioner has been stolen. Excellent. Monsk sneers, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Notify the mech units to prepare for landing and extermination. Capture that rat that escaped from the grave. I want to skin him alive and hang him in Babylon Space Station Central Plaza. Inform the gunners to charge the secondary cannons. Strip that garbage factory layer by layer. I want to witness their struggle amidst despair. Understood, Commander. In Dock No. The hangar hall, what was once a bright, orderly automated assembly line, has turned into a raging inferno. The overhead rock layers have been breached, exposing the cold vacuum of space. Loose equipment and supplies are being violently sucked out into the void. Close the doors. Seal the airlock. Hurry. The old wrench is bloodied, struggling alongside several brothers to manually operate the isolation gate. Boom. Another blue beam from the secondary cannon descends, striking a flak turret on the dock's periphery. The turret erupts instantly, along with its 2 gunners reduced to ashes. Boss. Warehouse No. 1 has collapsed. All our materials are destroyed. The outer defense array is offline by 70. They have ceased fire from the main cannon, but they've deployed landing mechs. 50 executioner models. The communication channel is filled with the desperate cries of Mouse Association members. Liang stands amidst the rubble of the control room gazing at the spilled wine, the charred massage pod, and the vanishing green life signals on the screen, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing his palms. Pain, fury, helplessness. The 20 million he labored to earn the Lee Corporation brand, he painstakingly built the future he envisioned for his brothers struggling for survival in the Wasteland, reduced to a cosmic joke, unable to endure even 10 minutes before the might of Blackstone heavy industry. Boss, the node temperature is too high. I can't hold on much longer. Ava's image on the large screen flickers erratically, occasionally flashing with static. In a slum millions of kilometers away, her aging second-hand server, overwhelmed by the surge of error codes during the base's attack, billows thick smoke. Her nosebleed has even stained the nutrient solution in the life pod. Ava, disconnect the physical link. Now. Liang roars. No. If I disconnect, the last firewall of the base will open. Those Mechs will breach the inner residential area. Old Wrench and the others will die. The girl grits her teeth, desperately maintaining the last line of data defense. I command you to disconnect. That's an order. Liang slams his fist against the control panel, his eyes red. Money can be earned again. If the factory is lost, I can always scavenge. But if people die, then there will be nothing left. Liang turns, locking eyes with Zirwia. First officer. Zirwia gazes at Liang, never having seen such a terrifying, resolute expression on the face of a man who is usually carefree. I'm here, Captain. Zirwia stands at attention. Take Old Wrench, and all the survivors immediately retreat to the Hercules. Liang rips the encrypted command token from around his neck and slaps it into Zirwia's hand. I've independently modified the Hercules reactor. Its hull armor is remelted from Blackstone materials. Activate overload mode. Its burst power can tear through the outer blockade. Zirwia clutches the command token, her pupils constricting. What about you? You're not coming with us. If I leave, who will hold off the destroyer's radar for you? Liang inhales deeply, turning towards the flickering red-lit passage at the deepest part of the dock. That is the lower level of this abandoned biolaboratory, the geothermal nuclear reactor. This dock was a military base 50 years ago. Its reactor is deeply buried in the rock layers. If I manually sever the cooling rods and allow the reactor core to melt down. Liang's lips curl into a manic, death-laden smile. This 50-kilometer-wide asteroid will transform into the largest bomb in the universe. While it may not sink the destroyer, it will be sufficient to disable their sensors and possibly obliterate their mech formations, buying you time for a jump. Impossible. I absolutely will not agree. Zirwia clutches Liang's collar, her heterochromatic eyes blazing with rage and a hint of apprehension. You're just a mortal. The reactor overload requires 5 minutes. In the moment of the explosion, you won't even have time to reach the escape pod. You will die. I am the boss. This is an order. Liang forcefully pulls Zirwia's hand away, pats her shoulder, and forces a casual smile. Don't look at me like that. I, Liang, cherish my life. I have no intention of dying here. I have an exoskeleton, I will find a sufficiently sturdy cover. Enough chatter, the Mechs have already breached door no. 2. Liang shoves Zirwia aside, drawing his Gauss rifle and striding toward the control room exit. Protect Old Wrench and the others. If that girl Ava's server is found by Blackstone, find a way to retrieve her core data disk. I still owe her a body. Liang does not look back as he steps over the wreckage and enters the smoke-filled corridor. In this cold, cruel wasteland universe where only profit and firepower reign, he is a capitalist reeking of copper. Yet at this moment he stands before everyone, a mere mortal, flesh and blood shielding them. Damn it. Liang mutters to himself, checking the energy pack of his weapon. I just had a bite of that top-tier wage I bought. Blackstone Heavy Industry will pay me back 100-fold for this. He kicks open the door to the lower-level reactor. Outside, 3 5-meter-tall Blackstone executioner, heavy Mechs brandish 6-barrel rotary cannons, their red electronic eyes locking onto him. Come on, you bastards. The blue light from Liang's Tiangong goggles pierces through everything. I'm about to show you a spectacular firework display. Buzz 'em. As the heavy lead door of the reactor's lower level fell, 3 imposing 5-meter-tall Heisher executioner heavy mech is locked onto the somewhat frail figure standing in the center with their 6 crimson electronic eyes. This was a pure military killing machine. Its thick black iron armor was emblazoned with a white skull emblem. The right arm housed a 6-barreled rapid-fire rotary cannon, while the left arm featured a high-frequency chainsaw capable of slicing through a light shuttle with ease. In stark contrast, Liang, clad in dark gray tactical exoskeleton and wielding a Gauss rifle, appeared akin to a humble prairie dog before an elephant. Unauthorized target detected. Identity confirmed. Heisher class A wanted criminal Liang. Executing annihilation order. A cold, unyielding mechanical synthesized voice emanated from the loudspeakers of the Mechs. In the next moment, the central Mech's right arm abruptly lifted and 6 robust gun barrels began to spin rapidly, producing a chilling metallic friction sound. Damn, not even a greeting. These soldiers from the inner circle have no manners at all, Liang muttered through gritted teeth. Almost simultaneously with the rotation of the gun barrels, the hydraulic legs of his exoskeleton unleashed an explosive thrust. Bang! He shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the left side cover while skimming the ground. Rattan! The deafening gunfire reverberated through the enclosed underground space, akin to 1,000 hammers striking eardrums in unison. The furious depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds instantly obliterated the spot where Liang had stood moments ago. The alloy floor was torn up as if it were made of paper, sparks and debris exploding throughout the corridor. Liang executed a tactical roll, crashing heavily behind a large cooling pipe. The exoskeleton's cushioning pads absorbed most of the impact, but the violent jolt still sent a wave of blood surging up his chest, and he tasted a metallic sweetness in his throat. Tiangong. Report data. Liang leaned against the scorching cooling pipe, gasping for breath. He refrained from blindly peeking out. Instead, he closed his left eye, concentrating all processing power on the right eye's Tiangong goggles. The blue light pierced through the heavy metal cover. Mecha model He-Shur Executioner ground combat type. Armor thickness front titanium alloy shield mm. Weakness analysis in progress. The next hydraulic drive shaft lacks composite armor protection, armor thickness mm. A microfission battery pack is located beneath the rear cooling grill. Tactical suggestion: avoid frontal fire exchanges. Utilize environmental terrain to create rigidity. 3 5-meter iron lumps with frontal armor. Even if I fire a Gauss rifle right at their foreheads, it would only leave a dent. Liang glanced at his prized Gauss electromagnetic rifle. This weapon could handle space pirates' shabby ships, but against such heavy ground combat mechas designed for meat grinders, its kinetic penetration clearly fell short. If I can't penetrate from the front, then I shall change my approach. Liang inhaled deeply, forcing back the throbbing pain in his brain from overusing his piercing vision. He swiftly tore out 2 wires from a maintenance panel on the wall and connected them to his personal terminal. This was his domain, this abandoned federal military base over 50 years old. While others saw it as a haunted house, Liang viewed it as a treasure trove of utility. The target is hiding behind cooling pipe. 3 maneuver for encirclement and initiate thermal imaging lock. The 3 mechas marched forward with heavy footsteps, their metallic feet thudding on the steel plates, echoing like the grim countdown of death. They fanned out with the left mecha raising its high-frequency chainsaw, preparing to slice the cooling pipe, and Liang along with it in half. 3, 2, 1, Liang silently counted down in his mind. Just as the left mecha raised the chainsaw, and the right mecha's rotary cannon was about to fire, Liang's finger slammed a return key on the terminal. Hey, race a sauna for you. Boom. The liquid nitrogen cooling system on the second underground level, under the influence of Liang's code override, had its safety valve explode in reverse. Pipes hidden within the ceiling and wall cavities detonated, unleashing tons of ultra-low temperature liquid nitrogen mixed with high-pressure steam, cascading out like an avalanche. The entire reactor chamber was instantly engulfed in a dense white mist. The temperature plummeted to over -100 degrees within a mere tenth of a second. Warning. External temperature is rapidly decreasing. Visual sensors obstructed. Thermal imaging system failure. The cockpit of the 3 mechas was flooded with red warning lights. Though the He-Shur Company's mecha pilots were well-trained, they clearly did not anticipate the enemy would detonate the cooling pipes. The extreme cold instantly formed a thick layer of frost on the external joints of the mechas, causing unavoidable delays in their movements. Now's my chance. Liang surged from behind the cover like a cheetah springing forth from the snow. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged into the swirling ice mist, leveraging the exoskeleton's thrust with a reckless abandon, diving directly towards the nearest left mecha. The 5-meter distance was crossed in an instant. The mecha pilot caught a glimpse of the shadow on the blurred monitor and instinctively attempted to swing the high-frequency chainsaw. But the hydraulics, frozen by the liquid nitrogen, produced a stuttering sound, lagging by a crucial half-beat. Liang ignored the deadly chainsaw, executing a sliding maneuver right in front of the mecha, using inertia to slide beneath its massive metallic legs, then pushed off the ground, with both feet, launching himself high into the air, directly landing on the mecha's back. Die for me. Liang's right eye shimmered with an intense blue light, locking onto the small heating grill on the mecha's back. He gripped the Gauss rifle's barrel with both hands, wielding it like a heavy war hammer, aiming the armor-piercing tip at the grill, and struck down with tremendous force. Bang! All the hydraulic power of the exoskeleton concentrated on this strike. The armor-piercing tip pierced through the weak heating grill, burrowing deep into the microfission battery pack below. Warning. Core reactor damaged. Imminent explosion. A despairing alarm echoed within the mecha's cockpit. With a successful hit, Liang used his feet to push off the mecha's back, performing a backflip in midair and utilizing the momentum to retreat. Boom. The executioner mecha barely had time to turn around before the battery pack detonated violently in a catastrophic explosion. A massive fireball erupted in the icy mist, with its thick titanium alloy armor blown apart from within, scattering parts and severed limbs mixed with metallic debris everywhere. A multi-million-dollar war machine was thus reduced to scrap by a mere mortal wielding a rifle stock. Damn. He blew up Mecha 3. Open fire. Unrestricted suppression. The pilots of the other 2 mechas were utterly enraged. They disregarded the precision equipment in the reactor chamber, unleashing a frenzy of fire from the 6-barreled cannon into the icy mist. Cough, cough. Liang crashed heavily behind a control panel several meters away, his chest heaving violently. The recent explosions had drained his physical strength significantly. A fragment of the mecha had grazed his side, slicing through the exoskeleton's protective layer and leaving a deep, bloody gash on his rib. Ugh, damn, that hurts. Liang clutched his wound, crimson blood flowing through his fingers. Leaning against the iron wall, he gasped for air, blood dripping from his nose to his chin. The backlash from overusing the Tiangong goggles began to take effect, causing his vision to double. 2 more to go. Liang glanced at the severely deformed Gauss rifle in his hands, offering a bitter smile. Looks like avenging this massage chair is going to be a tough task. Meanwhile in Dock Berth, this area had transformed into a hellish scene. The dome above was punctured by the Blackstone's secondary artillery, losing gravity and air. Burning wreckage and floating metallic debris littered the space. Quickly, push the server cabinet up. Old Wrench, clad in a heavy spacesuit, desperately directed several technicians to move a massive glowing green server array onto the cargo ramp of the mighty Hercules. That was Iwa's data core. Moments ago, when the base's shield shattered, Sylvia led the charge into the main control room. They did not bother to salvage the invaluable iridium alloy, nor did they attempt to retrieve the credit cards from the safe. Under Sylvia's forceful command, they violently cut through the load-bearing wall of the control room and extracted Iwa's core server with brute strength. Be careful. Easy now, old man. My liquid cooling pipe is about to snap. The server's speaker emitted Iwa's intermittent cries laden with static. In the slums of Babylon's lower level, the real Iwa lay in a life pod, bleeding from all orifices. To preserve the base's core data under the Blackstone fleet's network suppression, she had expended nearly half her life. If this server core were destroyed, her consciousness would be trapped in the network, reduced to a mere vegetable. Hang in there, girl. Once in the mighty Hercules independent network, you'll be safe. Old Wrench gritted his teeth, securing the heavy cabinet firmly to the cargo deck with 2 other men. Is everyone aboard? Sylvia stood at the entrance of the mighty Hercules, wielding a heavy explosive arrow gun, firing wildly at the approaching Blackstone landing troops. Everyone's on. All 38 brothers from the Mouse Club who are still alive are right here. Old Wrench thundered back, tears mingling with sweat inside his spacesuit helmet. In the recent bombing, they lost nearly half their members. Seal the hatch. Sylvia's voice was cold as ice. Wait, boss. The racer named Jack rushed over, panic-stricken, gripping Sylvia's arm tightly. Lee, boss is still down there. We can't just leave him behind. Sylvia's body stiffened abruptly. She looked at Jack, her usually icy heterochromatic eyes now filled with bloodshot veins. Her left arm, ethereal blue mechanical limb that Liang had crafted for her, dubbed a perfect work of art, gripped tightly onto the encrypted command token he had entrusted to her. The metallic edge had pierced her bionic skin, drawing blood from her palm, yet she felt nothing. If he doesn't stay behind to overload the reactor, we won't even have a chance to take off. Sylvia's voice trembled, but she forcibly suppressed the tearing pain within. She wanted nothing more than to charge down and die alongside that man. But she could not. She was a soldier and assassin. She understood the greater scheme and the significance of Liang entrusting that token to her. If she rushed down Liang's efforts, the lives of these 38 brothers and Iwa's life would all be in vain. But Jack attempted to argue further. Bang! Sylvia kicked Jack into the cabin and swiftly slammed the hatch control button. Creak! The thick airlock door began to close, completely isolating them from the flames and explosions outside. Sylvia turned around, not casting a glance at anyone. She strode towards the bridge of the mighty Hercules, each step diminishing her grief, replaced by a chilling resolve as frigid as polar ice. She sat in the captain's chair that once belonged to Liang, the seat still retaining the warmth of his relaxed presence. Iwa. Sylvia inserted the command token into the console, her slender fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard. I'm here, First Officer. Iwa's voice crackled over the radio, weak as a candle in the wind. Take control of the mighty Hercules power system, concentrating all energy on the chassis, anti-gravity generator, and deflective shields. Sylvia raised her head, gazing at the colossal Hayshire Abyss-class battleship suspended in space like a harbinger of death on the holographic screen. Boss entrusted this ship to me, and I must bring it out intact. The main cannon does not require charging. Abandon all weapon systems. Full speed ahead. If anyone stands in our way, Sylvia gritted her teeth, crush them. Buzz. The mighty Hercules, a black behemoth embodying Blackstone's top military technology, and Liang's countless endeavors, awakened fully in that moment. The 4 main engines at the rear erupted with blinding blue light. There were no elaborate tactical evasions. It charged forward like a hammer forced into a corner, relentlessly breaking through the Blackstone fleet's barrage of secondary artillery, shattering the already crumbling dome of the dock, and hurtling toward the unknown darkness of the nebula, launching the most brutal and resolute assault. In the underground reactor control room, boom. The control panel where Liang was hiding was completely pierced by cannon fire. He tumbled across the ground clumsily, the exoskeleton's left leg's hydraulic cylinder hit by a stray bullet, erupting in sparks and rendering it utterly inoperable. Kneeling on one knee, he gasped for air. Blood had already stained half of his body, his left eye blurred from blood loss, with only the right eye's Tiangong goggles flashing dangerously with blue light. The remaining 2 mechas had effectively surrounded him, pinning him against the core control valve of the reactor. Mouse, you can't escape now. A cruel taunt echoed from the mecha's loudspeakers, the Blackstone pilot's voice dripping with malice. I will crush your exoskeleton inch by inch, and see if your bones are as tough as your tongue. Cough, cough. Liang spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He did not look at the 2 mechas that loomed like harbingers of death. Instead, he struggled to turn his head towards the radar screen on the control panel. On the screen, a green dot representing the mighty Hercules had successfully breached the first layer of the blockade, rapidly disappearing at the edge of the star map. Good job, First Officer. A genuine relieved smile broke through the grime on Liang's bloodied face. He knew that as long as Sylvia made it out, the purpose of his sacrifice would be fulfilled. Liang discarded the utterly wrecked Gauss rifle from his hands. He reached into the pocket of his tactical vest, retrieving a cigar that had been crushed during his earlier roll. It was a high-end item he had purchased at a high price from the inner circle just yesterday. He bit down on the cigar, using his bloodied fingers to scrape against the exposed wires nearby, igniting it with a spark. Puff Liang took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of grayish-white smoke. Leaning against the massive and scorching reactor shaft, he raised his head to face the two colossal mechas that were closing in. "Hey, sons of bitches," from the inner circle. With the cigar clenched between his teeth, Liang grinned, revealing teeth stained crimson with blood. In his eyes, which had struggled through the wasteland for a lifetime, there was not a flicker of fear toward death. All that remained was an absolute insanity, a resolve to take a piece of flesh with him, even in demise. "You just damaged a $2 million massage chair of mine." Liang's hand slipped behind him, gripping the manual overload pull lever marked with a skull warning. "I'm collecting payment for this debt with your lives." Within the terrified gazes of the Blackstone pilots, Liang yanked down the overload lever with all his might. "Tiangong Protocol," Liang silently recited in his heart, closing his eyes. "Explode for me." Click. The manual overload lever was pulled to the bottom, emitting a crisp and lethal mechanical engagement sound. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Liang took a deep drag from the cigar in his mouth. The inferior tobacco mingled with the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, tasting reminiscent of chewing on a piece of rusted tin. "It's damn hard to smoke," he muttered incoherently. Before him, the pilots of the two Haishi executioner heavy Mechs evidently realized what he was about to do. The military-grade geothermal nuclear reactor from 50 years prior, once the safety valve suppression was lost, would cause its internal fusion reaction to spiral completely out of control in mere milliseconds. Madman. He's a madman. Retreat. Full power retreat. The two towering 5-meter steel behemoths emitted terrified electronic sounds. They cast aside any pretense of capturing their target, their stout mechanical legs retreating frantically, even stumbling over one another in their panic, creating a cascade of blinding sparks against the metallic deck. But it was too late. The human reflex, the hydraulic speed of the Mechs, felt as slow as an insect trapped in amber when faced with the impending runaway nuclear fusion. Boom! A deep vibration enough to stop one's heart resonated from the depths of the earth. This was not merely sound, it was pure physical oscillation. In the span of seconds, the reactor's main shaft behind Liang transformed into a blinding bright red, followed by an overwhelming white light. There was no pain, for the speed of neural signal transmission could not match that of the high-temperature diffusion. In the final moment before Liang's retina was entirely incinerated, his Tiangong goggles frantically scrolled through the last few lines of crimson warning codes. Warning: detected lethal nuclear radiation and ultra-high temperature plasma. Host carbon-based life form survival rate. Tiangong-based protocol overriding conditions met, triggering hidden contingency plan, silicon-based fusion. Initiating forced severance of pain receptors, establishing cerebral stasis field. Subsequently, Liang's consciousness plunged into an absolute abyss of darkness and silence. From the outside, this scene resembled a cosmic-level catastrophe of artistic proportions. The colossal Docno. This 50-kilometer diameter asteroid suddenly erupted with countless blinding white beams from the pockmarked fissures of its surface. It was as though a watermelon stuffed with explosives had been ignited. "Commander, excessive energy detonation detected within the target celestial body. The reactor is out of control." Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away on the bridge of the Abyss-class battleship, the radar officer's voice quivered with stark terror. The Blackstone commander, Minsk, holding a glass of red wine, had his cold smirk freeze instantly. "What?" Boom! A silent explosion erupted across the starry sea. The 50-kilometer asteroid disintegrated in an instant under millions of degrees of heat and terrifying internal pressure. Countless rock fragments weighing thousands of tons, steel debris from factory assembly lines, and the Haishi landing Mechs that had failed to evacuate were swept away by an irresistible force hurtling in all directions. This was no longer an abandoned dock. It had transformed into an artificial supernova. First in line were the Haishi Vanguard fleet stationed in the asteroid's near-Earth orbit, tasked with securing the airspace. 6 escort-class warships, each several hundred meters long, were instantly swallowed by a plasma storm laden with intense radiation before they could even ramp up their deflector shields to maximum power. The heavy black gold armor melted like wax under the nuclear blast's high temperatures, while the battleship's keel was violently shattered by the ferocious shockwave. Thousands of well-trained Haishi naval personnel perished without uttering a single scream, turning to mere cosmic dust. Evade. Deflector shields at full overload. Direct all energy to the front. Minsk roared hysterically on the bridge, his wine glass already shattered into pieces. He could no longer maintain his earlier lofty demeanor, treating others like mere ants. He never imagined that the Wasteland tycoon, who was only known for his greed and modifications, would have the audacity to bring down an entire asteroid along with his Vanguard fleet. Bang, bang, bang. The Abyss-class battleship's composite armor, thick as several thousand millimeters, began to endure the relentless bombardment from the asteroid debris. Each impact caused the 10-kilometer-long behemoth to tremble violently. Alarms blared throughout the bridge and sparks erupted from overloaded control panels. Although the battleship withstood the aftermath of the nuclear explosion due to its formidable mass and defensive capability, its once pristine bow adorned with black skulls had now become pockmarked and charred, resembling a battered iron lump. Humiliation. This was an unprecedented disgrace for the Heishi Industrial Expeditionary Fleet in the sinister nebula. Commander, our Vanguard escort fleet has been completely annihilated. The 50 deployed Mechs and 200 Marines. None survived. The aide covered in grime rose from the floor, voice trembling as he reported the losses. Minsk's face turned a ghastly shade of pale, his eyes fixating on the holographic screen, displaying the remnants of the asteroid belt still emanating terrifying radiation. Scan. Minsk gritted his teeth, squeezing the word through clenched jaws. Immediately scan that wasteland. I want to know if that rat named Liang is dead. If he is, scrape his ashes for me. Additionally, track that fleeing black escort ship. Even if it leads us to the edge of the nebula, we must obliterate them all. Meanwhile, millions of kilometers away on another route from the explosion center, the Hercules had shut down all unnecessary communications and life support systems, moving like a black specter desperately fleeing under the cover of the asteroid belt. The bridge was enveloped in a deathly silence. Only the deep rumble of the engines and the monotonous electronic tones from the instrument panel echoed. Sylvia sat in the captain's chair, her hands gripping the metal armrests tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. The once cold and unfeeling mechanical left arm trembled slightly. Before her, the main screen replayed the scene captured by rear sensors mere minutes prior. That immense radiant nuclear explosion fireball representing annihilation and death silently blossomed in the starry sky. Boss. In the corner, the grease-stained, bloodied old mechanic slumped on the deck like a spent child. He covered his face with his hands, murky tears seeping through his coarse fingers. Damn it. With so much money, why push so hard? Can't we just quit? The 38 surviving members of the Rat Club had reddened eyes, some even sobbing softly. In the Wasteland, lives were cheaper than dogs. They were accustomed to being discarded, treated as bait cannon fodder. But they had never witnessed a boss, a capitalist with tens of millions in wealth who could afford the finest massage chairs in the inner ring, choose to remain behind and detonate a reactor to protect them, the expendable workers. Silence. Sylvia's voice was cold and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. She did not shed tears, for she was a killer trained by the Starlight Brotherhood, and tears were the most valueless liquid in this universe. Yet her heart felt as if it had been violently shredded, leaving her breathless. She remembered the focused gaze Liang had when repairing her mechanical arm, the proud expression he wore while eating barbecue, and the feigned nonchalance when he handed her the directive card. The captain is not dead. Sylvia rose, approaching the control console, her mismatched eyes gleaming with a chilling, murderous intent reminiscent of polar ice fields. Such a pestilence is destined to linger. Someone who counts every penny for shipping fees cannot be taken by the king of hell. Sylvia turned her gaze to the data server temporarily affixed to the deck, still flickering with a faint green light. Ava, report the battleship's status. ZZZZ, first mate engine overload has reached critical levels. We must find a hiding spot to cool down, or the Hercules will disintegrate. Ava's voice emanated weakly from the server. She had lost her corporeal form, albeit damaged, and was now entirely embedded in these cold silicon fragments. Old mechanic, dry your tears and get to work. Sylvia drew her explosive pistol, slamming it onto the tactical table. Activate the stealth layer, shut down the main engine, and glide into the dead water system, using inertia. From this day forth, without the captain's orders, none of us are to die. We must repair this ship, earn more money, and upgrade our weaponry to the maximum caliber. Sylvia's gaze fixated on the direction of the Heishi fleet. When the captain returns, we will scatter the ashes of Heishi Industrial. The focus shifted back to the wasteland that had transformed into a domain of death. The high temperatures from the nuclear explosion had gradually subsided, yet high-intensity gamma rays continued to ravage the area. The once thriving Dock No. 7 had vanished, leaving behind floating lava fragments and oddly shaped metallic clumps cooled in space. Here no carbon-based life could survive. But within the core of the most massive wreckage, it was a piece of specialized titanium alloy that once formed the chest shield of a Heishi mech, now melted and twisted by the extreme heat, fused tightly with a high-density iridium alloy from the reactor's base. Inside this colossal metallic tomb, a faint yet undeniably unnatural blue light began to pulse slowly. If someone were to see through the thick metal, they would witness a bizarre scene. Liang's corporeal form, or rather the carbon-based flesh that once belonged to him, had been utterly vaporized in the instant of the nuclear explosion. No skin, no muscle, not even internal organs remained. But at the very center, a brain and part of the spinal cord encased in a pale blue stasis field had miraculously survived. This was the Tiangong goggles, forcefully establishing an absolute physical isolation zone after exhausting all computational power. Yet this was merely a stopgap. Without a life support system, the brain would soon succumb to cerebral death. Warning: host life signs below, critical threshold of 0. 1. Stasis field energy remaining 5. Executing final phase of silicon-based fusion. The remaining Tiangong system was fervently scanning the surrounding environment. It detected the interior of the mech that Liang had wrecked with his rifle, but where a microfission battery core, though damaged, was still slowly releasing energy, it identified the surrounding iridium alloy waste purified through high-temperature smelting. Discovering usable energy microfusion core. Discovering high-grade malleable material iridium alloy molten liquid. Beginning reconstruction of the base skeleton. initiating the creation of a life support circuit. Under the influence of the stasis field, the liquid iridium alloy, not yet fully cooled in space, began to move, as if it possessed life, slowly coalescing around the lone brain. Upon contact with the stasis field, the high-temperature metal was forcibly reshaped by the underlying code of the Tiangong goggles. They stretched, solidified, and intertwined. A spine radiating a dark, golden hue gradually formed in the void. Next came the metal ribs, a sturdy alloy skull, and a highly intricate network of energy conduits replacing blood vessels. The microfission battery core was precisely embedded at the center of the metallic ribs, becoming the heart of this new body. Thump thump, though no heartbeat could be heard, the rhythmic pulsing of energy began to resonate within the metallic shell. No soft biomimetic skin, no anthropomorphic exterior. This was a purely assembled semi-mechanical skeleton designed solely for survival in extreme environments, exuding a rugged industrial aesthetic. In this cold wasteland universe, the once greedy pain-averse massage, chair-loving mortal Liang had perished in that nuclear explosion. And now a mechanical specter fused with Tiangong technology Haishi engines and iridium alloy slowly opened a pair of electronic eyes radiating an eerie blue glow in the shadows of the ruins. Darkness. An endless, temperatureless, soundless void of absolute blackness. Liang was unaware of how long he had drifted in this emptiness. He could not feel his hands, could not feel his feet, nor even the breath in his lungs. It was as if his soul had been stripped from its vessel and stuffed into an airtight black box. Am I dead? Liang's consciousness operated slowly within the chaos. His last memory was of pulling the manual overload lever of the reactor, followed by an all-consuming, sensory-depriving pure white light. If this is hell, then the service here is atrocious. Not a single Yanluo Wang or Mengper in sight, let alone any VIP experiences in the 18 layers of hell. Liang couldn't help but scoff inwardly. That was the kind of person he was even in the underworld. As long as his consciousness persisted, his gritty, streetwise demeanor would not dissipate. However, I didn't die from a pirate's stray bullet, nor from radiation sickness, while scavenging. Dragging half of the Blackstone Company's vanguard fleet and dozens of heavy mechs down with me, this deal isn't too shabby. He recalled the moment when Zirwia piloted the Hercules through the encirclement, a flicker of solace washing over him. The first mate fled, the old wrench escaped, and server was spared. If only I hadn't lost my 2 million credit Elysium V intelligent massage pod. I barely lay in it for 10 minutes. And that unfinished top-grade Auerbach beef, you bastards of Blackstone, you truly are sinners. As Liang's thoughts roamed through the darkness, lamenting his brief life of excess, a sharp ding echoed in his consciousness. A clear, crystalline electronic sound like ice water dripping onto metal suddenly erupted deep within him. Then amidst the darkness, a stream of data glowing with a ghostly blue light slowly emerged. System self-check in progress. Carbon-based body damage rate. Verdict, irreversible death. Remaining energy of cerebral stasis field. Warning, host neural cells are about to undergo widespread necrosis. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Liang sneered internally. This familiar blue interface, this emotionless system notification. Who else could it be but that mysterious Tiangong Mu Jing he had unearthed from the ruins? However, he no longer had eyes. The interface was projected directly onto his cerebral cortex. High concentration of radiation and plasma ionization detected in the external environment. Tiangong base protocol forcibly intervened. Hidden sequence activated. Silicon-based fusion. Silicon-based fusion. What the hell is that? Just as a flicker of confusion arose in Liang's consciousness, an indescribable agonizing pain surged through his entire brain like a tsunami. It was not the pain of flesh being torn, it was as if countless red-hot steel needles were mercilessly piercing his neural core. Ah! Liang's consciousness let out a desperate, piercing scream. If he still had a mouth, he would have cursed the ancestors of the designer of the Tiangong Mu Jing. Neurons connecting, establishing artificial pain feedback mechanism. Warning, the process is accompanied by extreme pain. Please keep your consciousness clear, as a collapse of awareness will result in a failed fusion and execution of brain tissue destruction protocol. Maintain my ass. Liang raged internally, not even a sedative. Those shady clinics in the wasteland at least know to administer a shot of subpar anesthetic for a kidney removal. This is torture. Just as Liang was on the verge of madness from the pain, the perspective of the Tiangong Mu Jing suddenly shifted. It seemed to open a god's eye view within his mind. Liang saw himself. Amidst a wasteland filled with lava and space debris, there lay a massive metal plate, charred black. It was the chest shield of the Blackstone Heavy Industry Executioner mech. And within the dent of the shield, a translucent blue energy shield flickered. Inside the shield floated a solitary human brain bloodshot, and suspended alongside a short segment of spinal nerve. That was Liang now. No skin, no bones, like a specimen in a formaldehyde jar, pitiable, fragile, and horrifying. This is more disgusting than a zombie. Liang shivered involuntarily. But then an unbelievable scene unfolded. Around the stasis field, the molten remnants of iridium alloy, still glowing a dark red from the nuclear explosion, seemed to be drawn by some powerful magnetic force, slowly writhing toward the center of the shield like a living creature. Extracting high-purity iridium alloy. Commencing reconstruction of the basic skeletal structure. Liang watched in terror as the scorching liquid metal pierced through the blue stasis field and adhered to his frail spinal nerves. Zzz, an unimaginable agony struck again. This was the torment of metal merging with nerve endings. Under the hypercomputational manipulation of the Tiangong Mujing, the liquid irium alloy did not incinerate the nerves, but like a D-printer meticulously wrapped around the nerve fibers layer by layer. They stretched, cooled, and solidified. In mere minutes, a mechanical spine radiating a dark silver metallic sheen and perfectly interlocking at every segment was forcefully printed into existence in the void. Damn, am I turning into a Terminator? Liang's consciousness blurred from the pain, yet the instinct for survival in the wasteland compelled him to hold on, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. He knew that if he fainted now, his brain would truly become a puddle of mush. Basic spinal structure completed. Energy source deficiency detected. Commencing search for usable energy remnants nearby. The god's eye perspective shifted. Not far from the metallic plate lay a pile of scrap amidst which rested a cylindrical core, severely deformed in appearance, yet still emitting a faint blue glow. That was the microfission battery core from the mech he had previously smashed with his rifle, but, although damaged, it contained enough energy to power a 5-meter-tall heavy mech for a month. Compatible energy source detected. Blackstone military-grade microfission core. Extracting. An invisible gravitational field drew the cylinder closer. Simultaneously, more liquid metal began to coil around the spine, weaving and interlocking to form a robust and intricate network of metal ribcage. Click. The microfission core was embedded precisely in the center of the metal ribcage. It resembled an artificial heart with energy conduits made of highly conductive fibers extending from the core, like veins connecting to the mechanical spine, and alloy cranium protecting the brain. Were thump, thump as the energy connected. A deep, resonant mechanical vibration echoed within Liang's consciousness. In that moment, he once again felt the existence of a body. Though he lacked lungs for breathing and a heart for pumping blood, he distinctly sensed a torrent of boundless energy flowing through that metallic spine, delivering power to every nerve node. This sensation was more exhilarating than donning a 200-kilogram military exoskeleton. Energy connection complete. Output power stable. Commencing overlay of external bionic armor. Insufficient resources. Warning: lack of muscle fiber replacement materials. Lack of bionic dermal materials. Currently, only the basic metal skeleton state can be maintained. A skeleton will do. Surviving is a win. Liang cackled inwardly. In this predatory universe, appearance meant nothing. Strength was paramount. Just as Liang believed the fusion was nearing completion and that he could control this new steel body to stand, the blue interface of the Tiangong Mujing abruptly transformed into a blinding dark golden hue. Warning: abnormal genetic sequence detected. High-dimensional encrypted DNA fragments extracted from the host's residual cerebrospinal fluid. Conducting baseline comparison. Comparison progress. What's happening? Liang was bewildered. His Tiangong Mujing had always been blue. He had never seen this dark golden interface before. Moreover, what did high-dimensional encrypted DNA mean? After 20 years of scavenging in the wasteland, he was a purebred bottom dweller. Where could he have acquired encrypted DNA? Comparison completed. Confirmation of gene origin. Golden Empire third sequence genetic branch. Identity verification successful. Welcome back, highest authority administrator. As this ancient, solemn, synthetic voice resonated in his mind, as if traversing through millennia, Liang's consciousness felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. Countless fragmented images, complex mechanical blueprints, and sealed star map coordinates forcefully surged into his brain like a tempest of information. Oh, this torrent of information, far exceeding human limits, became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Liang's consciousness succumbed to the overwhelming wave of Golden Age information, plunging into a deep coma. Meanwhile, in reality, in the silent expanse of space, a mechanical skeleton entirely forged from dark silver irium alloy with a blue glowing fission core embedded in its ribcage lay quietly curled amidst the wreckage. Within its cranial cavity, 2 flickering blue electronic embers blinked twice before slowly extinguishing, entering a low energy standby state. Time held no meaning in the cosmic scale. Perhaps days passed, or perhaps months. At the very heart of the sinister nebula, the most prosperous, yet filthiest place, the Babylon Colossal Circular Space Station. This was the economic center of the entire nebula, a paradise for gangsters, tycoons, warlords, and smugglers. The space station was divided into 3 tiers. The opulent tycoon-ruled inner ring, the mixed and neon-lit middle ring, filled with black market dealings, and the bottom tier, slums perpetually shrouded in darkness, housing all the station's waste and industrial effluents. Clang, clang. A massive rust-covered whale-class garbage collection ship, trailing a long plume of flame, slowly approached the waste disposal entry of the slums. These garbage ships specialized in salvaging discarded metals and debris from the outer roots of the sinister nebula and various interstellar battlefields, returning them to the slums' smelting factories for meager earnings. Open the gate. Dump the cargo. With the captain's coarse shout, the enormous cargo hold split open. Tens of thousands of tons of space debris, shattered warship hulls, and twisted mech parts cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing heavily onto the conveyor belt of the slum's landfill site number 13. Boom. Dust swirled as a pungent mixture of machine oil and rotting odors surged into the air. A few tattered suited scavengers armed with hooks and scanners swarmed like flies drawn to blood, frantically sifting through the conveyor belt. This motherboard is mine. Get lost. Damn, this copper pipe is in good condition. I can trade it for 2 tubes of subpar nutrient liquid. As the scavengers nearly came to blows over a scrap of metal, a loud click echoed from the depths of the garbage pile. A massive blackstone mech shield debris was overturned with a heavy thud. A young scavenger was about to extend his hook toward it when he suddenly froze. His eyes fixed on what lay beneath the shield. There curled up was an exceedingly bizarre mechanical skeleton. It was not rusted or decayed like other discarded robots. Instead, it gleamed with an alluring dark silver sheen. And within its ribcage there rested a cylindrical device. Though coated in dust, it seemed to still emit a faint warmth. What kind of battle robot is this? The scavenger gulped, his greedy eyes lighting up. Look at the luster of this metal, it's definitely high grade. If I dismantle it and sell the parts, I'll never have to eat synthetic rat meat again. Excitedly, he raised his electrically charged crowbar, aiming to smash the most valuable core from the mechanical skeleton's chest. However, just as his crowbar was about to make contact with the mechanical skeleton, a low hum resonated. The once motionless mechanical skeleton suddenly ignited two ghostly blue lights deep within its ocular cavities. Crack! A claw entirely composed of cold alloy and imbued with mechanical might shot out like lightning, seizing the electrified crowbar with an iron grip. Zzz. A high-voltage current capable of stunning an adult coursed through the crowbar, yet it had no effect, not even a spark ignited. Ah! The scavenger screamed in terror, it's risen. The cyber undead has risen. Help me! He scrambled backward, abandoning his crowbar. The surrounding scavengers were equally dumbfounded, raising their scraps and staring in terror at the metal monster that was slowly rising from the refuse. Creak, crackle, the sound of metal grinding was grating to the ears. The mechanical skeleton slowly twisted its neck, the metal spine emitting a series of popping sounds. Lacking lips and vocal cords, it nevertheless produced a deeply humanized sigh resonating through the air with a tone filled with exhaustion and resignation. Enough noise, a raspy, oil-scented, morning grumpy electronic voice echoed across the landfill. Leon lifted his glowing blue electronic eyes, surveying the grimy, foul-smelling, yet vibrant slum around him. He raised his silver mechanical hand, examining the oil and dust smeared across it, then touched his bald metal cranium. No panic, no despair. Leong's electronic eyes curved slightly, mimicking an exaggerated eye-roll expression. Excuse me, Leong regarded the trembling scavengers with sincerity and inquired, does anyone have any lubricant? Or even subpar tobacco will do. With my current state, I feel like my bones are about to rust. Volume 1 complete. A few words for the readers. I am a novice author writing out of passion. Recently, I have been honored to see an increasing number of readers engaging with this novel. Every reader's engagement, be it reading, liking, commenting, or urging updates, fuels my motivation to present a fantastical and engaging world within these pages. Thank you to all readers. I hope this novel can resonate with you. Lastly, I'm reminded of a phrase I once cherished, dedicated to all my readers. Thank you for reading my novel. Ghost. Oh, the ghost. The cyber undead has risen. A chilling scream reverberated across the sky of the no landfill site. The scavenger who had just moments ago been greedily wielding a live electric crowbar to extract the reactor from Leong's chest now resembled a wild dog, with its tail stepped on, scrambling frantically down the garbage mound. He even abandoned the high-voltage crowbar he had dropped, with a suspicious dark stain seeping from his pants. The other scavengers in the vicinity were equally petrified, clutching their rusty metal pipes and cutting tools, their legs trembling as they stared in terror at the metallic beast perched upon a discarded armor plate. According to the legends of the underbelly of the sinister nebula, the souls of mech pilots who perished tragically on the interstellar battlefield would cling to the remnants of their machines, transforming into bloodthirsty cyber undead. The figure before them, a dark silver mechanical skeleton with ghostly blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, was the very embodiment of that terrifying lore. Why are you running? Do I look that frightening? Leong observed the fleeing scavengers with a hint of annoyance, raising his metallic hand composed entirely of iridium alloy to stroke his bald metallic forehead. ZZZ sound module. Initializing, Leong discovered he no longer possessed vocal cords. He was now speaking solely through a micro-air oscillator at his throat. The Tiangong ocular lens graciously converted his brainwaves into audio signals, yet his voice sounded as though it were rasping against rusty metal, hoarse and deep, imbued with the scent of machine oil, indeed reminiscent of a villainous boss. Tiangong, show me a full-length mirror. Leong commanded mentally. Acknowledged. Optical sensor projection activated. An image of his entire body appeared before his retinas. Upon a mere glance, Leong couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, if he still had lungs. Goodness. With this appearance, I could star in a Terminator film without needing special effects makeup. In the image, a mechanical skeleton stood at a height of meters, sitting silently. It bore no semblance of synthetic skin or muscular tissue, its frame entirely forged from dark silver iridium alloy, the joints replete with intricate micro-servos and hydraulic shafts. Behind a robust metal ribcage devoid of heart or lungs lay a cylindrical device, marred by scratches, yet emanating a ghostly blue light. This was the core of a military-grade Blackstone Mechs miniature fission battery. Thick energy conduits snaked from the core like arteries to the limbs and torso. It appeared cold, cruel, and infused with the purest industrial aesthetic of violent beauty, yet woefully impoverished. For this body lacked even an outer shell, all core wiring was exposed. Leong attempted to move his body. Creak-crack as he stood up, the knee joints emitted a disconcerting metallic grinding sound. Though his movements lacked stiffness, the dry friction noise unsettled Liang, a mechanic with obsessive tendencies. Warning: the Bodis joints lack advanced lubricant. Current wear rate. Hour. Warning: micro-fission core damaged, current energy output. High-purity nuclear fuel urgently required. Warning: the body lacks external protective armor, core wiring exposed with low bulletproof rating. A series of red warning prompts scrolled across his retina. Enough, no need for the dirge. I know I'm currently a broke wretch. Liang waved his metallic claw in irritation, closing his electronic eyes to feel the new shell he inhabited. Gone were the human heartbeat and breathing, he could no longer detect the foul stench permeating the landfill. This disconcerted him, he even found himself yearning for the ache of lying on a 2 million credit massage chair. My 20 million in savings, the newly purchased Elysium V massage chair, and that mouthful of Weijiu. Liang lifted his gaze to the gray expanse above the landfill, woven from countless rusty pipes and neon tubes. His current location was evidently not the previous no. Doc. Such a scale of nuclear explosion would have reduced meteors to ash. His survival had hinged upon the Tiangong ocular lens, which at the last moment had siliconized him with iridium alloy, allowing him to drift alongside a massive wreckage, ultimately being salvaged by a garbage ship and deposited in this bottom-tier landfill. Survival is key. A glint of chilling determination flashed in Liang's azure electronic eyes. As for that fleet commander of Sure Heavy Industries, since you failed to kill me, it's my turn to dismantle your bones. The flames of vengeance were ablaze, yet Liang's rationality remained intact. He glanced down at his naked metallic skeleton. In this disheveled state, he would likely be mistaken for high-grade scrap, dismembered by scavengers wielding cutting tools. I must find some attire to don. Liang set off with heavy metallic strides, rummaging through the refuse. Soon he unearthed a tattered black trench coat, stained with grease and dark red blood from the corpse of an unfortunate soul long deceased. Donning the coat, its ample hem effectively concealed his conspicuous metal ribcage and glowing fission core. Next, he scavenged a rusted heavy industrial welder's mask from a nearby pile of scrap metal and secured it over his gleaming skull. Behind the mask's lenses, 2 faint blue lights glowed. He casually picked up the high-voltage crowbar that the earlier scavenger had abandoned, weighing it in his hand. The solid steel rod, over 100 pounds, felt as light as a toothpick in his grasp. Liang tightened his grip. Creak! A piercing metallic distortion echoed as the high-strength alloy crowbar yielded 5 deep impressions under his grip. Hiss! Such strength! Liang was taken aback. Though he had lost the ability to feel pain and the softness of flesh, this semi-siliconized body forged from premium iridium alloy bestowed upon him an unimaginable physical power far surpassing human limits. His grip could easily crush the outer shell of an ordinary light mech. This is what they call fortune and misfortune. Liang hoisted the mangled crowbar onto his shoulder, striding forth like a thug wandering the underbelly streets, each heavy yet imposing step leading him out of the no. Landfill. At the Babylon space station in the slums of the lower levels known colloquially as the sewers. This was the darkest corner of the sinister nebula. Devoid of sunlight, the overhead labyrinthine sewage pipes dripped with a noxious green luminescent liquid. On either side of the streets stood makeshift structures assembled from discarded shipping containers and rusted metal sheets flickering with faulty neon signs. The streets were teeming with ragged laborers, their expressions vacant, gang members outfitted with cheap substandard mechanical prosthetics, and smugglers hawking synthetic drugs and expired nutrient solutions from shadowy corners. As Liang ambled down the dark street clad in a tattered trench coat, wearing a welder's mask, and carrying a steel rod, he did not elicit much commotion. In this place far stranger and more deranged than his appearance, people abounded. Yet Liang felt exceedingly unwell. I'm hungry. Indeed, he experienced an unprecedented sense of hunger. This was not merely a physical emptiness, rather the Tiangong ocular lens had converted the signal of energy depletion into a fierce biological electric stimulus relaying to his neural pathways. This hunger felt akin to someone scraping his brain with a dull knife. Simultaneously, every mechanical joint in his body protested with grinding noises due to a lack of lubrication with each step he took. I need to make some money to buy high-grade lubricant to purchase nuclear fuel. Otherwise here, I am a mechanical ascendant, not perishing beneath a planet-destroying cannon, but instead dying on the street due to lack of oil. Liang mulled over this in his mind. He halted, glancing around at the streets flanking him. Soon his gaze settled on a shop named One-Eyed Dragon Scrap Recycling and Appraisal. The entrance was cluttered with a hodgepodge of electronic components and spacecraft parts, where a balding, portly man with a crude mechanical eye lounged back in a rocking chair, smoking synthetic cigarettes. In the wasteland, selling scrap was always the quickest way to procure funds. Although Liang had nothing to his name, his Tiangong ocular lens was the finest appraisal device in the universe. He turned, striding toward a large waste sorting pile, activating the scanning mode of his electronic eye. Damaged hydraulic pump scrap metal. Burnt circuit board contains grams of gold, recovery value extremely low. Rusty transmission gears. Liang's gaze swept swiftly over the refuse mountain until suddenly his blue light flickered. High-value item detected. Item name: Sure military-grade phantom optical camouflage generator damaged. Status: outer shell severely damaged, core crystal integrity. Repair suggestion: simply reconnect the energy circuit at the C node to activate. A good find. Liang strode forward, clearing several layers of foul refuse, unearthing what resembled a filthy iron box caked in mud. To an untrained eye, it would undoubtedly appear as nothing more than scrap metal. Yet its core crystal could fetch at least 3,000 credits on the black market. Liang tucked the damaged optical camouflage generator into his coat pocket and approached the counter of the One-Eyed Dragon recycling station. Thud! He slammed the mud-stained scrap metal box down onto the counter. Hey Race, some merchandise, flat price, 2,000 credits. Liang's electronically processed hoarse voice echoed in the shop. The balding man in the rocking chair lazily opened his mechanical eye, sizing up Liang. Observing the tattered trench coat and cheap welder's mask, a glint of undisguised disdain and greed flashed in the man's eyes. 2,000 credits. The man scoffed disdainfully, poking at the box with a finger adorned with a massive gold ring. A mere radio shell, and you dare to ask me for 2,000? Have you lost your mind? He exhaled a puff of smoke in annoyance, waving his hand dismissively. 10 credits, take it or leave it. If you don't want to get lost, don't waste my time. Such was the rule of the lower market underworld: prey on the weak, intimidate the strong. Normally Liang would possess 100 methods to prove the value of this item, even flipping the script on the balding man. But today he felt hungry, his joints stiff, and he lacked the patience to argue. I say this is the core of a Heisher military-grade optical camouflage system. Liang narrowed his blue eyes hidden behind the mask. 2,000, not a penny less. Curse brat, you're pushing your luck. The man slammed the table, rising abruptly. At that moment the shop's main door was kicked open, revealing a burly gang enforcer, nearly 2 meters tall, muscles rippling. Most notably, his right arm had been entirely replaced with an exceedingly thick military-grade hydraulic arm. As he moved, the arm emitted a heavy hydraulic roar, evidently subjected to illegal modifications. Boss, who is this cockroach crawling out of the sewers daring to cause a ruckus on Viper Gang territory? The enforcer loomed over Liang, looking down at him, while his massive hydraulic arm slammed onto the counter, cracking the wooden surface. Kid bowed down to the boss. Leave the goods, and scram, the enforcer sneered, reaching for Liang's collar with his giant mechanical hand, intending to lift him as one would a chick. Liang did not flinch. He merely tilted his head slightly, the blue glow behind his welder's mask flashing brightly. That hydraulic arm of yours? Liang's raspy electronic voice emerged calmly, devoid of fear, yet imbued with an exceptionally critical tone. Is equipped with an outdated piston hydraulic cylinder, not only cumbersome, but with a misaligned force application point on the drive shaft. Such shoddy modifications are merely for scaring off small-time punks. You're asking for death. The enforcer roared in anger, his massive mechanical hand tightening, a gust of wind accompanying his grip as he aimed for Liang's neck. However, just as that mechanical hand was about to make contact with Liang's throat, Liang raised his hand, revealing a palm casually wrapped in rags. With a casual motion, he reached out directly to seize the enforcer's bulky hydraulic arm. Crack! A faint thud resonated as the enforcer's mighty hydraulic hand, capable of crushing bricks, was firmly gripped by Liang's seemingly feeble hand. No matter how the hydraulic pump behind the enforcer roared in fury, it could not advance another inch. What? The enforcer's eyes widened, feeling as though his mechanical arm had collided with an immovable mountain of steel. I mentioned this as a garbage modification. Liang's tone remained calm, yet his actions conveyed sheer physical brutality. The metallic claw forged entirely from premium iridium alloy tightened beneath the ragged covering. Creak! An excruciating metallic distortion echoed throughout the shop, reminiscent of nails scraping a chalkboard. In the balding owner's horrified gaze, the enforcer's pride, the heavy hydraulic arm that boasted the ability to punch through steel plates, was crushed in Liang's hand as easily as an empty soda can. The thick hydraulic lines burst open, spewing black high-pressure hydraulic oil like a fountain, splattering the balding owner. The internal drive shaft snapped under the terrifying grip, twisting the metallic shell into a heap of scrap. Ah, my hand! My hand! The enforcer shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Though it was a mechanical limb, the pain transmitted from the nerve junctions overwhelmed him, causing his knees to buckle as he collapsed before Liang. The scrap shop fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the dripping sound of hydraulic oil and the enforcer's wails. Liang casually released the now crumpled arm, grabbing a rag to disdainfully wipe the oil from his hand. He lifted his gaze, peering through the welder's mask, his eyes glowing with blue light, at the balding owner, who sat in shock, paralyzed in his rocking chair. Liang extended a finger, tapping the muddy camouflage generator resting on the counter. Now his hoarse, oil-tinged voice resumed, exuding an undeniable air of authority. This item is worth 20,000 credits. Do you have any objections? 22,000. The bald, portly man's mechanical eye emitted a spasmodic, garbled whine, a shorted neural interface from poor cerebral perfusion. He glanced at the hulking thug on the floor, clutching his severed arm and howling, then at Liang's fist, sheathed in ragged cloth, yet bent a military hydraulic cylinder into scrap iron with raw force. The bald man had no doubt if he uttered even a single no, the monstrosity beneath the welding mask would crush his skull with that same hand. All right, they'll give it. Please spare me. He blurted, scrambling toward the safe behind the counter, fingers trembling over the combination lock. He refused to transfer funds electronically in Chow Digital Trail's Mint Gang trackers. The true professionals dealt only in anonymous stored value cards. Fumbling, the fat man produced 2 black cards stamped with the Babylon Kongjian's and entering bank sigil, and pressed them forward with both hands. Sir, this is 20,000 anonymous credit points. The pin is 6 zeros. Please accept. Liang did not take them. His cybernetic eye flickered behind the mask. The Tiangong Mujing instantly scanned both chips. Confirmed anonymous credit storage cards. Balance. No tracking Trojans. Smart choice. Liang rasped, his voice metallic and low. He plucked the cards with 2 metal phalanges and slipped them into the tattered coat pocket. He looked down at the slick panicked shopkeeper. About today I saw nothing. There was a break-in at the shop. My associate was crushed by falling machinery. I never saw you. The fat man babbled, a streetwise improvisation born of raw survival instinct. Smart, Liang said, patting the greasy pate once before stepping out of the junk shop that reeked of blood and hydraulic oil. Only when Liang's heavy footsteps receded into the gloom of the slum did the bald man collapse to the floor, gulping air sweat through his clothes. My boss, my hands ruined, groaned the fallen thug. Shut up, you worthless. The fat man cursed, kicking him. Do you know you nearly got me killed? That wasn't a mere human augmenter. Who can crush a military hydraulic cylinder with one hand? That thing's a military killing machine in rags. Walking along the damp shadowed lane, Liang felt a slight lift in mood. 20,000 credits, once laughable to him, the man who had once bought 2 million cred massage chairs and tossed 5 million tips like confetti, but times had changed. In Dichao, 20,000 meant a year of synthetic meat dinners for an ordinary family. Creak, grind, his knee joints complained again, a coarse grinding that pierced his reverie. He felt the miniature fission core in his chest hiccuping like a stomach cramp, a dire warning that output had fallen below 10%. Feed it. Maintain it. If I don't get some lubricant today, they'll seize up on the street, he muttered, and quickened his pace. Deep in the black market byways, guided by years of underworld instincts, he found a shop with a battered sign, Lao Yuehan Special Fuels Components. Unlike the open salvage stalls, this place had real security. 2 mercenaries stood at the door with Gauss SMGs, and the interior reeked of chemical solvents. Liang lowered his welding visor and entered. What do you want? Asked the gaunt proprietor, masked with a respirator, without looking up. 1 tube of T-high polymer nano lubricant from Heisher Industrial, and 1 micro-fission fuel rod, refined by Erfazingzi. Purity no less than 95%. Liang recited the part numbers with practiced ease. The old man paused, then studied him through the respirator's lenses. Big talk, Tinskin. Those are military-grade entering rations. In Dichao they're priceless. T8,000 a tube. Fuel rod, 12,000. No haggling. 2,000 vanished in his head like mist. Liang grumbled inwardly at the black market markup, but the price was fair by their standards. He slapped the 2 cards recently extorted onto the counter. The proprietor took the cards, opened a combination safe, and produced a metallic case. Inside lay a viscous deep blue tube and a slender rod that glowed faintly radioactive green. Money and goods exchanged. Move along, the old man barked. Liang reached out, and the Tiangong Mujing flared with a staccato blue flash across his retina. Warning: counterfeit materials detected. Item T, lubricant fake. Actual composition: recycled industrial oil blended with low-grade thickeners. Continued use will destroy servomotors. Item: micro-fission fuel rod fake. Actual composition: 30% depleted uranium scrap. Forced insertion will contaminate the reactor core and degrade output. His hand froze midair. Behind the visor, his electronic eye narrowed to a sliver of icy light. Damn it, when he had sold modified ships, he had never skimped on materials. Now destitute, reduced to a slum scavenger, was he to be fleeced by some back-alley charlatan? Selling fake oil was one thing, diluting nuclear fuel was murder. Are you sure this is genuine? He asked, voice shredded like sandpaper on glass. The proprietor's face flickered, then hardened. You don't ask for provenance on the black market. Lao Yuehan sign's been up for 10 years. You tell me if it's genuine. Is that so? Without preamble, Liang moved with lightning speed. Not for the fake goods on the counter, but with the wrapped metal hand, he suddenly thrust out like a steel trap. He seized the proprietor's collar and hoisted the gaunt man 110 pounds of old flesh from behind the counter single-handedly. What? Help! Shoot him! Kill him! The proprietor shrieked and thrashed. The mercenaries outside stormed in with rifles raised. Bang! Liang didn't so much as look. His bionic right leg detonated like a piston. Though starved of lubricant, the Yuumu alloy in his bones still possessed weight and hardness. A brutal reverse sidekick sent the nearest mercenary and his rifle flying into a steel bulkhead. The impact sounded like ribs cracking. The man slumped unconscious. The second mercenary's hand trembled on the trigger. Liang grabbed the counterfeit fuel rod from the counter with his left hand. With a pinch of thumb pressure, he crushed the supposed high-temperature alloy rod like a biscuit. Grayish depleted uranium powder and a viscous green sludge spattered over the counter. He scooped a handful of the glowing powder and shoved it through a respirator seam into the proprietor's mask. Squelching howls tore from the man as the radioactive slurry burned against his skin, not instantly lethal, but agonizing enough to make him claw at his face. Don't fire! Don't fire! The proprietor screamed to the remaining mercenary, begging wildly. Liang hurled the old man down and planted a metal boot onto his chest. Selling recycled waste as T. Passing off 30% depleted scrap as factory fuel. Liang's voice was a cold, resonant blade. You tried to swindle a man who sleeps with a reactor for a pillow. The proprietor finally understood he had misjudged his quarry. The man who wore a ragged mask was no street tinkerer. He was a connoisseur, a master mechanic who knew the value of every alloy and isotope. Mercy. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. The proprietor mumbled, fumbling beneath the counter for a concealed lead case. He produced 2 rigorously packaged anti-counterfeit bottles stamped with micro-optic seals. Tiangong Mujing verification authentic. Liang withdrew his foot. He seized the 2 genuine tubes and stuffed them into his pocket, then looked at the 2 tin house end cards on the counter. He took one. I do business on fairness, he said icily. You keep your 2 genuine items, I'll pay 10,000. The other 10,000 is compensation for your deception. Understand? I understand, the old man whimpered. 10,000 barely covered their wholesale cost, but he dared not object. 10 minutes later, Liang rented a damp 10 square meter capsule in a cheap underground inn for 50 credits. He locked the trembling iron door and exhaled. He stripped off the tattered coat and removed the welding mask, revealing the savage industrial beauty of his Yuryumu alloy frame. In that cramped private space, he prepared for his first full maintenance since his rebirth. He uncapped the deep blue T-tube. To him, this lubricant was as seductive as a bottle of Romanicani once had been. He dabbed the fluid onto the protesting knee joints, elbow bearings, and spinal transmission shafts. The advanced nanomolecules seeped instantly into every microgap. The dryness and ponderous resistance that had been like carrying a mountain slid away like thawing ice. He flexed a wrist, no sound, only silken motion. He let out a small, relieved moan of pleasure. It felt like a nomad in the desert finally tasting an ice-cold drink, like a month of sleepless toil, dissolving beneath a master's hands. This was the mechanical rapture of an ascended body. Lubricant was his dopamine. Satisfied, he picked up the rod that pulsed with a seductive green glow, the micro-fission fuel. This was the main act. His energy stores languished at 8%, hunger gnawed deep. He peered at the dim core in his chest, found the hidden fill port with a metallic claw, and popped it open. He seated the rod, pressed the injection valve. A thunderous hum detonated inside him. The high-purity nuclear fuel ignited upon entering the fission core. A blue fire, at once brilliant and fathomless, bloomed within a fraction of a second. Power surged, enormous, tumultuous, like a river unleashed through his chest's conduits. The drain warning displays flipped to verdant vitality. Energy reserves. Fission core output peak state. System self-check complete. Joint transmission efficiency optimal. Liang clenched a fist. The motion alone ruptured the air in his palm with a dull sonic boom. This is power, he breathed, eyes glowing in eerie azure in the capsule's dim light. He could already imagine meeting the 3 Heisher execution Mechs again. He would not need stealth or liquid nitrogen ambushes. With his energized Yuryumu frame, he could take their cannons and rip open a cockpit with bare hands. But euphoria lasted only moments. Practical caution, honed by years in the wastes, returned. Great strength, but this skeleton is conspicuous, he muttered. Core lines are exposed. One stray high-explosive shrapnel, and I'm paralyzed. He would need top-tier composite armor, a facade of bionic silicone skin for disguised luxuries that cost more than most lives in Dachau. Standing before a grime-streaked mirror, he regarded his dark silver mechanical skull. He refastened the coat and lowered the welding mask. Time to get back to my trade, he decided. He no longer had Li Shi Zhonggong's automated lines, no AI, was computational support, no loyal wrenching crew. But he possessed the galaxy's most advanced mechanical knowledge and the X-ray insight of Tiangong Mijing. What paid best in the slums of scrap Mechs, illegal augments, and daily firefights. A clandestine workshop fixing the impossible, a black market mechanic for nightmares. If Heisher thinks I perished in that nuclear blast, his blue eyes curved beneath the visor with sly, cold humor. Before I return to see the ashes of their bones across the stars, they'll keep working these sewers and become the mechanic every scoundrel fears. Liang pushed open the iron door and stepped back into D chaos, eternal night. Babylon Space Station, the lower slums, District D, Neon Alley. If the bottom nest serves as the sewer of the entire space station, then Neon Alley is the most vibrant yet debauched sedimentation pool within that sewer. The streets here are perpetually damp, the air thick with a noxious blend of low-grade synthetic fragrances, hormones, oil, and the acrid stench of sewage backing up. On either side of the street, holographic signs pulsate with pink and azure hues displaying scantily clad virtual women, some with exaggerated mechanical features, who tirelessly writhe and cast flirtatious glances at every passerby. Come on, handsome. Experience the latest Elysium neuron implant. You'll forget all about the radiation and poverty outside. A holographic girl's apparition drifted through Liang's body, leaving a trail of virtual pink particles in its wake. Dressed in a greasy, tattered black trench coat and wearing a rusted welder's mask, Liang stood like a specter at the crossroads of Neon Alley. Through the visor of his mask, he observed the surrounding scene, individuals embracing scantily clad sirens, intoxicated men stumbling into seedy motels, and gang members, his azure electronic eyes flickering with a hint of resignation. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Liang seethed inwardly. Back when he thrived at Doc No. Surrounded by only the icy presence of Sylvia the Valkyrie, he was still a healthy man, vibrant and full of vigor. And now, he cast a glance at his body concealed beneath the trench coat. All that remained was a rigid frame of arum alloy. No muscle, no nerve endings, and certainly none of the essential attributes of manhood. Even if he were to hire 10 of the most exquisite cyber dancers, he would only be able to engage them in endless discussions about mechanical repairs. This sorrow of having the heart of a fierce tiger, yet lacking the means to act, was far more agonizing than being struck by a blast from a Blackstone annihilator, even though he no longer possessed the means to feel pain. Money, I need money, copious amounts of it. Liang gritted his teeth, vowing silently. Once I have amassed enough wealth, the first thing I shall do is acquire the most advanced bionic flesh modules in the universe. Ones that replicate even pores and sensations to perfection. I shall be reborn. With this fervent desire for revival coursing through him, Liang turned his gaze toward a dilapidated shop at the street corner. The shop's shutter was covered in various gang graffiti, its sign half-broken barely revealing the words, "Old Blind Man Cybernetics Repair." Liang approached and forcefully pulled up the jammed shutter with his bare hands. Inside, chaos reigned with discarded circuit boards, rusted gears, and malodorous synthetic silicone limbs strewn about. The previous owner had likely incurred the wrath of enemies and fled long ago. In this lawless territory, the strongest take all. Liang surveyed the approximately 30-square-meter shop with satisfaction. Though rundown, it contained a small workbench at the back and a few serviceable high-frequency welding torches and cutters hung on the walls. He stepped to the entrance and inscribed the following words in a flamboyant script on a piece of scrap metal. Phantom Repair Shop, specializing in various mechanical ailments. No questions asked, cash only. On the first day, there were no customers. Liang's appearance wearing a welder's mask and tattered trench coat, silently sitting at the shop's entrance, made him resemble a cyber lunatic ready to draw a weapon at any moment. On the second day, business remained non-existent. It wasn't until the evening of the third day, just as the nightlife of the bottom nest began to awaken and the neon lights grew most blinding, that things changed. Ding-alling, the decrepit door swung open. An overwhelming, intoxicating scent of high-end perfume laced with aphrodisiac properties wafted in, immediately dispersing the shop's long-standing odor of oil. Liang was seated at the workbench, wiping down one of his metallic fingers with a rag. Hearing the sound, he lifted his head slightly. Entering was an exceedingly alluring woman. She wore a fitted, deep crimson leather bodysuit that accentuated her exaggerated curves. With wavy, winered hair cascading over her shoulders, fiery red lips, and a gaze that exuded both experience and danger, she was a sight to behold. Most notably, her left leg and right arm were not flesh and blood. Instead, they were exquisitely crafted custom mechanical prosthetics coated in lustrous pearl-scent white paint with golden energy conduits embedded at the joints, their lines flowing as if they were works of art. Such high-grade prosthetics not only possessed formidable combat capabilities, but also featured special services that in the underbelly of society commanded exorbitant prices. This woman was known as Red Spider, the proprietress of the largest underground entertainment establishment in Neon Alley Eden. Not only did she manage dozens of elite cyber dancers, but she also dabbled in intelligence trafficking and money laundering for gangs. She was a true power player. Yet at that moment, this formidable matriarch appeared remarkably pale, beads of cold sweat dotting her smooth forehead, her long legs trembling slightly, as if in the throes of immense pain. "Are you the new Phantom?" Red Spider staggered to the counter, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. Her alluring peach blossom eyes scrutinized Liang, clad in the welder's mask, her brows knitting slightly. "I heard from the thugs at the corner that you crushed that brute's military hydraulic arm from the Viper gang with a single hand a few days ago. Let's get down to business." Liang remained seated in the shadows, his voice raspy and mechanical, emanating from beneath the mask. "If you've come for protection money, turn right at the door. The Viper gang knows what to expect. If you're here for repairs, bring out the goods." This icy demeanor momentarily stunned Red Spider. In Neon Alley, which man did not light up with excitement upon seeing her desperate to submit? This mechanic, seemingly an antiquated relic, didn't even spare her a glance. If Red Spider knew that beneath the mask Liang had no eyes, only two flickering azure flames, she would likely be enraged. "I'm not here for protection money. I'm here for repairs." Red Spider gritted her teeth, appearing to resolve herself. Suddenly, she reached for the zipper of her bodysuit. ZSSHHH. Instantly, her fair, deep neckline was exposed to the air, followed by the unveiling of her right shoulder, showcasing the exquisitely crafted pearl-scent mechanical arm and the nerve connection with her flesh. The area which should have been smooth was now severely swollen, the surrounding blood vessels displaying an abnormal purplish-black hue. Faintly, one could see several nerve conduits pulsating with electric sparks, spasming violently. "My right arm has a problem." Red Spider's voice carried a hint of suppressed pain and allure as she leaned closer, bringing the junction of flesh and metal nearer to Liang. "For the past few days, whenever I utilize the high-frequency micro-vibration function of my right arm, the nerve connection experiences an overwhelming reverse electrical feedback. It feels as if someone is stabbing my cerebral cortex with a searing needle." I consulted 3 mechanics at the alley's entrance, but they wouldn't even dare to open the casing, claiming it's a high-security chip from the inner ring, and forcing it open could paralyze my right side. Red Spider fixed her gaze on Liang's rusty mask. "If you truly possess the skills people say you do, help me fix it. Money is not an issue." Faced with such an enticing scene, Liang felt no stirrings within, or so he pretended. Sighing internally, the seasoned Liang lamented. This was the tragedy of lacking flesh. Such a delectable morsel was presented before him, yet he possessed not even the capacity to swallow. But he was a professional mechanic. In the presence of both monetary gain and technical prowess, all desires could be temporarily set aside, primarily because his hardware did not support such pursuits. "Place your arm on the table." Liang spoke without further ado. As he did, the blue light of the heavenly eye mechanism beneath his mask flared to life, scanning Red Spider's mechanical arm as if it were tangible. "Target material: ultralight aviation, aluminum titanium alloy. Prosthetic model: Knight Demon Custom Duelist Partner Assassin mechanical arm. Fault scanning in progress. Issue detected. Nerve connector zone C has been implanted with a miniature logic Trojan chip. This chip, during high-load operation of the prosthetic, forcibly commandeers pain nerves, causing overload discharges." Liang gently tapped his metallic fingers on the table twice. Someone is after you. His raspy electronic voice cut through the tension with precision. Your nerve connector has been tampered with, implanted with a miniature discharge chip. This technique is highly sophisticated. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. If I'm not mistaken, during your recent encounter with a special guest, you experienced a sudden episode that not only disrupted your business, but nearly resulted in homicide. Red Spider's pupils dilated suddenly, her complexion paling. How do you know? This was her greatest secret. Just yesterday, she had personally entertained a representative from a major inner-ring conglomerate attempting to secure a batch of cheap weapon quotas. As she activated the mechanical arm's micro-vibration function, the soul-rending agony had erupted without warning. Her uncontrollable mechanical arm nearly snapped the neck of that corporate mogul. This not only cost her a deal worth millions, but also enraged the inner ring, putting the entire Eden establishment at risk of retaliation. I not only know, I also know that the person who implanted this chip did so with extreme expertise. Moreover, Liang withdrew a slender laser cutting tool from beneath the workbench. If I hadn't removed it within half an hour, the chip would have completely burned out your brainstem, rendering you a drooling vegetable. Red Spider gasped, her ample chest rising and falling sharply. She was a clever woman and quickly grasped the implications. It was evident that a competitor aimed to sabotage her, damaging her reputation while also threatening her life. Can you remove it? Red Spider's tone shifted from tentative and flirty to one filled with urgent desperation. 50,000 credit points. Liang did not mince words, his terms bold and unyielding. Not a problem. If you fix it, I'll give you 100,000. Red Spider produced a golden, unnamed prepaid card from a hidden compartment within her bodysuit, slapping it down onto the table with a flourish. Refreshing. With the promise of monetary reward, Liang's movements became brisk and decisive. Bear with it, I don't have any anesthetics. Before the words left his lips, his cloth-wrapped metallic hand shot out, like lightning, grasping Red Spider's arm, where flesh met metal. Cold, hard, devoid of human warmth. This was her immediate impression. The next second, ZSSHHH. Liang's laser-cutting tool sliced precisely through the bionic skin of Red Spider's arm, exposing the dense network of nerve conduits and the gruesome connection beneath. Ugh! Red Spider emitted a muffled groan of pain, her body shaking violently, yet she bit her lip, refusing to cry out. Liang's heavenly, I had magnified the microscopic nerve structures to their utmost, rendering a microscope unnecessary. The seemingly cumbersome metal claw now showcased a stability and precision that surpassed even the most skilled neurosurgeons of the inner ring. Separate the wires, cut the power, and detach. Liang mentally recited the operation steps. He pinched a high-frequency insulated tweezer finer than a human hair, and within Red Spider's thrashing flesh, he precisely located a chip the size of a grain of rice, glowing faintly red. Click. Grasped. Pull. Oh. At the very moment the chip was extracted from the nerve cluster, Red Spider could no longer suppress a piercing scream, laced with a hint of ecstasy. She collapsed under the agony, drenched in sweat, her upper body nearly collapsing onto the workbench, her enticing curves fully revealed to Liang. Done. Liang tossed the bloodied chip into a nearby waste liquid bin, casually grabbing a canister of medical gel and roughly spraying it over Red Spider's wound, reattaching the bionic skin. Haha! Red Spider leaned on the table, panting heavily. Within mere seconds, she was astonished to discover that the excruciating nerve pain that had tormented her for days had miraculously vanished. Her right arm regained its lightness, feeling even more agile than before. She lifted her gaze to the phantom, now reclined back in the shadows, leisurely cleaning his tools, her eyes filled with unabashed astonishment. Without precision instruments, without a sterile environment, in less than 3 minutes, he had resolved a lethal issue that even advanced mechanical engineers from the inner ring dared not approach. Who was this man, or rather this masked monster? The extra 50,000 is not for nothing. Liang disregarded Red Spider's astonished gaze, his raspy electronic voice resonating once more. I adjusted the output frequency of the micro-vibration motor in your mechanical arm upwards by and installed an overload protection valve. Liang seemed to smirk, the blue light beneath his mask glimmering with mischievous intent. Now when you entertain guests, this will not only provide a more intense experience, but should they resist, this extra power will be sufficient for you to shatter their jaw with a single punch. Upon hearing this, a rare blush crept over Red Spider's cheeks. Having traversed the depths of the underbelly for so long, she had heard every lewd remark imaginable. Yet to be teased about her operational tools by a mechanic in such a professional and earnest tone stirred within her a sense of inexplicable shame and peculiar thrill. Gradually she straightened her posture, zipping up her bodysuit. This time as she gazed at Liang, her eyes held not just reverence, but a hint of deep curiosity and allure. You're quite fascinating, not only skilled, but you also understand the minds of women. Red Spider leaned against the counter, her long fingers lightly tracing the tabletop, her tone smooth and seductive like silk. Phantom boss, the 100,000 credit points shall serve as my consultation fee. However, she deliberately elongated her words, her alluring eyes seeming to weave a spell. Recently, we've acquired a few top-tier recruits at Eden equipped with full sensory bionic modules. If the boss is interested, you're always welcome to visit. He'll waive the fee, ensuring you experience the ultimate pleasure of being a man. For men in the bottom nest, this was an irresistible temptation. However, Liang sat in his chair, casting a silent glance at the empty metallic pelvis concealed beneath his trench coat. There was no greater sorrow than the reality of blood relations by the drop of blood. No thanks. Liang firmly and somewhat gritting his teeth declined. I have no interest in soft fleshy bodies. My fascination lies solely with cold metal. To mask his embarrassment, Liang deliberately adopted the demeanor of a mechanical ascension enthusiast. Red Spider paused. Observing this man entirely shrouded in layers whose voice echoed like a synthetic machine, she conjured an image of a madman who, in pursuit of ultimate mechanical strength, voluntarily excised all human organs and desires. I see I was presumptuous. The allure in Red Spider's eyes dimmed, slightly replaced by a profound respect for strength. In the Wasteland, those who could be so ruthless to themselves were undeniably formidable figures. Regardless, thank you, Phantom Boss, for saving my life today. If any foolish gang dares to bother you in Neon Alley from now on, mention my name, Red Spider. Standing tall, Red Spider offered one last deep gaze at Liang before turning and exiting the repair shop. It was not until the intoxicating scent of her perfume had entirely dissipated that Liang abruptly removed his mask, slapping a hand against his metallic forehead. What a calamity! In the dimly lit repair shop, a mechanical wraith's anguished wail echoed with fury. 100,000 credit points. I must save up. I must buy a flesh module. I must reclaim my humanity. Gazing at the golden prepaid card lying on the table, the azure flames in Liang's eyes flickered wildly, his obsession with reviving his hardware reaching a fever pitch. And on the very next day, as Liang set his grand aspirations, trouble, like greenhead flies in the bottom nest, came knocking at his door. Liang sat behind the rickety metal workbench of the ghost repair shop, meticulously wiping his dark silver iridium alloy handbone with a rag tainted by inferior machine oil. 100,000 credit points. As he polished, he mentally calculated his finances. The fee of 100,000 provided by the Red Spider, coupled with the 20,000 extorted from the bald rotund man at the junkyard, meant he currently possessed a total of 120,000 credit points. For an ordinary denizen of the lower nest, such a sum could suffice to purchase a decent apartment in the central district or acquire a fine set of civilian-grade cybernetic limbs. Yet for Liang's grand reshape the flesh plan, it barely covered a fraction of his ambitions. Last night, he used the shop's antiquated quantum terminal to check black market prices. A top-tier bionic silicone skin produced by Titan Industries, complete with a pore respiration system and neural tactile feedback, commanded a price of 500,000. When adding the internal bionic flesh module and the most vital special function transmission component for men, the cost skyrocketed to 3 million or more. 3 million for a couple of pounds of flesh. Blackstone Heavy Industries, you truly take the cake. Liang cursed, inwardly stuffing the polished metal claw back into the sleeve of his tattered trench coat. He then donned a rusty welding mask, revealing only his pair of electronic eyes flickering with a ghostly blue light. Earning money was arduous, and the reality was grim. No matter how influential he had been in the outer circles of the sinful nebula, he now found himself a cybernetic wraith, operating a black shop in the lower nests, needing to climb step by step. Bang! While contemplating where to procure some lucrative repair orders, that day the already dilapidated metal shutter door to the repair shop was brutally kicked open from the outside. The forceful blow emitted a mournful groan from the shutter, which dislodged from its track and crashed onto the oil-stained floor, sending up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Damn, what a filthy place. It stinks worse than a rat's hole. Accompanied by raucous insults, for burly, disreputable men swaggered in. Leading them was a gang leader sporting a mohawk. His left eye had been gouged out, replaced by a multifunctional mechanical eye radiating a red glow. On his neck was tattooed a black venomous snake that appeared to be spitting words. His hands were thrust into the pockets of his leather jacket, which was left unbuttoned to reveal several pieces of shoddy bulletproof steel plates embedded in his chest. The three thugs trailing behind him brandished heavy pump-action shotguns, one of whom sported a conspicuously second-hand pieced-together heavy hydraulic arm. The Viper Gang. Liang remained seated in the shadows, observing the unexpected intruders through his welding mask, making no move, merely watching as the blue light in his electronic eyes flickered slightly. In the lower nests, such thuggish gangs that extorted protection fees from the streets were as numerous as the stars. The Viper Gang controlled several streets on the outskirts of Neon Alley. The bald man from the junkyard had been under their protection. So you're the new ghost. The Mohawk leader stepped up to Liang's workbench, lifting his studded boot and unceremoniously stomping it on the table, looking down at Liang seated before him. I heard you're quite a hotshot. A few days back you crippled one of our brother's arms at One-Eyed Jack's shop. The Mohawk leader chuckled coldly as the thug with the mechanical arm stepped forward, the new arm emitting a threatening buzz. That arm was poorly modified and posed a safety hazard. I merely assisted him in a physical destruction. Liang's raspy electronic voice emerged from beneath the mask, calm and even tinged with a hint of mockery. Shut the hell up. The mechanical-armed thug shouted. Boss, don't waste your breath. This punk is all show, hiding his face like a coward. He's probably just a cyber-psychopath who cobbled together some military parts. Let's dismantle him today. The Mohawk leader raised a hand, halting his underling's impulsive outburst. His red mechanical eye scanned Liang from head to toe, seemingly trying to penetrate the tattered coat to discern what lay beneath. However, Liang's iridium alloy skeleton was coated with a robust anti-detection layer, rendering the low-grade black market eye incapable of retrieving any useful data, revealing only a blurry energy response. Brother, to survive in the lower nests, one must comprehend its rules. The Mohawk leader leaned forward, hands resting on the table, his tone laced with menace. Operating a shop in Neon Alley necessitates paying respect to the local powers. You've maimed one of my brothers, and that hydraulic arm is worth 30,000 credit points. Running a shop here incurs a monthly security fee of 20,000. Given your background as a mechanic, I'll extend a discount. The Mohawk leader held up 5 fingers. Hand over 50,000 credit points, and we can call it a friendly gesture. In the future, the Viper Gang will protect your business in Neon Alley. Should you fail to comply. His 3 thugs immediately raised their shotguns, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at Liang. I will have no choice but to dismember you and sell your limbs as scrap to clear your debt. Robbery. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000 credit points, the ghostly blue eyes beneath Liang's mask gleamed with intensity akin to 2 burning specters. He had been troubled by the lack of progress on his 3 million flesh reconstruction plan, and now someone had come to him with an offer. 50,000 is it? Liang gradually stood from his chair. His towering height of 185 centimeters combined with the oversized trench coat and chilling mask exuded an oppressive aura in the dimly lit shop. He did not reach for a weapon. Instead, he turned and casually retrieved an industrial-grade high-frequency cutting saw with a 1-meter-long serrated blade from the tool wall behind him. Virum. Liang pressed the switch. The saw's teeth vibrated at an unimaginable frequency, generating faint blue plasma sparks from the edges due to high-frequency friction, with the air producing an excruciatingly sharp wailing sound. What the hell do you think you're doing? The Mohawk leader's expression changed. He hadn't expected this man with a gun pointed at his head to not only refuse to pay, but also draw a weapon. Open fire. Blow his legs apart. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 thugs unhesitatingly pulled their triggers. In the lower nest, the shotguns were typically loaded with crude metal shards and bearing steel pellets. At such close range, the simultaneous discharge of the 3 shotguns unleashed a tremendous recoil, spewing tongues of fire half a meter long as a dense storm of metal rained down upon Liang's vicinity. In an instant, wooden splinters flew throughout the cramped repair shop. The tool wall behind Liang riddled with holes, various parts scattering across the floor. Foolishly overestimating yourself. The Mohawk leader chuckled coldly, preparing to collect the spoils. In his view, being concentrated on by 3 shotguns at such proximity would turn anyone, even in civilian body armor, into a sieve. However, as the smoke cleared, the smiles on the faces of the Mohawk leader and his thugs froze instantly. Liang remained standing. Indeed, the tattered trench coat had been perforated, the ragged strips hanging from his frame like tattered rags. Yet beneath those holes lay not mangled flesh nor inferior bulletproof fibers. Instead, gleaming with a dark silver luster unmarred by a single scratch, were his iridium alloy rib bones. The metal pellets, potent enough to obliterate a normal person, had disintegrated upon striking these metallic bones, as if an egg had smashed against a rock, reducing to powder, without even leaving a glimmer of reflection. What kind of armor is this? The Mohawk leader's red mechanical eye went haywire, finally realizing that he had provoked a terrifying monstrosity far beyond the realm of the lower nests. Bulletproof effectiveness test complete. Aside from the trench coat being ruined, structural integrity at 100. Liang's raspy electronic voice resonated amidst the lingering smoke, calm enough to instill despair. This was his confidence, even stripped of all external weapons, to walk unscathed in the lower nests. The high purity of iridium alloy was the core material employed by Blackstone Heavy Industries for constructing warship keels and top-tier mechs. Given those shabby shotguns meant for bird hunting, they lacked the merit to even graze him. Now it is my turn to discuss the rules. Liang stepped forward. Heavy was the only flaw of this body, yet in this moment it transformed into pure oppressive force. With each step he took, the heavy metallic foot crushed the wooden floor beneath him, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Run. Quickly. The Mohawk leader finally reacted, shrieking as he turned to dash for the door. But Liang's movements were swifter. Tiangong goggles instantly locked onto the thug with the mechanical arm closest to him. Target: inferior heavy hydraulic arm. Weakness: shoulder neural interface lacking anti-static coating. Liang lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. No flashy martial arts moves, only direct physical domination. His metallic left hand shot out like lightning, seizing the thug by the neck and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Let me go. The thug flailed his legs in midair. The shotgun he had been holding long since dropped to the ground. Weren't you saying you'd dismember me and sell my limbs as scrap? The blue light in Liang's gaze flickered ominously beneath the mask as he brandished the screeching high-frequency cutting saw, aiming it at the base of the thug's robust hydraulic arm. I'm quite the helpful individual, though I'll perform a free amputation for you and simultaneously recycle the scrap metal. ZZZ. The high-frequency saw effortlessly sliced into the shoulder connection of the mechanical arm. Sparks flew. The black high-pressure hydraulic oil gushed forth like a fountain, mingling with the agonizing screams of torn metal. In less than 2 seconds, that heavy mechanical arm, weighing dozens of kilograms, was severed as cleanly as if it were tofu, crashing heavily to the ground. Oh! The thug emitted a wretched howl, the wound cauterized and charred by the high-frequency vibrations, emitting a nauseating stench of burnt flesh. Liang tossed the unconscious thug aside like a discarded rag and turned to face the remaining 3. The 2 thugs with shotguns were already terrified, scrambling to flee the repair shop. The Mohawk leader, in his frantic rush, stumbled over the falling shutter door at the entrance, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, a cold, heavy metallic foot was firmly pressed upon his chest. Creak. Liang applied just a bit of pressure, causing the shoddy bulletproof plates on the Mohawk leader's chest to cave in, forcing him to cough up blood, feeling as though his ribs might snap at any moment. Please, spare me. I was blind. I shouldn't have come to collect your money. The Mohawk leader pleaded desperately, his red mechanical eye flickering erratically under Liang's terrifying gaze. Fear not, I told you I am a businessman who values rules. Liang powered down the dripping hydraulic saw and carelessly tossed it aside. He crouched down, gently patting the Mohawk leader's cheek with his metallic claw. You just mentioned that your brother's arm is worth 30,000 and the security fee is 20,000. A total of 50,000, correct? No. Forget it. I'll even pay you 50,000. The Mohawk leader wailed, his face filled with despair. That won't do. Business must be fair and voluntary. Liang shook his head, then reached out with his silver metallic hand, seizing the thick gold chain around the Mohawk leader's neck and yanking it violently. This chain is made of high-purity synthetic gold. It should fetch around 2,000. You just shot up my trench coat and sullied my floor. This counts as compensation, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Quite reasonable. Excellent. Liang continued to search him. Tiangong goggles, ongoing scan. High-capacity micro-energy cell detected, concealed in left pocket, value 8,000 credit points. Mamba snake micro-neural acceleration chip detected, implanted beneath right neck skin, value 15,000 credit points. This battery is quite nice, I'll take it. Liang unceremoniously extracted all the valuables from the Mohawk leader's pockets, not even sparing the few embedded microgems within his leather jacket. Lastly, this chip. Liang brought two metallic fingers together, and before the Mohawk leader's horrified gaze, like two sharp, surgical knives, they precisely pierced beneath his right neck skin. Oh! The Mohawk leader shrieked as Liang forcibly extracted the bloodstained Mamba snake microacceleration chip, totaling 25,000 credit points. Along with that scrap mechanical arm, I suppose we can call it 30,000. Liang rose, wiping the bloodied chip on the Mohawk leader's clothing before contentedly pocketing it. You still owe me 20,000, gets on the books. Now scram. Liang lifted his foot. The Mohawk leader felt as if a great weight had been lifted, clutching his bleeding neck and daring not to utter a single threat as he scrambled out of Neon Alley, resembling a scared dog. What commenced as an imposing extortion by a gang transformed into a reverse physical mugging in less than 5 minutes. Liang gazed at the chaos strewn across the floor, exhaling a long sigh. This was the jungle law of the lower nest, devoid of order, devoid of law. Show weakness, and you would be devoured to the bone. Display extreme violence, and they would regard you as an untouchable deity. The speed of earning money here surpasses waiting for scattered customers in the shop. Liang looked at the high-end neural acceleration chip, still warm in his hand, his ghostly blue eyes whirling with excitement. Scamming a few street thugs might earn him a few thousand credit points, yet he remained far from the goal of 3 million for his flesh reconstruction plan. He needed a more profitable and faster way to earn. As Liang contemplated whether to don the mantle of a vigilante to raid a few gang treasury vaults that night, clap, clap, clap. Suddenly a crisp and deliberate applause echoed from outside the battered door of the repair shop. Liang turned to look. A middle-aged man dressed in a refined gray suit, leaning upon a silver cane, stood at the entrance. Though clad in a suit, the man appeared strikingly out of place in the lower nests. His right eye was adorned with an exceedingly retro monocle, and beyond the lens there was no eyeball, only a set of rapidly spinning precision optical lenses. Tiangong goggles, scanning target, shows no biological signs. Pure mechanical bionic body. Danger rating high. Liang's alertness surged, his hydraulic lines tightening instinctively. Marvelous, truly an exhibition of violent aesthetics. The suited man adjusted his monocle, a professional smile curling at the corners of his lips, his voice resonating like an old phonograph with a hint of gravelly magnetism. You not only possess an exceedingly rare and exceptionally pure high-grade alloy skeleton, but even more astonishing is the surgical precision you exhibited in combat. That was no mere barbaric hacking, it was the absolute mastery of a top-tier mechanic over human and bionic structures. The suited man stepped into the shop, disregarding the blood and oil on the floor, and slightly bowed in a gesture of respect. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the manager of the Iron Dome Underground Gladiatorial Arena. You may call me Old Ghost. Iron Dome. Liang raised an eyebrow. The largest underground fighting venue in the lower nests. A gathering of carbon-based life forms wrestling in a mud pit is a spectacle for the underclass. Our Iron Dome offers the wealthiest patrons of the Babylon space station the most upscale and brutal entertainment, mechanical death matches. Old Ghost's mechanical eye gleamed with intensity, fixated on Liang. I have observed you for quite some time, Mr. Ghost. The extreme malfunction of the Red Spider's proprietor was resolved by you in 3 minutes. Just moments ago you discerned the weaknesses of those thugs' shoddy bionic limbs with a glance. Remaining in this stinking dilapidated alley to repair radios is an insult to your talents and a crime against wealth. Old Ghost placed a black invitation card with golden edges gently on Liang's workbench. There's a heavyweight mech battle tonight at Iron Dome. One of our top patrons urgently requires a mech engineer to reassemble his damaged war machine within 2 hours. If you can get that mech onto the stage and endure 3 rounds regardless of the outcome. Old Ghost extended 5 fingers, his voice thick with temptation. 50,000 credit points paid in full on the spot. Should you win, the prize doubles. Additionally, you may choose from the finest bionic materials in the inner ring. 50,000. A double prize for winning. And top-tier bionic materials. Liang felt as if his miniature fission core might melt from excitement. This was akin to someone offering a pillow just as he began to doze off. The 3 million remake the man plan now had a tangible path forward. 50,000. Liang suppressed his inner elation, attempting to maintain a facade of solemnity. He let out a faint scoff. Beneath the mask, his ghostly blue eyes glimmered with an inscrutable coldness. Lead the way. At the juncture of the Midring and the nest of the Babylon space station, there exists a colossal structure, a remnant of a derelict interstellar freight transit hub. Here it bears no name, yet among the desperate denizens of the nest and the affluent of the Midring it is referred to as the Iron Dome. Liang trailed behind the impeccably dressed old ghost, traversing a lengthy, dimly lit metallic corridor. Flanking the passageway stood armed guards, their heavy military augmentations glinting ominously. The air was thick with the acrid scents of machine oil, sweat, premium cigars, and a potent metallic tang of blood. As he neared the main arena, Liang felt the metallic deck beneath him tremble violently. Accompanying this was the frenzied cacophony of a crowd, a tempest of hysteria akin to a savage beast's roar. Kill him. Shatter that heap of scrap. I've wagered 100,000 credit points. Make sure to obliterate his cockpit. Old Ghost pushed open a heavy soundproof door, and a wave of heat mingled with blinding searchlight beams rushed forth. Through the visors of his welding mask, Liang finally beheld the grandiose spectacle of the nest's most notorious den of iniquity. Before him lay an immense, sunken arena capable of accommodating 30,000 spectators. The seating was sharply divided below. A throng of ragged, frenzied gamblers from the nest waved their betting slips above, and transparent VIP boxes, suspended in midair, sat the well-dressed magnates and aristocrats of the Midring elegantly sipping their wine. At the very center of the arena stood a vast alloy platform, its dimensions rivaling 4 football fields. Surrounding it were high-energy electromagnetic barriers, safeguarding the audience from stray projectiles. At this moment, a brutal mech battle unfolded upon the platform. A lightweight mech adorned with flamboyant clown motifs wielded 2 high-frequency thermal blades, mercilessly slicing through a heavy tracked mech that had lost a leg. Sparks flew from their metallic clash like a cascading waterfall. With a piercing shriek, the clown mech's thermal blade pierced the cockpit of the heavy mech, incinerating its pilot, who had no time to eject along with his seat. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. In that instant, fortunes shifted. Some became overnight millionaires, while others, devastated, leapt from the stands. This is Iron Dome, a veritable mint built upon steel and flesh. Old Ghost leaned on his cane, turning to Liang, his mechanical eye shimmering, as if seeking to find fear or astonishment on Liang's face. Regrettably, Liang wore a mask, and his face remained concealed. Liang merely cast a disinterested glance at the ostentatious clown mech in the arena, his voice rasping with indifference. The drive shaft design is redundant, and the thermal blade's energy conversion rate is below 60%. Had the pilot of that tracked mech possessed even a modicum of tactical awareness and utilized the solid ramming point of his shoulder against its chassis, that clown would have lasted no more than 10 seconds. Liang shook his head. A chicken fight. Old Ghost paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. You are indeed the illustrious Mr. Ghost. Your insights are profoundly astute. However, you are not here to provide commentary. Please follow me. Your employer and patient await you in the VIP maintenance area below. The two navigated through the designated VIP corridor, taking an elevator down to the underground hangar beneath the arena. This area was specifically designed for servicing and arming competing mechs. Each compartment was spacious and bright, filled with an array of expensive diagnostic instruments and mechanical arms. Old Ghost led Liang to maintenance room No. 1, located at the deepest end. Upon entering, Liang beheld a towering 6-meter heavy melee mech lavishly painted in dark crimson, standing silently on a repair rack. This was the employer's mech, codenamed Crimson Harvester. Yet at that moment, this imposing machine appeared quite wretched. Its right chest plate had been completely torn away, exposing a labyrinth of wirings and servo motors. More critically, the knee joint of its right leg bore evident signs of explosive damage, with hydraulic fluid dripping steadily onto the floor. Beneath the mech stood a middle-aged, portly man in an opulent silk shirt, perspiring profusely. He was the mech's owner, a wealthy businessman from the Midring known as Boss Gene. Opposite him stood 3 technicians clad in identical white anti-static uniforms, their chests adorned with badges from the Babylon High Mechanical Engineer Association. They held various complex diagnostic tablets, their expressions grim and furrowed. Boss Gene, it's not that we are unwilling to assist. The main control energy circuit of the Crimson Harvester has been fundamentally compromised by a micro-EMP bomb. The leading technician, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pointed to the burn mark on the mech's right leg, his tone dripping with impatience and evasion. Its knee joint servo motor is entirely destroyed. To replace it, we must disassemble the entire right leg and reconnect over 800 neural conduits. This is meticulous work. It will take at least 2 days. 2 days? Boss Gene's corpulent frame trembled with fury, spittle flying. My next life-or-death battle begins in an hour. I've wagered a full 20 million credit points on this mech and its pilot. And you tell me it will take 2 days, eh? Isn't the Midring Mechanical Engineer Association supposed to be infallible in repairs? Boss Gene, please watch your language. The technician with gold-rimmed glasses glared, his demeanor shifting to one of arrogance. We operate by the rules. With damages this severe, even a celestial being could not complete repairs within an hour. If you believe we are inadequate, perhaps you should attempt the repairs yourself. You. Boss Gene nearly spat blood in rage, but he knew better than to offend these elite technicians from the midring his anxiety, making him fidget like a fly in a hot pan. Boss Gene, it's good to see you. Old Ghost approached with a smile, leaning on his cane. I heard your mech has encountered a minor mishap, so I took the liberty of bringing you the finest mechanical repair master from the nest. Boss Gene turned eagerly as if grasping at a lifeline, but when he saw Li Ong trailing behind Old Ghost, his glimmer of hope morphed into furious despair. A tattered oil-stained coat and a rusty welding mask, the figure before him resembled a scavenger freshly emerged from a rubbish heap. Old Ghost, are you jesting with me? Boss Gene bellowed. This is a top-tier heavy mech worth 15 million. You bring a nest scavenger to repair it. Does he even comprehend what a neural conduction matrix is? The three midring technicians exchanged glances of contempt and ridicule. Manager Old Ghost, this is rather unfair. We are certified high-level engineers. Bringing in a sewer rat to take over our work is a disgrace to our profession, sneered the technician with gold-rimmed glasses. Li Ong ignored Boss Gene's outburst and the technician's jeers. He rolled his eyes beneath the mask. So much chatter. My time is precious. I have a 300,000 body to reshape. Li Ong disregarded everyone else, striding confidently toward the imposing Crimson Harvester. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch my mech with those filthy hands. Boss Gene shouted, alarmed. Li Ong paid him no mind. He slightly tilted his head, and the eyes behind the mask erupted with piercing azure light. Tiangong goggles, deep structural perspective activated. In that instant, the 6-me turtle steel behemoth transformed before Li Ong's eyes into a precise, semi-transparent D-schematic. Every cable, every gear, and the trajectory of energy flows were vividly presented in his mind. Scanning target, Crimson Harvester heavy melee mech. Fault diagnosis in progress. Surface damage, right knee servo motor casing, burn non-fatal. Core fault, hydraulic cylinder in right leg, high-pressure stabilizer valve no. Jammed, causing energy backflow obstruction and triggering system faux shutdown. A cold smirk creased Li Ong's lips. A bunch of data-obsessed fools. Turning to the three midring technicians still mocking him, his hoarse electronic voice struck them like a slap. Replace the entire right leg. Reattach 800 neural lines. Is your brain filled with synthetic lard? The technician with gold-rimmed glasses was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in rage. What would a sewer rat like you know? The diagnostic equipment clearly indicates the servo motor is unresponsive. If it's not a burnt-out motor, then what is it? It's the high-pressure stabilizer valve that's jammed. Li Ong strode to the repair tool station where an array of precise midring repair tools lay, but he didn't even glance at them. Instead, he casually picked up a hefty 50-pound solid iron hammer meant for pounding chassis. Impurities in the hydraulic line caused valve no. 14 to jam, preventing energy from reaching the servo motor. The system's self-protection mechanism activated, which is why your faulty instrument indicated unresponsiveness. This is as foolish as refusing to clear a clogged pipe and insisting on replacing the faucet instead. As Li Ong spoke, he heft the 50-pound hammer with one hand and approached the knee joint of the Mech's right leg. You. What nonsense are you spouting? This mech employs the latest hydraulic self-circulation system from the midring. There's no way impurities could enter the stabilizer valve. Gold-rimmed glasses technician retorted, his face flushed with indignation, but as he saw Li Ong preparing to swing the heavy hammer, he instinctively recoiled. Boss Gene, stop him. He's going to smash your mech. Boss Gene panicked, about to signal his bodyguards to restrain Li Ong. But Li Ong's movements were too swift. Watch closely, sometimes repair is an art of violence. With a fierce swing of his right arm, he unleashed a terrifying kinetic force from his pure iridium alloy arm. Whoosh! The heavy hammer sliced through the air, generating a piercing sonic boom. Bang! A deafening metallic explosion rattled the maintenance room. Everyone clutched their ears in pain. Li Ong's iron hammer struck precisely and brutally at an inconspicuous armor seam on the side of the Mech's right knee joint. The tremendous force even caused the mech, weighing over a dozen tons, to tremble violently on the repair rack. You've lost your mind. Boss Gene screamed in horror. My mech. Silence, watch the screen. Li Ong discarded the now completely deformed hammer, shaking off the dust from his hands. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the main diagnostic screen linked to the mech. The previously red failure alert light flickered twice and suddenly transformed to a reassuring green. The screen displayed right leg hydraulic circulation system restored. Servo motor response normal. Energy output. A profound silence enveloped maintenance room no. The technician with gold-rimmed glasses and his two companions gaped in disbelief, their jaws agape as if they could fit a fist inside. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The technician shrieked, racing to the diagnostic screen and frantically pounding the keyboard for a retest, but no matter how he assessed, the Mech's indicators showed flawless condition. One hammer. Just one hammer, and the jammed internal valve was dislodged, and without damaging the delicate neural conduits adjacent to it. One technician stared at Li Ong as if he were a monster, his voice trembling. How could such immense power control and such perverse structural perception be achieved? Does he possess X-ray vision? Boss Gene was also rendered speechless. Though he lacked technical knowledge, he understood the significance of the green light on the screen. The terminal condition that had troubled these mid-ring elites for hours was resolved in a mere 15 minutes by this scavenger clad in a tattered mask. Liang turned approaching Boss Gene, extending his metal hand wrapped in rags. The mech is repaired. His voice was hoarse and flat, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. 500,000 credit points. Cash or card? Yes, I'll pay. Right now? Boss Gene exclaimed, elated. The 500,000 was a small price to pay. As long as the mech could take the field, his 20 million bet was safe. Hastily, Boss Gene retrieved an anonymous black prepaid card, presenting it to Liang with both hands, his face radiating a gleeful smile. Master Ghost, truly your expertise is unparalleled. You are the true master technician. In the future, my Mechs. Liang had just reached out to accept the card, which symbolized his manly dignity, worth 500,000. Bang! The maintenance room door was suddenly flung open. A bloodied man stumbled in, collapsing heavily at Boss Gene's feet. It was Rage Butcher, the premier mech pilot hired at great expense by Boss Gene. Boss. Rage Butcher coughed up black blood, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple as he clutched Boss Gene's pant leg, fingers twitching. Poison. Someone poisoned my nutritional fluid. Before he could finish, the ace pilot's head drooped sharply to one side, his body twitching twice before falling utterly silent. Rage Butcher. Boss Gene's expression contorted in horror, his smile evaporating, replaced by a shriek of anguish. He collapsed to the ground, frantically shaking the pilot's lifeless body, but it was futile. It's over. All over. Boss Gene slumped despondently, his eyes vacant. Only 10 minutes until the match. Without Rage Butcher, what good is a repaired mech? That's the rule of the death arena. No combatants means an automatic loss. My 20 million. My entire fortune. Old Ghost furrowed his brow. It appears your competitors have played foul. My condolences, Boss Gene. However, according to the rules of Iron Dome, if you fail to deploy a pilot within 10 minutes, not only will you forfeit your bet, but the mech will also be confiscated by the arena. Confiscate my mech. This is robbery. Boss Gene screamed in desperation. Yet Old Ghost merely regarded him coldly as the arena's security personnel tightened their grips on their weapons. Here rules were rules. Liang remained rooted in place, his outstretched hand poised to grasp the promised payment, frozen midair. His gaze shifted from the lifeless body on the floor to the 500,000 credit card that had fallen beside Boss Gene. In that moment, visions of the highest grade, perfectly responsive bionic silicone skin along with a special flesh module that could restore the joys of life flooded Liang's mind. These cherished prospects were slipping further away with the death of this pilot. Beneath the mask, his cerulean electronic eyes, filled with intense rage and heartbreak, ignited into a blinding azure blaze. Damn it! Liang muttered fiercely, his voice chilling enough to freeze the air. He retracted his hand and approached Boss Gene. You are Boss Gene, correct? Liang hoisted the despondent Boss Gene upright, as if he were a mere chicken. I just heard Old Ghost mention that as long as this mech enters the arena and endures 3 rounds, I win, and not only will I receive the 500,000, but the prize will also double. Boss Gene stared blankly, slowly nodding. Yes, that is indeed the case. But where am I to find someone capable of piloting such a heavy mech now? Far away, yet close at hand. Liang released his hold and strode toward the 6-me turtle Crimson Harvester. 500,000 for repairs plus double the prize for winning, that's 1 million. Liang silently calculated in his mind. 1 million would suffice to procure a mid-range bionic skin. While I cannot afford the top-tier tools, at the very least I can cover this ghastly metal frame. Master Ghost, what are you planning? Boss Gene gaped in shock as Liang approached the Mech's entry ramp, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. You are a mechanic. This is the death arena. The opposing Mechs will shred you to pieces. The 3 mid-range technicians looked at each other in disbelief. A sewer repairman was going to engage in underground fighting. Liang disregarded their incredulity. His heavy metallic footsteps echoed resolutely as he ascended the loading ramp, producing a chilling and determined clank. Tiangong. Liang mentally issued the command. Acknowledged. Take control of this hunk of junk's fire control systems. Sever the life support systems and redirect all excess energy to the weapons and power matrix. Liang flung open the heavy cockpit cover of the mech, leaping inside without hesitation. 1 million credit points. I'll risk this iron frame to retrieve it today. Boom. As Liang entered, the external armor of the Crimson Harvester sealed shut with a thunderous roar. The dark red Mech's eyes erupted with a bloodthirsty glow, and the engine emitted a deafening roar. Clang. The heavy cockpit lid sealed tightly above Liang's head, completely isolating him from the cacophony of the outside world. A pungent odor of sweat mixed with the cheap nutrient solution and the metallic stench of the black blood expelled by the recently deceased driver instantly filled the cramped space. Damn disgusting. Can't Boss Gene provide some air purifiers for his employees? Seated in the stained pilot's chair, Liang disdainfully placed a rag over the control stick. Although he had lost his sense of smell, the exquisitely sensitive chemical sensors of the Tiangong goggles diligently relayed warnings of extremely polluted air to his neural pathways. The Blood Reaper, towering at 6 meters with its imposing armor, appeared formidable from the outside. Yet internally the cockpit was exceedingly cramped, cluttered with exposed cables and rudimentary mechanical levers. The antiquated operating system, a relic from 50 years ago, reflected the neglect of time. Liang gazed at the row of complex physical buttons resembling a piano and the synchronization helmet that required forcibly inserting a neural interface into the back of his head, emitting a contemptuous snort. Tiangong bypassed this heap of scrap metal's human-machine interface for me. He had no intention of donning that blood-stained neural synchronization helmet. Raising his metallic left hand that shimmered in dark silver, his fingertip cracked open, with a click revealing an incredibly slender, high-frequency data probe. The probe brutally pierced through the insulation of the main control cable beneath the console, establishing a direct physical connection with the Mech's core neural processor. In that instant, Liang's consciousness soared to new heights. No longer confined in the narrow cockpit, he felt as though he embodied the towering steel beast itself. There was no delay in signal transmission like that of human nerves, nor the fatigue of muscles hindering him. His consciousness melded perfectly with the Mech's servomotors, hydraulic systems, and weapon control systems, achieving a flawless integration. Tiangong low-level protocol access complete. Cut off life support systems, disengage shock absorption, terminate pain feedback modules. Redundant energy redistributed power output increased by a shield charging speed enhanced by. A cascade of green data streams flickered across the screen. For an ordinary carbon-based human pilot, shock absorption and life support systems were essential for survival. Disconnecting them would subject the pilot to terrifying overloads during violent impacts, turning their organs to mush. But Liang required none of that. He was now a skeleton forged from high-purity Orium alloy. Even if this mech were hurled from a 10-story building, his skeleton would remain unbroken. At this moment, he was the most perfect and formidable mech processor in the universe. Old Ghost opened the door. I'm heading out to earn some money. Liang issued a cold command through the communication channel to the underground hangar outside. Inside the hangar, Boss Jean and 3 elite mechanics from the inner ring stared in disbelief at the slowly rising Blood Reaper. Insane. Truly insane. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, his face a mask of incredulity. A repairman who didn't even wear a neural synchronization helmet can actually make the mech move. Is he planning to fight in the ring manually? What's the difference between that and committing suicide? Boss Jean, his legs trembling, turned to Old Ghost with a distraught expression. Old Ghost, is this even possible? We're up against Bone Crusher Buck. Hell, turn my mech into scrap metal. Old Ghost, leaning on his cane, observed the dark red mech intently, with his mechanical eye swirling rapidly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Boss Jean, in the underbelly, miracles often arise from the mad. Good luck. Old Ghost pressed a red button. Boom! The massive alloy door at the hangar's front slowly ascended, blinding spotlights, and a roaring tide of sound flooding the maintenance room. Liang, controlling the Blood Reaper, took its first heavy and powerful step. Thud! The 6-meter metal foot struck the steel plate of the entrance, emitting a resounding boom. Amidst the frenzied screams of tens of thousands of underbelly gamblers, the dark red melee mech emerged from the shadowy corridor, stepping onto the colossal alloy arena, stained dark brown with blood and oil. Ladies and gentlemen, and the scum of the sewers. Above the arena, a colossal holographic commentary booth hovered. An announcer clad in flamboyant tails and brandishing a diamond-studded microphone roared with a voice that tore through the air. The main event of the evening has finally arrived. Standing on the left, in the red corner, your old friend. Once victorious in 13 consecutive matches, having torn through countless opponents, Blood Reaper. But according to reliable sources, its ace pilot has succumbed to sudden illness. Now the pilot is a nameless nobody. The stands erupted with a chorus of boos and jeers. Refund. That fat bastard Jean is rigging the fight. A nameless nobody dares to take the stage. Hurry up and die. Seated within the cockpit, Liang listened to the cacophony of insults outside, rolling his electronic eyes beneath the visor. A bunch of paupers who can't even afford meat yelling louder than the wealthy ladies of the inner ring. The announcer's voice soared an octave, directing the microphone to the opposite side of the arena. And standing on the right in the blue corner, our absolute harbinger of death tonight. A killing machine retired from the Blackstone Mercenary Corps, piloting the heavy siege mech mountain giant Bone Crusher Buck. Boom, boom, boom. As the announcer's voice reached a fever pitch, the doorway on the right side of the arena exploded open. A colossal mech towering at 8 meters and armored like a moving fortress charged forth like a rampaging bull. The mountain giant did not grasp mechanical hands. Instead, it wielded 2 terrifyingly massive pneumatic warhammers. With each step, the arena floor trembled violently. Buck, tear him apart. Crush him. The atmosphere in the stands ignited, countless voices fervently chanting Buck's name. Who? The piercing sound of the starting whistle echoed throughout the Iron Dome arena. The battle erupted instantaneously. Nameless nobody. Die. Buck's voice, infused with arrogant cruelty, echoed over the public channel amid frenzied laughter. The 8-meter mountain giant revved its engine to full throttle, its back-mounted thrusters expelling thick blue flames. This monstrous multi-ton behemoth advanced with a speed that belied its size, raising its 2 heavy pneumatic warhammers, crashing toward Liang's Blood Reaper like a mountain descending upon him. A colossal shadow loomed over Liang. In the VIP box, Boss Jean shut his eyes in despair. He envisioned his mech being smashed into a heap of scrap, and his 20 million credit points going up in smoke. Too slow. Inside the cockpit, Liang's voice was hoarse yet icy. Through the Tiangong goggles, super-speed vision, Buck's seemingly frenzied charge appeared to Liang as though it were unfolding in slow motion. Without hesitation, Liang bypassed the cumbersome control levers and issued commands directly via neural connection. Shift left 3 meters, right arm, high-frequency vibrational blade, maximum power output. At the critical moment, just as the 2 hammers capable of shattering tanks were about to strike down, the Blood Reaper, previously dormant, suddenly sprang to life. It made no excessive preparatory movement, no bending of knees to gather strength, but instead with an utterly bizarre stance that defied human pilot logic, it instantly glided laterally, by a full 3 meters. Boom. Buck's 2 hammers crashed violently onto the alloy flooring where Liang had just stood, creating 2 3-meter-wide deep craters with shards of metal flying everywhere. What? Buck's pupils contracted in his cockpit. Such an unexpected lateral shift was beyond the capability of human pilots. The intense lateral force overload would have snapped an ordinary person's neck instantly. But he had no time to contemplate, for in that split second of emptiness the Blood Reaper had already appeared like a specter at his right side blind spot. A 3-meter-long high-frequency vibrational blade shot forth from the dark red Mech's right arm, its edge glimmering with lethal blue light. Snip! In a motion devoid of any flourish, Liang controlled the mech and accurately struck at the joint connecting the mountain giant's right arm. This was the only area amidst the thick armor of the heavy siege mech that was relatively vulnerable, designed for joint flexibility. The Tiangong goggles had marked this critical weakness at the very start of the battle. The screech of metal cutting through the air resonated throughout the arena. The high-frequency vibrational blade sliced through the mountain giant's main hydraulic line and 3 neural conduits, as if cutting through warm butter. Whoosh! Black hydraulic oil gushed forth like a waterfall. Buck's colossal mech instantly lost power in its right arm, the heavy pneumatic hammer crashing to the ground, with a clang nearly toppling the massive mech. The once boisterous, 30,000-strong crowd fell eerily silent, as if collectively strangled. In just one exchange, a mere second of battle, the nameless nobody, deemed a certain victim by all, not only evaded a lethal blow unscathed, but also incapacitated the favored Buck in one arm. Holy hell! The bespectacled man in the backstage maintenance room dropped his detection tablet, in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. This micromanipulation. This extreme evasion. He truly executed that using manual controls. Even the ace pilots of the inner ring can't achieve this. Boss Gene was so exhilarated that he jumped up from the ground, his face quaking with joy. A genius. I've struck gold. Kill him. Win, and he'll give you more money. On the arena floor. Oh, I'm going to kill you. He'll turn you into mush. Buck had plunged into a frenzy. Having dominated the underbelly for so long, he had never experienced such a devastating setback. The remaining left arm of the mountain giant swung the pneumatic hammer, wildly launching a chaotic storm of attacks toward Liang. Bang! Clang! Boom! The entire arena floor shattered under the relentless blows of the heavy hammer. Liang maneuvered the Blood Reaper like a swallow darting through a tempest. He narrowly avoided Buck's deadly strikes, each movement executed with precision. His positioning was immaculate, every retreat and lateral shift perfectly timed to exploit the fleeting moments when Buck's attacks had exhausted their force. Yet within the cockpit, Liang's expression darkened. If only he had a face. Warning. Mech temperature too high. Cooling system malfunction. Warning. Left leg load-bearing shaft showing signs of metal fatigue. Warning. High-frequency vibrational blade energy output highly unstable. A flurry of red system alerts flashed across his retina. Liang was acutely aware that his maneuvers were flawless. He had even calculated a counterattack route 10 steps ahead. Yet the issue lay with this mech was simply too damn decrepit. Originally a patched-together second-hand boxing mech, it had just been rattled by Buck's earlier strike. Its outdated metal composition and aging transmission system could not endure Liang's near-AI-level micromanipulation. Were it a military mech from the inner ring, he would have sliced Buck into pieces by now. But now he felt as if he were racing a heavy tank in a dilapidated second-hand tractor on the verge of falling apart. Crack! Just as Liang prepared to dodge once more, the transmission shaft of the Mech's left leg emitted a sharp cracking sound. The massive dark red steel body tilted violently, halting its movements for half a second. Die! Buck's bloodshot eyes seized upon the flaw, unleashing a maniacal laughter as he raised the pneumatic hammer, a deafening roar erupting from it, crashing down upon Liang's cockpit with the force of a mountain. Boom! As 30,000 spectators collectively gasped in shock, the tinted pneumatic hammer struck the chest of the Blood Reaper with resounding impact. The immense kinetic energy exploded forth. The thick dark red armor crumpled and tore as if it were made of paper. The entire 6-meter-high mech was sent flying by the terrifying force, dragging a deep gouge across the alloy arena, ultimately crashing against the electromagnetic shield at the arena's edge, sending forth a shower of sparks. Its overboss Gene crumpled to the ground, his face ashen. Even if the cockpit wasn't crushed by the impact, the pilot inside would undoubtedly be reduced to a pile of mush. Ha ha ha. Is this it, eh? This little skill dares to take the stage? Buck, piloting the mountain giant, advanced toward the wreckage of the Blood Reaper, which was already billowing thick smoke. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers once more. In the arena of death, nothing thrilled them more than such a brutal demolition. Get up, trash. Let me smash you one more time. Buck approached the wreckage, raising his hammer for a final execution. However, just as the hammer was about to descend, a sound akin to some metal being wrenched apart resounded from the smoldering wreckage of the mech. Then, to the astonishment of the tens of thousands in attendance, as well as the incredulous gaze of the inner ring tycoons in the VIP boxes, the severely deformed cockpit hatch of the Blood Reaper was pushed outward bit by sheer physical strength from within. Creak, creak, the grating sound of metal twisting sent chills down spines. The composite armor plate, several centimeters thick, groaned under some inhuman, terrifying strength. Bang! The Haften hatch was kicked into the air. Following this, a figure clad in a tattered black trench coat and wearing a rusty welding mask emerged from the billowing smoke and flames. He was alive, and not a drop of blood had been shed. Through the goggles of his mask, two ghostly blue electronic flames reminiscent of a frigid abyss fixed menacingly upon the towering mountain giant. Liang stood atop the mangled mech, extending a claw forged from high-purity irium alloy, and rubbed his neck, producing a crisp metallic crack. "Damn it!" Liang's voice, hoarse and laden with cold fury and icy malice, echoed through the arena's public address system, reverberating above the 30,000 spectators. "I intended to fight you as an ordinary person while earning a bit for repairs." Liang raised his head, his azure eyes locking onto Buck's cockpit. "But you had to ruin my mode of transport. Today, even if I forego the 500,000, I'll make you pay." With a fierce tug, Liang tore off the troublesome tattered trench coat, revealing a perfect mechanical skeleton entirely crafted from high-purity irium alloy, its chest housing a pulsing azure fission core fully exposed to the gaze of all. The ultimate aesthetic of mechanical violence shocked the nerves of everyone present. Liang slightly bent his knees, crushing the Mechs wreckage beneath his feet. "I'm going to tear you apart piece by piece." The entire Taixing arena, 30,000 maddened gamblers, and the oligarchs in the suspended VIP boxes fell as if a single mute button had been pressed. Every eye was riveted to the figure rising from the wreckage of the mech in the center of the ring. There was no flesh, no synthetic disguise. It was an artifact of industry taken to its most absolute extreme. Dark silver metal bones shimmered under the spotlights with a cold, lethal gleam. In the center of its chest, a miniature fission core pulsed a vivid blue, like a compressed miniature star, exuding unsettling energy fluctuations. In the underhive, those who turned themselves into cyborgs were commonplace. Some replaced an arm, some a titanium thigh, some became half-centaur, half-drac monstrosities. But to excise every scrap of flesh, to leave only a brain, and replace the entire body with an alloy skeleton that exuded military-grade craftsmanship, this was not merely mechanical modification. This was pure cybernetic lunacy. What in hell is that thing? A rag-clad humanoid automaton. The announcer in the stands forgot his microphone agape as the camera lingered on the close-up. In maintenance, Bay 1 beneath the ring, Jean Laobon collapsed onto the floor, his bulk trembling. "Ghost, what the hell did I hire to fix my mech?" The three senior entering technicians had gone ashen, particularly the Goldwire Spectacles fellow whose legs buckled and who dropped to his knees. He had mocked this creature as a sewer dweller with no technical skill. Yet any single component torn from that metal skeleton displayed a sophistication 100 times greater than the anti-static suits they wore. Only Lao Gui remained composed, leaning on his cultural cane, his mechanical eye spinning. A smile edged with fervor spread across his face. Pristine and extraordinarily pure specimen. This is the ace Taixing needs. After a breathless silence on the ring, laughter erupted. From the cockpit of the 8-meter-tall Shanling Jurin came the grotesque, triumphant guffaw of Ba Ke the Bonebreaker. "I thought you were hiding an ace pilot. Turns out you're a skinless pauper scrap." Ba Ke sneered, glaring down at the metal skeleton no taller than 1 meter 80, whose feet did not even reach his own Mech's ankles. Contempt and cruelty replaced caution. "Before an Edaton siege mech, your infantry-grade skeleton is just a crushed can. Die, vermin." With a blast, the remaining thruster at the back of the Shanling Jurin belched flame. Ba Ke did not bother with his remaining pneumatic warhammer. He arrogantly raised his armored right foot, forged of battle steel, and brought it down like a mountain on Liang's head. "Crush him. Crush that skeleton." The crowd roared. Given the disparity in size, they instinctively expected Liang to be reduced to scrap in the next instant. Confronted with that sky-shadowing steel boot, Liang did not flinch. He did not even lift his head. He remained motionless, legs slightly apart, those ghostly blue electronic eyes as calm as still water. "Tiangong," Liang murmured inwardly. "Calculate impact force." Calculation complete. Estimated impact force tons. Uraimu, alloy skeletal structure damage, threshold unknown. Current integrity sufficient to withstand cruiser, secondary battery fire. That will suffice. Thud. The Shanling Jurin's foot landed squarely on Liang. The kinetic energy made the alloy ring groan with a grinding cry. Cracks radiated outward from Liang like spiderwebs, metal shards spitting into the air. "Huh. Turn to paste." Ba Ke bellowed from the cockpit. But his laughter ceased within a heartbeat, cut off as if his throat had been seized. He stared in horror. His boot had not crushed all the way through. The position display blared red warnings. The right leg hydraulic system reported an abysmal backforce. When the smoke cleared, all 30,000 spectators and the VIP magnates inhaled as one. The metal floor had buckled half a meter down. Within that pit, Liang remained in the same stance, one arm raised above his head. With nothing but a dark silver metal hand, he held aloft the Shanling Jurin's foot, a mass of several tons, immovable, as if anchored to the sky. The right leg hydraulics screamed in protest, but no matter how Ba Ke tugged at the controls, that foot would not descend another millimeter. "This cannot be. What demon metal is that?" Ba Ke's voice pitched with terror. Even a human modified with high-strength titanium would have been flattened instantly beneath such force. "Your foot stinks, grandson," Liang said in a hoarse, oil-tinged electronic voice that carried over the public channel. His chest core flared, the miniature fission engine erupting in an unbearable deep blue radiance. Energy poured into his right arm. "Get up." With an inhuman roar, Liang summoned a surge of power into a single heave. In the stunned silence of the arena, the 8-meter Edaton Shanling Jurin was yanked and toppled by that diminutive metal skeleton. The colossal chassis lost balance and crashed into the ring, creating a new crater as fissured armor flew like confetti. What the hell? The spectators screamed as if the roof might lift off. He flipped a siege mech with one hand. Is his power core at battleship scale? Liang gave Baka no respite. The alloy floor beneath his feet exploded outward. The Uramu legs of his own structure unleashed terrifying thrust. He shot upward like a cannon shot and landed upon the Shanling Jurin's broad chest. Get off. Off you! Baka frantically hammered the joysticks, swinging the pneumatic hammer to batter Liang off like a fly. Too slow, thought Liang. Tiangong optics locked the hammer's arc in an instant. He slid past with a single slight, and the Tintin pneumatic behemoth smacked the Mech's own chest armor, sparks bursting. He ran across the armored limb as one might cross a table, 2 strides to the Mech's massive head. Liang crouched before the visual sensor array, his metal talons gripping 20 centimeters of ballistic glass. Today I'll teach you what pure mechanical disassembly means. With a sickening crunch, Liang's 5 iron fingers ripped through glass that claimed to stop thorium rounds. Under his perverse grip, it shattered like brittle biscuit. No. Baka, seen through the fissured visor, at last tasted mortal fear. He writhed in his seat, blood on his face. His pride turned to ridiculous paper armor. With a single motion, Liang plunged his right hand into the cockpit and seized the thick main control fiber bundle. Sparks spat as he yanked them free, ripping the Mech's optic nerves from their sockets and flinging them to the deck. The Shanling Jurin went blind and flailed like a headless thing, the hammer smashing at empty air. This was only the beginning. Liang worked like a practiced surgeon dissecting a great quarry. He leapt from the head to the back. Target locked, dorsal primary cooling conduits. His hand slipped into the seam of the back armor. The fission core in his chest blazed white-blue. Open now. A hideous tearing of metal followed. 2 massive dorsal plates, each weighing several tons, were pried apart by raw physical force. Exposed high-pressure coolant conduits spurted. Liang stomped them into rupture. Scalding white vapor erupted like a fountain, smothering the ring in a seething pall. Warning, main engine temperature overload. Risk of meltdown. Red alarms screamed within Baka's cockpit. But the dismantling continued. Amid the white fog came the cadence of metallic snapping, a symphony of destruction, as Liang stripped limb after limb by hand. His high-hardness Uramu alloy skeleton rendered him immune to the Mech's leaking high-voltage arcs and scalding hydraulic sprays, which for him were mere irritants. He seized the remaining left arm joint, planted a foot on the shoulder, and heaved. With a final wrench, the entire left arm, complete with the pneumatic hammer, was wrenched free and hurled from the ring. He's insane. He's tearing apart an Edaton mech with his bare hands. The crowd had abandoned wagers. They stood mouths agape at the brutal aesthetic violence unfolding. This was not a duel of Mechs, but a unilateral reclamation of scrap. Within 2 minutes, the white steam thinned and silence reclaimed the arena. The once majestic 8-meter Shanling Jurin lay denuded, a naked skeleton. Arms severed, legs drained of hydraulic lines, back armor shredded to tatters. The massive body slumped like a collapsed heap, spasming and belching smoke. Above the ruined cockpit, Liang crouched, blackened by oil and scorched metal dust. His ghost blue eyes peered through the breach he had made, calmly looking down at the trembling Baka. Don't kill me. Baka curled in his seat, face bloodied. He smelled of fear. I surrender. I give up. I'll give you all my credits. He shrieked. Liang rose slowly. I am a repairman, not an executioner. His hoarse electronic voice echoed over the ring. There was no point in killing a defenseless wreck in the wastes. It would be squandered effort. He turned toward the VIP boxes, raising his oil-slick metal hand to point at Lao Gui and Jean Laoban. The fight didn't go the full 3 rounds, but this scrap is totaled. Entrance fee of 500,000, match prize 500,000, 1 million credit points total. Liang tapped his bare metal crown, an obsession ringing through his tone. Have the money ready. I'm going to buy skin. Half an hour later, in Maintenance Bay 1 within the subterranean hangar, Jean Laoban grinned like a flower in bloom. He presented a jewel-encrusted anonymous credit card to Liang with both hands. Master Ghost. No, Grandpa Ghost. There's 1,500,000 on this card. The extra 500,000 is a small token. Today you saved my life and made me 20 million. Jean Laoban's ingratiation was more fervent than upon seeing his own father. A creature who could dismantle Mechs by hand would be a priceless asset to have in the Babalan space station. The 3 entering technicians had vanished. Having just witnessed Liang's inhuman strength and knack for structural deconstruction, they could not even stand to breathe in his presence. Liang accepted the card. The blue glow behind his mask flickered. Confirmed anonymous credit storage card. Balance. 1,500,000. Liang almost smiled inwardly. He was still short of the top-tier Titan heavy flesh module, but it was more than enough for a high-end set of biomimetic silicone skin and a basic fully functional male peripheral kit. He'll take the money. We're square, he said, pocketing the card and preparing to leave. Mr. Ghost, please stay. Lao Gui blocked the doorway, smiling. His mechanical eye spun, openly coveting Liang. Taixing's doors will always be open to you. If you agree to be our resident champion, I assure you a monthly income of no less than 5 million. You will also have priority access to our newest entering military equipment. It was a lavish offer that would tempt anyone in the Underhive. Yet Liang regarded him coldly. Underground brawling. Too small, he rasped, patting his Uramu alloy chest. My sights are on the starry sea, not this fetid pit. He needed to find Zirwei and the others, and he needed vengeance against Blackstone. Liang brushed past Lao Gui and strode from the bay. Walking the dim corridor, he schemed his next moves. He would find a competent underground black medic. He was done with this skeletal frame. Thoughts of Hong Zhu's lithe figure and her previous invitations made the metal joints click with a sharp, eager cadence. Once I fit the full sensory biomodule those cyber winches in Eden can line up and get cleaned, he mused a grim promise. As he emerged from the heavy doors of the Taixing arena into the neon-splashed black streets of the Underhive, a warning flared. Warning. High-energy Locken detected the Tiangong optics blue light, flared to a blade of crimson. A razor-slim emerald high-energy beam invisible to the naked eye sprang from a discarded exhaust duct above and struck Liang's left shoulder. The blast seared his coat and scored a shallow burn across the Uremo bone, producing a violent backward shove. Sniper. Liang's ghost blue glare narrowed. He moved like a panther rolling behind a metal refuse bin. A second emerald beam cleaved through the bin, leaving a molten crater. Backed against the scalding metal, Liang's gaze hardened. This was no crude gang emitter. This was the exclusive instrument of Blackstone Heavy Industries Intelligence, the Yuling-class tactical sniper rifle. Fast, aren't they? He murmured, rubbing the scorched groove on his shoulder with a metal fingertip. A cruel smile traced his mouth. He had just pocketed 1,500,000 and was intent on savoring life, only for Blackstone's dogs to come and spoil the good time. Since you're so eager to die, he said, the metal fingers scraping the pavement in a grinding, tooth-gnawing cadence, I'll warm you up with this iron frame before I change my skin. The third high-energy emerald laser grazed the edge of Liang's concealed metallic trash, been carving a scorched mark, billowing noxious black smoke upon the oil-stained floor beneath. The dimly lit streets of the lower nest were a labyrinthine spectacle dominated by a complex interplay of neon signs, abandoned holographic advertisements, and a network of intertwined sewage pipes suspended midair. Approximately 400 meters away atop a derelict cooling tower, the elite sniper Hawk from the Blackstone Heavy Industries Intelligence Division lay prone on a rusted iron frame, his brow furrowed in concentration. Damn it, what on earth is that thing? Through the high-powered thermal imaging scope of his Ghost tactical sniper rifle, Hawk fixated intently on the rear of the trash bin. In his scope, there was a conspicuous absence of the expected red and yellow thermal radiation signals typical of carbon-based life forms. Instead, he observed a cold mass emanating an exceedingly peculiar deep blue energy sphere exclusively from the area of its chest. The first shot clearly hit its left shoulder. The instantaneous temperature of the high-energy laser reached 3,000 degrees. Even if it were equipped with civilian-grade ballistic plates, it should have been incinerated. How can it still execute such flawless tactical evasive maneuvers? A profound sense of unease surged within Hawk. Having come to the Babylon lower nest in pursuit of leads regarding the nuclear explosion incident, he had originally intended to conduct routine surveillance around the Iron Dome gladiatorial arena. However, the sight of the metallic monstrosity emerging from the scrap mech exhibiting the terrifying strength to effortlessly overturn an Adeton machine instigated a sharp instinctual recognition that this high-value target was undoubtedly connected to the sought-after Iarum alloy technology. Yet he hadn't anticipated the extraordinary resilience of this adversary. No matter what kind of monster you are, once you are in the crosshairs of a high-energy rifle, you shall become mere scrap metal. Hawk inhaled deeply, his finger poised on the trigger, activating the rifle's high-power penetration mode. He intended to pierce through the metal trash bin and the creature concealed behind it in one fell swoop. However, at the precise moment he prepared to fire, the blue energy source within his crosshairs vanished. What? Hawk's pupils constricted as he swiftly redirected his rifle in search of the target. Meanwhile, within the shadowy alley 400 meters away, Liang pressed his back firmly against the cold wall. The miniature fission core within his chest, under the forceful control of the craftsman's goggles, suppressed its energy fluctuations to the bare minimum to elude thermal tracking. During the preceding half-minute of concealment, Liang was not cowering in fear. Instead, he harnessed the immense computational power of the craftsman's goggles to conduct intricate three-dimensional reverse calculations based on the trajectories of the three laser shots, the residual ozone concentration in the air, and the attenuation rate of the beams in the dust. Trajectory reverse calculation completed. Target location 2 o'clock, distance meters, height meters, ventilation outlet at the top of the abandoned cooling tower. Wind speed, ms. Air humidity. A bloodthirsty glow erupted from Liang's deep blue electronic eyes beneath the visor. Found you, little mouse. Bang. The metallic flooring beneath Liang's feet instantly fractured. His lower limbs, constructed from pure Iarum alloy, unleashed a surge of kinetic energy comparable to that of a high-performance sports car launching from a standstill, propelled by the violent energy infused by the miniature fission core. He transformed into a dark silver blur, skimming the ground like a shadow, hurtling toward the cooling tower in a zigzag pattern that defied human physiological limits. There was no muscular resistance, no fatigue from lactic acid accumulation, nor any tearing sensation from his organs due to the violent changes in direction. Only the purest mechanical efficiency. 100 meters covered in less than 3 seconds. He's coming. His speed is too great. Thermal imaging can't maintain a lock. Hawk atop the cooling tower watched in horror as the flickering, frantically approaching blur danced across his scope. His proud sniping predictions were rendered utterly laughable in the face of Liang's inertia-defying mechanical sprint. Die, die. Hawk frantically pulled the trigger, emerald lasers weaving a deadly web within the alley, shredding countless neon signs and pipes, yet failing to graze even a corner of Liang's clothing. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. As he sprinted, Liang casually seized a heavy rusted iron pipe from the roadside. With only 50 meters to the cooling tower, he propelled himself off a metallic wall, launching into the air. Whoosh. Using the momentum of his forward charge, he twisted his metallic spine, hurling the iron pipe, like a javelin, toward the ventilation outlet at the tower's apex. Boom. The pipe, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, accurately shattered the iron grate before Hawk, the tremendous force fracturing the rusted iron frame into splinters. Oh. Hawk was struck by a fragment, blood streaming from his forehead, the tactical visor splintering. However, as an elite of Blackstone, he gritted through the pain, drawing his high-frequency, vibrating dagger and fixating on the breach in the ventilation. Clang. A heavy metallic thud resonated behind Hawk. His hair bristled instinctively as he whirled around. The figure, clad in a tattered trench coat, donning a welding mask, had stealthily leaped to the top of the cooling tower, standing quietly behind him. In the dim, artificial moonlight of the lower nest, Hawk finally discerned the absence of human pupils within the mask, replaced instead by endless, chilling, deep blue electronic eyes, complemented by the glint of dark silver metallic ribs peeking through the coat's rips. What are you? Hawk's voice trembled with sheer terror. He had never encountered such a being, one that had entirely forsaken flesh, yet retained such terrifying tactical acumen. I am your grandfather. Liang's raspy electronic voice resonated, imbued with a palpable aura of wasteland bravado. He approached Hawk, empty-handed, step by deliberate step. Stay back. Hawk shouted wildly, swinging his high-frequency dagger towards Liang's chest. The dagger's oscillation frequency was so high that it could easily slice through even the inner circle's personal ballistic vests. Yet Liang made no effort to evade. Ding. The dagger's tip struck precisely against Liang's left iron alloy rib, but the anticipated sight of the armor being breached did not materialize. Accompanied by a burst of glaring sparks, the expensive high-frequency dagger audibly snapped in half. What? Hawk was plunged into utter despair. Even high-frequency weaponry could not breach his defenses. Is this the best you can muster for an assassination? Has Blackstone Heavy Industries been on the verge of bankruptcy these past few years? Liang chuckled derisively, his massive metallic hands swiftly reaching out and gripping Hawk's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Tell me how many of you are there. Who sent you? Liang's grip tightened slightly, eliciting a grating sound from Hawk's vertebrae as his face turned a ghastly hue. Cough, you won't escape. Hawk clung desperately to Liang's cold mechanical arm, a glint of crazed desperation flashing in his eyes. The Abyss Fleet will not spare any rat that has been tainted by Blackstone technology. The great cleansing has already begun. Before he could finish, Hawk bit down hard on his back molars. Trying to commit suicide. Attempting that in front of me. Liang's craftsman's goggles instantly detected the chemical reaction of the toxic capsule rupturing in his mouth. With a frigid glare, he lost patience for further interrogation, his metallic fingers exerting force. Crack. The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed in the night air, Hawk's head lolling unnaturally to one side, his pupils dilating as he fell lifelessly. Liang discarded the body onto the ground, shaking the blood from his hand in disdain. A great cleansing. Humph. Once I've changed out of this getup, let's see where you'll do your cleansing. Liang crouched down, expertly looting the corpse of Hawk. This had become a habitude ingrained from scavenging in the wasteland, wasting no resources whatsoever. Before long, he unearthed several valuable items: a ghost tactical sniper rifle in a folded state worth at least 300,000, an encrypted communication terminal, and an anonymous black prepaid card. Liang swiped the prepaid card through the terminal, revealing a balance of 80,000 credit points. Penny pincher. Liang scoffed disdainfully, unceremoniously stashing the card and the sniper rifle into the tattered trench coat that barely held together. Subsequently, he approached the edge of the cooling tower, peering down at the neon-lit expanse of the lower nest, resembling a vast abyss. He felt the weight of the black card containing 1,500,000 in his pocket, the fission core within his chest humming with excitement. Liang leaped forth, his colossal metallic form plummeting like a meteor into the shadowy alleys of the lower nest, racing toward his predetermined destination. 2 hours later, in District D of the lower nest, nestled beneath an abandoned slaughterhouse, lay a premier black medical clinic. This clinic bore no signage, yet its renown resonated profoundly throughout the underground realms of the Babylon space station. For the head surgeon, Franken was a top-tier biomechanical lunatic previously employed by the Federal Academy, now wanted for conducting illegal vivisections. If one could afford it, he could even seamlessly transplant a human head onto the body of a cyberdog. Bang! The heavy lead door of the clinic was kicked open. Dr. Franken, who had been peering through a monocle while dissecting a mutated limb on the operating table, jumped in surprise. He raised his head, his anger directed towards the entrance. Do you have any idea of the rules? I don't take emergencies here. Before he could finish his sentence, it lodged in his throat. Entering was a figure clad in a rusted welding mask and a tattered trench coat. What was even more terrifying was that this figure directly threw a bloodstained garment onto his surgical table, within which lay a chilling Blackstone standard sniper rifle. I don't treat patients. Liang's raspy electronic voice reverberated coldly within the clinic. He approached Franken without preamble, placing a diamond-encrusted black card onto the operating table with a resounding thud. 1,500,000 credit points. Liang's deep blue electronic eyes pierced through the mask, fixated intently on Franken, his tone tinged with a long-suppressed fervor. I'm here to purchase your finest bionic silicone skin along with the complete suite of Titan Heavy Industries biological vascular and nerve feedback modules. Additionally, for any shortfall, consult Mr. Jean in the central ring of Babylon. Liang relayed, having promised the finest bionic materials available in the inner ring for his selection. Franken swallowed hard, casting a glance at the black card, his anger swiftly supplanted by greed. 1,500,000 was a sum that could drive anyone in the lower nest to madness. Yet being an insider, he immediately sensed something amiss. Sir, purchasing the entire set of flesh modules, are you planning to apply a disguise to a mech? Or before Franken could finish, Liang tore off his tattered trench coat. Hiss. Dr. Franken gasped in shock, his monocle tumbling from his eye socket and crashing onto the operating table. What did he see? A skeleton forged entirely from a high-purity dark silver alloy. There were no surplus nerve conduits. Every inch of the skeletal curvature was perfectly tailored to biomechanics. At the center of this structure throbbed a miniature nuclear core pulsating with terrifying energy fluctuations. This is nothing short of a masterpiece. A perfect mechanized ascension. Who crafted this skeleton? The alloy purity surpasses the very limits of physics. Franken lunged forward, akin to a madman stumbled upon a once-in-a-lifetime treasure, yearning to touch Liang's metallic ribs, his fervor eclipsing even Liang's. Get away. Liang swatted Franken's hand aside, speaking coldly. The skeleton is mine, spare me the chatter. Can you take on this task? Of course. Franken trembled with excitement. But sir, this body is nothing short of perfection. Why would you want to mar it by wrapping it in a fragile bionic flesh layer? That would impede your thermal efficiency and mobility. For such an extreme mechanical enthusiast, adorning machines with human skin was an utter desecration of evolution. Liang regarded this unrefined scientific madman with a flicker of disdain and profundity in his electronic eyes. Do you understand nothing? I'm a person, not merely a brawny hunk of metal. Liang extended a metallic finger and rapped it heavily on the operating table, his tone turning grave. Listen well, old man. I want the essence of that rugged wasteland tough guy aesthetic. A couple of scars would suffice. He paused, gesturing toward his entire physique. But my true demand is wholeness. I require complete neural tactile feedback, realistic temperature simulation, and the full spectrum of physiological functions of a natural human replicated one-to-one. Liang's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with a fervent obsession for resurrection into humanity. Franken was taken aback by Liang's declaration. He had encountered countless individuals who forsook flesh in the pursuit of slaughter, but never had he seen someone, after achieving such unrivaled mechanical prowess, be the first to spend 1,500,000 to become human again. This is a vast and intricate bioengineering task. Establishing a comprehensive nanoneural network throughout the body and integrating the bionic organs with your fission core for energy conversion. Franken wiped the cold sweat from his brow, yet driven by the thrill of money and challenge, he gritted his teeth. Leave it to me. I have just procured the Genesis full sensory custom kit from the Inner Ring Lab. You will absolutely experience the sensations of carbon-based life once more. Excellent, let's commence. Be swift. Liang reclined onto the cold operating table. The ensuing 6 hours constituted a science fiction level miracle of creation. No anesthesia was employed, as Liang currently possessed no pain nerve endings. Dr. Franken activated 3 high-precision D-bioprinters and nano-weaving robotic arms. First, he laid the foundational neural sensing network, meticulously wrapping innumerable nanoneural fibers thinner than a hair around Liang's eye room alloy skeleton, ultimately connecting them to the stasis field interface beneath his brain. At the moment the neural connections were established, buzz. Liang's consciousness jolted profoundly. He once more experienced temperature. The cold metallic touch of the operating table, the damp mustiness of the Earth's sensory signals, once belonging to humanity, were relayed back to his brain via the nanoneural network. Hiss, what a long-lost sensation. Liang exhaled a long breath of relief, inwardly feeling the warmth of life coursing through him. Next came the injection of bionic muscle groups, as a deep red polymer nanogel was evenly spread across the skeleton. Upon electrification, this gel rapidly solidified and expanded, simulating the perfect contours of human musculature. Liang's previously metallic skeleton instantaneously transformed into a robust and powerful form, exuding explosive strength. During the installation of the internal circulatory system and physiological components, Dr. Franken exhibited exceptional caution. He implanted a temperature-regulated liquid circulation pump capable of mimicking blood flow, along with a complex and flawless array of bionic organs, as per Liang's specifications. Liang even activated the craftsman's goggles, scrutinizing every wiring detail within his mind, ensuring that his sensory feedback would not encounter any awkward connection failures. The final step involved the overlay of the epidermis. A layer of bionic silicone skin tinted with a healthy tan and adorned with genuine pores was flawlessly affixed to the muscular layer. Franken even crafted a distinctly weathered virtual scar above Liang's left eye. Click. The last connection completed. The operating theater's lighting extinguished. Sir, the procedure is complete. System self-check will require 3 minutes. Dr. Franken wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring Liang on the operating table as one would a magnificent piece of art. Liang remained silent. He closed his eyes, savoring this new vibrant and powerful body. As a faint current coursed through him, the once cold metallic skeleton felt as if it had been enveloped in warm flesh. He could perceive every breath, the bionic muscles in his chest rising and falling with striking realism. He felt the heat emanating from the miniature fission core, simulating a genuine human body temperature. He suddenly opened his eyes. No longer were there two flickering blue flames, but rather a pair of profoundly deep, distinctly human eyes, black and white. While in moments of intense rage, or during activation of the craftsman's goggles, his pupils would still flicker with lethal blue light. In calmer moments, he appeared as a quintessential Wasteland tough guy brimming with mature charisma. Liang sat up from the operating table, clenched his fists, reveling in the genuine sensation of skin against skin. Though beneath this skin lay a creature capable of tearing through armor with bare hands, at this moment, he finally felt reinstated within the realm of humanity. Ha! In the dimly lit underground clinic, Liang erupted into a hearty, unfiltered laughter devoid of electronic distortion, filled with sheer exhilaration as long-suppressed frustrations were released. Liang leaped off the operating table naked, striding to a nearby, full-length mirror. Reflected was a man standing 1.85 meters tall, with an exquisitely sculpted physique, black short hair, and a scar gracing his eye, strikingly handsome figure. He appeared to be in his early 30s, his gaze betraying a coldness born from having clawed his way out of a grave, yet the hint of a devil-may-care smirk at the corner of his mouth exuded an irresistible allure. Though near perfection, Liang still harbored a tinge of discontent. The familiar visage he once knew was irretrievably altered, and he could neither dare nor desire to revert the bionic skin to his former appearance. He buried that flicker of dissatisfaction deep within. Quite splendid, old man, your craftsmanship does justice to the price. Liang patted Dr. Franken's shoulder appreciatively, nearly toppling the old man with his immense strength. Liang approached a nearby wardrobe, unceremoniously rifling through Franken's private collection of high-end black tactical suits, alongside a sleek black trench coat, swiftly donning them. The suit fit snugly against his muscular contours, the trench coat billowing with a life of its own, complementing his austere visage, rendering him akin to a nefarious gentleman ready for a top-tier soiree. He deftly folded the seized ghost sniper rifle, stowing it along with the broken high-frequency dagger within the inner lining of his trench coat. 1,500,000 has been deducted. The remaining balance is still on the card. For any shortfall, consult Mr. Jean. Liang returned the black card to his pocket, striding purposefully toward the clinic's exit. Sir, your body requires regular maintenance of bionic fluid. Franken shouted from behind. Where do you intend to go now? Liang halted, turning his head. A flicker of a natural mature male light briefly illuminated his black eyes. He adjusted his tie, a composed smile gracing his lips. Where to? To Eden. Since Blackstone's dogs have caught wind of the lower nest, I need to gather intelligence from there. Liang murmured softly to himself. Liang lifted his hands, now adorned with skin and fingerprints, and gently rubbed them together, as if savoring the humidity of the air. Perhaps I shall indulge in a glass of authentic spirits and meet the enchanting proprietress. On my first day back as a human, it is only fitting to find a delightful place to celebrate in a natural manner. In the depths of District D, at the heart of Neon Alley, a colossal structure resembling an inverted steel pyramid emanates a dazzling purplish red, holographic glow beneath the perpetually sunless dome of the sewer. This is Eden, the most renowned den of vice and information hub at the Babylon underbelly, and also the private domain of the Red Spider. As Liang, clad in a meticulously tailored black tactical suit that accentuates his muscular physique and draped in a rigid black trench coat, steps onto the synthetic red velvet steps leading to Eden's entrance, the heavy-set security personnel equipped with formidable defensive cybernetics fixate their gaze upon him instantaneously. In the underbelly, the destitute wear tattered clothing while the gangsters flaunt gaudy attire. Yet a man like Liang, dressed impeccably and impeccably clean, his trench coat's hem unmarred by the filth of the underbelly, often signifies extreme danger. He could either be a high-ranking executive from the inner circle conducting a covert inspection, or a top-tier cleaner with countless lives on his hands. Sir Eden only admits regulars tonight. One burly security officer towering at 2 meters with half of his face replaced by steel plating extends his robust arm to block Liang's path. His cybernetic eye scans Liang, yet finds nothing amiss. Standard security scans reveal his temperature and muscle density to be entirely normal. Isn't even armed. What if I insist on entering? Liang halts, his demeanor calm, merely raising his eyelids. His eyes, starkly contrasting black and white, reflect a depth akin to a frigid abyss, watching the officer's cyber with an unyielding tranquility. Having regained his sense of hearing and touch, Liang can hear the hydraulic fluid coursing through the officer's mechanical arm and detect the mingling sense of cheap perfume and alcohol in the air. This long-lost sensation of living fills him with a peculiar sense of satisfaction, prompting him to avoid any bloodshed. Liang's hand slips into the inner pocket of his suit, causing the officer's pupils to contract as he instinctively reaches for his high-frequency stun baton. However, what Liang produces is not a firearm, but rather an anonymous prepaid card glimmering with gold, a top-tier VIP card from Eden, which Red Spider had previously placed on the table as payment for repairs. Will this card suffice for a ticket? Liang's voice, deep and magnetic, exudes the maturity of a seasoned man devoid of the harsh mechanical timbre he once bore. Upon seeing the card adorned with the Red Spider's unique emblem, the officer's expression shifts dramatically. Fewer than 10 of such cards have been distributed throughout the underbelly, and each holder is a distinguished guest of the Red Spider. Apologies, sir. I must have misjudged you. Please, you may enter. The officer retracts his arm with a deep bow and presses the button to open the heavy soundproof door behind him. As the door swings open, a cacophony of thunderous electronic synth music, blinding holographic lights, and an intoxicating perfume mixed with the scent of hormones floods the space, crashing over Liang like a tsunami. He inhales deeply. The Statoftheart bionic respiratory system, worth 150,000, flawlessly delivers this complex air composition to his sensory nerves. Although he lacks true lungs, the hydraulic pumps within his chest cavity simulate breathing, providing him with an exceptionally vivid sense of immersion. Such lavish indulgence, Liang muses inwardly with a smirk. This is the life he has strived so hard to attain, not a daily existence buried in refuse and oil. He strides into the grand hall. The interior of Eden is vast, with a transparent glass dance floor suspended in midair. A few cyber dancers adorned with mere strands of laser light twist and sway rhythmically. Their spines and joints flicker with faint luminescence, a testament to the advanced cybernetics that enhance their performances, embodying the unique aesthetic of cyberpunk's morbid allure. Surrounding the dance floor are booths occupied by underbelly bullies, smugglers, and masked patrons from the inner circle, all engaging in transactions of power, lust, and wealth. Liang pays no heed to the sultry gazes cast his way. His attire and the aura of cold detachment set him apart, prompting many to clear a path in his wake. He approaches the 20-meter-long circular bar at the end of the hall and takes a seat on a high stool. Sir, what would you like to drink? We have Nebula Walk, freshly smuggled from the inner circle, or a stronger option, radiation vodka. A bartender sporting short blue hair and cat-eye cybernetics approaches with practiced ease, polishing a glass. Straight vodka, no ice. Liang casually flicks 2 large denomination credit coins onto the bar. Certainly. The bartender promptly pours a generous glass of clear liquid, placing it before Liang. Liang lifts the glass, his slender fingers feeling the chill of the glass. He gazes at the liquid swirling within without a hint of hesitation, tilts his head back, and drinks it all in one go. The high-proof alcohol courses down his bionic esophagus. In that moment, Dr. Franken's expensive taste and pain simulation feedback nerve operates flawlessly, delivering a sensation akin to a razor's edge burning from his throat down to his stomach. What may be unbearable for an ordinary person brings Liang a profound sense of comfort, nearly coaxing a sigh from his lips. Refreshing. He slams the empty glass onto the bar, the corners of his eyes slightly reddening from the alcohol's sting, making the disguised scar appear even more feral in the dim lighting. He is not a masochist, but he craves this intense physical stimulation to affirm that the skin he now wears is more than mere decoration. It can drink, it can feel heat, that is enough. Impressive tolerance, handsome. At that moment, a smooth, languid voice saturated with allure whispers in Liang's ear. Accompanied by a scent far more sophisticated than the surrounding cheap perfumes, it drifts tantalizingly close. Liang turns his head slightly. Red Spider has somehow taken a seat beside him on the high stool. Today she is draped in a daring black silk evening gown with a plunging V-neckline that reveals an arrestingly deep cleavage. Her priceless pearl-scent mechanical right arm elegantly holds a Bloody Mary, her fiery red lips curling into a teasing smile. I know everyone of note in this underbelly, but a man like you, clean and dangerous, is a rare sight indeed. Red Spider's mesmerizing eyes flit over Liang, who remains unrecognizable to her. After all, who could link the impeccably dressed mature man exuding masculine charm with the grotesque mechanic donning a rusty welder's mask, whose voice grates like sandpaper? Clean. Liang turns to her, propping his elbow on the bar, his deep black eyes locking onto hers. In this sewer, being clean often means you haven't long to live. Red Spider is momentarily taken aback by the aggressive intensity of his gaze. Despite her extensive experience with men, this man's eyes lack the usual lewd desire. Instead, they convey a calm scrutiny akin to a well-fed beast surveying its territory. That may not necessarily be the case. It could also mean that you possess enough strength to deter anyone from dirtying you. Red Spider chuckles softly, leaning slightly toward Liang, closing the distance between them to an intimate threshold, allowing her to sense the faint warmth radiating from him. I'm Red Spider, the half-owner of this place. Care to buy me a drink? Liang gazes at her captivating features, her alabaster skin rising and falling with each breath. His advanced bionic body responds instinctively with a typical male physiological reaction. The hydraulic pump within his titanium alloy chassis hums softly, earning a silent commendation for Dr. Franken's craftsmanship. Finally, he would not be merely a passive observer. Treating a beautiful lady to a drink is my honor. Liang snaps his fingers, beckoning the bartender for 2 more drinks. However, my intention here extends beyond drinking. I wish to inquire about some information from you. He raises his newly filled vodka glass, clinking it gently against Red Spider's. Red Spider takes a sip, her smile brightening. Acquiring information at Eden is quite costly. It all depends on what you wish to know. Liang does not respond immediately. His Tiangong eye, concealed beneath human eyes, has silently activated its microexpression analysis and lip-reading functions. Lowering his voice to a tone audible only to Red Spider, he speaks with a magnetic timbre. I wish to inquire about the Blackstone industrial operatives running rampant in the underbelly like rabid dogs. What exactly are they searching for? The smile on Red Spider's face freezes. Her mechanical arm still holding the drink trembles slightly though imperceptible. It does not escape Liang's keen eye. That is not a favorable question. Red Spider's demeanor shifts, her gaze sharpening with suspicion. It's best not to dig into inner circle affairs. Blackstone Industrial is not a force to be trifled with. Yet I heard a ghost sniper from Blackstone was killed near the cooling tower last night. Liang leans closer to Red Spider, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he speaks coldly. This suggests that Blackstone's hounds may not be invulnerable in the underbelly. Red Spider whips her head around, their noses nearly touching. She stares at Liang in shock. The incident of the dead sniper near the cooling tower is an exceedingly confidential piece of information from Blackstone, suppressed only that morning by the inner circle. How could this man possibly know of it? Just as Red Spider prepares to probe Liang's identity further, bang! A dull gunshot reverberates from Eden's entrance. The previously raucous music halts abruptly, and every patron in the hall turns toward the door in terror. The robust security officer who had blocked Liang moments ago now lies on the ground, a bullet having pierced his mechanical eye, his massive body collapsing lifelessly. 5 men clad in matching black tactical coats stride in, their faces betraying arrogance and coldness, each wielding a sci-fi-styled, short-barreled Gauss submachine gun. Most strikingly, each of these men bears a small diamond-shaped black crystal implanted in their right cheek, a badge of the Blackstone Industrial Intelligence Unit, the Hounds. The party poopers have arrived. Liang remains seated at the bar, not even turning his head, and takes a nonchalant sip from his vodka. Clear the area. The blonde operative at the forefront coldly commands. The 4 operatives behind him immediately raise their weapons and begin firing wildly at the extravagant chandelier above the hall. Tat-a-tat-tat-tat. Glass shards rain down like a torrential downpour, and screams erupt throughout the hall as the once menacing gangsters and smugglers now cower on the ground, clutching their heads in abject terror, devoid of the courage even to draw their weapons. In Babylon, offending the local gangs might result in a swift demise in the streets, but crossing Blackstone Industrial could mean endangering not only oneself, but also one's entire lineage. The blonde operative strides purposefully to the bar. Red Spider inhales, sharply suppressing her fury. This is her territory, yet before Blackstone, she can only relent. She stands donning a professional facade and approaches. Officer Eden has always operated legally. You can't just barge in and destroy my establishment without explanation. Get lost, bitch. The blonde operative doesn't even spare her a glance, brusquely shoving her aside. Though Red Spider possesses a mechanical arm, she is unprepared for the force and stumbles, her high heel twisting, and she is on the verge of crashing down onto the glass-strewn floor. In that split second, a strong hand secures her delicate waist. Liang, still seated on the high stool, merely extends his left hand, pulling Red Spider into his embrace. Through the silk of her gown, he feels her astonishing softness and resilience. Inner Circle's dogs seem to lack basic manners when it comes to beautiful ladies. Liang holds Red Spider, still not turning around, lightly tapping his fingers against the bar with his drink in hand. A hushed silence envelopes the room. All the underbelly patrons crouched in fear gaze at Liang's silhouette, as if he were a specter. This is the Hound of Blackstone Industrial. Has this well-dressed young man lost his mind to dare mock them? Red Spider leans against Liang's solid chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, both astonished by his audacity and comforted by an unexplainable sense of safety. The blonde operative halts in his tracks, turning to glare at Liang's back, a glint of cruel malice flashing in his eyes. Are you seeking death? The blonde operative raises his Gauss submachine gun, its muzzle pressed against the back of Liang's head. I will count to 3, remove your hands from her, and kneel, reporting your cybernetic model and DNA sequence. 1. The cold gun barrel exudes a lethal threat. However, in Liang's perception, this so-called military-grade Gauss submachine gun, even at 0 distance, would only puncture the outer layer of his bionic silicone skin, leaving but a white mark on the iridium alloy skull beneath. This is the absolute confidence that permits him to lounge here in such a manner. 2. The blonde operative's finger hovers perilously near the trigger. Liang exhales softly. He releases his grip on Red Spider's waist, draining the last sip of vodka from his glass. 3. Bang. Just as the blonde operative prepares to pull the trigger, or rather, as everyone expects Liang's head to explode like a watermelon, he moves. He does not turn around. His right hand, holding the empty glass, flicks back casually. No sound of slicing air, no elaborate tactical maneuvers. Crack. A spine-chilling sound of bone fracturing resounds in the silent hall. It is Liang's hand striking the blonde operative's gun-holding right wrist. Beneath the guise of bionic silicone skin lies pure high-purity iridium alloy. An incomprehensible surge of terrifying kinetic energy erupts upon contact. The blonde operative's enhanced right wrist, along with the Gauss submachine gun, is shattered at a right angle. The white bone fragments pierce through the skin, exposed to the air. The blonde operative emits a gut-wrenching scream, clutching his shattered wrist in agony as he stumbles back. His once proud reflexes appear laughable before the seemingly nonchalant motion of this man. Shoot. Kill him. The blonde operative bellows hysterically. The remaining 4 Blackstone operatives, taken aback, immediately raise their weapons, poised to fire. But Liang has already turned, seated on the high stool, his black eyes gleaming with a hint of icy blue light. Tiangong Eye Kinetic Overload Local Activation. Liang's left foot strikes forcefully beneath the bar, sending him and the stool sliding backward as if teleported. Simultaneously, his long legs concealed beneath the tailored suit whip through the air like two metallic whips, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Bang, 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 bang. For simultaneous impacts echo through the room. The four Blackstone operatives, unable to pull the triggers in time, are struck, as if colliding with a high-speed maglev train. Their advanced ballistic plates crumple upon impact, their chests collapsing grotesquely, and they do not even have time to scream before they are sent flying over 10 meters, crashing against the wall of the glass dance floor, blood gushing forth as they succumb to unconsciousness. The entire Hall of Eden falls into a stunned silence. The underbelly gangsters huddled in fear watch in disbelief. Four heavily armed Blackstone operatives have been dispatched in under 2 seconds by a man who remains seated, even leaving his suit buttoned. What manner of monster has descended upon them? Who are you? The blonde operative clutches his broken wrist, staring at Liang seated confidently before him. Liang rises, smoothing the hem of his suit, striding gracefully to stand before the blonde operative. I mentioned this as the price for treating ladies with disrespect. Liang leans in slightly, his cold visage drawing nearer to the blonde operative. He extends a finger, touching the wound on the operative's wrist, and as the other writhes in pain, he lowers his voice to a whisper only they can hear. Go back and inform that old dog Mechs. He was not searching for a metal skeleton in the underbelly, was he? A cruel smile graces Liang's lips. No need to look further. I've donned my skin and come to find him. Upon hearing this, the blonde operative's pupils dilate to their utmost extent, as if confronted with an unfathomable horror from the cosmos. You're the one from the nuclear reactor. Bang. Liang does not allow him to finish, delivering a swift chop to the nape of his neck, causing the blonde operative's eyes to roll back as he collapses into unconsciousness. Having completed his task, Liang straightens up as though he had merely swatted a few flies. He turns to Red Spider, who remains rooted at the bar, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Liang approaches her, retrieving a credit card worth 10,000 from his coat pocket, sliding it into the deep V of her gown, his fingers delicately brushing against her smooth skin with teasing intention. This gesture conveys an unspoken understanding between mature adults. The drink was delightful, and your waist is quite soft. Liang whispers with a chuckle next to Red Spider's ear. Red Spider, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zero, a passerby in the black market. With that, Liang strides toward the exit of Eden, his black trench coat carving a stark arc under the neon lights, leaving behind a litter of incapacitated Blackstone operatives and a heart racing with exhilaration in the underbelly. Queen. Zero. Red Spider touches the card, still bearing Liang's warmth against her chest, watching his retreating figure vanish beyond the door. As Liang steps outside, he gazes up at the virtual starry dome of the Babylon space station, inhaling the tainted air of the underbelly deeply. It's time to stretch my legs. At the lower levels of the Babylon space station, a perpetual shower of acid rain, formed from a mix of condensed water and industrial waste, falls endlessly. Liang, clad in a crisp black trench coat, traverses the metal streets drenched in stagnant water. A few droplets of cold rain land upon his cheek, trailing down his perfectly sculpted jawline. The pH of this acid rain must be around 4.5, he muses. Raising a hand, he wipes the rain from his face, feeling the dampness and coolness against his fingertips, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. However, that smile quickly dissipates. Damn it, that quack Franken mentioned that this top-tier bionic silicone skin, while bulletproof, has mediocre resistance to acid and alkaline corrosion. If this rain leaves a few pits on me, replacing an inch of skin will cost me 10,000 credits. The thought of the exorbitant costs of skin repair instantly drains the romance from the rain. He hastily raises the collar of his trench coat and quickens his pace, darting into a deep-dive internet cafe at the street corner, illuminated by flickering subpar neon lights, much like a gambler evading debt collectors. Such cafes are abundant in the lower levels, devoid of holographic gaming machines, featuring only rows of half-enclosed deep-dive chambers that reek of foul odors and disinfectant. For a mere 5 credits, the laborers and addicts of the lower levels can recline within these chambers, indulging in a day-long virtual sensory escape through cheap brain-machine interfaces. Liang approaches the bar, tossing a 10-credit coin to the drowsy manager, who sports a substandard mechanical eye. Give me a chamber at the back one, without surveillance, and ensure I am not disturbed. The manager glances at Liang's expensive suit and his cold demeanor, promptly closing his mouth and handing him a greasy access card. District D, Chamber 404. You have ample time, sir. Entering the dimly lit District D, he pulls aside the tattered curtain of chamber. The synthetic leather of the recliner within is tattered and emits a nauseating scent reminiscent of vomit. Liang grimaces, but does not recline. Instead, he drags over a plastic chair to sit. He tightens his trench coat to shield his actions from prying eyes, then retrieves a palm-sized, entirely black square terminal from his inner pocket. This is the spoils he pilfered from the Blackstone sniper vulture whose neck he had snapped mere hours prior, a military-grade, encrypted terminal from the Blackstone Intelligence Agency. The military network firewall of Blackstone likely employs the Federation's 7th-generation Fortress Dynamic Encryption Protocol. A 256-bit quantum entanglement key changes every 3 seconds. Liang's fingers caress the cold metallic exterior of the terminal, and a flash of blue data flow illuminates his dark gaze behind the mask. In the past, even if I had overclocked and fried Ava's server, it would have taken days to brute force my way through. He briefly reminisces about Ava the stewardess, akin to his sister, feeling a pang of nostalgia. but now he possesses more audacious methods. Heavenly Artisan Goggles direct hardware connection activation. Without seeking a data cable, he extends his right index finger. The bionic silicone at his fingertip splits apart, revealing a shimmering iridium alloy data probe. Thwip. The probe accurately pierces the data interface at the bottom of the terminal. In an instant of physical connection, Liang's perspective shifts dramatically. He finds himself within a vast labyrinth constructed of countless green codes. At the core of this labyrinth stands an enormous steel wall woven from intricate algorithms adorned with the iconic black skull insignia of Blackstone Heavy Industries. High-intensity encryption firewall detected. Parsing base algorithm logic. Parsing completed. 3 backdoor vulnerabilities found. 2 hardware logic deadlocks detected. In the face of absolute computational power, all fanciful encryption is merely a paper tiger. Liang's consciousness emits a cold laugh within the data realm. He opts not to crack the password. Such an approach is too slow and would easily attract the attention of Blackstone's network surveillance. Instead, he chooses the most direct and brutal method of physical overriding, akin to demolishing a heavily fortified bank vault's load-bearing wall, while others ponder how to unlock its safe. Heavenly Artisan Protocol Logic Force Override in progress. Progress. The firewall has been incapacitated. Fake IP address generation complete. Welcome to the Babylon Dark Web node. Beep. The screen of the black terminal illuminates the former Blackstone interface, dissolving like snow, replaced by a blue dread webpage composed of countless pulsating skulls. The universe's most notorious and financially affluent underground black market platform, the Abyss Bounty Board. Here one can procure federally banned biochemical weapons, hire a band of mercenaries to raid a small asteroid, and of course the most sought-after service contract killings. Liang skillfully inputs a series of commands on the terminal, navigating directly to the assassin registration page. Please enter your dark web alias. He strokes his chin. As a ghost wandering through the sewers, I shall call myself Phantom. He types Phantom on the keyboard. System notification: this alias has already been registered. There are currently assassins named Phantom called Dark Phantom and a known as Bloodthirsty Phantom. Please choose a different alias to express your individuality. Damn. Liang rolls his eyes. Can't these assassins display a bit of creativity? Why all the melodramatic names? After a moment's thought, he considers that since everything from his past has been erased by that nuclear explosion, he is now a monster crawling back from the garbage heap. Then I shall be called Zero. He types a simple digit on the keyboard. System notification: alias 0 validated. Generating your exclusive encrypted channel. Registration successful. Current assassin rating: Flavel Novice. Your historical record. Your credibility points. Friendly reminder: Flavel assassins can only undertake low-tier tasks such as gang brawls and intimidating debtors. Please strive to improve your rating. Observing the glaring Flavel Novice notification on the screen, Liang's eye twitches. I dismantled an Adeton siege mech with my bare hands and killed a Blackstone elite sniper, and you rate me as Flavel. Liang urgently requires a substantial influx of funds, or rather top-tier armor materials. Though his body possesses terrifying strength, its defensive capabilities are severely lacking. The iridium alloy skeleton is indeed robust, able to withstand the secondary cannons of cruisers, but the issue lies in the layer of bionic flesh worth $1.5 million enveloping it. If he were to charge into a firefight in this suit, while his metal skeleton might withstand a high explosive round, the realistic human skin and muscle would undoubtedly be obliterated. At that point, he would transform into a metallic skeleton, needing to shell out millions more for skin repairs. Liang cannot allow such a deficit to occur. I must forge a set of external heavy firepower armor to protect this expensive skin. However, in the lower levels, I cannot procure advanced armor plates that match the strength of iridium alloy, or I will have to borrow some from the financial vaults of the conglomerates in the mid-levels. Liang's fingers dance swiftly across the terminal, skimming past low-tier tasks with bounties in the tens of thousands of credits and opening the Alavel assassination list. System warning: insufficient permissions to undertake Alavel tasks. Forceful access will result in account termination. A red warning box pops up. The dark web's rules are stringently enforced, and novices without a record cannot secure major contracts, as employers do not wish to waste time on the inept. Rules are made by the dead. The blue light in Liang's eyes intensifies. Heavenly Artisan erase that damn permission verification module directly from the base code. Heavenly Artisan command confirmed. Base logic override in progress. Error. Error. Illegal tampering detected. Tampering successful. You have gained level highest browsing acceptance privileges. Before the dark web's main server defense system could react, Liang had already pushed open the tightly shut door, confidently striding into the high-level bounty area. He quickly scans the blood-soaked tasks listed before him. Target for assassination: Counselor of Inner Ring District. Bounty 10 million. That counselor surely has military-grade security. Without heavy firepower, he'll end up with torn clothes, and skin repair is too costly. Pass. Target for assassination: Leader of the Interstellar Smuggling Syndicate Black Viper. Bounty 8 million. This guy hides aboard a warship deep within the nebula, and I currently lack a ship. Pass. Liang scrolls through each task, weighing the cost of skin repair against task rewards. Suddenly his gaze halts on a bounty posted less than 2 hours ago. A level urgent bounty. Target for assassination: CEO of Giant Stone Logistics in the Babylon Mid-Ring Baron Victor. Target background: one of the subcontractors for Blackstone Heavy Industries at the Babylon space station, constantly guarded by heavily armored mech escorts. Task requirements: the target must be confirmed dead before AM tonight. No need to return the head. A confirmation of death will suffice. Bounty: 3 million credits cash. Special additional reward: extremely important. The publisher promises that upon the target's death, they will remotely disable the highest security of Baron Victor's underground private vault located in the suburbs of the Midring. The contractor may freely enter the vault and select any items as it contains a wealth of military-grade special alloy armor plates and high-energy weaponry. Liang's breath momentarily halts, and the hydraulic pump within his chest quickens with excitement. A supplier for Blackstone Heavy Industries, a private vault, military-grade special alloy armor plates. This is an opportunity tailor-made for him. 3 million cash is inconsequential. The true treasure lies within that vault. If he can access those special military alloys, he can employ his heavenly artisan goggles to forge an unbeatable set of armor. Moreover, assassinating a supplier of Blackstone means cutting off their logistical support. For Liang, who is determined to scatter Blackstone's ashes, it is double the delight. This Baron Victor is likely embroiled in the internal power struggles of Blackstone, or has offended a more formidable conglomerate, leading to his being marked for death. As for the one posting the task, they are probably envious of his assets or need him dead to cover some financial misdeeds, hence offering the vault as a bonus to the assassin. Having navigated the Wasteland for years, Liang sees through the sordid logic behind such aristocratic feuds. But he does not care. He only desires those alloy armor plates. Without hesitation, Liang presses the accept task button. Ding! Far within the secret servers of the Babylon space station, the dark web's management, AI, emits a faint electronic wail. Its tightly woven logical algorithms cannot fathom why a freshly registered Flavel novice with no historical record could forcibly bypass all firewalls and directly lock onto this a-level urgent bounty. Task acceptance successful. The employer has paid a deposit. Current coordinates of target Baron Victor have been sent to your terminal. Countdown hours and minutes. Enjoy your hunt, Mr. 0. Liang gazes at the vibrant three-dimensional map of the Babylon midring displayed on the screen, along with the red target marker, a cruel and confident smile curling at his lips. He retracts the data probe, his bionic skin seamlessly healing, leaving no trace. He stows the terminal in his pocket, rises, and pushes aside the curtain of the deep dive chamber. The acid rain continues to fall outside the neon light, casting bizarre colors in the puddles. Reaching the entrance of the internet cafe, Liang retrieves a folded phantom-level sniper rifle from inside his trench coat. With a few mechanical clicks, the 1-meter-long, deathly ore-drenched tactical sniper rifle assembles into form. He hoists the heavy sniper rifle onto his broad shoulder, adjusting the collar of his black suit. On my first day back as a human, I must embark on such thrilling work. Liang raises his head, his distinctly contrasting black and white eyes fixated on the distant and resplendent mid-ring affluent district above the space station. Monks, you'll start by taking out a few of your dogs. Once I don my new armor, it'll come knocking at your door. With determination, Liang strides boldly into the acid rain. Babylon Space Station, Zhongwan Affluent District. In stark contrast to the perpetually sunless and acid rain-soaked lower nest, Zhongwan boasts a sophisticated artificial atmospheric circulation system and simulated stellar illumination. The streets here are immaculate, flanked by expensive genetically modified flora with a subtle scent of synthetic sandalwood permeating the air. Ding, 7th Avenue, Zhongwan. Arrival. Wishing you a pleasant day. The door of a maglev shuttle slowly opens. Liang strides down from the shuttle, his tall frame clad in a luxurious black tactical suit draped with a black overcoat and carrying what appears to be an ordinary black guitar case. He inhales deeply, savoring the pristine air of Zhonghuan. The refreshing sensation from his top-tier bionic lung leaves him involuntarily sighing. Now, this is what life should be. That lower nest, any dog stuck there would suffer from depression. Liang brushes off non-existent dust from the shoulder of his suit, a glint of determination flashing in his deep black eyes. Enjoyment is one thing, but earning money is the real priority. Tiangong Goggles Tactical Sandbox, generating target Baron Victor. Current location 1 kilometer ahead, top luxurious floor of the Giant Stone Logistics Headquarters. Security level A. 12 armed patrols on the perimeter, 2 Defender heavy defense mechs inside. A semi-transparent D-structural diagram of a 100-story luxurious building materializes clearly on Liang's retina. Even the thermal imaging signals of personnel moving inside are meticulously reverse-engineered by the Tiangong Goggles. With heavy mecha guards charging through the front door would be unwise. A stray shot from their cannons and ID have to pay for the new skin I just bought for 150,000. While mentally calculating, Liang carries the guitar case and turns into a commercial building under construction across from the headquarters. He ascends to the unfinished terrace on the 95th floor via the construction elevator, where the view allows him to gaze directly at the top floor of the Giant Stone Logistics Headquarters. The evening breeze rustles the hem of his coat. He crouches down and opens the black guitar case. Inside lies his impeccably polished Blackstone military-grade Phantom tactical sniper rifle. Click, click. Liang skillfully inserts the high-energy battery into the chamber, resting the barrel on the concrete parapet. Through the high-powered scope, he clearly sees the corpulent form of Baron Victor behind the massive bulletproof glass window. This gluttonous figure, monopolizing 1/5 of Zhonghuan's logistics quota and worth billions, is currently clad in silk pajamas, holding a glass of golden liquid while embracing two stunning bionic women, his jiggling face betraying his laughter. In the corner of his expansive living room, two 4-meter-tall, Defender heavy defense Mechs stand in standby mode, their red electronic eyes scanning the surroundings mechanically. With this thickness of special bulletproof glass and anti-laser coating, even the Phantom rifle at maximum power cannot penetrate and cause fatal harm. The laser will refract and lose energy upon passing through the glass. Liang's eye is glued to the scope while the Tiangong goggles perform billions of physical calculations per second in his mind. Calculating refraction index, calculating weaknesses in the molecular structure of the bulletproof glass target locked fixed bolt at the upper right corner of the bulletproof glass metal fatigue at. Tactical plan generated 2 shots. The first shot shatters the stress support point, causing extensive web-like fragmentation of the glass. 0.2 seconds later, the second shot penetrates through the fragmented gap, striking the target directly. Perfect physics. Killing is sometimes just a mathematical problem. A grim smile plays at the corner of Liang's mouth. He takes a deep breath, forcing the rhythm of his bionic heart to slow to an almost imperceptible rate. His fingers gripping the rifle stock are steadier than the finest machine tools. Farewell, fat man. I shall safeguard your treasury. Swish. A ghostly green high-energy laser instantly pierces the night sky of Zhonghuan. Due to its incredible speed, it even leaves a faint ionized afterimage in the air. On the top floor of the building, across the upper right corner of the bulletproof glass, which is said to withstand small shuttle collisions, suddenly erupts in a dazzling spark. The fixed bolt vaporizes instantly. The immense stress imbalance causes the 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling glass to emit a nauseating cracking sound within a mere tenth of a second, instantly covered in a dense network of white spiderweb-like cracks. What's happening? Baron Victor exclaims in terror, pushing the women away. But his voice barely escapes. Swish! A second ghostly green laser follows swiftly. This time the laser passes unobstructed through the shattered gap in the glass like the Grim Reaper's scythe, entering through Victor's plump left temple and exiting from the right. The searing temperature of 3,000 degrees vaporizes everything in his brain. Baron Victor doesn't even have time to register the fear on his face before his hefty body topples backward, crashing heavily onto the expensive Persian carpet, blood and charred brain matter spilling everywhere. Oh! The two bionic women shriek piercingly. Alarm! Under sniper attack. Protect the target. The two Defender Mechs in the corner of the living room are instantly activated, their heavy footsteps shattering the marble floor as they raise their heavy cannon, unleashing a torrent of fire toward the window. Da-da-da-da-da. A tempest of bullets rends the night sky, striking the construction floor, where Liang is located, turning reinforced concrete into mere tofu, leveling it in chunks. But at the moment he fires his second shot, Liang has already grasped the guitar case, executing a tactical retreat as he leaps from the 95th floor's terrace. Amid the freefall winds, Liang's gaze remains terrifyingly calm. Tiangong target confirmed dead. Uploading kill video to the Abyss bounty board. Upload complete. Bounty task settlement in progress. 3 million credit points have been transferred to your anonymous account. Special additional reward triggered. Highest defense access to Baron Victor's underground treasury obtained. Downloading treasury coordinates and electronic key download complete. What a thrill, this job is downright exhilarating. Liang adjusts his posture midair. As he descends to the 17th floor, he abruptly extends his left hand. The metal arm, concealed beneath high-grade silicone skin, yet made of iridium alloy, plunges its fingers into the steel-reinforced concrete wall like steel claws. Creak. With a shrill screech, sparks fly as the wall is gouged. Liang uses his remarkable physical strength to counter the force of his fall, hanging onto the exterior wall of the building like a giant gecko. Phew, that was close, nearly ruined my suit sleeve. This ensemble is an exclusive from that Quack Franken, a very costly silk blend. Liang glances at the cuff of his sleeve, relieved to find it unscathed. The treasury's location, the western suburbs beneath the abandoned third water treatment plant. He pulls up the coordinates from the Tiangong goggles, propelling himself off the wall with a powerful push, his form morphing into a shadow that vanishes beneath the intricate maglev bridge of Zhonghuan. An hour later, in the western suburbs of Zhonghuan, at a seemingly abandoned giant water treatment plant, Liang, clad in an immaculate suit, strides confidently into the underground second floor of the facility like an inspecting chairman. Along the way, those infrared sensor nets and automated defense turrets capable of turning a fly to ashes become obedient toys before the utmost authority granted by the Tiangong goggles, raising no alarms whatsoever. At the deepest part of the second underground floor, Liang encounters a massive titanium alloy door adorned with intricate gears and electronic locks. Verifying key verification successful. Click, click, rumble, accompanied by the heavy sound of machinery. The 50-ton vault door slowly swings open. A scent mingling machine oil, anti-corrosion paint, and the metallic coldness rushes toward him. As the internal lights of the vault illuminate in succession, even the seasoned Liang cannot help but gasp, his hydraulic pump in his chest racing with excitement. I hit the jackpot. Just how much military material did that rotund fool embezzle from Haishi Heavy Industries? Inside the massive vault, there are no gaudy gold or cash. Neatly arranged are dozens of fully sealed, temperature-controlled metal boxes. Liang steps forward, smashing open the lock of one box. Inside lies a dozen armor plates emitting a dark silver sheen, their surfaces adorned with a delicate honeycomb structure. Tiangong Scan Haishi military-grade Suiyu composite reactive armor plate. Attributes extremely high kinetic energy absorption, surface coated with antiplasma layers. Excellent goods. In the black market of the lower nest, a piece the size of a palm could exchange for a life. And here there's a whole box. Li Ong's eyes gleam with excitement as he continues to smash open more boxes. Scan military-grade micro-high-energy plasma shoulder cannon module inactive. Scan high-frequency single-molecule wrist blade component. Scan anti-gravity propulsion core. With these materials, I can definitely craft a suit of heavily armed power armor. At that point, what high-energy lasers or main cannons? They'll just stand there and let you shoot, and you won't even scratch my skin. Liang envisions himself in dazzling heavy armor, grinding the Haishi fleet into the ground. Just as Liang revels in the ecstasy of sudden wealth, preparing to contact an underground cargo ship to haul away these treasures, the interface of the Tiangong goggles, which have been radiating a ghostly blue light, suddenly flickers violently. Immediately, that familiar blue light transforms into an ancient, solemn, dark golden hue that seems to transcend millennia. Warning. High-dimensional resonance signal detected. Warning. Homologous genetic key receiving in detected. What's happening? The elation on Liang's face freezes instantaneously. He has only seen this dark golden interface once after the nuclear explosion, when the Tiangong goggles forcibly initiated silicon-based fusion to reshape his body. At that time, the system informed him he possessed some damned genetic fragment from the Golden Empire third sequence. Liang quickly raises his head and surveys his surroundings. Deep within the vault, he spots an unremarkable piece of metal flooring. However, under the dark golden vision of the Tiangong goggles, it emits invisible golden ripples radiating outward. Liang's breath quickens as he approaches the floor, crouching down. The material of this flooring is entirely different from the other alloys in the vault. It feels extremely cold and is unimaginably hard. More bizarrely, at the center of this floor there exists an exceedingly tiny star-shaped indent. Scan target ancient relic micro data node. Shell material unknown. Indestructible by current known technology in the universe. Activation conditions verification by Golden Empire royalty. Hidier, engineer pureblood. Victor the Fat Man probably built his vault here because he discovered this impenetrable floor, thinking it concealed some treasure underneath, thus designating this area as his treasury. Liang's mind races as he pieces together the events. That glutton guards a true mountain of gold, yet cannot even touch the threshold. And now this door beckons to Liang. Pureblood verification. Liang gazes at the star-shaped indent. Taking a deep breath, he decisively extends his right index finger to his mouth. Though he has reshaped his flesh, what flows through his veins is not true blood, but high-energy bionic fluid concocted by Dr. Franken, along with a trace of cerebrospinal fluid containing his original DNA sequence preserved during the silicon-based fusion by the Tiangong goggles. Click. Liang's teeth apply pressure, puncturing the silicone skin on his fingertip. A drop of liquid glimmering with a faint blue-gold hue seeps from his fingertip. He gently presses his finger onto the star-shaped recess. Plop. The liquid drops. The moment of contact, the massive underground vault seems to be pressed like a pause button. All the lights extinguish instantly. The next second, an extraordinarily brilliant, grand, and infinitely sacred dark golden beam of light erupts from that floor. Buzz. An indescribable high-frequency vibration detonates in Liang's mind. In that golden radiance, the once impenetrable metallic floor ripples like water, slowly retreating to the sides. A control console adorned with intricate geometric facets exuding an aura of ancient technology rises from the ground. Suspended above the console is an extremely small golden orb of light, seemingly containing the entire cosmic star map. Simultaneously, an emotionless, yet monumental synthetic female voice echoing through Liang's mind reverberates with the weight of countless epochs. Gene sequence comparison complete. Identity confirmed. Third sequence executor. Welcome back. The spark of the golden age. Micro node no. Activated. Unsealing level 0 armory records for you. Liang stands dazed in the golden beam. He gazes at the golden orb suspended above the console, where countless mechanical blueprints, far surpassing the technology of modern human federations by millennia, flash and reconfigure wildly. This is not a mere gang dispute in a cyberpunk world. It is the divine armament capable of overturning the entire existing order of the universe. This is insane. Liang swallows hard, feeling the overwhelming pressure of ancient technology wash over him. This time, I'm truly defying the heavens. The dusky golden beam of light silently flowed through the underground vault. Liang's eyes widened as he gazed at the golden orb hovering above the control console. Within the orb, a vast stream of data resembled a miniature universe spinning at a frenetic pace, with countless intricately designed mechanical schematics, energy circuit algorithms, and high-dimensional physics formulas that he could barely comprehend. Tiangong, download everything. Liang roared greedily in his mind. This was a technological treasure trove left behind by the Golden Empire. If he could decipher even a single blueprint from within, he could sell it and attract the wealthiest magnates of the Federation to line up, eager to pay him handsomely. Command confirmed. Establishing data transmission channel. Warning. Warning. Detected that the host's current neural capacity is severely insufficient. Forcing the download of the complete military arsenal will result in immediate brainstem destruction. Tiangong's base protection protocol activated. Main data flow forcibly severed. Hiss. Liang clutched his head, feeling as though his brain had been thrust into a microwave operating at full power. The tearing pain was so intense that even he who had long been numbed to sensation nearly cried out. Filtered, the only decipherable foundational blueprint under your current computational power and material conditions. Download complete level 0 individual external weaponry Shin done tactical armor basic structure version. Node energy exhausted. Entering sleep mode. As the notification from Tiangong faded, the brilliant dark golden beam abruptly retracted back underground. The meticulously sealed metallic floor returned to its ordinary lifeless stillness, as if nothing had transpired. Damn, only one blueprint available. Liang rubbed his temples, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering across his face. It felt akin to a beggar suddenly inheriting the underground vault of the world's richest individual, only to be told that his daily withdrawal limit was a mere $100. The sting of such frustrating limitations gnawed at Liang's insides. However, being an optimistic person, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Fine, one step at a time. As long as this blueprint isn't just wishful thinking, and I can utilize the scrap from Heisher Heavy Industries, then I won't leave here at a loss today. Liang closed his eyes, beginning to mentally retrieve the blueprint entitled Shun Dun Tactical Armor. Merely 3 seconds later, when he reopened his eyes, a fervent creative spark ignited within his dark irises. A genius. What kind of genius possesses the intellect to design such an energy circuit? This blueprint revealed no fabrication of fantastical magic. Instead, it offered an exceptionally advanced energy array optimization algorithm and stress structure reorganization plan. In simpler terms, it instructed Liang on how to assemble a collection of crude military-grade Heisher materials like building blocks at the most optimal physical angles and energy flows, unleashing performance enhancements of up to 300%. Liang turned his gaze to the neatly stacked temperature-controlled metal boxes in the vault. Baron Victor, you are truly a benevolent soul. The materials you left behind are tailor-made for me. Without hesitation, Liang removed his expensive black suit jacket and silk shirt, folding them neatly and placing them in a clean box. Those garments had cost him a pretty penny, and the thought of them getting dirty pained him. With his upper body bare, the perfect lines of his bionic musculature radiated a palpable aura of vitality under the cold light of the vault. Yet beneath that layer of silicone skin, the microfission core had already begun to hum with full power, providing explosive kinetic energy for the physically demanding tasks ahead. At the end of the vault, there was an all-automated high-precision processing station that Baron Victor used for clandestine weapon modifications. Liang strode over, directly connecting the Tiangong Eye to the main computer of the processing station via a data probe. Tiangong, overwrite the processing station's program and import the foundational logic of the Shun Dun blueprint. Overwrite complete. Mechanical arms are in position. Let's get to work. Liang lifted a heavy military-grade basalt composite armor plate, casually tossing it onto the processing station as if it were a piece of cardboard. Zine. 6 high-precision laser cutting arms on the processing station activated simultaneously. Under the extraordinary computational manipulation of the Tiangong Eye, the laser cutting arms executed their tasks at a dazzling speed, slicing and polishing the seemingly impervious armor plate. Sparks erupted like a fountain, filling the vault with a pungent metallic odor. This was not merely about cutting shapes. Liang was employing the structural design from the blueprint to excavate countless honeycomb-shaped energy dispersion channels within the armor plate. Consequently, when an enemy's high-explosive shell struck the armor, the kinetic energy would instantaneously dissipate through these channels, significantly reducing localized penetration. Bang! Bang! Liang swung a heavy pneumatic hammer, personally forging the contoured shape of the cut armor plate. Each strike from his arms, infused with the strength of the iridium alloy framework, carried the force of several tons. The basalt armor plate, subjected to high temperatures, was as malleable as clay in his hands, perfectly conforming to the contours of his pectoral muscles and scapula. Armor plate complete. Next is the firepower module. Liang approached another box and retrieved an unactivated miniaturized high-energy plasma shoulder cannon module. This was standard equipment for the Heisher Heavy Infantry Brigade, immensely powerful, but plagued by excessive energy consumption and susceptibility to overheating. However, in light of the golden blueprint in Liang's mind, these drawbacks seemed trivial, akin to elementary arithmetic errors. Disassemble it. Rearrange the energy coils. Liang grabbed a screwdriver, his fingers moving like a blur. In just 5 minutes, a shoulder cannon module worth over $1 million was reduced to a table full of parts. The design of the energy convergence ring is excessive. Bridge it with a short-circuit technique. The heat dissipation grid is too small. Cut the casing and replace it with a silver titanium alloy mesh with greater thermal conductivity. While excitedly muttering to himself, Liang feverishly modified the shoulder cannon. He boldly altered the power supply interface to transform it into a magnetic anchor point capable of directly adhering to the location of his right scapula. This meant that the shoulder cannon would not require an external bulky battery pack, but could draw immense energy directly from the microfission core within him. As long as the nuclear reaction inside him continued, the cannon would have an unending supply of ammunition. Time ticked away. Within the underground vault, flames erupted and the sounds of cutting and forging intermingled to create a hard-hitting industrial symphony. For hours later, When Liang set down the last welding gun and wiped the sweat from his forehead, a third of the materials in the vault had been consumed. On the processing station lay a set of dark gray tactical armor components radiating a deadly aura. Eschewing the cumbersome full-body mech, as Liang required absolute mobility and had faith that his iridium alloy frame needed no such encumbrance. This was an exoskeletal tactical module. It comprised a dark gray chest plate that fit snugly to his physique, 2 hefty shoulder guards, and tactical armor plates covering his forearms and knees. Suspended above the right shoulder guard was a miniaturized plasma shoulder cannon, its muzzle shimmering with a dangerous blue glow. Most gratifying to Liang was the close combat weapon he had crafted for his left arm. It was an exceedingly thin metallic bracer which Liang donned on his left wrist. With a click, the magnetic lock on the bracer firmly engaged. Liang concentrated. Virum. Accompanied by a high-frequency vibrational shriek, a single-molecule light blade measuring 60 centimeters, as thin as a cicada's wing and radiating ethereal blue ions, suddenly shot forth from the bracer's front end. The edge of the blade generated visible ripples in the surrounding air due to its excessive vibrational frequency. This blade. Liang gazed at the ethereal blue light, a glint of tenderness and nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It reminded him of the time in Doc No, where he fashioned a mechanical arm named Yalanji Rin for Sylvia, using the most rudimentary lathe, since it employs the same high-frequency vibration technology. Liang gently flicked the razor-sharp blade, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. I shall name you Reforged Yalan. First mate, when I find you in the starry sea, I shall show you something even more formidable. Liang retracted the light blade, exhaling a long breath of pent-up air. He walked over to a nearby box, red-onning his silk shirt, adjusting his tie, and putting on the expensive black suit jacket and trench coat. It is time to test the Shun Dun's wearing system. Liang stood before the processing station, extending his arms. He issued an activation command to the Tiangong Eye in his mind. Shun Dun armor system initiating. Magnetic anchor points connecting. Click, click, click. The dark gray armor modules placed on the processing station suddenly appeared to come alive, levitating. Under the influence of the magnetic field, they flew with impeccable precision toward Liang's body. First, the chest plate with a resounding thud adhered tightly to the outside of Liang's suit. Next, several tiny metallic contact points protruded from the surface of the expensive bionic skin he had purchased for 150,000. These microneedles had been intentionally embedded beneath his skin through minimally invasive surgery during the armor's construction. The microneedles penetrated the fabric of the suit, perfectly engaging with the interfaces on the inner side of the armor plates, and continued downward to connect directly to his concealed iridium alloy frame. This was the most terrifying aspect of this armor. It was not merely worn over clothing, it was directly fixed to Liang's indestructible metallic skeleton via magnetic locks. Any kinetic energy impacting the armor would be instantly absorbed by the metallic skeleton, ensuring his expensive bionic skin remained untouched. Click, click. The shoulder guard's armors and leg plates sequentially locked into place. The plasma shoulder cannon on his right shoulder emitted a low rumbling charge sound, automatically adjusting its firing angle, while the reforged Yalan bracer on his left wrist shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. Once all the armor modules were donned, Liang stood illuminated by the vault's lights. The sleek tailored black suit contrasted dramatically with the violent utilitarian aesthetics of the dark gray military heavy armor, creating a striking, almost aesthetic beauty in its juxtaposition. He resembled a suave enforcer emerging from a cybernetic inferno, both elegant and lethal. Perfect. Liang flexed his neck, the joints of the armor emitting a remarkably smooth mechanical whir. Enhanced by the algorithms from the golden blueprint, this armor, weighing several hundred kilograms, felt weightless upon him, leaving not a single crease on his suit. The bulletproof issue is resolved. Mama no longer needs to worry about me getting my skin scratched when I go out. Liang snapped his fingers in satisfaction. He did not bother to take the remaining materials from the vault. There was no need for with this attire. There wasn't a place in the Babylon space station he could not go. He turned and strode towards the vault's entrance, the heavy tactical boots clanking against the metallic floor, producing a resonant echo. Haishi Heavy Industries. Beneath the visor, his contrasting black and white eyes glimmered with a deep blue light of impending doom. Since your cleansing has commenced, I, the subject of your purge, shall pay your outpost a visit to discuss matters with your superiors. 4 hours later, in the Babylon space station zone of the central ring, the core power region of the entire station, here stood a towering black edifice reaching 200 stories, devoid of any windows save for the massive holographic projection of a burning black skull atop, proclaiming its dominion over the entire nebula. This was the outpost command center of Haishi Heavy Industries, stationed within the sinister nebula. At 2 a.m, the outpost was heavily fortified with numerous drones laden with live ammunition hovering around the building. In a luxurious commander's office on the top floor, Monsk, the Haishi officer who had once given the order to obliterate Doc No, with a planet killer cannon, lounged on an expansive leather sofa, clutching a glass of fine red wine, his expression dark enough to draw water from. A bunch of useless fools. Monsk hurled the glass of wine to the ground, the crimson liquid splattering everywhere. Before him stood several trembling intelligence officers. The vulture is dead, and in the bottom nest sewers had his neck crushed by someone. Monsk bellowed furiously. I sent you to the bottom nest to track down that rat named Liang, and not only did you fail to find any clues, but you also lost a top sniper and an entire special operations team. Who did this? Was it an assassin from the Starry Night Brotherhood? Sir. One intelligence officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice quivering as he reported according to the last audio transmission from the special operations team. They were attacked by a black market dealer who called himself Zero, and he broke the bones of 4 enhanced agents with his bare hands in mere seconds. A black market dealer, breaking the bones of enhanced agents with his bare hands. Monsk's rage morphed into a mocking laugh as he abruptly drew his sidearm, pressing it against the forehead of the intelligence officer. Do you take me for a fool? Unless that person is an armored mech disguised in human skin. Sir, please calm down. Another officer quickly stepped forward, presenting a tablet to Monsk. There's one more thing. 10 minutes ago, the highest-level dark web database was forcibly hacked. Our logistics supplier Baron Victor was killed in his penthouse. The bounty for the perpetrator is also Zero. What? Monsk's complexion finally shifted. While he was indifferent to Victor's fate, he was highly concerned about the hidden vault beneath Victor's ownership. It housed the specialized armor materials urgently needed for the next expedition fleet of Heishi Heavy Industries. Immediately dispatch the 1st Mech Battalion to Victor's factory. Secure the scene. Monsk screamed hysterically. Find that bastard named Zero. I want to turn him into minced meat with a high-frequency ion gun. Just as Monsk was ranting madly. Beep, beep, beep. The highest-level red alert lights in the command room began to flicker uncontrollably without warning. The piercing alarm shattered the tranquility in an instant. What's happening? Monsk exclaimed, alarmed. Sir, it's bad. An operator at the control panel turned pale with fear. The building's front defense shield has been breached by something in a single shot. 12 defense mechs in the first-floor lobby have all lost life signs within 10 seconds. The operator pointed at the main screen, his hands trembling like leaves in a storm. Someone has stormed in alone. Monsk shoved the operator aside, fixating his gaze on the surveillance footage on the screen. The once luxurious lobby on the first floor had turned into a hellscape littered with dismembered mech remains and blazing flames. At the heart of that inferno, a man impeccably dressed in a black suit, yet clad in dark gray heavy armor embodying cold mechanical brutality, stood atop a wrecked Heishi mech, slowly lifting his head. The miniaturized plasma cannon on his right shoulder radiated an ethereal blue glow, its muzzle still emitting wisps of smoke. The man looked into the surveillance camera, a refined smile gracing his lips. He raised his right hand, covered in tactical armor, provocatively mimicking a shooting gesture at the camera. Monsk. Liang's voice resonated through the hacked building's intercom, echoing throughout the 100th floor command room. Your delivery has arrived. Please come downstairs to receive it. Woo woo woo. The shrill wail of the highest-level air raid siren reverberated chaotically within the Babylon Space Station's outpost building of Heishi Heavy Industries. The opulent hall on the first floor, spanning over 5,000 square meters, had transformed into a battlefield. The expensive holographic welcome projection was shattered into flecks of snow, while the marble floor bore the searing marks of plasma burns, leaving deep, blackened craters. 12 Heishi Defender mechs tasked with security lay incapacitated in a pool of blood and oil, their main power axes severed, resembling nothing more than heaps of scrap metal. Liang stood at the center of the hall, his black bespoke suit appearing exceedingly cold under the flickering flames. Adorning his suit, the dark gray Shindan armor firmly anchored to his irium alloy skeletal frame via magnetic anchor points emanated in overwhelming industrial pressure. The first floor has been cleared, consuming 2 of the fission core energy. The shoulder cannon's power is impeccable. Liang flicked a spark off his left sleeve with satisfaction as he cast a glance at the miniature plasma cannon mounted on his right shoulder. Optimized through the golden blueprint algorithm, this once cumbersome and prone to overheating shoulder cannon now boasted a 3-fold increase in charging speed, directly siphoning nuclear energy from within him, effectively becoming a weapon of infinite ammunition. Clack clack. The sound of tactical combat boots echoed from the circular corridor on the second floor. Subsequently, over 50 fully armed Heishi Marines clad in exoskeleton armor leveled heavy Gauss rifles, directing their barrels toward Liang in the center of the first floor hall. Target located on the first floor. Open fire. Turn him into a sieve. The commander in the corridor bellowed hoarsely. Da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, 50 Gauss rifles unleashed a torrent of blue electromagnetic fire. Dense, depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds poured down upon Liang like a metallic storm propelled by terrifying kinetic energy exceeding the speed of sound. Such overwhelming firepower could obliterate even a light tank in mere seconds. Confronted by this deluge of metal, Liang's blackened white eyes behind his visor exhibited no hint of panic, with azure streams of data racing through the depths of his pupils. Tiangong ocular lens trajectory prediction network activated. Calculating fire coverage blind spots. Blind spot rate. Recommendation absorb impact. Test Shindan armor's kinetic dispersion system. Just as I desire, I did not toil for 4 hours forging iron to simply be a decoration. Liang did not evade. Instead, he slightly spread his legs and raised his right arm, swiftly shielding his handsome face, purchased for 1.5 million with a gesture of defiance. His body could withstand bullets, but his face, the very asset for charm and enjoyment, must remain unscathed. Ding ding dang dang bang bang bang. Thousands of armor-piercing rounds struck mercilessly against Liang's dark gray basalt chest and shoulder armor. The massive kinetic energy erupted into blinding sparks, enveloping Liang entirely in a haze of smoke. Hit. He's done for. The Haitian soldiers on the second floor shouted with excitement. Yet before the smoke could clear, a raspy voice dripping with scorn echoed through the helmet channels into each soldier's ear. Is this the extent of Haitian heavy industries' firepower, merely tickling one's fancy? As the smoke dissipated, Liang remained standing, an immovable iron statue. The depleted uranium rounds upon contacting the surface of the Shundun armor activated the design's honeycomb pressure relief channels flawlessly. The terrifying kinetic energy dissipated in an instant, absorbed entirely by the irium alloy skeleton buried deep beneath the silicone skin. Aside from a few white specks on the armor's surface, Liang had not even taken a step back. Impossible. Those are heavy armor-piercing rounds. The commander on the second floor's eyes nearly bulged out, utterly overturning modern infantry firepower's common knowledge. Ballistic test, full marks. Liang lowered his right arm, glancing mournfully at his black suit jacket, now marred with bullet holes. However you ruined my attire, it was quite expensive. Liang's gaze grew icy in an instant. As compensation, I shall collect your lives. Plasma shoulder cannon charging complete. The miniature barrel on Liang's right shoulder blazed with a piercing deep blue light. No manual operation was needed. The Tiangong ocular lens seamlessly connected through his nerves, automatically locking onto the three most heavily fortified load-bearing columns in the corridor above. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fist-sized superheated plasma orbs reaching temperatures in the tens of thousands of degrees crashed into the load-bearing columns on the second floor with a shrill scream that tore through the air. The robust alloy columns vaporized instantly before the plasma, as if they were butter. With their support obliterated, the lengthy, circular corridor on the second floor emitted a sickening cracking sound before collapsing under the force of gravity. Over 50 Haitian Marines standing on the corridor plunged to the first floor hall, accompanied by the shattering of steel, concrete, and metal, suffering instantly devastating casualties. For these Haitian lapdogs who thrived on the wastelands, Liang harbored no compassion. Back in dock, they had similarly annihilated his brother's cover without warning with their secondary artillery. Stepping over the wreckage, Liang strode purposefully toward the internal elevator leading to the command center on the 100th floor. Alert! First floor compromised. The intruder is heading for the elevator shaft. Cut off all main power to the building. Initiate physical lockdown on the elevator shaft. Release high-concentration nerve gas. On the 100th floor, Minsk had lost his sanity as he observed the scene on the monitor, issuing frantic commands. Click. The interior lights of the building extinguished instantly, leaving only the dim flicker of emergency red lights. The doors of the 4 elevators were sealed shut by half-meter-thick titanium alloy blast doors. Simultaneously, the ventilation ducts began to spew forth a pale green high-concentration nerve gas. A single inhalation would dissolve a carbon-based life form's neural core within 3 seconds. Standing before the elevator doors, Liang gazed at the encroaching green gas, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. Nerve gas. He breathed deeply, his advanced bionic lungs inhaling the toxic fumes, which were then ruthlessly decomposed into harmless gases by the miniature filtration pumps within his chest. In this body of his, unless someone directly used a caustic acid to dissolve his silicone skin, all biological toxins were nothing but trivialities. Since the elevator is off limits, I shall ascend on my own. Liang approached the massive half-meter-thick titanium alloy blast door. Such thickness would require multiple hits from the plasma shoulder cannon to breach, an inefficient use of time. He raised his left hand. Click. The magnetic locks within the wrist brace engaged. Buzz. Accompanied by a piercing high-frequency wail, the reforged deep blue single-molecule blade instantly projected forth, slicing a glowing arc in the dim red light. Liang thrust his left arm forcefully into the blast door. The high-frequency cutting power of the single-molecule blade severed the molecular bonds of the titanium alloy instantaneously. Like a hot knife through butter, he smoothly traced a 2-meter diameter circle on the giant door. Bang! A circular metal piece weighing several tons was kicked into the abyss of the elevator shaft, producing a deep reverberation. Liang stepped into the pitch-black elevator shaft, looked up, and his Tiangong ocular lens quickly provided the data. The vertical height to the command center was 420 meters. Activating magnetic adhesion module. The soles of Liang's tactical boots and the armored palms of his hands generated intense electromagnetic adhesion, gripping the metal guide rails of the elevator shaft firmly. Climbing stairs is too slow. Tiangong maximized the hydraulic pump power in my legs. Using all 4 limbs, he ascended the walls of the elevator shaft with the ferocity of a massive dark silver mechanical spider. Boom. Each powerful thrust of his metallic thighs left a deep dent in the sturdy rails. He ascended at a terrifying speed, defying gravity within the pitch-black elevator shaft. 30 floors. 50 floors. 70 floors. On the 100th floor, Minsk watched the monitor, his face pale, as he observed the high-energy thermal source rising like a rocket within the elevator shaft. He's not human. He absolutely isn't human. Cut the cables of the elevator on the 99th floor. Crush him with the elevator. Sir, that elevator cabin weighs 50 tons. I said cut it. Minsk roared, drawing his gun and pointing it at a subordinate's head. Yes, yes. 99th floor. Crack. The 8 ultra-thick high-strength steel cables securing the heavy-load elevator cabin were blown apart simultaneously. The 50-ton steel cabin under gravitational acceleration plummeted down the narrow elevator shaft like a solid meteor, hurtling toward Liang, who was frantically climbing. Whoosh! The violent wind pressure arrived even before the cabin, whipping Liang's coat in a fierce flutter. Warning! Detected an ultra-heavy object falling from above. Mass tons. Current descent speed meters per second. Estimated impact time. Seconds. Recommendation: do not resist. A 50-ton steel cabin, while incapable of crushing irium alloy bones, could certainly reduce Liang's bionic flesh to mush. In the confined space of the elevator shaft, there was nowhere to hide. Yet there was not a trace of panic in Liang's eyes. His brain remained as calm as a supercomputing system. If I cannot evade, I shall not. Tiangong analyzed the vulnerabilities in the bearing structure of the cabin above. Scanning complete. A 4-square-meter maintenance access point exists at the center of the cabin's underside with an armor thickness of only millimeters. Enough. Liang did not slow down. Instead, he launched himself off the shaft wall, with great force propelling himself upward to meet the descending 50-ton steel beast head. Seeking death. Minsk, monitoring from the screens, let out a deranged laugh at the sight. In the final 1/10 of a second before impact, the plasma cannon on Liang's right shoulder erupted with blinding brilliance. Boom. A high-energy plasma projectile accurately struck the maintenance access point on the underside of the descending cabin. The 5mm armor plate vaporized instantly, creating a massive opening. Following this, Liang, like a needle threading through cloth, impossibly dove through the gaping hole into the falling elevator cabin's interior. Inside the cabin was a pitch-black abyss, reforged deep blue. The single-molecule blade on Liang's left hand sprang forth again. He inverted within the cabin, legs adhering to the sidewall, his left arm swinging upward like a phantom. Seat. As the elevator cabin continued its frenzied descent, Liang swiftly cut an identical large hole in the cabin's ceiling. As the 50-ton cabin, accompanied by a terrifying roar, grazed Liang's body and struck the bottom of the elevator shaft, he exerted force with his legs and leapt out through the opening he had just created. Rumble. A cataclysmic explosion and the deafening sound of twisted metal resounded from below, shaking the entire outpost building violently. Liang, however, landed unscathed at the edge of the elevator shaft on the 99th floor. He raised his hand, gently wiping a smudge of oil from his cheek with his thumb, and craned his neck to gaze at the heavy blast door above the final barrier to Minsk's command center. Physics is truly a marvelous thing, Liang chuckled hoarsely. At that moment, the command center on the 100th floor lay in a maddening silence. Minsk, watching the monitor as Liang remained unscathed, even having his hairstyle intact, felt as though an invisible frigid hand had gripped his heart tightly. A 50-ton elevator had plummeted, and not only had he survived, but he had also penetrated through the center of the elevator. What sort of divine maneuvering was this, say? Where are the blackguards? The Black Guard Mecha Squad. Stop him. He must not be allowed to ascend. Minsk shouted frantically into the communicator. Outside the elevator door on the 99th floor, 12 imposing Black Guard heavy-duty mechas representing the pinnacle of Heisher's combat strength stood ready. They were tall and heavy, wielding frighteningly large 6-barrel Gauss cannons, while each mecha's surface shimmered with a faint blue energy shield. Liang sliced open the elevator door on the 99th floor, stepping out with deliberate calmness. Open fire. The 12 mechas roared in unison, the deafening sound of their cannons erupting throughout the 99th floor corridor. A rain of bullets cascaded down. This time, however, Liang did not withstand the onslaught, for he had spotted the energy shields. The shoulder cannon cannot penetrate the energy shield. It seems it's time for some physical exercise. Liang inhaled deeply, the fission core within his chest, emitting a low guttural roar akin to an ancient beast. Tiangong ocular lens close combat overload mode activated. Liang's figure instantaneously vanished from his original position, leaving only a few flickering afterimages shattered by the gunfire. Where is he? The Black Guard mecha pilot frantically searched the radar. In the next second, Liang appeared before the leftmost mecha. His speed was astonishing, so swift that the mecha's fire control radar could not lock on. Before the faint blue energy shield, Liang did not deploy energy weapons. Instead, he swung his left fist directly. Bang! The heavy punch enveloped in the Shun-Dun armor struck the energy shield forcefully. The energy shield flickered violently, rippling like water. Huh, fool. Flesh cannot breach an energy shield. The pilot cackled, preparing to redirect his aim. Is that so? A grim smile curled at the corners of Liang's mouth. Reforged deep blue. Buzz. The high-frequency, single-molecule blade concealed beneath his wrist brace sprang forth instantly. The physical high-frequency oscillation reached its zenith at that moment. Rather than attempting to counter the energy, it directly pierced into the energy shield's force field nodes with molecular-level sharpness. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. The energy shield, said to withstand missiles, was torn open, a gaping breach appearing before the single-molecule blade. What? Before the pilot could react, Liang surged through the breach, leaping high and swinging his left arm. A streak of blue lightning flashed through the corridor. The towering 4-meter Black Guard mecha was cleaved perfectly in half from head to groin. Boom. The mecha crashed to the ground in 2 pieces, its pilot having felt no pain before being severed in twain. Monster. He's a monster. The remaining 11 mechas fell into utter disarray. Yet this narrow corridor was a perfect slaughterhouse for Liang. He danced among the hail of bullets like a spectral figure in the night, utilizing the Tiangong ocular lens trajectory predictions to dart through the Mech's blind spots. Each close encounter was accompanied by the lethal blue glow of the high-frequency blade. Severed limbs, wreckage, gushing hydraulic fluid, and exploding fireballs. In less than 3 minutes, the corridor on the 99th floor was strewn with the remnants of Blackguard mechas. None remained intact, all had been dismembered with surgical precision. Liang stood amidst the debris, slowly retracting the blade on his left wrist. He retrieved a white silk handkerchief, wiped away a smudge of oil from his cheek, and tossed it onto a nearby corpse. Ahead lay the final set of steps leading to the command center on the 100th floor. With elegant yet heavy strides, Liang ascended the bloodstained steps, one deliberate footfall at a time. Bang! He kicked open the grand redwood door to the command center. The spacious bright room, which overlooked the entire Babylon space station, was left with only Minsk. He stood alone before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, clutching a compact energy pistol, trembling uncontrollably. Liang entered and closed the door behind him, glancing at the man who once held dominion, issuing orders to obliterate everything he cherished, and a cold smile graced his lips. Commander Minsk. Liang approached the leather sofa, reclining comfortably as he crossed his legs. I tend to have a short temper. You shattered my massage chair and stained my suit. He extended a metallic knuckle, gesturing towards his head. How do you intend to settle this debt? Outside the command room, the alarm echoed through the air and flames illuminated half the sky. Yet inside the command chamber, the atmosphere was so still that only the heavy breathing of Minsk could be heard. Liang reclined on a leather sofa worth hundreds of thousands of credit points, his legs crossed. His meticulously tailored black suit melded seamlessly with the dark gray Shindan external armor, resembling a hellish enforcer come to inspect the scene. He even had the leisure to survey the opulent office around him. Beyond the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling artificial starry sky of the Babylon space station, and beneath his feet was a plush long-haired carpet imported from an alien star system. The adjacent liquor cabinet was filled with an array of top-tier wines, their ages astonishing. Tut-tut. Liang couldn't help but click his tongue, his dark eyes behind the mask betraying a hint of unmasked envy. You highborn gentlemen of the inner ring sip on wines worth tens of thousands a bottle, all funded by the taxes of us lower-class folk. Then you turn around and use your annihilation cannons to obliterate our factories. Liang pointed at the puddle of red wine shattered by Minsk. That single glass of wine is enough to provide my brothers in the depths with a year's worth of inferior nutrient solution. Such waste truly appalling. Who are you? Minsk gripped his small energy pistol tightly, the barrel aimed at Liang's head, yet his trembling hands betrayed his inner dread. He fixed his gaze on the man before him with a ruggedly handsome face marred by a faint scar, and suddenly Minsk's pupils dilated in shock. This defied all logic. The intelligence reports clearly stated that a metal skeleton had infiltrated the depths. Why was this person before him flesh and blood with a faint scent of machine oil and men's cologne wafting through the air? But those eyes that gaze as though viewing a corpse, and his previous words. Massage chair. Factory. Minsk's voice grew shrill with disbelief, akin to a rooster with its throat grasped. You are Liang, the rat from Doc. Impossible. My annihilation cannon vaporized that asteroid along with you. You cannot be alive. Bingo correct. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Liang snapped his fingers with a smile. Instead of feeling intimidated by the gun pointed at him, he extended his hand and selected the thickest hand-rolled cigar from the silver cigar box on the coffee table. He brought it close to his nose, inhaling the rich aroma of premium tobacco that instantly filled his sophisticated synthetic olfactory system. Only fitting for a commander, your cigars are far superior to those I've seized from smugglers. Liang bit off the end of the cigar and spat it onto the pristine carpet. He raised his head to gaze at the sweating Minsk, a smile fading from his lips, replaced by a chilling coldness akin to a polar wasteland. Thanks to you, I have indeed died once. Liang extended his left hand, gently tapping the area over his heart. That nuclear explosion turned every inch of flesh and every bone into ash. How to describe it? It felt somewhat akin to undergoing a full-body laser hair removal without anesthesia, quite uncomfortable. However, I am a tough one, even Yama deemed me too greedy to claim. Blue electrical sparks suddenly erupted from his fingertips, igniting the cigar with a crisp snap, and he inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of rich smoke. Now I have donned a new attire, come to settle the accounts with you. Minsk was driven nearly to madness by Liang's nonchalant demeanor. He was a high-ranking commander of Haishi Heavy Industries. He was accustomed to others groveling before him, not sitting on his sofa smoking his cigars like a debt collector. Go to hell, you filthy sewer rat. Minsk completely broke down, frantically pulling the trigger of his energy pistol. Zing, zing, zing. 3 blinding high-energy rays shot forth, aimed directly at Liang's head and chest from less than 2 meters away. This officer's sidearm could easily melt standard armor at close range. Facing this lethal strike, Liang remained seated, even keeping his crossed legs raised. He casually lifted his left hand, clad in a suit sleeve and covered with dark gray arm armor, swatting at the air as if shooing away a fly. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 high-energy rays struck Liang's Shindan arm armor. The basalt armor's reflective plasma coating activated, instantly refracting and deflecting the deadly rays. The beam slammed into the ceiling and the liquor cabinet behind, igniting a series of violent explosions, scattering expensive wine and shards of glass across the floor. Liang, however, remained unscathed, not even a speck of ash from his cigar falling to the ground. I told you that liquor cabinet was bound to explode. Eventually, such a shame about the fine wines. Liang dusted off non-existent debris from his sleeve, shaking his head in regret. Monster, monster. Minsk stared at his gun, then at the unscathed Liang, the last remnants of his mental fortitude unraveling. He shrieked, discarding the pistol, and sprinting towards the desk, aiming to press the hidden emergency escape button beneath it. Did I permit you to move? Liang's voice remained calm, yet in an instant his figure vanished from the sofa. Tiangong goggles kinetic overload bang. Before Minsk could take 2 steps, he felt a violent impact to the back of his head like being struck by a speeding maglev train. His body flew through the air like a ragged sack, crashing down hard onto the solid desk, shattering it into splinters. Cough. Minsk spat blood, his ribs likely broken in multiple places, collapsing in a heap amid the wreckage. A pair of heavy tactical boots crunched on the wood chips and approached him. Liang looked down at him from above the hem of his black trench coat, fluttering slightly. Originally in the Wastelands, it's survival of the fittest. You fired upon me to seize my technology. This is the law of the jungle, which I can understand. Liang's cigar clamped between his teeth, crouched down and yanked Minsk's hair, forcing him to raise his bloodied, grotesquely contorted face. However, a feral fury ignited in Liang's gaze, sending shivers through the soul. You should never have damaged my newly purchased 2 million credit V massage chair. I've spent a lifetime scavenging in the Wastelands, finally hoping to enjoy a bit of retirement, only for you to blow it to pieces. Even more unforgivable is your audacity to use an annihilation cannon against my brothers who wouldn't even waste a scrap of meat on themselves. Thus I have calculated a debt. Liang extended a finger enveloped in tactical armor, waving it before Minsk. The infrastructure cost for Doc, 50 million. Modification cost for the Hercules, 30 million. My scarcely used massage chair and a box of wine, 3 million. The severance and emotional distress compensation for my employees, 100 million. Plus the damages to my suit and the extreme displeasure you've caused me. Liang gazed down at Minsk, a grim smile curling his lips. Commander Minsk, you owe me 2 billion credit points. Cash or wire transfer. It'll pay. Minsk clung to the last shred of hope, shouting frantically, blood spraying onto Liang. I have 300 million in my personal account. They'll give it all to you. The password is in my terminal. Just spare me. I can promote you to an officer in Haishi. You can have whatever you want. 300 million. Liang appeared to genuinely contemplate this, slowly releasing his grip on Minsk's hair and rising to his feet. That does sound enticing. A fleeting glimmer of wild joy flickered in Minsk's eyes. Indeed, in the realm of crime, no one could resist the allure of wealth. As long as he survived, he could find a way to eliminate this damned mercenary. However, Liang's tone shifted, and he lifted his right foot, the heavy combat boot made of iridium alloy pressing down onto Minsk's chest. Suddenly, I feel that money is something I can simply retrieve from your vault. And your life. Liang exerted force beneath his foot. The weight felt like a mountain crashing down. Oh, no. The chilling sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the command room. Minsk's chest caved in under Liang's foot. The broken ribs pierced through his heart and lungs. This former high-ranking commander of Haishi, who had once commanded the outer reaches of the galaxy and ordered the slaughter of countless lives, had his eyes bulge out as his body convulsed violently and fell into silence. Your life isn't even worth enough to settle the debt for my massage chair. Liang coldly retracted his foot. There was no torture, no cruelty, for to Liang killing him was merely a means to settle an old account. With the slaughter concluded, the next phase was one the seasoned Wasteland scavenger favored looting and zero-cost acquisition. Liang approached the half-destroyed desk. Though shattered, the control core of the forward station beneath the surface still flickered with blue light. Tiangong, get to work. He extended his left hand, the tip of his index finger probing out a slender data probe, which pierced into the data port of the control core with a soft thump. Tiangong goggles, initiating lower protocol override, encountering Haishi military-grade dynamic defense matrix computational pressure. Brute force breakthrough successful. Acquired highest management authority of forward station. Retrieve Minsk's private account password, wash the funds clean, and transfer them to my anonymous card. Also unlock all the safe codes on this floor. As Liang issued commands, he walked towards 2 hidden safes in the corner of the office. Click, click. Under the highest authority of Tiangong goggles, the doors of the safes automatically swung open. Inside were piled various high-value compressed energy blocks, several high-purity military-grade recovery potions, and some expensive luxury goods from the inner ring. Penny pincher. A commander of your stature has nothing but low-grade alloys in his safes. Liang scoffed while swiftly stowing the valuable spoils into a high-end tactical backpack. These items could fetch millions in the black market. As Liang swept through the spoils, a notification chimed. Ding, high-value classified document. Found Haishi Expedition Cleansing Fleet Deployment Map. An encrypted dispatch order found. Let's take a look. Liang paused momentarily, immediately commanding the system. On his retina, a detailed star route map projected before him. It was densely marked with the jump nodes and patrol routes of various Haishi fleets. This was top-secret military intelligence that could not be purchased for any amount. With it, Liang could navigate his upcoming interstellar wanderings with ease, avoiding Haishi's main forces as if using a cheat code. The contents of the encrypted dispatch order made Liang's eyes narrow. Dispatch order number BS to Commander Minsk of the Babylon Forward Station. Order: immediately deploy the newly assigned Nightmare-class assault corvette to the Rust Belt mining site to assist in the recovery of an extremely special high-dimensional biological metal sample. This task is of utmost priority and must not be mismanaged. Nightmare-class assault corvette. High-dimensional biological metal. Liang's breathing momentarily hitched. He had been lamenting the lack of a decent means of transportation to escape the Babylon space station, and the dilapidated ships for sale in the depths black market were beneath his notice. Haishi's latest corvette was a top-tier vehicle integrating the most advanced firepower and maneuverability of the inner ring. What excited him even more was the high-dimensional biological metal. AI was data core still lies in the dilapidated servers of Zerway. I swore to create the most perfect body for her in the universe. Ordinary silicone skin is unworthy of her exceptional computational power. Only this advanced metal with biological properties would serve as the best medium. A roguish smile crept across Liang's face. Just when I wanted to sleep, someone delivered a pillow. Minsk, you truly are a generous soul. I've taken your life, claimed your wealth, and now I shall borrow your ship as well. Liang seized the tactical backpack filled with loot and secured it to his back. Tiangong pinpoint the docking location of that nightmare-class corvette. Locking successful. Target located at the military aviation port of the space station concealed dock. Vertical distance from current position, 2 kilometers. Initiate the self-destruct sequence for the entire building. Set a countdown of 5 minutes and erase all surveillance records. Command confirmed. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown. Liang approached the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the brilliant Babylon starry sky and the military aviation port faintly visible below. The view here is indeed splendid, but alas, it will soon become fireworks. Taking 2 steps back, the hydraulic pumps in his Shindan armor emitted a heavy thud. Boom. Liang charged like a raging rhinoceros, shattering the thick, specialized bulletproof glass. Amid the flurry of glass shards, Liang, clad in a suit and heavy armor with a tactical backpack, leaped gracefully from the 100th floor of the Babylon space station. The wind howled in his ears, and his trench coat billowed in the night sky. Next stop, steal a ship. In freefall, Liang adjusted his posture, resembling a black iron falcon diving towards the military aviation port below. Just 5 minutes after his leap, accompanied by a series of muffled explosions, the structural integrity of the entire Haishi forward station was obliterated by internal explosives collapsing amidst soaring flames and billowing smoke. A howling wind tore at Liang's black coat, as if it possessed substance, the violent sensation of weightlessness setting his bionic heart racing and raising the newly sprouted hairs on his arms. He was in free fall from the 100th level of the Babylon space station, a vertical drop exceeding 400 meters. In ordinary circumstances, such an extreme plunge would flood any carbon-based organism with adrenaline until blood vessels threatened to rupture, either terrorizing or thrilling them to death. But at this moment, Liang's mind was consumed by nothing but petty calculation. Tiangong, compute descent trajectory. Avoid the convective wind bands. This suit is a rare silk blend. If the wind rips, it'll deduct your processing cycles. Adjusting aerodynamic posture. Estimated touchdown perimeter of advanced berth, military aerodrome. Initiate deceleration at 30 meters above ground. Liang spread his limbs in midair like a black bat with a prodigious wingspan, and riding the updrafts from the lower nests, glided toward his objective. Below, the military aerodrome blazed with lights. Gigantic searchlights swept the night. The forward outpost building had just collapsed in an explosion, and the port had been elevated to maximum alert. Armored drones swarmed the low sky like panicked hornets, emitting an ear-piercing hum. Height 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Liang's eyes narrowed, and a thought flashed through his mind. With a hiss, 4 miniature anti-gravity nozzles fixed to the back and calves of his Shindan armor expelled ghostly blue plasma plumes. The ferocious downward thrust collided with gravitational acceleration, producing a deafening shockwave. Liang's irium alloy bones creaked under the violent recoil. If he were an ordinary man, the visceral overload would have been enough to disgorge his entrails. Thud! A pair of heavy tactical boots struck the alloy decking at the perimeter of berth. The metal yielded 2 3-inch impressions. The kinetic shock propagated outward, frying several patrol hounds within 50 meters until they black smoked and collapsed. Phew, my knee's a bit numb. Fullenkin's nerve feedback is too sensitive. Must lower the pain threshold next time. Liang straightened, brushed dust from his trousers, checked the hem of his suit for tears, and finding none, lifted his gaze. His sharply contrasting pupils pierced the night toward the huge semi-enclosed landing pad. One look made his heart miss a beat. At the pad's center lay a black warship 150 meters long, dormant like a coiled predator. It lacked the patched, brute-forged aesthetic of the old Dali Shun. This hull was a masterpiece of industrial design, its streamlined silhouette sheathed in a matte radar-absorbing and laser-diffusing coating. The bow tapered to a knife edge as if it could cut through nebulae. Hidden along its sides were 4 foldable high-energy electromagnetic main guns, even retracted their barrels, inspired goose flesh. 6 anti-gravity engine clusters at the stern emitted a dim, ominous azure glow like 6 captive miniature stars. Haishi Heavy Industries' latest frontline model, the Yian-class assault corvette. Its black market valuation surpassed 1 billion credit points, and even wealth could not guarantee purchase. This was interioring military-grade hardware, the apex of the Federation's light warship industry. Minsike, you damn prodigal. Did I kill you too quickly? I should have left you whole, Liang murmured, wiping imaginary drool from his mouth. All his hatred for Mechs dissolved into gratitude for the providence that had delivered this prize. He wanted the ship with a thirst like a traveler in a 3-day desert, finally spotting an entire iced beverage factory. Reason, however, reminded him that acquiring stolen goods free of cost still required finesse. Tiangong optics goggles tactical scan initiated. Detected guards Haishi Elite Marine Company 36 personnel. Heavy assets 2 Baofeng class, closed defense Mechs, 4 automated anti-air laser turrets. Ship status external airlock sealed. Main AI in standby. 36 armored infantry, 2 Mechs laser towers. Liang said to himself from the shadow of a stack of cargo containers, stroking his chin. Plasma shoulder cannon to level the field would be satisfying. But if shrapnel nicks that mad absorptive coat or damages the ceramic engine nozzles, repairs will cost a fortune. This will be my ride, I can't bear to scratch the paint. Adhering to a thrifty principle of if it's mine now I can't afford to break it, he dispensed with reckless bombardment. He would take the ship like a genuine ghost without damage. Activate optical camouflage module. A barely perceptible high-frequency vibration rippled over the Shindan armor's basalt coating, refracting light in a curious way. In 2 seconds his form merged imperceptibly with the dim surroundings. Infrared imaging could not detect the suppressed oscillations of his fission core. This was the Haishi military-grade phantom optics generator Liang had extorted from a bald, corpulent salvage man augmented with golden schema algorithms. He was for the moment an absolutely invisible instrument of death. Begin operation. Like a weightless Black Panther, he vaulted onto the container tops. 10 meters ahead, 2 Haishi sentries in exoskeletal armor paced with Gauss rifles at the ready, eyes darting skyward with brittle anxiety. The commander was assassinated. The outpost collapsed. Who could pull that off? That building is 100 stories, one stammered. Doesn't matter who did it. Orders came down. Anyone who approaches the Yayan is to be executed on sight. If he comes to birth, the 2 Baofengs will. The other began, but his words stopped mid-syllable. A hand encased in dark gray Shindan plate had materialized from nowhere and clamped over his mouth. A crisp snap of a broken neck sounded as subtle as stepping on a dry twig. Contact. The other sentry bellowed and swung, pulling the trigger blindly. Liang's movement was swifter. He did not reveal himself. A faint blue streak flashed in the air. The reforged azure, high-frequency, monomolecular wrist, bladey in the Gauss rifle, and the rifleman's hands were severed clean in two. The thermal edge sealed the vessels instantly, not a drop of blood spattered. As the wounded man opened his mouth to cry out, Liang delivered a heavy palm strike to the carotid artery. The sentry's eyes rolled, and he slumped. 2 down, 34 remaining. Liang dragged the bodies into shadow with unnerving tenderness, careful to avoid metallic clinks that might awaken the Mechs or trigger the laser towers. The next 10 minutes constituted a masterclass in interstellar assassination. Armed with the Tiangong goggles, omniscient radar, and his optical cloak, he slipped among the pads cover like a reaper with no shape. Each strike was surgical, a neck twisted from behind, a neural core in exoskeleton armor, severed by a light blade. No shots were fired, no alarms raised. When he stood behind the 2 3-meter Baofeng, closed defense Mechs, all 36 Marines lay silent in various dark corners. Gentlemen, it's time for your rest, he said, uncloaking. The Mechs' air vibration sensors were too keen. Proximity eroded his stealth. Straightforwardly, he strode between the 2 machines. Warning. Unauthorized target in the security perimeter. The Mech systems intoned as red optical sensors flared and heavy mechanical arms rose, locking high-frequency saws and defense cannons on him. You're outdated. Your fire control algorithms are 3 versions behind, Liang said with a cold smile. He did not retreat. He spread his arms wide. Tiangong shoulder cannon overload. Localized detonation for suppression. His right shoulder plasma cannon did not fire a destructive orb. Instead, it forced a high-density plasma detonation a half-meter outside its muzzle. A blue blast, unflashy yet laced with electromagnetic pulse, erupted between the Mechs. It was a technique Liang had devised while refining the Shindan armor, a non-abrasive trick that used redundant microfission energy to conjure a contained directed EMP. The Baofengs were EM-coated, but they could not withstand this magnitude. Their control boards erupted and spark systems crashed into a complete shutdown. The steel giants froze like lifeless statues. Done. No bloodshed. I am truly an advocate for peace, Liang quipped, then walked to the Yayan-class corvette as if to claim a luxury prize. He stood before the massive boarding airlock and looked up at the black armored hull, his pulse quickening. Tiangong pried the door open gently. Don't damage the sensors. He extended his left forefinger, the bionic dermis unzipped to reveal a faintly luminescent irium alloy data probe that slid into the airlock's hidden maintenance port. Hacking into ships' lower-tier security systems, encountering Haishi offer mainframe military AI defense. Firewall strengths glass. Commencing computation suppression. Forcibly overriding admin privileges. Implanting Tiangong master directives with clicks and a hissing of pressure release. The supposedly micromedia resistant airlock surrendered in less than 5 seconds, sliding aside obediently beneath Liang's master hack. He stepped aboard. Interior lights burned bright. The air smelled of high-end filtration with a whisper of synthetic mint. Walking on sound-absorbing polymer floors, he felt as though he had entered the presidential suite of a 5-star orbital hotel. This is proper space travel. My old leaky tin can was nothing, he said as he strode straight for the bridge. The command center was sumptuous, a ring of ultra-high-definition holographic star charts, complex fire control consoles, biosecure crystal panels. At its heart sat a broad captain's chair upholstered in some foreign exotic hide, hand-stitched and luxurious. Liang ran his hand over the supple leather, savoring its texture and elasticity. He sank into the chair, his synthetic muscles forming a comfortable indentation. He exhaled and propped his legs on the console. From gutter dwellings to this moment, he felt had reclaimed his place atop the food chain of this starry sea. A cool mechanical female voice filled the bridge. It was the ship's main control AI, and after Tiangong's brute force rewrite, it had recognized its new master. What is your designation? Liang leaned back and raised an eyebrow. Ship callsign Yan. You may address me as Yan Captain. Report ship status. Spare the fluff. Give me the facts. Report Captain. Yan class assault corvette designation NS. Microantimatter reactor reserves %. Armory status fully loaded. 4 high-energy electromagnetic main guns are online. 200 micro-spatial collapse torpedoes stocked. Stealth absorptive coating integrity %. 6 anti-gravity jump engines functional. Excellent, exceedingly excellent, Liang murmured, intoxicated by the litany of full bars. This was windfall beyond any lottery Mechs had handed him, not just a top-tier vehicle, but one with every reserve topped off. His reverie broke abruptly. The holographic star chart erupted in a frenzy of crimson pings. Warning. Babailun Space Station entering defense has fully locked onto this vessel. Warning. 3 Haishi heavy cruisers are approaching berth. Main batteries charging. Estimated engagement range in 30 seconds. The outpost's collapse had triggered the aerodrome's emergency defenses. Sirens screamed as Meng's lockdown commands activated in full. Haishi won't let me waltz away. Liang's smile grew wilder. If I were them, I'd be furious too. He straightened and placed his boots on the control levers, hands gripping the cool metal. The feral resolve of a wasteland marauder kindled anew in his eyes. If he was going to leave, he would leave in triumph. Yan, sever all physical locks to the station. Disable the aerodrome tethering beam reception. Command confirmed. Physical locks detonated and severed. Warm engines. Pump shields to maximum. Divert the remaining power to the anti-gravity matrix. The Yan's 6 great nozzles flared with blinding blue exhaust, melting the air like molten light. The black hull rose from the pad, a colossal abyssal beast unshackling itself with a thunder that shook the stars. Captain, the aerodrome's blast hull dome has forced shut. It is 15 meters of titanium alloy. Ramming will damage the bow, the AI warned. Then we will open it ourselves. Liang eyed the monolithic dome displayed on the hollow. Charge the main guns. Reduce that shield into fragments. Acknowledged. For main electromagnetic guns, target locked. Fire. For searing white electromagnetic beams erupted from the Yan's bow with such intensity they momentarily blinded. The beams struck the dock's titanium dome like divine scourges. The dome shuddered and then fractured as if it were paper. Massive metal shards were hurled into the upper atmosphere by the shockwave. Babylon Station's internal circulation system went into catastrophic disturbance, tripping crimson alarms. Raging winds tore across the aerodrome, turning the port into chaos. Farewell, Babailun, Liang said, and slammed the controls to full throttle. The Corvette became a black streak, its blue afterflame trailing like a comet as it tore through the blasted aperture, outrunning anti-air batteries and a dense web of interceptors. When the vessel cleared the station's gravity wells and entered the cold, infinite vacuum, Liang stared out at the vast, fathomless starscape and exhaled. He touched the skin of his warm, real face, felt his fission core thrum in his chest, and smiled. Wait for me, he whispered. The black warship, a runaway lone wolf, engaged its curvature drive and vanished as a line of light into the deadly, gorgeous map of the criminal nebula. In the outer realm of the Babylon Space Station, the once tranquil depths of space are now the stage for a fierce chase. Warning. Captain, high-energy fire control radar detected. 3 He-Shur Zhizhongguan class heavy cruisers have assumed a triangular encirclement formation. Enemy main cannon charge status. Within the command bridge, the main AI Yin echoed its cold, crisp female voice beneath the flickering red alarm lights. Liang was ensconced in a handcrafted exotic beast skin seat, his high-end black suit appearing both cold and composed against the dark gray Shindan external armor. He even leisurely crossed his legs, idly playing with a pure gold lighter pilfered from the office of Minsk, its click-click sound punctuating the tension. Quite quick to respond, 3 heavy cruisers. This firepower configuration aimed at my humble escort ship is rather flattering. Peering through the holographic star map projection, he observed the 3 massive red dots, each 10 times larger than his ship, the Yin, and a smirk of derision crept upon his lips. In the hierarchy of interstellar warfare, a destroyer and a cruiser are not even in the same league. If the Yin is akin to a supercar outfitted with top-tier engines and assassin weaponry, then the 3 cruisers are mere mobile fortresses of steel. Should he be struck by their heavy particle main cannon, even the invaluable wave-absorbing coating of the Yin would be reduced to cosmic dust. Yet there was no trace of panic in Liang's demeanor. Every scale has its advantages. I once dared to challenge the He-Shur fleet with a dilapidated mining ship. Now, with this fully equipped supercar, could it be that you have cornered me? Yin, report our maneuverability status and shield reserves. Liang straightened, gripping the 2 cold metal control sticks before him. In this remolded, perfect physique, he felt the familiar thrill of human combat as the sweat began to bead in his palms. Report, Captain. The anti-gravity jump engine's output is at O and the energy shield integrity is at. However, the enemy cruisers have deployed a gravitational restraint net limiting our absolute speed to sublight speed, and we cannot initiate spatial curvature jumps. attempting to ensnare me with a gravity net. Liang scoffed, his Tiangong Mu Jing having meticulously constructed a highly detailed, three-dimensional physical sand table of the surrounding universe. On this table, the gravitational waves emitted by the cruisers formed a vast invisible spider web attempting to ensnare the Yi Yan. Yi Yan, transfer all manual piloting permissions to me, disable stabilizers, and turn off the inertia dampening system. Captain, deactivating the inertia dampening system will result in terrifying overloads of up to 30 GS within the ship. The internal organs of carbon-based life forms will rupture instantaneously. This severely violates safety protocols. Execute the command. My insides are sturdier than this ship's keel. Liang's gravelly voice exuded an undeniable authority. What a joke! His interior is reinforced with high-purity urim alloy. As long as his bones remain intact, even if the outer layer of 1,500,000 units of bionic flesh is compressed or deformed, a bit of nutrient solution will restore it. Should he be hit by the cruiser's artillery today, there would be no ashes left. Permissions have been transferred. The moment the AI's voice faded, Liang yanked and pushed the control sticks with a speed that left only a blur in his wake. Virum. The 6 anti-gravity engines at the rear of the Yi Yan erupted in a dazzling blue flame. The once straight-moving black warship, without the cushioning of the inertia dampeners, executed an anti-physical 90-degree ascent in the pitch-black vacuum. Boom. A dull thud resonated through the bridge. The terrifying overload of 30 GS struck instantaneously. Liang felt as if he had been rammed by hundreds of rampaging mutated rhinoceroses, his body sinking deep into the leather seat. His expensive bionic muscles were nearly deformed by the immense force, and the silicone skin on his face contorted into a grotesque shape. Yet the strength of this body far exceeded human limits. The miniature fission core within his chest operated at a frantic pace, continuously supplying energy to the urim alloy skeleton, allowing him to withstand this deadly pressure. Exhilarating. This is absolutely intense. Liang gritted his teeth, not fainting, but rather letting out an exuberant roar. Just a fraction of a second after the Yi Yan executed this extraordinary maneuver. Swish, swish, swish. 3 thick beams of red high-energy particle light, resembling colossal pillars, grazed the position where the Yi Yan had just occupied and plunged fiercely into the depths of space. That was the simultaneous fire from the 3 cruisers' main cannons. Had Liang's reaction been even a millisecond slower, the Yi Yan would have transformed into a spectacular display of cosmic fireworks. Target evaded the main cannon barrage. How is that possible? Such a maneuver, the pilot inside must have been reduced to mush. In the command cabin of the pursuing Heisher cruiser, the captain stared at the radar, incredulous at the lively Yi Yan still evading them. Do not give them a moment to breathe. Liang gripped the control stick tightly, pushing the computational power of the Tiangong Mu Jing to its limits. In his sights, the colossal metallic form of the Babylon space station remained just behind. At the pinnacle of the station stood a towering cylindrical structure, a Babylon Interstellar Superdistance Communication Antenna Tower. It is the most powerful signal transmitter within the sinister nebula, capable of penetrating the interference of the nebula, sending signals directly to the inner ring star regions. Liang's eyes sparkled with realization. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to send a safety message. It seems fortune smiles upon me. Yi Yan. Hard to port. Overload engine output. Target Babylon main communication tower. The Yi Yan traced a black arc through deep space, not fleeing into the void, but instead hurtling back toward the Babylon space station. Is he insane? Is he trying to crash into the space station? The pursuing cruisers were utterly bewildered. But Liang's strategy was far more audacious than they could fathom. The Yi Yan approached the massive communication tower at a terrifying speed. Within 2 kilometers of the tower, Liang yanked the control stick upward, and the warship maneuvered along the metal exterior of the antenna tower with the grace of a nimble fish executing a sophisticated barrel roll maneuver. Now, Tiangong, forcefully connect to the main data port of the communication tower. Grant me the highest permissions. As the Yi Yan brushed past the communication tower, the Tiangong Mu Jing in his mind erupted in blinding azure light. The concealed hatch on the side of the warship suddenly sprang open, and a thick physical data cable shot forth like a serpent's tongue, embedding itself into the maintenance interface of the tower's exterior with a sharp click. Executing a physical data connection at such high velocity demanded an astounding level of skill from both the pilot and hacker. Even the Federation's top ace pilots and hackers would hesitate to attempt such a feat. Yet Liang possessed not only the dimensional computational capacity of the Tiangong Mu Jing, but also this non-human body unhindered by forces. ZZZZ, the large screen on the bridge instantly flooded with streams of green code. Warning: encountered Babylon main starport firewall interception. Initiating Tiangong deep level overwrite. Violent cracking in progress. Cracking successful. Acquired highest broadcasting permissions for super distance communication tower. Excellent work, now it is time to broadcast. Liang released one hand, wiping the synthetic sweat beading on his brow, his lips curling into a gentle yet mischievous smile. He did not engage with the complex communication interface, but instead directly accessed the voice input system. Sylvia and Eva, those 2 girls, must surely believe he has perished in the nuclear explosion at Dock No. If he were to send a straightforward communication stating, "I am still alive," the intelligence network of Haysher Heavy Industries would undoubtedly pinpoint the receiving end's location in an instant, bringing calamity upon the Ghost Fleet. He must transmit a message only those two could decipher, a coded transmission filled with memories unique to their little ragtag fleet. Clearing his throat, his deep magnetic baritone resonated within the command bridge. Ahem, this is the daily broadcast from the universe's most miserly boss. Please inform the finance department that the 2 million-unit Elegance V massage chair was pure false advertising. It is of dreadful quality. It exploded upon unboxing. Additionally, the factory has been shut down. I, the boss, am forced to abscond with the funds, but the good news is I picked up a rather stylish new sports car on the roadside. Leong paused, his expression becoming profoundly deep, as if penetrating the endless sea of stars to connect with distant companions. First Mate Butler. The mechanic isn't dead yet. And now he's quite wealthy, sporting some expensive new attire. Keep your cards close and don't rush to take revenge on me. Broadcast complete. Sender, an anonymous ghost. Recording finished. Should this audio be intercepted by Haysher's intelligence, they would merely assume it was some deranged individual from the lower tiers having a drunken spree. However, if it reached Sylvia and Eva's receiver with their intelligence, they would undoubtedly decipher all the truths in a heartbeat. Tiangong encrypt this audio with the highest level of deep encryption, packaging it into a featureless background radiation noise bundle. Then, utilizing the full power of this tower, send it out to the entire universe. Blind transmission. Audio encryption complete. Disguised as Gameri burst background noise. Babylon main communication tower power overloaded to transmitting. Boom. While silence reigned in the vacuum of reality within the electromagnetic spectrum, the entire Babylon space station erupted like a dazzling supernova. The massive super-distance communication tower, due to instantaneous overload operation, sparked fiercely at its peak. A voluminous data stream containing Li Ong's voice transformed into countless invisible ripples racing outward at light speed in all directions across the cosmos. This was a reckless, deep space blind transmission. It had no specific destination, merely broadcasting into the universe as if searching for a needle in the ocean. Yet Leong believed that as long as Sylvia's Ghost Fleet remained active within the nebula, Eva's extraordinary radar system would surely capture his cry amidst the cosmic noise. Beep transmission complete. Communication tower cooling system has been damaged, the AI reported. Let it be damaged, after all, that old Dogminsk won't have any use for it. Leong satisfactorily severed the data cable. Meanwhile, the three cruisers trailing behind were nearly beside themselves with rage. They watched helplessly as the Yi Yin circled the communication tower, yet dared not fire, fearing they might accidentally strike the communication nexus of the space station. What is that mouse doing? Has he hacked the communication tower? Cut off his connection immediately. The cruiser captain bellowed in a frenzy. Report. The target has disengaged from the communication tower. He's charging towards us. Indeed. After sending the message, Leong did not choose to continue fleeing. The Yi Yin made a sharp angle turn in space, the pointed bow of the vessel aimed directly at the leading Haysher heavy cruiser. Now that the message has been sent, it's time to settle the fare for your relentless pursuit. Leong leaned back against the leather seat, his black eyes swirling with azure data streams like a tempest. He no longer operated manually, but crossed his arms, issuing commands to the main AI. Yi Yin. Captain, please provide instructions. Activate first-level access to the weapons bay. Leong gazed at the massive cruiser displayed on the holographic screen, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Release all 200 microspace collapsed torpedoes in one go. Clear the room. Received command. Weapons bay hatch has opened. Fire control radar has locked onto the target's gravitational node. Virum, virum, virum. The concealed missile launch bays on either side of the Yi Yin erupted open simultaneously, and in the pitch-black void, 200 torpedoes, each the width of a forearm, and exuding ominous gravitational waves, shot silently into the abyss like an enraged swarm of hornets trailing dark red flames. This microspace collapsed torpedo was the Federation's highest-level military weapon. Its destructive principle did not rely on explosive heat, but rather on the antimatter encapsulated inside, which triggered minuscule space collapses upon contact with the target. In simpler terms, it could chew a micro-black hole into the enemy's armor. Detecting a large number of high-energy weapons incoming. Its space torpedoes. Evade. Immediate evasion. The alarms of the cruiser blared in a wretched shriek. But it was too late. The proximity between the Yi Yin and the cruiser was simply too close, and under the trajectory calculations of the Tiangong, Mu Jing, the 200 torpedoes completely sealed off all possible escape routes for the cruiser. Boom, 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 boom. There was no sound in space, but the blinding light illuminated the entire night sky of Babylon. 200 space collapsed torpedoes baptized the foremost Haysher heavy cruiser. The impenetrable deflection shield ruptured upon contact with the space collapse, shattering like a soap bubble. Subsequently, the thick armor of the cruiser, several meters deep, was savagely torn apart by countless invisible abyssal jaws, creating hundreds of spherical breaches. This was a terrifying scene where both armor and the internal marines were utterly erased by the space collapse. In a mere 3 seconds, a heavy cruiser several kilometers long had been reduced to a sieve riddled with holes by the Yi Yin's extravagant ammunition clearance tactic. The reactor at the midsection of the ship lost its restraints and erupted in a supernova-like fireball. The entire vessel disintegrated in space, breaking into two halves. While the remaining two cruisers were so frightened that they immediately ceased their pursuit, their captain's scalps tingling as they stared at the radar, watching their comrade's signal vanish in an instant. What a spectacular firework display. Too bad I'm not the one footing the bill. Liang watched the dazzling explosion on the holographic screen, satisfied as he flicked the collar of his suit. Not only had he successfully sent a safety message, but he also casually obliterated an enemy cruiser. This zero-cost purchase and test drive experience was simply perfect. Yi Yin, the enemy's gravity net has been breached. Initiate curvature engine. Understood, Captain. Coordinate system established, exiting the Babylon gravity well. Curvature engine fully charged. A jump commencing. Virum, the cosmos ahead of the Yi Yin, rippled fiercely like the surface of water. The black warship transformed into a streak of elongated light, instantly piercing through the barriers of physical space, disappearing from the radar screens of the two Heisher cruisers. Buzz, as the brilliant light of spatial curvature transition completely faded from the viewport, the nightmarish emerged, like a colossal black whale, leaping from the depths, re-entering the profound, frigid, and boundless expanse of conventional cosmic space. Gone were the blinding neon lights and the cacophonous sounds of anti-aircraft artillery from the Babylon space station. What remained was an absolute serenity, punctuated only by the distant stars radiating ancient light. Within the command bridge, Liang maintained his posture, legs casually perched atop the command console. Transition complete. Current position: outskirts of the sinful nebula designated as the Desolate Corridor Star Sector. Distance to Babylon Space Station, 400 light-years. No pursuit signals detected. The main control AI nightmarish echoed in the vastness of the bridge with a cold, yet slightly mechanical female voice. At a distance of 400 light-years, even the most advanced tracking radar from Heishe Corporation would take a week to trace us through the curvature's residual exhaust. We are safe. Liang exhaled deeply, finally allowing the tension in his body to dissipate. Rising from the leather seat, he stretched vigorously, the bionic muscles beneath his skin relishing the moment, while the iridium alloy skeleton beneath emitted a series of crisp, bean-like crackles. He approached the viewport, gazing at the dazzling river of stars, a flicker of complex emotions reflected in his deep dark eyes. Liang was acutely aware that Monsk was merely a single hair on the great beast that was Heishe Corporation. The true power lay with the oligarchs residing in the inner ring, many of whom might not have even heard Monsk's name. To truly scatter the ashes of Heishe Corporation, his current resources were woefully insufficient. Meals are to be savored bite by bite, and paths are to be tread step by step. Liang turned around, surveying the opulent and futuristic command bridge, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Nightmarish, provide me a detailed report on the ship's assets. Also check my current account balance. He rubbed his hands together as he returned to the captain's chair, resembling a greedy executive eagerly awaiting a financial report. Understood, Captain. The AI's holographic projection materialized above the command console, a pulsating blue orb of light. This vessel, the Nightmarish-class assault frigate, is the latest industrial marvel from Heishe Corporation's 7th shipyard, with a construction cost of approximately 12 billion credit points. Upon hearing the figure of 12 billion, Liang's eyebrows raised involuntarily, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. The feeling of acquiring something for free was 1,000 times more exhilarating than rummaging through a scrapyard. Your personal anonymous account, after breaching Monsk's private terminal and settling bounty tasks, currently holds a balance of 300,104,000 credit points. 300 million. Liang slapped his thigh, nearly springing from his seat in excitement. With this 300 million in cash combined with the 12 billion vessel, he had instantly transitioned from a penniless mechanic in the underbelly to a billionaire among the stars. Such rapid advancement was akin to riding a rocket. Not bad, not bad. Monsk's corruption is quite substantial. Continue reporting on resources. Liang said with palpable delight. Regarding supplies, the living quarters cold storage holds enough premium synthetic ingredients to sustain 100 people for half a year, alongside 30 crates of the Inner Ring's exclusive Nebula Stroll wine. The stasis and medical pods are fully operational at a rate. Hearing of wine and meat, Liang involuntarily swallowed. His superior bionic digestive system was already clamoring for sustenance. However, the AI's voice abruptly paused, a hint of mechanical exasperation seeping through. However what? Liang sensed an unsettling tone, his instincts as a wasteland capitalist alerting him that something was amiss with his finances. However, Captain, the vessel's ammunition and fuel reserves are currently at critical levels. Nonsense. Liang's eyes widened. When I boarded, you clearly reported that the ammunition stores were at capacity. The antimatter reactor was also at full capacity. Indeed, Commander. At the time of your boarding, the status was indeed full. A red notice materialized on the holographic screen. However, during your escape from Babylon Airfield, you ordered the 4 high-energy electromagnetic main cannons to overload and fire upon the dome gate, depleting of the reactor's energy. Subsequently, you commanded the complete discharge of the ammunition stores against 3 cruisers. The AI meticulously recounted the data. 200 miniature space collapse torpedoes, each costing 150,000 credit points. You expended a total of 300 million credit points worth of strategic ammunition within 3 seconds. Silence enveloped the bridge, a heavy gloom settling in. Liang's smile froze, staring blankly at the enormous 300 million figure on the screen, as if his heart had been viciously squeezed, rendering him breathless. What? One torpedo costs 150,000. Is the military procurement department of Heishi Corporation run by fools? How could they dare place such expensive ordnance on a frigate? He finally understood why the three cruisers had panicked and ceased their pursuit upon witnessing the torpedoes being launched. That was not combat, that was akin to hurling tons of cash at the enemy. 300 million spent in 3 seconds just to make a cruiser explode for a sound. This is an experimental armament specially approved for Heishi's expeditionary fleet, the AI explained. Spare me the explanations, my head aches. Liang lamented, covering his face in despair. Moments ago he had reveled in his newfound wealth of 300 million only to discover that this sum barely covered the cost to refill the ammunition for his elite warship. This was the brutal reality of interstellar warfare. The more advanced the warship, the more it resembled a terrifying money-devouring beast. Maintenance costs, fuel expenses, and ammunition fees could easily bankrupt a billionaire. And the fuel? Liang forced himself to suppress the bleeding heartache, gritting his teeth as he inquired. Due to this vessel employing the most advanced miniaturized antimatter reactor, conventional nuclear fusion fuel cannot meet its energy requirements. It must utilize blue blood crystal, or with a purity of, as a catalyst for the reactor. Currently, the remaining blue blood crystal, or onboard, is only sufficient for routine navigation and one short-range transition. Thus, not only was the ammunition depleted, but the fuel was also running low. I understand. Shut down all high-energy equipment except for radar and stealth coatings. Activate energy-saving cruise mode. Liang sighed, waving his hand. It seemed that even with a top-tier warship in his possession, he remained a laborer burdened by the mundane worries of everyday life. The scale of his labor had merely shifted from repairing bodies in the underbelly to interstellar piracy. Plan a course and retrieve the specific coordinates for the high-dimensional biological metal sample mentioned in Mechs terminal. Understood. Accessing your uploaded classified orders. The star map shifted once more. A red line extended from their current position to a remote corner of the Sinful Nebula. Destination Rust Belt Independent Mining Zone. No. Distance from current position 1,200 light-years. The Rust Belt is the most notorious lawless area in the Sinful Nebula, teeming with various private mining tycoon space pirates and renegade mercenaries. The environment is exceedingly harsh, devoid of federal regulation. A lawless zone suits me perfectly, ideal for someone like me without a registered identity to earn some extra coin. Liang gazed at the Red Star region, a glimmer of cunning sparkling in his eyes. He not only intended to acquire the biological metal necessary to restore AI's body, but more importantly, that expansive mining area would undoubtedly harbor a wealth of smuggled blue blood crystal, or that was the vital sustenance his nightmarish required. Set a course for the Rust Belt. Engage stealth mode upon encountering unidentified fleets. Liang stood from the leather chair, stretching. After driving for so long and battling for ages, I could really use a hot shower and a proper meal composed of carbohydrates and protein. The living quarters are on the lower deck, Captain. Everything has been prepared for you. 10 minutes later, within the luxurious private suite reserved for the captain aboard the Nightmarish, Liang stood before a massive, full-length mirror. He raised his hand and pressed on a concealed point just below his collarbone. Click. A subtle mechanical unlocking sound echoed. The dark gray tactical armor, which had been meticulously crafted to adhere to his bionic skin and metallic skeleton via microneedles, instantly released. The heavy basalt chest plate shoulder armor equipped with a plasma cannon and the reforged azure wrist blade detached from him, automatically assembling into the form of a steel warrior on the adjacent armor display. Having shed several hundred kilograms of armor, Liang felt a sense of lightness wash over him. He removed the dust-covered suit jacket from battle, loosened his tie, and casually tossed the silk shirt onto the Persian carpet. In the mirror he beheld a physique that could only be described as perfection. The contours of his muscles resembled the depth and explosive power of ancient Greek sculptures, his healthy wheat-colored skin even revealing realistic fine hairs. The faint scar at the corner of his left eye added an air of wildness and ruggedness to his appearance. Who could imagine that beneath this warm and textured flesh lay a high-purity iridium alloy skeleton impervious to even high-energy rays? Furthermore, no one could fathom that where his heart would be there resided a miniature fission core potent enough to level a small city. Truly handsome, Liang remarked, stroking his chin, arching an eyebrow at his reflection. He turned and stepped into the bathroom, and as the shower sprayed a constant stream of warm water over him, he closed his eyes and let out a contented sigh. The warmth of the water, the gentle sting of droplets against his skin, and the fragrant aroma of shower gel wafting through the air. These once ordinary sensory experiences felt like an unparalleled blessing to a cybernetic skeleton who had lost everything in a nuclear explosion and endured the rusty sounds of refuse in the underbelly. This was the essence of being alive, far more fulfilling than the destruction of a cruiser. Liang lingered in the bathroom for a full half-hour, ensuring every inch of his bionic skin was impeccably clean before emerging wrapped in a soft cotton bathrobe. On the automated dining table of the suite, AI Nightmarish had prepared an extravagant dinner for him. It was not the viscous, chemically tainted nutrient solutions from the underbelly, but rather a perfectly seared A-class interstellar tomahawk steak accompanied by a rich black pepper sauce alongside a glass of aerated Nebula Stroll red wine. Life as an officer in Heishi Corporation is indeed decadent, Liang remarked, critiquing his enemy's opulence, while unceremoniously pulling out a chair to sit. He picked up the knife and fork, slicing a piece of the blood-tinged beef and bringing it to his mouth. As his teeth penetrated the crispy exterior, the succulent juices exploded within his mouth, and his advanced bionic taste buds transformed the rich, meaty flavor into electronic signals racing to his cerebral cortex. Liang's eyes sparkled. Although he did not require food for energy and his sophisticated digestive system would directly break down this food into powder to be expelled, it in no way diminished his enjoyment of the psychological and physiological pleasures that consuming food provided. Liang devoured the hefty 2-kilogram tomahawk steak as though he were a ravenous ghost, obliterating it in no time. Finally, he lifted the elegant wine glass, draining the expensive red wine in one go. Burp! Liang let out an unrefined belch, collapsing into the plush dining chair in a state of utter relaxation. Having feasted and drunk to his heart's content, avenged his grievances, wielded a superior warship, and pocketed 300 million in savings, there was little more satisfying in life. Liang turned to gaze out the viewport at the profound and tranquil sea of stars. In the state of curvature travel, the starlight outside was stretched into vibrant, colorful ribbons reminiscent of the remnants of a time tunnel. His expression gradually deepened. I wonder if those two girls received my broadcast, Liang mused silently. That stubborn woman Zirweiya might do something reckless if she thought he was dead. An AI, while the cybernetic sister who endlessly surfed the net with her sharp tongue and aloof demeanor might be crying in a data-induced meltdown. Once I have amassed enough capital, I will come to find you. Liang raised his empty wine glass toward the vast expanse of stars, offering a silent toast. First mate Butler, wait for me. At this very moment, thousands of light years away from Liang, in the desolate corridor, deep within the sinful nebula, an area perpetually shrouded in violent electromagnetic storms, lay an unknown reef zone. A fleet composed of a dozen dilapidated makeshift warships lay quietly in the shadow of a massive meteorite. The flagship of this fleet was a heavily modified vessel adorned with a giant skull, design once renowned in Doc No. It was now known as the Ghost. Inside the bridge the light was dim. A stunning woman with silver hair and heterochromatic eyes, clad in a tight tactical suit stained with dried blood, coldly scrutinized the red dots on the holographic star map representing Haishi's patrol fleet. Her right arm was a mechanical appendage radiating a deadly aura. Beside her floated a holographic image of a blue-haired girl with twin ponytails, none other than Zirweiya and Aiwa. Their faces bore no smiles, only a chilling coldness and a fervent desire for revenge that reached a boiling point. During this time, they had transformed into true specters, relentlessly attacking Haishi Corporation's supply lines within the nebula, tearing at the great beast like ravenous dogs. Just then, ZZZ. AI was previously stable data. Cores suddenly trembled violently, the blue holographic image shifting into extreme instability. What's wrong, Aiwa? Have we detected an enemy? Zirweiya gripped her high-frequency vibration knife tightly, her eyes resembling a protective mother leopard. No, first mate. AI was voice quivered, her holographic image so vividly mimicking tears that it was almost real. Radar, deep space radar has captured encrypted noise disguised as gamma bursts. That's the main BOTUS underlying encryption protocol. Zirweiya's body stiffened, her cold heterochromatic eyes widening in shock, her breath catching in that moment. What did you say? Aiwa did not respond, but directly played the decrypted audio within the bridge. This is the daily broadcast of the universe's most miserly boss. The Elysium V massage chair is destroyed. First mate Butler, the repairman, is still alive, wearing a very expensive new outfit. Hidewell. The familiar gravelly and playful mature male voice reverberated slowly within the silent bridge. Zirweiya stood frozen, tears streaming down her typically cold face, splattering onto the frigid metal floor. She clasped her mouth tightly to suppress her cries, yet her trembling shoulders betrayed her inner joy and excitement. He's alive, that bastard is alive. Zirweiya laughed and cried, slamming her fist onto the console. The boss is not dead. Aiwa knew it. With the boss' miserly nature, even the king of hell would disdain him. The blue-haired girl in the holographic projection wailed loudly. Relay my orders. Zirweiya pivoted sharply, wiping her tears away, her heterochromatic eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. It was the flame of hope, the spirit of renewed combat. All fleets cease all suicidal attacks against Haishi. Conceal and lurk. Extract resources furiously. Give me a massive troop surge. The Valkyrie drew her long blade, pointing it toward the depths of the star map. The captain has spoken. We will forge this fleet into an indestructible force. When he comes to retrieve us, we will show him a ghostly army capable of toppling the entire nebula. After 3 days of navigating through curvature, the alarm aboard the Nightmare finally resonated within the bridge. Captain, we have arrived at the target star region, the Rust Belt. Remaining fuel in the miniaturized antimatter reactor 4. Immediate resupply is required. Liang awoke from the soft embrace of the captain's quarters bed. Rubbing his tousled hair, he approached the viewport. What lay beyond was no longer the profound and pristine cosmos. Instead, his eyes were met with a murky yellow nebula. Countless asteroids of varying sizes and metallic debris floated in space, resembling a colossal cosmic junkyard. This was the most notorious, unregulated zone of the sinful nebula. Here there existed neither the laws of the Federation nor the fleets of Haishi heavy industries. Only tycoons mining or as interstellar pirates and desperate rogues ready to draw a gun for a few credit coins roamed. With only 4 fuel left, it truly is a penny that can perplex a hero. Liang sighed. This top-tier warship worth billions was on the brink of becoming a pile of scrap metal. He needed to procure blue blood crystal, or with a purity of, as swiftly as possible. After freshening up, he donned his tailored black suit and draped a trench coat over it, making his way to the bridge. Nightmare scanned for nearby supply stations and locate a place with active black market transactions, Leong commanded as he settled into the command chair. Confirmed. A large mining space station codenamed Iron Rock Town has been detected 300 kilometers from the ship. It serves as one of the largest black market trading hubs in the Rust Belt. Head there, Leong nodded, casting a glance at the imposing and menacing black hull of the Nightmare. However, this ship is too conspicuous. Piloting the latest military vessel from Haishi Heavy Industries into the black market is akin to strolling naked among a pack of hungry wolves. Tiangong, activate the ship's optical camouflage. Command confirmed. The ship's surface began to refract light with its wave-absorbing coating. In mere seconds, this cold military corvette transformed into a bulky, dilapidated patchwork old civilian mining vessel in both optical radar and the naked eye. Anchor the ship within the asteroid belt surrounding Iron Rock Town and maintain silence. I will take the lifeboat over. Leong was cautious. One must always be wary, as this vessel represented his entire fortune. He slung a tactical backpack filled with spoils scavenged from the office of Mechs over his shoulder. Inside were high-concentration energy blocks, military-grade recovery potions, and several premium cigars exclusive to the inner ring. These items were hard currency in the black market, sufficient to secure a significant amount of credit points and fuel. Half an hour later, a weathered lifeboat belched white smoke as it descended onto the public landing pad of the Iron Rock Town space station. The hatch opened and a wave of stale air mingled with the pungent smells of machine oil, sweat, and low-quality alcohol hit him. Leong frowned. His bionic respiratory system detected excessive dust particles in the air. This wretched place is even filthier than the depths of Babylon. Stepping off the landing pad, the interior of Iron Rock Town resembled a vast slum. Makeshift shanties constructed from metal sheets lined the streets, illuminated by flickering neon signs. Various individuals of different ethnicities wandered about, most clad in filthy work uniforms and sporting crude mechanical prosthetics. As Leong walked down the street, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, his shoes spotless, his scarred, yet handsome visage stood out against the backdrop of this mining town where most were scavenging. He appeared like an inner-ring noble who had mistakenly wandered onto the wrong set. Several thugs lurking in dark corners eyed the tactical backpack slung on his back, their eyes glinting with avarice. Leong ignored the riffraff, quickly locking onto a shop named Old Gold Tooth Pawn Shop through the base scan of Tiangong's ocular lens. The sign advertised the purchase of various ores, arms, and unidentified materials. He pushed open the heavy iron door of the pawn shop, causing the bell to emit a dull chime. Inside, the lighting was dim, and a bald man with a face full of jowls and a prominent gold tooth sat behind the counter polishing an antiquated Gauss pistol with a rag. Upon seeing Leong enter, the man squinted, sizing him up from head to toe, a barely perceptible smirk creeping onto his lips. "Pretty boy, this is Iron Rock Town. Put away your inner ring airs. What do you wish to buy or sell?" Leong stepped forward, placing the tactical backpack on the counter. He unzipped it and retrieved 5 high-concentration energy blocks radiating a soft blue glow, along with 2 exquisitely packaged military-grade recovery potions. "Name your price for these items," Leong stated calmly, devoid of any superfluous chatter. Old Gold Tooth's eyes lit up at the sight of the items. Having navigated the black market for many years, he recognized these as authentic military-grade goods. Such high-purity energy blocks could power a medium mech for a month with just one. However, the greed on his face flickered momentarily, quickly replaced by disdain. What a pile of junk. Old Gold Tooth rapped a nail against the shell of an energy block. "These must be military rejects, right? And who knows if these potions are expired? You look too pampered. Oh, I bet they're stolen from some family vault." Leong observed him silently, unimpressed by the routine of price gutting that he had grown weary of while scavenging in the wasteland. "Let's make this easy. Since it's clear you're struggling," Old Gold Tooth extended 5 stubby fingers. "I'll take everything off your hands for 500 credit points. Consider it a friendly gesture. 50,000. These items would fetch at least 2 million in the black market of the inner ring." This old man had slashed the price to the bone. 50,000, Leong chuckled, lifting one of the energy blocks and weighing it in his hand. "Boss, it seems you haven't brushed that gold tooth in a while. It's quite a stench." Old Gold Tooth's expression shifted. "You're looking for trouble, huh? Do you know whose territory this is?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the door at the back of the pawn shop swung open. 4 burly thugs emerged, brandishing kinetic rifles. Their muscles bulged, and a few had even replaced their arms with heavy hydraulic limbs, exuding an intimidating presence. In Iron Rock Town, even a strong dragon can't overpower the local snakes, Old Gold Tooth sneered, slamming the Gauss pistol onto the counter. "I've changed my mind. 5,000 credit points, keep the goods, and you can leave. Otherwise your pretty suit will be stained red today." Leong sighed, recalling a familiar scene. "I merely wish to quietly sell some scrap and fuel my vehicle. Why is it that wherever I go I encounter these clueless fools?" Shaking his head, he placed the energy block back on the table. "Attack!" Old Gold Tooth barked. The 4 thugs immediately raised their rifles, preparing to bludgeon Leong with their gunstocks. Yet Leong's speed transcended their comprehension. Tiangong's ocular lens instantaneously marked the weaknesses in their skeletal structure. Without drawing his weapon or even bending at the waist, he simply sidestepped to evade the gunstock aimed at him. In one fluid motion, his suited right hand shot out like lightning, seizing the wrist of the thug wielding the gun. Crack! Liang tightened his grip. Oh! The thug emitted a horrific scream akin to a slaughtered pig as his once proud wrist was crushed into a pulverized fracture, the white bone shards piercing through the skin. The kinetic rifle fell, and Liang deftly flicked it into his left hand. He did not fire. He found the recoil would soil his attire. Instead, he wielded the rifle like an iron club, swinging it backhandedly. Bang! The heavy stock landed solidly on the face of the second thug. The thug fell silent, his jaw shattered, teeth flying out, and he collapsed lifelessly. The remaining two thugs were dumbfounded, staring at their fallen comrade, finally realizing that this suited man was no ordinary opponent. One thug with a hydraulic arm let out a furious roar, swinging his steel fist toward Liang. Hydraulic arm. Poorly modified, Liang remained stationary. He raised his right hand to meet the massive mechanical fist, effortlessly colliding against it. Flesh and blood clashed against steel. Old Gold Tooth, hiding behind the counter, even allowed a cruel smile to surface, envisioning Liang's arm being pulverized. The fists met. Boom. A piercing metallic explosion echoed. Liang's right hand remained unscathed, not even a wrinkle formed in his suit's sleeve. In contrast, the thug's hydraulic arm began to shatter at the fist, the hardened alloy shell crumpling, like paper-black hydraulic fluid gushing forth. The tremendous backlash coursed through the arm, shattering the thug's shoulder blade in an instant. Screaming, the thug collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The last thug, terrified, tossed aside his weapon and attempted to flee. Liang approached, delivering a swift kick to the back of his knee. The thug buckled, collapsing to the ground. Liang followed up with a precise chop to the neck, silencing him. The entire ordeal unfolded in less than 5 seconds. 4 menacing gang thugs now lay prostrate on the ground. Liang retrieved a white silk handkerchief, wiping away a smudge of hydraulic oil that had splattered onto his hand. He tossed the handkerchief onto the floor, turning to face the now petrified Old Gold Tooth behind the counter. Old Gold Tooth trembled, gripping the Gauss pistol, yet unable to lift it. He swallowed hard, feeling warmth creeping into his trousers. This was a monster, a beast cloaked in human skin. The kind of strength capable of shattering heavy mechanical limbs could only belong to those outfitted with military exoskeletons from the inner ring, yet this man wore nothing but a suit. Old Gold Tooth. Liang leaned over the counter, resting his hands on the table, his gaze steady. Let us renegotiate this transaction. Sir, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain. Old Gold Tooth hastily tossed the handgun aside, kneeling behind the counter with a thud. I'll buy these items at the highest black market price. 2 million. No, 3 million credit points. No, I've changed my mind about selling. Liang extended a finger, lightly tapping the table. I ask you, answer. If I catch even a hint of deception, I assure you your head will shatter more thoroughly than that mechanical arm did. Ask away. Feel free to inquire. Old Gold Tooth nodded vigorously. First, where in Iron Rock Town can I acquire blue blood crystal, or with a purity of 99.9? Old Gold Tooth paused, taken aback. Blue blood crystal, or? That was an extremely rare high-grade fuel reserved for large warships. Yet he dared not inquire further, quickly answering, sir, that high-purity blue blood crystal, or can only be found at one place in Iron Rock Town, the Mining Company. They have a monopoly on the region's premium mines. Mining. Liang noted the name. Do they sell it? They don't sell, they directly smuggle such high-grade, or to interstellar warlords. Ordinary folk cannot purchase it, Old Gold Tooth replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Moreover, Mining possesses formidable armed forces, complete with a mech security detail. Liang frowned. They don't sell? It appeared he would have to borrow some. Second question. Liang's gaze sharpened. Having been around here for so long, have you ever heard of a special metal? It does not belong to the conventional periodic table and possesses remarkable biocompatibility, even capable of housing advanced AI data cores. Upon hearing this question, Old Gold Tooth's complexion turned ashen, fear flashing in his eyes. Sir, what do you seek this information for? Liang remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the counter. Crack. He forcibly pried a chunk of solid wood from the sturdy countertop. Old Gold Tooth's terror peaked, and he quickly lowered his voice, speaking as if in a conspiracy. I have heard. In the 7th mining pit of Mining Company. That area is a forbidden zone. Rumor has it they unearthed something peculiar and have been conducting human fusion experiments on the lower-tier miners. None of the miners who entered ever returned alive. The tale suggests that the metal they excavated is alive, living metal. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Liang's eyes. This was undoubtedly the high-dimensional biological metal mentioned in Mechs' orders, also the perfect material to reconstruct AI Weiss body. Both fuel and materials resided within the grasp of the Mining Company. Excellent, you have been cooperative. Liang straightened his posture, repacking the military supplies back into his tactical backpack. Since you wasted my time and sullied my hands, Liang regarded Old Gold Tooth, it is only fair to provide some compensation for mental distress, would you not agree? Old Gold Tooth was on the verge of tears, fully aware he had encountered genuine back-alley dealings. He hastily opened the safe beneath the counter, retrieving a thick stack of unmarked credit card value cards, and presented them to Liang with both hands. Sir, this contains 2 million. It is my shop's entire cash flow. I beg you to show mercy. Liang accepted the cards, sliding them into his pocket. Business must be conducted with integrity. Liang patted Old Gold Tooth's bald head. I will take this money. If anyone from Mining or elsewhere inquires about today's events, I saw nothing. My shop was struck by a meteor. Old Gold Tooth shouted with commendable professionalism. Liang nodded in satisfaction, turning to exit the pawn shop, pushing open the iron door. The streets outside remained noisy, the lights of Iron Rock Town dim. Liang stood on the street, inhaling the dust-laden air deeply. Combining human experimentation. His expression turned icy and perilous. It is time to discover what secrets lie within this seventh mining pit. Liang tightened his trench coat and strode into the intricate alleys of Iron Rock Town. The streets of Taiyan Town resemble a colossal fetid labyrinth of steel. Liang, clad in an immaculate black tactical suit, appeared utterly out of place as he traversed the grimy thoroughfares besmirched with oil, acidic waste, and vomit. To preserve his exquisite handcrafted leather shoes valued at 20,000 credit points, he even scavenged 2 clean, discarded plastic bags from the roadside to cover his feet. While appearances are undoubtedly significant, spending 500 credits on a shoe cleaning could be better utilized for a decent meal, Liang mused, internally calculating his expenditures as he followed the map obtained via the Tiangong goggles, advancing towards the headquarters of Kier Mining. The base of Kier Mining lay deep within Taiyan Town, occupying nearly a third of the entire asteroid's interior. When Liang arrived at the outskirts of the mining area, the sight before him compelled even a seasoned owner of a Wasteland factory to furrow his brow. A towering electrified barbed wire fence enclosed the entire mining zone, its surface marred with desiccated bloodstains and the remnants of unidentified creatures. Every 50 meters stood an automated defense machine gun turret, red scanning beams sweeping back and forth in the night. At the entrance, 2 heavily armored riot control mechs painted in a dull yellow stood guard as a few armed sentinels wielding Gauss rifles viciously drove away a throng of ragged civilians. Get lost. Kier Mining isn't hiring today. If you want to sell your lives, come back tomorrow. One sentinel struck a frail man with the butt of his rifle, sending him sprawling and bleeding. The civilians did not resist. Instead, they knelt in desperation, pleading, "Sir, please give us a chance. We only need a vial of the most inferior nutrient solution. My daughter is on the brink of starvation. Do you not understand human speech? If you don't clear off, I'll turn you into fertilizer." The sentinel racked his weapon. Terrified, the civilians scrambled away. Liang concealed himself behind a massive abandoned sewage pipe, observing the scene with a cold gaze. These scoundrels don't even bother with a facade while they exploit labor. Compared to them, my efforts in Doc No. To provide workers with wages and accommodations make me seem like the Federation's greatest philanthropist. Liang pursed his lips. He was not here for charity. His aim was to seize the blue blood crystals and biological metals. Tiangong goggles, security system analysis in progress. Defense grid power frequency hertz. Surveillance blind spot detected at the vent opening at 3 o'clock. Time to get to work. Liang removed the plastic bags from his feet. He refrained from activating the optical camouflage, as although it offered concealment, the moment it was engaged it would emit faint energy fluctuations easily detected by the heavy riot control mech radar. He opted for the purest form of physical stealth. Liang's figure merged seamlessly with the shadows, his legs wrapped in biomechanical skin erupted with terrifying force, propelling him like a weightless phantom over the 10-meter-high barbed wire in a fleeting surveillance blind spot. His metallic fingers grasped an uncharged insulator on the wire, and with a roll he landed soundlessly in the shadows within the mining zone. The entire maneuver took less than 2 seconds without stirring even a whisper of wind. As he ventured deeper, the air thickened with dust and the stench of blood. After passing through several automated doors, Liang found himself on a maintenance platform at the edge of a colossal underground pit. Peering down, even Liang's pupils constricted. It was a bottomless giant circular abyss, its walls riddled with countless mining tunnels. Dazzling spotlights illuminated the horrifying scene at the pit's bottom. Thousands of miners crawled within the pit like ants. Most were bare-chested, emaciated, burdened with heavy mining equipment. Many lacked even dust masks, resorting to rags to cover their mouths and noses, violently coughing in the swirling dust. Surrounding them stood hundreds of overseers wielding high-voltage electric whips. Crack! A blue arc flashed. An elderly miner collapsing from exhaustion was brutally lashed by an overseer. The electric current seared his back, eliciting a harrowing scream as he convulsed on the ground. Quit pretending to be dead. If today's or quotas aren't met, your entire family will be thrown into the decomposition furnace for extracting trace elements. The overseer bellowed, kicking the old miner in the stomach. The miners did not fight back. Instead, they knelt begging for mercy. Liang's brow furrowed in disgust. This is not mining. This is sheer unadulterated consumption of life. Such disregard for human life is appalling. How powerful must Kier Mining's backing be for the Federation's Inspection Bureau to overlook such atrocities? Liang thought grimly. While he considered himself no virtuous individual, having recently spilled blood in Babylon, he targeted warlords and gangsters tainted with sin. Yet any sane individual would feel a visceral discomfort at the sight of such brutalization of the downtrodden. Tiangong scanned the location of Pit No. Old Genia mentioned that the living metals and human experiments are conducted there. Liang suppressed his revulsion and issued the command in his mind. Scan complete. Pit No is located 3,000 meters underground, a highly isolated area. Access requires a physical key of supervisory level or above to operate the elevator. Following the guidance from the Tiangong goggles, Liang ghosted through the maintenance conduits, evading patrolling guards, and soon arrived in front of the heavy freight elevator leading to the lower levels. Beside the elevator door was a complex genetic password lock, a supervisory-level physical key. Quite the hassle. Liang lacked the key, but he possessed hands capable of cutting through anything. He glanced around, ensuring no surveillance was present. Then he raised his left hand, rolling up the sleeve of his bespoke suit to reveal an exquisite, high-end biotic watch. Beneath the watch concealed was the reforged azure blade launcher of his shield armor. Given that most components of his tactical armor were too conspicuous, he had stored them in his spatial folding backpack, leaving only this lethal light blade component on his arm. Where the azure single-molecule light blade shot forth, slicing through the wall adjacent to the elevator door with lethal precision. Liang deftly inserted the blade to bypass the password lock, accurately severing the door lock's physical load axis. Click. The weighty elevator door lost its locking mechanism, and Liang forcefully pried it open with one hand. He slipped into the elevator cabin and, using a data probe, forcibly rewrote the elevator's descent command on the control panel. The elevator began its rapid descent into the abyss at 3,000 meters, accompanied by a nauseating grinding noise. 5 long minutes elapsed before the elevator abruptly halted. When the doors opened, Liang was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. This place was entirely different from the filthy, chaotic pit above the entrance to Pit No. Had been transformed into a sterile research zone. The floor was laid with white alloy anti-slip plates, the air thick with the pungent scent of medical disinfectants. A sterile laboratory at the bottom of a mining zone. This reeks of sinister intentions. Exiting the elevator, Liang relied on the Tiangong goggles to perceive infrared heat sources, allowing him to evade 2 squads of heavily armed soldiers, making his way to the deepest part of the laboratory. Behind a massive pane of one-way bulletproof glass, Liang finally beheld the so-called living metal. It was an exceedingly spacious isolation interrogation room with a cold surgical table at its center. At that moment, a young miner was shackled to the table with high-strength alloy restraints, his eyes filled with terror and despair, while a gag prevented him from biting his tongue to death. Beside the surgical table, several researchers clad in fully enclosed biohazard suits manipulated a transparent explosion-proof container with mechanical arms. Inside the container there was neither liquid nor solid matter, but a mass of eerie metal emitting a dark silver sheen, writhing and morphing like mercury. The mass of metal seemed to possess life, violently slamming against the inner walls of the glass container. Each impact caused tiny deformations in the high-strength explosion-proof glass. Warning: high-dimensional energy fluctuations detected. Target substance analysis: suspected remnants of ancient biological metal. Exhibits extremely strong cellular-level absorption and fusion characteristics. The Tiangong goggles flashed a red warning across Liang's retina. This is what high-dimensional biological metal looks like. It resembles a metal parasite. A wave of dread washed over Liang. If this was the material intended for reconstructing AI's body, its volatile state would render it unusable without an extraordinarily complex purification process. In the laboratory, an individual, presumably the supervisor, picked up a communicator and coldly stated, "Commenced the TH fusion experiment document, the experimental subject's rejection response." The mechanical arm positioned the transparent container above the young miner's chest. The valve at the bottom of the container opened. That small mass of dark silver liquid metal, as if drawn by the scent of blood, plummeted onto the miner's exposed skin. Ugh! Ugh! The young miner erupted into a spine-chilling scream. That cry pierced through the gag. Even from behind the bulletproof glass, Liang felt the excruciating torment. The dark silver metal did not disperse like ordinary liquid. Instead, it instantly transformed into countless exceedingly fine silver metal filaments, akin to a living creature, piercing through the miner's skin and frantically burrowing into his veins and muscles. The miner's body convulsed violently as silver veins rapidly surfaced beneath his skin. Within mere seconds, his eyes bulged, their sclera morphing into a bizarre dark silver hue. Then his chest swelled abruptly. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as the miner's chest cavity exploded from within. But what gushed forth was not blood, but countless sharp metal spines. The biological metal had not only consumed his flesh and blood, but had also instantaneously assimilated his bones into aggressive metallic weaponry. However, this violent transformation process led directly to the demise of the carbon-based life form. The miner ceased convulsing, now a grotesque corpse adorned with metallic spines. Another failure. The supervising researcher coldly recorded the data on a tablet, as if observing the death of a mere lab rat. The genetic strength of this batch of miners is too low. They cannot withstand the cellular-level assimilation of the zero substance. We require more robust subjects. Supervisor: among the laborers sent from above, only a few are barely qualified. Most are malnourished from excessive exhaustion. An assistant cautiously reported. Then go above and seize some. Capture them from the mercenary camp. The supervisor roared. The board has issued a strict order. We must ascertain the fusion patterns of this metal within a month. This is the ultimate weapon that can elevate Kier mining to the inner ring financial elite. Losing a few thousand wretches is inconsequential. Outside the bulletproof glass, Liang listened to the conversation within. His eyes, concealed behind the mask, darkened profoundly. His hands gradually clenched at his sides, knuckles cracking from the tension. To research a metal, they treat living humans as petri dishes. A rare fury ignited within Liang from the depths of his being. He killed in the Wasteland for self-preservation, for vengeance, for resources. He acknowledged his greed. Yet he had never dehumanized others, such a blatant violation of dignity, reducing them to mere expendables in a meat grinder struck at the core of his humanity. It would be best to eradicate such a wretched company from the universe entirely. Liang ceased his concealment. Emerging from the shadows, he strode directly towards the one-way bulletproof glass door where two heavily armed guards stood. Upon seeing a stranger in a suit materialize, they immediately raised their high-frequency shotguns. "Stop! Who are you? This is a restricted area. I'm here to deliver a eulogy." Liang did not even bother with pleasantries. He stepped forward towards the guns. Tiangong goggles kinetic overload bang. Liang's body left an afterimage as he instantaneously appeared before the left guard, seizing the barrel of the high-frequency shotgun with his hand. In the guard's astonished gaze, Liang brutally twisted the weapon. Creaked, the hardened alloy barrel was contorted into scrap metal as if it were a mere piece of dough. Without delay, Liang delivered a resounding slap to the helmeted guard's head. Boom. The sheer physical force contorted the helmet severely, the guard unable to emit a single cry as he spun degrees in midair before crashing against the metal wall, crumpling to the ground. The other guard stood paralyzed with fear, just about to activate the communicator to alert others. Reforged Azure. The Azure light blade flickered, severing the arm of the guard holding the communicator. Liang delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing against the bulletproof glass door. Crashed, the one-way bulletproof glass touted as resistant to impacts from light Mechs shattered instantly, webbing with cracks under the guard's impact. The researchers in the laboratory, engrossed in their experiments, were startled by the sudden cacophony. They turned in terror to behold the man clad in a black suit, his gaze as frigid as ice. Liang approached the cracked glass door, locking eyes with the supervisor inside, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his right leg, the bones of the irium alloy storing terrifying kinetic energy akin to that of a battering ram. "I hear you're in search of robust experimental subjects." Liang's whispered words penetrated the glass, resonating throughout the laboratory. Boom. With a side kick, the enormous bulletproof glass shattered completely, raining shards of glass like a tempest into the laboratory. Liang stepped onto the ground littered with glass fragments, marching into this hellish domain reeking of blood. He cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound of grinding bones. "Come on, let's see if your little parasites can withstand my bones." In the laboratory, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The head researcher, Carl, clad in a fully sealed biohazard suit, stood frozen in place. He glanced outside at the two armored guards sprawled lifelessly in a pool of blood, then turned to the immobile Liang, his mind instantly paralyzed. The bulletproof glass, crafted from a specialized polymer, could withstand the impact of lightweight Mechs. Yet this man, unencumbered by any exoskeleton, had shattered it with a single kick. Who sent you as a corporate spy?" Carl suddenly regained his senses, his voice muffled by the mask of his biohazard suit. As he stumbled backward, he reached for the red alarm button beneath the laboratory table. I'm merely a passing mechanic." A glint of mockery flickered in Liang's eyes. The augmented vision of his Tiangong goggles allowed him to observe every minute movement of Carl with startling clarity. He made no effort to prevent Carl from triggering the alarm. His purpose today was to ensure the demise of this mining company. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sound of the intrusion alarm reverberated throughout Mine No. "The security forces will be here any moment. No matter who you are, you won't leave here alive." Carl's courage surged as he pressed the alarm. He glanced at the volatile dark silver liquid metal still writhing in the nearby containment vessel, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. If the experimental subjects were insufficiently strong, then this man, who could shatter bulletproof glass with a mere kick, was the perfect fusion material. "Subdue him, no matter the cost," Carl shouted at the four researchers behind him. Though they wore biohazard suits, they were genetically enhanced half-cyborgs, and they immediately drew their stun batons, charging at Liang. "Really annoying. I've only worn this suit for less than half a day." Liang sighed, slightly twitching his left wrist. A ghostly blue monomolecular blade shot forth. He did not retreat, but instead advanced toward the four rushing researchers. With no unnecessary movements, Liang glided through the cramped laboratory like a wraith. He deftly sidestepped the incoming stun batons, his left hand's blade carving out several precise arcs in the air. Swish, swish, swish. There was no gory spectacle. The high-frequency, vibrating blade seared and sealed the wounds upon contact, instantly cauterizing them. The four researchers felt no pain at first, only a chilling sensation in their wrists. Their hands, still clutching the stun batons, fell to the ground in unison. Ow! Moments later, the nerve feedback relayed excruciating pain to their brains, and the four collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. "You are so weak, even the thugs in the depths are more formidable than you, lab-bound waste." Liang sheathed the blade and approached Carl step by step. Carl, paralyzed by fear, crumpled to the floor. He could not comprehend how the enhanced bodyguards he had hired at great expense had been dispatched so effortlessly by this man. At that moment, Carl gritted his teeth and made an exceedingly reckless decision. He suddenly reached for the nearby containment vessel filled with biometal and pressed the forced exhaust valve at the bottom. "Die. Become nourishment for zero material." Carl bellowed, splashing the dark silver liquid directly onto Liang's chest. The liquid instantly transformed into countless fine metallic tendrils midair, resembling a predator that had caught the scent of blood, lunging forward with claws bared. Leon furrowed his brow not out of fear for this substance, but rather concerned that it might tarnish his attire. He swiftly raised his left arm to shield his chest. Clatter! The small blob of dark silver biometal landed precisely on Leon's left forearm. The highly corrosive metal properties burned a large hole through the sleeve of Leon's suit, directly exposing the wheat-colored synthetic skin beneath. Damn, my silk sleeve. Leon cursed, his heart aching. This was a limited edition gift from old Frank. As the biometal contacted the synthetic skin, it revealed its terrifying voraciousness. It effortlessly pierced through the priceless silicone layer, attempting to infiltrate Leon's veins to assimilate his marrow and nerves. Carl below grinned wickedly. He had witnessed too many strong experimental subjects explode from within due to this substance. Once it touches zero material, carbon-based life forms are doomed. You will watch your bones turn to scrap iron. However, the scene Carl anticipated of Leon convulsing on the ground with his chest bursting did not materialize. Leon stood quietly, merely looking down at his arm. On his retina, the Tiangong goggles rapidly displayed data: high-dimensional biometal invasion detected. Foreign substance attempting to assimilate host skeletal structure, assimilation failure. The moment the dark silver tendrils pierced the synthetic muscle and touched Leon's internal skeleton, they were left utterly bewildered. Their original survival logic had been to devour fragile calcium bones and convert them into metal. Yet now they faced the universe's purest, most resilient materialin iridium alloy skeleton. This was akin to a famished shark biting into a solid diamond. Not only did it fail to penetrate, but it nearly shattered its own teeth. The biometal writhed chaotically within Leon's arm, seemingly searching for a softer area to invade. Digging around in my body, as if this is a market stroll. Leon snorted coldly. Tiangong, activate the base-level stasis field and force it out. Command confirmed. Left arm microfusion energy conduit will exert reverse pressure. Stasis pulse initiated. Zing! A faint blue arc flickered across the surface of Leon's arm. The energy conduits hidden around his skeleton unleashed a powerful physical repulsion. The once arrogant biometal, under this overwhelming force, seemed to encounter its nemesis, gradually retreating through the puncture in the synthetic skin. Finally, it was expelled, condensing back into a walnut-sized silver mercury mass in Leon's palm. Leon held the mass of metal and shook his wrist. Aside from a hole in his clothing and a few punctures in the synthetic skin, he had not lost a single drop of blood. Is this it? This is your ultimate weapon, crafted at the cost of several hundred miners' lives. Leon looked down at Carl with a face full of disdain. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Carl stared at Leon's unscathed arm, nearly losing his sanity. How could a carbon-based life form withstand cellular-level metal assimilation? What kind of monster are you? Guess, Leon replied, lazily uninterested in explaining the fact of his iron-like constitution. He approached the control table, picked up an empty lead isolation box, and tossed the subdued biometal inside, locking it shut and slipping it into his coat pocket. The core material for reconstructing Iwa's body was in hand. Next came another pressing matter. Leon grasped Carl by the collar of his biohazard suit, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. I have taken the material. Now tell me, where is the blue blood crystal mine of your Kier mining? Carl, terrified, stammered. In the underground fuel depot of the third mining area. It's a tribute meant for the Haishi Heavy Industries, heavily guarded. Good, the more guards the better. I'm just afraid of a wasted trip. Leon casually tossed Carl to the ground, then stomped down, breaking his right leg. Ah! Carl screamed in agony like a butchered pig. This kick is for the miners outside whom you used as lab rats. Leon turned and strode toward the laboratory door. At this moment, chaos had erupted outside in the mine. The laboratory alarm not only attracted the Kier mining suppression forces, but also ignited the emotions of the miners, long oppressed and mentally strained. It was unclear who led the charge, but someone shouted, the guards have gone to pit. No. Let's fight back. We're dead either way. Tens of thousands of miners raised their pickaxes and drills, rebelling against the overseers. The entire 3,000-meter deep mine instantaneously transformed into a brutal battlefield. Leon exited the elevator and stood on the maintenance platform, gazing down. The suppression forces had arrived in hovering troop carriers, donned in gas masks and wielding heavy machine guns, indiscriminately firing into the crowd of miners. Though the miners were numerous, facing such overwhelming firepower was akin to harvesting wheat. They fell, blood turning the black or a deep crimson. A bunch of scum wielding guns against civilians. Leon furrowed his brow. He was not accustomed to being a savior, yet such unilateral slaughter was indeed repugnant. Just as he prepared to activate the shoulder cannon of his divine shield armor to retaliate against the suppression forces below, booming. The rock face across from the mine suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. The hard stone was blown open and debris rained down like cannonballs upon the formation of the suppression forces. Through the cloud of dust, an enormous battered engineering mech emerged, trudging its way through the breach. It was an old-style rhinoceros-class heavy mining mech, its armor riddled with rust and scratches. One arm bore a massive alloy drill, while the other was welded with a thick bulldozer steel plate as a shield. This machine was originally designed for excavating tough rock layers lacking any fire control systems. Yet at this moment, the cumbersome mining mech exuded an astonishing aura of intimidation. A gruff, furious, and even desperate roar emanated from the Mechs' external speakers. Kier mining's beasts. Return my brother to me. Roar. The heavy Mech's engine roared deafeningly, disregarding the dense stream of gunfire ahead. It raised its steel plate shield and charged toward the hovering troop carriers of the suppression forces like a mad rhinoceros. Bang! One troop carrier was overturned by the impact, its guards tumbling inside in disarray. Concentrate fire. Aim for the cockpit. That's a madman. The commander of the suppression forces shouted. Bullets rained down on the cockpit of the mining mech, showering sparks everywhere. But the pilot of this mech exhibited extraordinary skills. He maneuvered to avoid most of the lethal damage using the terrain and shield, even managing to deftly overturn infantry attempting to approach with his heavy alloy drill. Leon, positioned above, observed the movements of this battered mech, his eyes lighting up slightly. Interesting, this dilapidated civilian mech can perform military-grade maneuvers. This pilot is an experienced veteran. Just as Leon admired this mech performance, the suppression forces finally decided to get serious. Two Storm-class close-defense mechs, painted in dark yellow, rushed from deep within the passageway. They were equipped with anti-armor cannons, and their fire control radar locked onto the old mining mech in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Large-caliber armor-piercing rounds were unleashed in rapid succession. The mining mech's steel plate shield could not withstand the continuous assault of such military firepower. Within seconds, the shield was shredded, and a single armor-piercing round pierced the hydraulic cylinder of the mech's right leg. Clatter! The massive mech lost its balance, kneeling on one knee at the bottom of the mine. The two Storm mechs approached with heavy steps, their dark gun barrels aimed at the cockpit of the mining mech. Listen up, you are surrounded. Come out and face your death immediately. The guards coldly shouted through the loudspeakers. The cockpit door of the mining mech emitted a reluctant scraping sound, slowly opening. A man nearly 2 meters tall and robustly built crawled out from the cockpit. He was clad in tattered work clothes stained with oil and blood, a thick beard covering his face, and his eyes held an unyielding defiance. He bore no weapon, only a large metal wrench used for repairing machines. Fixating his gaze on the opposing mechs, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "My brother was taken to Pit No. last week and has not returned. You cannibalistic monsters, I'll fight you today." As he spoke, he swung the wrench, preparing to clash against the mech's leg with his own flesh and blood. Looking for death. The pilot of the Storm mech chuckled coldly, ready to pull the trigger and turn this brute into pulp. Bang! In that critical moment, a piercing sound echoed behind the two Storm mechs. The robust man froze. He saw a figure clad in a black suit with a hole in the left sleeve who had silently appeared between the two military mechs. The man adjusted his tie, gazed up at the towering 3-meter steel giants, and spoke with a tone laced with disdain. "In Babylon, I'd tear this scrap metal apart while you were still on the assembly line." The pilots of the two mechs were taken aback, swiftly rotating their guns to attack this suddenly appearing gentleman. But Leon's speed far surpassed their fire control radar. He did not retreat. Instead, he exerted force in his legs, propelling himself like a cannonball, leaping onto the shoulder of the left Storm mech. What? Before the pilot could react, Leon's left wrist unleashed the reconstructed ghostly blue blade. Swish! The blue lightning sliced through the sensor atop the mech's head, smoothly severing the top armor and directly damaging the main control circuitry within. The left mech instantaneously went limp, emitting a plume of black smoke. The pilot of the right mech, now thoroughly frightened, fired wildly, but Leon had already leveraged his momentum to leap elegantly, rolling midair, landing squarely in front of the robust man. He didn't even glance back at the mech, still firing chaotically. "Tiangong," Leon whispered in his mind. At the moment he leaped over the right mech, he had inserted a data probe into the mech's external battery pack interface. Base logic overwritten. Explosion command issued. Boom. The battery pack of the right Storm mech overheated and exploded violently. The massive mech was blown to smithereens, debris and fire erupting throughout the mine. In less than 5 seconds, the two military mechs that had instilled despair in the miners were reduced to a pile of scrap metal. At the bottom of the mine, everyone stood with widened eyes, watching the man in the tattered sleeve suit effortlessly dismantle a stronghold capable of suppressing thousands. The burly man with the beard was also stunned, wrench in hand, staring blankly at Leon's back. Leon turned and assessed the man, then glanced at the battered but intricately modified mining mech behind him. Nice maneuvers. Those evasive side slips wouldn't be possible without over a decade of military mech piloting experience. Leon nodded in appreciation. Who are you?" The man retreated warily, tightening his grip on the wrench. Seeing Leon's expensive suit, he instinctively assumed he was a high-ranking official from Kier Mining. "Me." Leon smiled, retrieving a pure gold lighter from his pocket, igniting it with a click. "I'm merely a passerby borrowing some fuel while happening to find this company rather distasteful." Leon pointed toward the elevator leading to Pit No. "If your brother is up there, I advise you not to hold out hope. The people inside have already turned into metal porcupines." Upon hearing this, the burly man staggered, his eyes reddening as a murky tear mixed with cold dust trickled down. "Brother, those beasts." Seeing the despair etched on his face, Leon sighed inwardly. In the wasteland, tragedies wrought by powerlessness unfolded daily. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on the man's sturdy shoulder. "Stop crying like a woman. Do you want revenge?" Leon turned to face the approaching forces of Kier Mining in the distance. "My ship is in need of a skilled first mate and a mechanic who can repair machines." A wild smile curved Leon's lips. "Lead the way to their fuel depot. I'll help you bring this company down, and in return you'll serve me." The man paused, gazing into Leon's profound and fearless eyes. He gritted his teeth, wiped away his tears forcefully, and nodded firmly. My name is Hank, but everyone calls me Bear. As long as we can eliminate these scoundrels, my life is yours. Deal. Liang snapped his fingers. Get in. We must drain the fuel depot before they encircle us with their heavy mech battalion. Han Xiong wasted no time and scrambled back into the battered cockpit of the mining mech. With the roar of a powerful engine, the rusted and blood-stained engineering mech rose again. It lifted the pockmarked bulldozer blade like a moving wall, erecting a barrier in front of Liang. Boss, stay close. The fuel depot in the third mining area is on the other side of an underground cavern, and the enemy firepower is fierce. Han Xiong shouted through the loudspeaker. Although he had no idea what the identity of the man in the suit was, the earlier display of tearing apart a military mech had completely won over this desperate man. Just mind your own business, focus on your positioning, and don't let this old machine fall apart, Liang replied, casually strolling behind the mech with his hands in his suit pockets. The duo advanced deeper into the intricate underground tunnels. Along the way, the suppression forces of Kier mining surged forth like hyenas, scenting blood flooding in from various passages. Bullets created a dense net of fire in the dimly lit tunnel. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of kinetic bullets struck Han Xiong's mech shield, sending sparks flying. Left blind spot, 3 infantry. Sniper in the upper right ventilation duct. Liang's voice came clearly through the hastily established local comms channel. Without even lifting his head, his Tiangong goggles had already scanned the enemy positions within a 500-meter radius. Han Xiong shuddered. Such intelligence support akin to having a full map view was something he had only experienced during his service with the regular army in the inner ring. Understood. Han Xiong maneuvered the mech, sweeping the massive alloy drill on his left arm horizontally, sending the 3 infantry behind cover along with their concealment flying. Simultaneously, the mech's sturdy right leg kicked hard against the wall, using the recoil to execute a nimble slide, narrowly avoiding a shot from the sniper in the ventilation duct. You've got some good movements there. Which unit did you serve in before? Liang inquired casually as he strolled leisurely through the hail of bullets. The bullets hitting the ground around him splattered mud that threatened to soil his polished shoes. Liang frowned, lightly tapping his toe on the ground, and his entire body glided 2 meters, as though a leaf caught in the wind, perfectly avoiding the muddy spray. These clothes are expensive, take care when firing, he grumbled. Inside the cockpit, Han Xiong was drenched in sweat as he operated the controls. Hearing Liang's relaxed tone, he forced a smile. Boss, I used to be an assault mecha pilot in the Federal 7-Star Sector Army. I was later framed for selling military supplies after offending an officer and was sentenced to exile. I fled with my brother to this lawless area, hoping to mine some money to buy a second-hand spaceship to leave, but the bitterness and resentment in the man's voice were palpable. The 7-Star Sector Army. No wonder your fundamentals are so solid, Liang nodded. In the Wasteland, there were countless individuals with stories to tell. What he valued was Han Xiong's skill in operating the mech and his brave willingness to risk everything for his brother. Such a person, once committed, was 1,000 times more reliable than hired mercenaries. Stick with me, and you'll have access to top-tier mechs for as long as you desire. As for your brother's vengeance, not a single soul in this mining company will survive today. Liang's tone was calm, yet the latent murderous intent in his words seemed to chill the air around them. After a strenuous advance of several minutes, the tunnel ahead opened up suddenly. A vast underground artificial cavern revealed itself to the 2 men, at the center of which stood a fortress-like structure constructed from thick lead plates and titanium alloy. Surrounding the building, 4 twin-mounted anti-aircraft guns were in standby mode, with 3 armored vehicles parked before the entrance, while dozens of fully armed guards stood on high alert. Boss, we're here. That's their main fuel depot. But the entrance has a retinal and multi-physical locking system. If we attempt a forceful entry, they can trigger the self-destruct button, and we'd be turned into charred remains 3,000 meters underground, Han Xiong said, bringing the mech to a halt in the shadows at the tunnel's exit, his tone grave. Forceful entry. Too crude. Liang glanced at the pristine cuff of his sleeve. You keep watch outside. If anyone approaches, make some noise. He'll go inside and unlock the door. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiong felt a blur before his eyes. The man in the suit had vanished from sight. Liang didn't use the front door. With the aid of the Tiangong goggles, he scaled the nearly vertical rock wall above the cavern, like a weightless gecko, silently reaching the top of the fuel depot. There was a concealed ventilation duct covered with electrified high-strength steel mesh. Buzz. The single-molecule light blade extended from his left wrist. Liang cut through the edge of the steel mesh without triggering even a whisper of an alarm, sliding effortlessly into the narrow ventilation shaft. The duct was filled with the cool fragrance of energy crystals. This scent is unmistakable, all high-purity blue blood crystals, he mused as he descended through the duct, eventually halting before a set of blinds. Peering through the slats, he beheld the core control room of the fuel depot. To his surprise, not only were there boxes of high-grade fuel in the control room, but there was also a separate room resembling a sterile isolation chamber behind a bulletproof glass wall. The room was bathed in a soft white light, starkly contrasting with the grimy mining surroundings. Ding Tiangong scan detected high-value carbon-based life form. Liang narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating the glass. Inside the isolation chamber sat a young girl appearing to be in her early 20s. She wore a clearly out-of-place, torn white high-fashion dress, sitting barefoot on the edge of the bed. Her striking crimson hair fell in disarray over her shoulders. But what captivated Liang most was her face and skin. In a cyberpunk world where the denizens of the underbelly had coarse skin marred by radiation spots and the nobles of the inner ring sought grotesque perfection with synthetic silicones and mechanical prosthetics leaving artificial traces on their bodies, this girl was different. Her skin radiated a natural rosy hue that could only result from pure blood coursing beneath it, with a faint blush of anger tinting her cheeks. Her neck and wrists had no mechanical connectors. She was a pure, untainted human, clearly a noble lady from the inner ring. How could a pure-blood noble be confined in a place like this? Leong pondered. At that moment, the control room door swung open, and a corpulent mining supervisor entered with two subordinates. The supervisor glanced at the scattered fuel boxes before striding directly to the glass front of the isolation chamber. Miss Anya, there's been a bit of a disturbance among the miners outside. For your safety, the board has decided to transfer you ahead of schedule. He pressed the communication button, sneering at the girl inside. You liars. You promised that as long as I paid, you'd send me away from this wretched star cluster. The girl in the isolation chamber sprang to her feet. Leong finally caught a clear glimpse of her face, which was striking and full of character. Her amber eyes did not reflect the weakness and tears typical of someone facing despair. Instead, they burned with an unyielding flame. She charged to the glass, pounding her fists against it. You took my money, and then turned around to sell me to this black mine as a lab rat. When my family comes for me, you're all dead. Her voice was crisp and vibrant, even in anger, carrying an infectious energy. Family? Ha ha ha. The supervisor laughed heartily. Miss Anya, you ran away from your family's arranged marriage to hide in this backwater. Your family probably thinks you've been taken hostage by space pirates. A glint of greed and cruelty flashed in the supervisor's eyes. Untainted flesh and blood, the perfect vessel for the biological metals from Pit 7. Once we send you to the lab, you will make a tremendous contribution to the evolution of Kier mining. Get her bound and take her away. With a wave of his hand, the two subordinates produced electronic shackles, preparing to unlock the isolation chamber's door. Leong, hidden in the duct, grasped the situation completely. This was an innocent, sheltered heiress who had run away from home, duped by her unscrupulous intermediary and sold directly to the mine as a lab rat. A pure-blood human, the perfect vessel for biological metals. Leong's gaze turned icy. It seems today's not just about a free acquisition, I must also play the role of a good Samaritan. Flipping in the duct, Leong pushed off with his right foot. Boom. The louvered blinds and a large section of the metal ventilation duct above the control room shattered under his kick. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall man in a black suit descended, landing steadily on the metallic floor of the control room. The sudden turn of events shocked the supervisor and his two subordinates. Who are you? The two subordinates immediately drew their weapons. Leong didn't waste a word. He brushed off the dust from his suit's shoulder, his gaze unwavering. With a slight flick of his left wrist, a ghostly blue light blade left a shimmering trail in the air. Swish, swish. The two subordinates didn't even have time to pull the trigger before smooth crimson lines appeared on their necks. Their eyes widened in shock as they toppled over. The entire sequence occurred so swiftly that the supervisor found himself choking on his scream. Leong turned around, his stark, black and white gaze calmly locking onto the terrified supervisor. Don't come any closer. Our security forces are outside. The supervisor stuttered, retreating while drawing a high-voltage pistol from his waist. Leong sighed and took a step forward. Kinetic overload, he reappeared before the supervisor, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The security forces outside. You mean those worthless souls I just walked over? Leong's voice was low and raspy, akin to the whisper of death. Crack. A slight pressure from his fingers crushed the supervisor's cervical vertebrae, tossing him aside like a rag doll. Silence enveloped the control room. Leong pulled out a handkerchief to clean his hands, then turned to face the isolation chamber behind the bulletproof glass. The girl named Anya stood there, wide-eyed, staring at the man who had appeared as if a god of death had descended. She neither screamed nor trembled in fear, merely gazed at him in disbelief. Leong approached the control panel, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Tiangong opened the door. Where the airtight door of the isolation chamber slowly slid open. Leong stood outside, taking a moment to appraise the girl. Up close, her innate vitality was even more pronounced. Her cheeks slightly flushed from tension, and the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest, as she breathed, stirred something within Leong's freshly installed bionic system, igniting an unfamiliar, yet distinctly human thrill of anticipation. This was not the cold sensation of encountering synthetic beauties, rather it was an allure derived from pure, vibrant life. Who are you? Did my father send you to find me? Anya swallowed hard, bravely stepping forward. She gazed at Leong's exquisite high-fashion suit and his strikingly handsome face, instinctively assuming he was a high-ranking cleaner from a wealthy family. Your father? I don't know him. Leong casually pulled over a chair, settling into it with legs crossed, but his gaze lingered on Anya's wrist, marred from her earlier struggles. I'm just a passing mechanic looking to borrow some fuel, and I couldn't stand the sight of these people, he said, pulling a compact military-grade recovery spray from his coat pocket and tossing it to her. Apply it to your wrist. Pure-blood humans' wounds are prone to infection. This medicine is quite valuable, so consider it a favor owed to me. Leong emphasized a hint of stinginess in his tone. Anya fumbled to catch the spray, momentarily taken aback. A mechanic? What kind of mechanic dressed like this and killed without batting an eye? And so stingy? She burst into laughter, her smile radiant like a rose blooming suddenly in the barren wasteland, exuding warmth and sincerity. Thank you, Mr. Mechanic. Anya cheerfully sprayed the solution on her wrist, and then confidently stepped closer to Li-Ong, extending her fair hand. My name is Anya. Although I don't know who you really are, you saved me. If you ever find yourself in trouble among the stars, just mention my name, and it'll protect you. She tilted her head back, her amber eyes sparkling with unreserved gratitude and curiosity. Li-Ong looked at the warm, soft hand reaching out to him, a flicker of amusement crossing his features. This girl not only wasn't afraid of him, but audaciously claimed she would protect him. Interesting. Li-Ong extended his own hand, possessing a perfect silicone skin, yet reinforced with iron beneath, gently clasping Anya's hand. In that moment, he distinctly felt the uniquely soft and genuine warmth of humanity. This sensation suggested that this murky endeavor was well worth the trouble. Protecting me is one thing. Li-Ong released her hand, rising to press the button to open the fuel depot's main door. He glanced at the tunnel outside where red lights began to flash. However, if you have nowhere else to go, you might consider hitching a ride with me. Li-Ong's lips curved into a wild grin. Provided, of course, that you're not afraid of dying. Anya was momentarily taken aback. She glanced down at Li-Ong's large, strong hand, knuckles prominent, then looked up at his face marked by a subtle scar, wearing a smirk that was neither a full smile nor a frown. He lacked the pretentiousness of the inner circle's wealthy heirs, and was devoid of the revolting greed characteristic of the lowlife thugs. This man, who claimed to be a mechanic, exuded a raw wildness that suggested he was unfazed by life and death, trampling over rules with abandon. Suddenly, Anya broke into a smile, her amber eyes curving into charming crescents. Without a hint of hesitation, she confidently extended her hand and grasped Li-Ong's palm, using his strength to rise to her feet. Deal. Anya patted the torn hem of her white haute couture dress. After all, being dragged back would merely lead to a union with a 70-year-old man who, in comparison, choosing to accompany you, a relatively decent-looking mechanic, to face death in Zingai seems a far better option. Li-Ong raised an eyebrow, noting her long, supple fingers, her palm warm with life. The sensation of genuine humanity was indeed far more comforting than the coldness of silicone prosthetics. Moreover, her demeanor was to his taste. Unemotional and straightforward, she was a refreshing companion. As long as you're agreeable, let me make one thing clear: on my ship, there are no free riders. Upon arrival, you must work to repay your fare. Li-Ong released her hand, bluntly delivering a classic capitalist mantra. Not a problem. I am an honor graduate from the Inner Circle's top biological institute. While I may not know how to do laundry, or cook, concocting medicine, or repairing a gene chain is child's play for me. Anya confidently raised her chin. Excellent. Now let's test your courage. Li-Ong turned and pressed a button just below his left collarbone. Virum, click. The space-folding backpack activated, releasing a dark gray metal module that swiftly disassembled in midair, transforming into several heavy armor plates. Before Anya's astonished gaze, those dark gray basalt armors seemed to be magnetically drawn, aligning perfectly with Li-Ong's chest, shoulders, and calves. The concealed metal microneedles beneath his suit penetrated the fabric, securing themselves firmly to his internal alloy skeleton. A mini plasma shoulder cannon, glowing with an eerie blue light, gradually elevated its barrel, locking onto the corridor ahead. A flawless fusion of elegance and brutality, the suit and heavy armor harmonized perfectly. Anya's eyes sparkled. Having seen all manner of bulky mechs in the Inner Circle, she instantly recognized the value of this armor. Devoid of cumbersome battery packs and convoluted wiring, everything was streamlined to perfection. Incredible. The energy circuit design of this armor is an artwork. May I touch it? She instinctively reached out. Don't touch it. The matte coating is expensive and you can't afford to scratch it. Li-Ong brusquely swatted her hand away, grasping her collar to pull her behind him. Stick close to me and don't wander off. Oh, I haven't bought insurance for bodyguards. Barely had he finished speaking when a cacophony of engine roars and heavy footsteps echoed from the mineshaft outside the control room. The heavy suppression squad from Kier Mining had finally surrounded them. Boom. An explosive shell slammed against the thick door of the fuel depot, the shockwave shaking the entire underground cavern. Boss, there are too many of them. We can't hold them off. The gruff voice of Huan Xiong came through the communication channel. He was barring the entrance with his battered mining mech. The bulldozer's steel shield was riddled with holes, and thick black smoke billowed from the hydraulic cylinder of its left leg. Before Huan Xiong stood over 100 fully armed mercenaries. They had set up heavy machine gun positions, and 3-tracked combat robots designed for breaching were slowly advancing. Listen up inside. Surrender, Miss Anya and the intruder. Otherwise, we will blow the fuel depot to smithereens. The voice of the mining company's security captain boomed through the loudspeaker, arrogant and overbearing. Blow up the fuel depot. These fools truly have no idea about the explosive power of blue blood crystal, or one detonation would leave everyone drifting in space. Li-Ong scoffed. He turned to Anya, noting her pale face, yet she clung tightly to the hem of his coat, neither screaming nor retreating. Are you scared? Li-Ong inquired. A little, but with you in front I feel all right. Anya bit her lip, speaking honestly. You have quite the sweet tongue. Hold on to my waist, things might get bumpy. Without waiting for her response, Li-Ong wrapped one arm around her slender waist, lifting her off the ground. In that brief instant, Li-Ong felt the softness of the girl's body and the slight tremor of her nerves. A faint, unadulterated scent of innocence wafted into his nostrils. It was a peculiar experience. He, a creature with a steel skeleton, was cradling the most pure and fragile human girl. Anya gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Li-Ong's neck. Her cheek pressed against his cold basalt chest armor, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her fear miraculously dissipated by more than half. Tiangong, power up the shoulder cannon. Lock onto the machine gun nest and the tracked robots ahead. Target locked. Plasma shoulder cannon fully charged. Estimated core energy consumption. Boom. Liang kicked the door of the fuel depot wide open. The security captain, witnessing Liang emerge, was momentarily stunned only to see Anya in his arms, and he immediately shouted, "Fire. Don't harm that woman, I turn that man into paste." A torrential downpour of bullets rained down. "Hold tight, close your eyes," Liang shouted, not only refusing to evade, but stepping forward into the barrage. The bullets struck his god shield armor, easily deflected by the anti-plasma coating and shock absorption structure, leaving only harmless sparks in their wake. Then the mini plasma cannon on his right shoulder erupted in a blinding, deep blue light. Virum. A plasma beam as thick as a fist and harboring terrifying heat and destructive energy screamed through the air directly into the densest cluster of mercenaries. Boom. No shrapnel flew, only the extreme heat vaporized everything. The sturdy heavy machine gun emplacements melted like ice in the face of the plasma. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward, launching dozens of mercenaries into the air. Their bulletproof vests ignited in the heat, and they lost consciousness before they could even scream. The shockwave made Liang's coat flutter wildly while Anya's eyes closed, buried her face deeply into his neck. She could feel the astonishing heat of the cannon fire, but being tightly held in Liang's embrace, she found that this smoke-filled refuge was the safest place in the universe. A soul-crushing blow. The security team that had just boasted about blowing up the fuel depot was suddenly silenced. The three tracked battle robots were caught in the aftershock of the plasma cannon, their tracks melted, main control circuits burned out, and they lay immobile, emitting wisps of black smoke. The remaining mercenaries, witnessing their comrades evaporate in an instant, trembled, unable to steady their weapons. What kind of monster is this? The security captain collapsed to the ground, staring at the unscathed Liang, a damp stain spreading in his pants. A shoulder cannon with the firepower of a main battle tank. Was this guy's energy source infinite? Huan Xiong, it's time to work. Liang ignored the trembling underlings, gently setting Anya down and patting her back to signal that she was safe. Huan Xiong poked his head out from the mining mech, gazing at the scorched sector ahead, swallowing hard. "Boss, with your firepower we could raid the Federal Interstellar Bank. Quit the flattery, hurry up, and open the door to move the goods. Their main fleet will arrive soon." Huan Xiong promptly jumped out of the mech, retrieving a key from the deceased mining supervisor and unlocking the heavy cold storage door at the deepest part of the fuel depot. A chill white mist dissipated, revealing hundreds of specially designed, temperature-controlled lead boxes neatly stacked. Liang stepped forward and lifted the lid of one box. Inside lay a dozen crystalline rods, emitting a profound blue glow, flawless and transparent, resembling the blood of stars encapsulated within. Tiangong, skin blue blood crystal, or purity, meets the catalytic standards for nightmare-class antimatter reactors. Striking it rich, this storage's fuel is enough for me to circle the sinister nebula 3 times. A flicker of wild joy crossed Liang's eyes, the hoarding instinct of a wasteland capitalist satisfied to an immense degree. "Move quickly, load as much as you can onto your mining mech," Liang directed Huan Xiong. Anya stood by, watching Liang's greedy demeanor, unable to suppress a scoff. "Hey mechanic, you fought like a god just now, but the moment you saw these ores your expression resembled that of a beggar scavenging trash. You know nothing. Without running the household, one cannot appreciate the value of firewood and rice. My ship consumes fuel like a bottomless pit." Liang shot her a glance. He fished a lead isolation box from his pocket and casually placed it on a nearby table, preparing to assist Huan Xiong in moving boxes. "Wait." Anya's gaze suddenly fell on the isolation box. As a top student from the Biological Institute, she was particularly sensitive to such special materials. She walked over, her curiosity piqued. "What do you have in this box?" "A lead exterior with a static force field coating inside. This is used for storing highly active radioactive substances or parasitic organisms." "Good eye," Liang commented casually while lifting a box of blue blood crystal ore. "I grabbed it from above. A chunk of metal. Those lunatics call it zero substance, claiming it can devour and assimilate flesh. It looks lively, so I thought I'd keep it for future use." "Zero substance? Are you insane?" Anya's complexion shifted dramatically as she pressed down on the isolation box, raising her voice an octave. "That's a high-dimensional mimetic metal. I've seen it in classified files at the Academy. This stuff possesses extreme biological aggressiveness. It continuously consumes surrounding trace elements to grow. If you keep it in a lead box, it will gradually eat through the lead, then emerge and turn your clothes and your bones into dust." Liang paused in his efforts. He wasn't worried about this thing munching on his bones. Iridium alloy wouldn't be able to bite through it. But he was concerned that it would break through his expensive biosynthetic skin bod for 150,000 or ruin his high-end suit. That would be a significant loss. Damn, I was careless. Liang quickly set the box down and rushed over. "Is there a way to deal with it?" Liang looked at Anya, his expression turning serious. This girl seemed to have genuine skills. "Of course." Anya proudly lifted her chin, swiftly surveying the cold storage. Her gaze landed on a small magnetic levitation fuel cooling tank. She approached, dismantling the outer shell of the cooling tank. Her 10 slender fingers deftly worked over the complex circuitry. Within a minute, she transformed the internal structure of the cooling tank into a miniature magnetic containment field. Open the box, Anya commanded. Leon carefully opened the lead box. Inside, the dark silver liquid metal immediately rose like a leech sensing blood attempting to escape. Get in there. Anya was quick to act, slapping the modified magnetic levitation tank onto the lead box and pressing the switch. Virum, the magnetic field activated. The biological metal was instantly drawn into the tank, suspended in midair. No matter how it twisted and turned, it could not break free from the magnetic lines. Done. The high-dimensional metal lacks solid mass, if only a magnetic field can completely contain it. Anya clapped her hands, handing the tank to Leon and winking as if seeking praise. So how about it? Was this ticket worth it? Leon accepted the tank, observing the obediently contained biological metal, then looking at the radiant girl before him. Bright, exuberant, unpretentious, and possessing solid biological skills. Leon tucked the tank into his embrace, a genuine smile curving his lips. Absolutely worth it. He reached out and ruffled Anya's flowing wynard hair, laughing heartily as she protested. Get in the vehicle. We're heading home. 20 minutes later. On the outskirts of Iron Rock Town beneath the shadow of the meteor belt, a dilapidated mining ship stealthily approached the Nightshade, which was in a state of optical stealth. As the massive airlock creaked open, Leon, accompanied by Anya and Huanxiong, along with a ship brimming with high-purity blue blood crystal, boarded the vessel, prompting the main control AI Nightshade to emit a cheerful notification. Welcome back, Captain. Fuel resupply confirmed. This ship is ready for deep space jump at any moment. Well done. Leon shed his god shield armor and hung his suit jacket on a hanger, stretching luxuriously. Anya and Huanxiong were utterly awestruck by the luxurious interior of this top-tier warship, especially Huanxiong, who, having been a soldier, felt tears welling up as he touched the smooth wave-absorbing coating in the corridor. Boss, is this the Nightmare class from Blackstone Heavy Industries? This is not just a sports car you picked up, you've dug up the grave of their ancestors. Basic skills, no need for exaggeration. From now on, stick with me, and your horizons will expand. Leon waved his hand dismissively. Huanxiong, find a cryopod and rest. Anya, head to the medical bay to tend to your wounds, and keep an eye on that canister of metal. The two obeyed and departed. Leon made his way to the bridge, fuel secured, materials acquired, and revenge fulfilled. Next, he would seek the next relic and await the first officer and steward's response. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to the most perfect script. However, just as the Nightshade began to glide out of the meteor belt, its rear engines emanating a blinding blue light in preparation for a spatial jump, a warning flashed across his retinas. Tiangong optical system, lower level security protocol, force trigger. Warning. Abnormal life signs detected within the ship. The once serene green data stream transformed into a piercing crimson. Warning. Unknown carbon-based biological heat source detected in cargo hold D. Heart rate extremely low. Body temperature perfectly blended with the environment. Danger level extremely lethal. Leon's body tensed as he settled into the captain's chair, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by an icy killing intent akin to glaciers. Aside from him, Anya and Huanxiong, there was a fourth person on this ship. Moreover, this individual had evaded his notice, even deceiving the main control AI of the Nightshade, silently infiltrating the vessel. Starry Night Brotherhood. The words spoken by the Blackstone sniper he had dispatched in the cooling tower flashed through Leon's mind. Only the universe's most infamous assassin organization could possess such stealth abilities. Thinking of playing hide-and-seek on my ship, Leon refrained from rushing to the cargo hold. Leaning back in his chair, he gently tapped the control panel on the command console, twice a smirk surfacing at the corners of his mouth. Nightshade. Yes, Captain. Seal all access points to cargo hold D. Evacuate the oxygen from there, and increase the gravity system to 50 times. Leon coldly uttered 4 words while watching the pitch-black cargo hold on the surveillance screen. Catching a turtle in a jar. Nightmare cargo hold D area. This vast expanse, equivalent to 2 basketball courts, was originally designated for storing spare parts and large supplies. Typically, it remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. At this moment, beneath the intricate network of ventilation ducts on the ceiling, a shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the metallic backdrop, clung tightly to the ceiling like a gecko. Du Hua, the elite assassin of the Xingyi Brotherhood, had lurked in the meteor belt of Taiyan Town for a full 3 days, tracking the mysterious individual who had commandeered the latest Blackstone-class frigate. Taking advantage of the brief interval during the mining vessel's docking and recovery, he had successfully deceived the ship's hatch scanner using the Brotherhood's finest optical camouflage cloak and breath-holding technique, sneaking aboard. To steal a Nightmare-class frigate single-handedly, this individual must be formidable. Du Hua mused silently. He bore 2 single-molecule daggers coated with a potent neurotoxin capable of rendering even the mightiest elephant brain dead within 3 seconds from but a mere scratch. As a driven assassin, he relished the thrill of springing from the shadows at the most relaxed moment of his target to deliver a swift, lethal strike, a true embodiment of the aesthetic of death. Once the ship enters a stable warp state, I shall make my way to the captain's chamber. I will sever his head and return to the inner ring to claim the bounty from Blackstone. Du Hua licked his parched lips, his eyes glinting with cruel anticipation. As he envisioned a thrilling interstellar assassination, a sudden dull metallic locking sound echoed from the entrance of cargo hold D. Simultaneously, the 8 ventilation grills around him snapped shut, and a heavy titanium alloy partition crashed down, with a clang transforming the entire cargo hold into an impenetrable iron box. Discovered. Duhua's pupils constricted. His instincts as a top-tier assassin kicked in, and he propelled himself off the ceiling with a powerful push, aiming to slip into the ventilation duct before the exhaust valve sealed off. Yet he was too slow, or rather Liang's methods were too ruthless. With a whoosh, the high-pressure exhaust pump roared to life, flooding the cargo hold with an ominous sound. Duhua felt as if the surrounding air were being violently yanked away by invisible hands, his lungs forcibly compressed, producing a dry, rasping sound in his throat. Oxygen deprivation. The ship's main control AI had audaciously evacuated the air from the cargo hold. Damn it. This guy plays dirty. Duhua gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pressure on his lungs. Trained in professional vacuum breath-holding techniques, he could hold out for 3 minutes without oxygen. If only he could slice open the lock with his high-frequency dagger within that time. He had just grasped the dagger at his waist, preparing to charge towards the cargo hold's entrance, when the cold, monotone voice of the control AI nightmare resonated through the vacuum via bone conduction. Captain's directive gravity system adjustment. Target area cargo hold D. Gravity multiplier 50 times. Execute. Duhua had yet to grasp the implications of this 50 times. Boom. An invisible force akin to a mountain's weight suddenly bore down upon him. Duhua barely managed a muffled groan before he plummeted to the metal floor akin to a mosquito swatted by a fly. 50 gs of overload. Such weight was beyond the capacity of any carbon-based organism. Crack, crack. The sound of his bones fracturing reverberated throughout his body. His legs contorted into grotesque shapes, his chest caved in deeply, and his internal organs, crushed under immense pressure, expelled blood from his mouth and nose, yet the overwhelming gravity held them firmly against his face, preventing even the slightest splash. His once proud stealth skills, toxin-laden daggers, and priceless camouflage cloak became a monumental joke in the face of such absolute physical law. Duhua lay on the floor like a defeated dog, his consciousness beginning to fade. In his last fleeting moment of awareness, one thought consumed him: this person plays by no rules. 5 minutes later, the door to cargo hold D creaked open. The air inside had been replenished and gravity returned to normal levels. Liang strolled in leisurely, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee from the living quarters. Today he had foregone his shield armor, clad instead in a simple white cotton shirt with sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows and loose home pants, resembling a man just awakening for breakfast. Following closely behind him was Huan Xiong, fully armed and still in his mining mech. "Boss, where's the assassin? Let me smash him into a pulp." Huan Xiong scanned the area, nervously brandishing a large welding gun mounted on his mech. "Watch your step, don't step on him," Liang remarked, sipping his coffee and gesturing with his chin towards the floor. Huan Xiong looked down and was stunned to see a nearly unrecognizable mass on the floor. Duhua lay there, bloodied and broken, with his bones shattered beyond recognition, a puddle of flesh resembling a heap of mush. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. "This is the gold medal assassin of the Xingyi Brotherhood." Huan Xiong swallowed hard, incredulous. In the underworld, members of the Xingyi Brotherhood were notorious for their ruthless efficiency. No matter how skilled an assassin, they are still flesh and blood, Liang said, squatting down before Duhua. He pinched Duhua's chin between his fingers, forcibly lifting his face. The Tiangong optoelectronic visor glimmered with blue light in Liang's eyes. Targets: physiological indicators, multiple comminuted fractures, internal hemorrhage. Microtoxin pouch detected implanted behind the jaw. Thinking of biting down on your poison for a quick exit? Not a chance. With swift precision, Liang exerted force, dislocating Duhua's jaw and deftly extracting the hidden toxin pouch from behind his teeth, tossing it aside. Duhua momentarily regained consciousness from the searing pain, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Liang, voicing a muffled growl through his partially open mouth. "Speak. What brings the Brotherhood to my ship?" Liang stood tall, looking down at him. "I have little patience. Don't force me to toss you into the reactor's waste chamber." Duhua spat a mouthful of blood, offering a sardonic chuckle. "Dream on. Brotherhood members would rather die than betray. Quite resilient, aren't we?" Liang shrugged. Huan Xiong break his fingers one by one and see which is tougher, his mouth or his bones. "Got it, boss." Huan Xiong maneuvered the mech forward. "Wait. Don't use such crude methods. ITLL, make a bloody mess and cleanup will be a hassle." At that moment, a bright, chirpy voice echoed from the cargo hold entrance. Liang turned to see Anya jogging towards them. Freshly bathed, she donned a clean set of work attire found in the ship's living quarters. Though the oversized work clothes concealed her figure, her fair skin and damp, wine-red hair radiated an undeniable youthful vitality. She held a metallic syringe filled with a half-vial of pale green liquid. "What's that?" Liang raised an eyebrow. "I concocted a little something from readily available chemicals in the medical bay," Anya replied, approaching Duhua with an air of confidence, unfazed by the gruesome sight. As a top student from the elite biological academy, she had dissected more alien creatures than many street thugs had meals. She squatted down, deftly locating a vein on Duhua's arm and injected the contents. "This is a potent neuroinhibitor mixed with a certain alkaloid. It won't cause pain, but will sever the brain's control over the center of deception," Anya explained while pushing the syringe, glancing up to smile triumphantly at Liang. "In simpler terms, once this is in, you could ask him what color his underwear is today, and he'll tell you honestly." Liang watched the exuberant girl, impressed by the contrast of her natural charm and her ruthless scientific methods. It was quite the juxtaposition. The drug took effect rapidly. Within 10 seconds, Duhua's eyes lost focus, pupils dilating, and the muscles in his face slackened completely. All right, you may ask now. The effect lasts 3 minutes, Anya announced, rising to her feet. As she stood, the slickness of the cargo hold floor caused her to slip forward uncontrollably. Liang reacted swiftly, extending his left arm to catch her waist, pulling her securely into his embrace. Be careful, the floor wasn't cleaned properly, Liang said calmly. Anya collided with Liang's solid chest, her nose catching the blend of coffee and a hint of men's body wash emanating from him. Her fair ears flushed a deep red. A refined lady from the inner ring had never experienced such intimate contact with a man. Thank you, boss, Anya stammered, hastily straightening herself and adjusting her clothes. Liang, unfazed, redirected his attention to Duhua on the floor. Why are you tracking the ship? Liang cut straight to the point. Duhua in a daze replied in a dreamlike voice, the Brotherhood has an informant in Blackstone Heavy Industries. We intercepted the radar signals before the outpost's destruction, locking onto this ship's warp trajectory. This was a major bounty. Just for the bounty. When did your Brotherhood get so desperate as to take on such gang work? Liang sensed something was amiss. Duhua shook his head. No, it's not just about the bounty. Orders came down. Blackstone is conducting a massive manhunt across the nebula for a silver-haired woman. The Brotherhood is also searching for her. She is a traitor who stole the sacred artifact of our shadow star. A silver-haired woman. Liang's grip on the coffee cup tightened, a crack appearing on the ceramic surface as his gaze sharpened like a knife. In the entire criminal nebula, the only silver-haired woman that could prompt Blackstone Heavy Industries to launch a widespread manhunt and be linked to the Xingyi Brotherhood was none other than Zirweya. When he had sheltered Zirweya at Dock No. 7, he had suspected she brought with her substantial trouble. Aside from her proficiency in mech combat and assassination, she revealed nothing about her past. What did she steal from you? Liang's voice turned grave. I don't know. Only the Grand Mentor knows. It was left by the higher dimensions. Duhua's voice grew weaker as the drug's effects began to wane. Liang refrained from further inquiries. He had acquired the intelligence he sought. Zirweya was indeed alive and being hunted by 2 colossal forces. Boss, how should we deal with him? Huanxiong asked, eyeing Duhua. Throw him into space. He's just waste now, Liang replied, handing his empty coffee cup to Huanxiong, then turning his attention back to Anya. Well done, that injection was far more effective than Huanxiong's wrench. Consider it a way to earn your fare, Liang commended, a rare compliment. Anya, initially flustered, quickly regained her composure at his words. Hands on her hips, she shot Liang an exasperated look. Hey, I'm a top talent in biology, and even as a chief consultant in the inner ring, my salary is measured in billions. Are you saying I'm worth just a ticket on your ship? You're such a miser. A salary in billions. Do you have any money in your account right now? Liang countered without mercy. I ran away from an arranged marriage, and my family froze my accounts. Anya huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. No money. Then keep quiet. On this ship, I guarantee you food, lodging, and our armed protection. That's more than generous, Liang retorted with conviction. As he reached the cargo hold entrance, he paused and glanced back at Anya. Noticing a slight stain of the green reagent from earlier on his shirt's cuff, he commented. By the way, he pointed to his sleeve, this shirt is high-end. If it can't be cleaned, it'll deduct the cost from your wages. With that, Liang swaggered out of the cargo hold. Anya stood there watching the calculating figure of Liang, her teeth grinding in frustration. What a miserly, sharp-tongued, money-minded brute. What kind of ship have I boarded? Yet despite her grievances, as she recalled the genuine concern and murderous intent reflected in Liang's eyes, when he sought information about the silver-haired woman, she felt a twinge of admiration. One day it'll make you bleed profusely, Anya muttered, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips. Back at the bridge, Liang settled into the command chair as the holographic star map unfurled before him. Upon learning of Zirweya's peril, he felt an urgent desire to rush forth and reunite with his old comrades. However, he was acutely aware that even with his ship, the Nightmare, facing the might of Blackstone's main fleet and the assassination net of the Xingyi Brotherhood, was still a futile endeavor. He needed greater strength. He required a fleet. Tiangong retrieved the data on the ancient relic micronode scanned from the underground treasury. Liang commanded mentally. Decoding data. Due to host acquiring pure blood fuel, computational supply is abundant. Decoding speed increased by 300. Decoding complete. With the prompt from Tiangong, a remarkably ancient and intricate star map illuminated Liang's retina. A golden route originating from Babylon, after traversing several complex spatial jump points, ultimately arrived at a specific coordinate. The position is resolved, Liang observed, narrowing his eyes at the coordinate. That location bore a name of great renown on the current cosmic navigation charts. It was not affiliated with the Federation nor Blackstone, but rather a vast den of vice established by various interstellar smugglers, mercenary groups, and neutral tycoons. Free trade port. Liang's fingers gently tapped on the control stick. His objective was not only to seek the next ancient technology relic node, but also to launder and liquidate the spoils he had acquired. Only with substantial funds and resources could he genuinely establish his own power to bring Zirweya and Iwa back home. Nightmare set a new course. Liang straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. Destination: free trade port. Engage at full speed. The nightmare transformed into a sharp stream of black light effortlessly tearing through the physical barriers of the conventional universe. The twinkling stars outside the porthole were instantly stretched into bizarre colorful ribbons as the entire vessel smoothly glided into the subspace corridor of curvature navigation. The roar of the main engine gradually softened, morphing into a soothing white noise. Liang leaned back in the spacious captain's chair and exhaled deeply. He raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. The relentless battles, infiltrations, and schemes had taken their toll. Even though his inner being was composed of an unyielding alloy framework, this highly realistic bionic nervous system would faithfully relay signals of fatigue to his cerebral cortex. This was the price of being human, yet he relished it. Compared to the days of idling like a cold, rusty hunk of iron in a dump, this sensation of slight muscle soreness and a brain yearning for rest was utterly intoxicating. Nightmare, engage automatic cruise mode. Until we reach the free trade port, unless a meteor strikes my face, do not disturb me. Liang stood up, stretched his broad shoulders, and heard a few satisfying cracks from his bones. Understood, Captain. Estimated travel time is 4 Taituo standard hours. The gentle voice of the main AI resonated within the bridge. Liang removed his slightly dust-covered suit jacket from Taiyan Town and casually draped it over the back of the chair. He undid the top 2 buttons of his white shirt, loosened his tie, and leisurely made his way out of the bridge towards the lower living quarters. The living area of the Nightmare-class assault corvette was entirely designed to the luxurious standards befitting high-ranking officers of the inner ring. The corridor was lined with soft acoustic carpeting, and the air circulation system even emitted a faint woody aroma. Liang pushed open the automatic door to the dining area. In the spacious dining hall, warm yellow lights illuminated the space, and in front of the open metal cooking station, which should have been empty, stood a busy figure. Anya had clearly just showered, clad in a white cotton shirt that was conspicuously not her extra outfit of Liang's stored in the wardrobe. The shirt was oversized, resembling a short dress barely covering her thighs and revealing a pair of long fair legs. Her burgundy hair was casually tied back with a rubber band, a few damp strands clinging to her fair, slender neck. At that moment, she was wielding a dining knife, contemplating how to slice a piece of high-quality synthetic beast meat in the cold, fresh cabinet, her brow slightly furrowed. Upon hearing the door open, Anya turned around. Seeing Liang enter, she raised the knife in her hand with confidence without any sign of shyness. Mechanic, your ship's kitchen is quite well equipped, but the ingredients are a bit tricky to handle. I wanted to whip up something, but the culinary machine in the inner ring is quite different from this military-grade equipment. She pointed out a few alien root vegetables that resembled potatoes on the cooking station, pouting slightly in exasperation. Liang paused for a moment, taking in the lively scene before him. In this cold and brutal wasteland of the Starry Sea, he had grown accustomed to bloodshed, to scheming, and betrayal. Suddenly, a vibrant girl with warm breath wearing his clothes stood in his kitchen, complaining about the difficulties of cooking. This long-lost scent of domesticity made his bionic heart, encased in steel, skip a beat. Leave it to me. Liang stepped forward and took the knife from Anya's hand. You can cook. A flicker of doubt crossed Anya's amber eyes. To her, this man who could kill without a blink seemed more suited to wielding guns and knives than to be found in a kitchen. In the wasteland, if you can't even learn to prepare meat as hard as stone to make it edible, you'd be dead from starvation. Liang rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms. He took the piece of synthetic beast meat, his wrist deftly twisting it. He was adept with the single-molecule light blade, and this small dining knife seemed to come alive in his hands. In less than 10 seconds, the meat was sliced into even thin pieces. The movements were clean and precise, without the slightest excess. Anya leaned against the cooking station, her arms crossed, watching with keen interest as Liang skillfully chopped, seasoned, and activated the high-temperature frying pan. As the meat met the hot oil, a rich aroma began to waft through the dining area. Unable to resist, Anya inhaled deeply, her stomach betraying her with a soft growl. She had been confined in the isolation chamber at the mine for several days, hardly having eaten anything proper. Hearing the sound, Liang smiled slightly. He did not mock her, but quickened his pace. Go to the wine cabinet and fetch a bottle, the second one from the left on the third row. It's a nice vintage red wine, perfect for this meat. Didn't you say your ship doesn't tolerate idlers and would dock my pay? Why are you being so generous today, even opening a bottle of wine? Anya teased as she walked towards the wine cabinet, unable to resist throwing a jab at him. She still held a grudge against Liang's earlier miserly persona. I'm frugal because resources in the wasteland are earned with one's life, and waste is intolerable. Liang plated the cooked meat into 2 white porcelain dishes, sprinkling a bit of sea salt and black pepper before setting them on the dining table. He looked up to see Anya returning with the wine, his gaze warm and candid. But I earn resources to enjoy life. For my own people, I am never stingy. The phrase "for my own people" caused Anya to pause momentarily while pouring the wine. She looked up at Liang. In the warm yellow light, the lines of the man's profile remained rugged, yet the previously fierce aura of danger had completely receded, replaced instead by a sense of solid security. They sat facing each other. There was no need for formality amidst the clattering of cutlery. Both enjoyed this rare moment of tranquil dining. Anya took a bite of the meat, and her eyes lit up instantly. Your culinary skills are impressive. This is far tastier than the so-called gourmet meals made by those 3-star chefs back home. If you like it, eat more. When you're full, you'll have the strength to work. Liang lifted his wine glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid, and took a sip. The rich, fruity aroma burst on his palate, providing an exceedingly lavish sensory indulgence. By the way, Anya put down her fork, wiped the corner of her mouth, and her expression turned serious. I've placed the zero substance you brought back on the advanced isolation platform in the medical bay. Its activity is extremely strong. The magnetic field cage can only temporarily contain it. What do you plan to do with it? It's a definite ticking time bomb. Upon mentioning business, Liang set down his glass. I have a companion. She's a top-tier AI. An AI? Anya blinked in surprise. Yes, her data core is still on the server of my old ship. I promised her I would find the best materials in the universe to reconstruct a perfect body for her. Liang's gaze deepened. Ordinary mechanical prosthetics or synthetic silicone can't withstand her level of computational power. Only this high-dimensional metal with self-replicating and biological characteristics is the ideal vessel, which is why I must keep it. Anya nodded thoughtfully. As a leading scholar in biology, she quickly unraveled the logic behind his statement. Using high-dimensional biological metal as an AI vessel is an extremely audacious idea, but theoretically viable. However, Anya looked at Liang. This mass of metal is currently in a primitive feral state. It will only consume and assimilate. If you directly input the AI's data, its biological instincts will instantly devour the data stream. You need to purify it, eliminate its predatory instincts, and turn it into a blank slate. Liang's eyes brightened. This was precisely the headache he faced. Although the Tiangong I could suppress this mass of metal, purifying it on a physical level involved incredibly complex biochemical reactions. Can you manage it? Liang inquired. If the medical bay equipment on your warship is advanced enough, and you give me a bit more time, I can attempt to extract a suppressive enzyme to neutralize its activity. Anya smiled confidently, her amber eyes shimmering with professional brilliance. I told you this ticket of mine is truly worth the price. All right, whatever equipment and materials you need, just request them from the Nightmare. As long as it's aboard the ship, you can use it. Liang readily delegated authority. In his philosophy, distrust of people was unwarranted, but trusting them was essential. After dinner, Anya dove into the medical bay to study the mass of biological metal. Huan Xiong had already settled in the lower cargo hold, tinkering with his old mining mech for post-battle repairs. A sense of fulfilling and steady rhythm pervaded the entire ship. Liang returned to his captain's suite. He leaned against the sofa at the head of the bed while the room's holographic projector displayed a chaotic stream of news gathered from the public network. On the screen, news about the devastating blow to the Kier Mining Company in Tai'an Town was rolling. Liang glanced at it and swiped past the black drama played out daily in the Wasteland, and the Federation was too apathetic to bother with the affairs of such border territories. What concerned him more was another piece of information. Liang closed his eyes, awakening the Tiangong eye in his mind. Tiangong analyzed the information provided by the assassin Poison Fong today and established a correlation model regarding the Starry Night Brotherhood and the Phantom Fleet. Blue data streams rapidly intertwined across his retina. Sylvia was being besieged by Blackstone Corporation's main forces while simultaneously pursued by the Starry Night Brotherhood because she had stolen what was purported to be a sacred object of the Shadow Star. What on earth has that woman done? Liang rubbed his temples. Though Sylvia had a cold demeanor, she was certainly not the type to stir up trouble without cause. If she had resorted to theft, there must be a critically important reason behind it. No matter how much trouble you've stirred since you were my first mate, even the King of Heaven must clear the path for you. Liang opened his eyes, his resolve firm. His current objective was distinctly clear: reach the free trade port, exchange the blue blood crystal, and surplus spoils for vast sums of wealth, and then use that money along with relic coordinates to swiftly amass a fleet of unmanned vessels. Only by wielding absolute firepower would he earn the right to break through Blackstone's encirclement. In the following 2 days, the Nightmare traversed the subspace smoothly. Life aboard the ship was unexpectedly harmonious. Anya had entirely claimed the medical bay as her laboratory, donning a white coat to tinker amidst the myriad of bottles and jars. Occasionally, when she felt fatigued from her experiments, she would come to the bridge to exchange banter with Liang or whip up some bizarre synthetic snacks from the kitchen to share with him and Huan Xiong for late-night snacks. Liang was more than happy to oblige. He was no longer the cold-blooded killing machine he once was. Sometimes he would even deliberately tease this proud young lady with his words, delighting in her pouting expressions before heading to the training room to vent his surplus energy on the gravity sandbags. Meanwhile, Huan Xiong, the burly man, had astutely sensed the natural chemistry between his boss and Anya. He made it a point to keep his distance from the living quarters and bridge, opting to remain as an invisible presence, only showing up for meals and to repair his mech. At the 42nd standard hour, "Ding, Captain, we are about to exit curvature navigation and are expected to emerge from subspace in 3 minutes. Destination, Star Region Free Trade Port." The prompt from the main AI of the Nightmare shattered the ship's tranquility. Liang stood up from the captain's chair, now donned in a brand new dark tactical overcoat, discreetly affixing the wrist blade components of his shield armor to his left forearm. Anya emerged from the medical bay clad in a sleek combat suit, her burgundy hair pulled into a high ponytail, exuding less of the young lattice frailty and more of a spirited vigor. Finally arrived. Anya approached Liang, gazing at the warping spatial barrier outside the porthole. "Are you ready to witness the most chaotic yet vibrant black market in the universe?" Liang turned his head to look at her. "Don't underestimate me. I've been to the underground trading markets of the inner ring." Anya raised her chin confidently. "Virum, With a violent spatial tremor, the nightmare burst through the barrier of subspace, re-entering the conventional universe. Outside the porthole, the previously profound darkness of space was instantly filled with dazzling radiance. Before them lay an indescribably vast space metropolis, not a planet, but a mighty steel behemoth constructed from countless colossal derelict starships, fragments of meteors, and remnants of space stations, all brutally fused together by metallic chains and alloy bridges. It spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers through the cosmos, its surface shimmering with a myriad of colorful neon lights. Countless vessels buzzed around it like a swarm of bees, embodying a chaotic grandeur imbued with the unique aesthetic of cyberpunk. This was the holy land of all outlaws in the universe, a nexus of immense wealth and wickedness. Free trade port. Leon gazed at the colossal structure before him, the luminous starlight reflected in his stark, blackened white eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly the nightmare's radar emitted an urgent series of short beeps. Warning: high-intensity scanning rays detected sweeping across our ship. Source: perimeter defense array of the free port. Leon frowned slightly. Cut off external identification signals and maintain optical camouflage. Let's keep a low profile as we dock. This is not the time to stir up trouble. The nightmare transformed into an unremarkable, dilapidated mining vessel, silently blending into the massive influx of ships entering the port. Free trade port, a realm of paradoxes where chaos and order coexist in an intricate dance. The absence of regulation stems from its exemption from federal law, where firearms, contraband, and intelligence are all commodities available to those with sufficient wealth. Conversely, the presence of order is maintained by powerful cartels and top-tier gangs who uphold the unwritten rules of trade. Anyone daring to breach these boundaries will find themselves rendered as frozen meat adrift in the vastness of space. Shrouded by its optical camouflage system, the ship, known as Yi Yen, appeared as nothing more than a dilapidated freighter patched and laden with ore. It trailed languidly behind a massive convoy of merchant vessels entering the public docking bay of the free trade port, which resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Attention, vessels ahead. You have arrived at Free Trade Port's 7th pilot station. Please transmit your identification code and pay the docking fee, or we will activate the tractor beam to forcibly remove you. Came the languid voice of a male pilot, crackling with static over the comms channel. On the bridge, Liang reclined in a leather seat, idly toying with a pure gold lighter. He had long instructed the Tiangong goggles to fabricate a flawless set of interstellar black market credentials. Yi Yen, transmit the forged identification code. Additionally, transfer 20,000 credit points to the pilot's personal account on top of the docking fee. Inform him that my ship has experienced engine troubles and requires a quiet, unmonitored berth for repairs. Liang instructed in a calm tone. Anya, standing nearby, paused in surprise, turning to Liang with wide eyes. Did you actually offer an extra 20,000? I thought you would hack their system to waive the docking fee. You, the miser, are unusually generous today. Liang stood casually, donning his black long coat, draped over the chair, adjusting the collar with ease. Waiving the docking fee does save some credits. However, hacking their system would leave a digital trail. In this chaotic place, discretion and safety are paramount. He approached Anya, his deep-set black eyes reflecting a blend of calm and amusement. Moreover, being frugal in the underbelly was a matter of survival. Now, with 300 million in cash flow and an entire hold filled with premium fuel, there is no need to live in hardship. Spending 20,000 for peace of mind is an investment. Liang's words stirred something within Anya. This man exuded a peculiar sense of contradiction. The comms crackled again, this time with the pilot's tone markedly more affable. Identification confirmed, esteemed visitor from afar. Your generosity honors me. Berth is now open for you. The surveillance cameras, they are conveniently malfunctioning. Enjoy your stay at the free trade port. As the communication ended, Yi Yen, guided by the pilot, slowly maneuvered into a dimly lit berth at the edge of the port. The heavy airtight door sealed shut behind the ship, cutting off the clamor from the outside world. Liang turned to the side, regarding the clumsy bear, who was busy polishing the mining mech. Bear, stay here to watch the ship and perform maintenance on the energy system, Liang said, tossing a nameless prepaid card from his pocket. There's $1 million on that card. Afterward, head to the underground black market of the free trade port and upgrade your mech with some decent parts. Don't hesitate to spend if you need more funds, just ask. My employees should not be operating subpar machinery. Bear fumbled to catch the card, his hands trembling in excitement at the sight of the 1 million credits. He had toiled for an entire year in the mines for a mere 50,000, and here was his boss casually offering him 100 times that for an upgrade. Boss, you can count on me. No fly will dare approach this ship, Bear proclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor. Stay safe, avoid trouble, but don't shy away from it either. If someone picks a fight, hit them hard. It'll cover for you, Liang advised before turning to Anya. Let's go, young lady. It'll show you the true lawless land and help turn those blue blood crystals in our hold into cash. As the ship's airtight door opened, a complex amalgamation of ozone, synthetic aromas, inferior oils, and various alien spices surged into their nostrils. The pair exited the berth, traversing a lengthy metallic corridor, officially entering the lower city of the free trade port. The sights before Anya, who had grown up in a sterile environment, elicited a soft gasp from her. There was no sky above, only an intricate web of metallic pipes and enormous ventilation fans. The streets were lined with an eclectic array of buildings, from Eastern cyberpunk-style taverns adorned with red lanterns to mechanical augmentation clinics glowing with eerie green light. Giant holographic advertisements flickered in midair peddling the latest kinetic rifles or some illicit drug promising psychedelic experiences. The streets buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Humans of various hues mingled with augmented individuals, and even a few colossal, scaly extraterrestrial beings, all sharing this vibrant, chaotic space. It was a realm teeming with disorder and savagery, yet pulsing with life and vitality. Anya, akin to a child stumbling into a fantastical world, was wide-eyed with wonder. Her amber eyes darted around, captivated by an alien fruit stall, emitting a luminescent glow, nearly colliding with a biker on a hovering motorcycle. "Watch out." Leon, quick on his feet, reached out and pulled Anya safely into his embrace as the motorcycle whizzed past, splattering a shallow puddle of murky water. Anya collided with Leong's broad, sturdy chest, her cheeks flushing at the rhythmic thumping of his steady heartbeat. "This is no garden backyard," Leong remarked, gazing down at her with a hint of exasperated amusement. He didn't release her, but instead intertwined his fingers with her delicate hand, keeping her close. "Stay close to me. This place is rife with opportunists preying on unsuspecting lambs like you. I'd rather not be searching for you on missing person posters later." Leong's hand was large and warm, imbuing her with an inexplicable sense of security. Anya squirmed slightly, realizing how firmly he held her, and blushed before acquiescing, allowing him to lead her through the bizarre cyber street. They passed an outdoor stall exuding steam, manned by an alien with 4 arms, deftly grilling skewers resembling octopus tentacles sizzling in a mix of oil and aromatic spices that made one's mouth water. Anya's gaze lingered on the grilled meat for a moment, her stomach betraying her with a soft growl. Leong halted, turning to her. "Hungry?" "A bit," Anya murmured, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. Though she had consumed synthetic meat on the ship, she could not resist the allure of street food brimming with local charm. Without further ado, Leong guided her to the stall. "Boss, 2 skewers of your signature grilled meat, extra spicy." He flicked a 100 credit coin from his pocket, landing it squarely in front of the vendor. "No need for change." The alien proprietor beamed, his 4 hands working in unison to present 2 skewers perfectly grilled to a golden hue and dripping with flavor within moments. Leong took 1 skewer, blowing on it to cool it, and offered it to Anya. "Try it. This is the local delicacy, sandworm meat. It may look intimidating, but the taste is 100 times better than your sterile nutrient meals." Anya hesitated, eyeing the glistening skewer dripping with golden oil, but ultimately succumbed to her appetite. She opened her luscious lips slightly and carefully took a bite. Instantly, the crispy exterior and tender interior burst with a unique blend of sweetness and spice in her mouth. Delicious. Anya's eyes sparkled as she devoured it like a little hamster, her lips glistening with oil, which combined with her radiant visage exuded an irresistible charm. Leong observed her unpretentious delight, his smile deepening. He produced a napkin and effortlessly wiped the grease from her lips. "Slow down, no one is competing with you. We have plenty of money now, you could buy this entire street and eat until you burst," Leong remarked, a note of unintentional fondness creeping into his tone. Anya swallowed the meat and looked up at Leong. The neon lights cast a glow on his profile, softening his rugged features. He was no longer the merciless figure from the mines, but resembled a regular man out shopping with his girlfriend. "Mechanic, I find you much more appealing today," Anya teased. "I am Leong," he corrected her, biting into his own skewer. "In public, refer to me as Leong. Calling me mechanic might lead others to think I'm a poor wretch." "All right, boss Leong," Anya playfully elongated his name. As they continued eating the grilled meat and meandering down the street, Anya inquired where to next. "Should we head straight to the market to sell those blue blood crystals?" "I won't go to the legitimate market," Leong replied, shaking his head. "The transaction taxes there are exorbitant, and you must register your identity and source of goods. Our ship's high-purity fuel has questionable origins. Once registered, the intelligence network of Haishi Heavy Industries will immediately track us." He led Anya into a relatively dark alley, its walls adorned with wild graffiti. "We're heading to the underground trading district, seeking someone who can absorb all our goods in one go and help me gather some intel." The alley was dimly lit, only illuminated by a flickering red neon sign at the end. The sign crackled with electrical discharges due to poor contact. It read Rusty Blade Tavern. "This is the largest hub for information and a black market transfer station in the lower city of the free trade port, teeming with all sorts of outlaws," Leong remarked as he accurately discarded his bamboo skewer into a nearby trash bin. He turned, placing his hands on Anya's shoulders, his gaze intensifying with a hint of seriousness. "Anya, listen carefully. Once we enter, regardless of what you see, do not react with shock. Stay close to me and refrain from speaking to anyone casually. If anyone disrespects you, there's no need to hold back. Just inform me, and I will teach them the rules here." Leong's eyes remained calm, yet beneath that calm lay a protective and domineering essence. Anya stared at him, her heart inexplicably racing, and nodded vigorously. "I understand. Rest assured, I am not an inexperienced little rabbit." "Excellent." Leong pivoted, lifting his well-shod right foot, and with a resounding thud kicked open the heavy iron door of the Rusty Blade Tavern. With the door crashing against the wall, a potent blend of alcohol, cigar smoke, and raw energy assaulted their senses like a tidal wave. The raucous music and clamor that had filled the tavern abruptly ceased. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward the entrance, scarred mercenaries, space pirates, cradling drinks, and bounty hunters with mechanical enhancements, all regarding the newcomers with a mix of wariness, scrutiny, and unmasked hostility. Under the gaze of these rough, grim outlaws, Liang, donned in a finely tailored black coat, stood tall and composed. One hand rested casually in his pocket, while the other held the enchanting Anya, stepping into this true realm of lawlessness with an air of calm confidence. He emitted no menacing aura, yet the composed demeanor honed through years of navigating treacherous waters compelled the would-be provocateurs to instinctively silence themselves. Liang surveyed the tavern, his gaze ultimately landing on a gaunt old man in the far corner methodically polishing a glass with his mechanical eye. A subtle smile played on Liang's lips. "Old One Eye," he called, his cool voice resonating in the hushed tavern. "A significant deal has arrived. Prepare a clean private room for our guests." The atmosphere in the tavern subtly shifted the moment Liang's words fell. A group of brutish interstellar mercenaries seated near the entrance exchanged glances. One of them, a scarred man twirling a monomolecular dagger, stood up, cracked his neck, and positioned himself between Liang and Anya. "Pretty boy in this part of the street wearing fine clothes doesn't grant you the privilege to speak loudly," the scarred man appraised Liang with a greedy glance that swept over Anya's radiant face. "If you wish to see the old, one-eyed man, you must first pay a toll for directions. Do you understand the rules?" Anya instinctively leaned closer to Liang. Though she was bold, the stench of cheap tobacco and sweat emanating from these desperate men made her physically uncomfortable. Liang did not flinch. He didn't even glance at the scarred man. Instead, he slightly turned his head, shielding Anya with his half of the body. "Old, one-eyed man," Liang spoke again, his voice calm, yet resonant amidst the clamor, "if you cannot even keep your dogs in line, then I shall have to seek counsel from the Viper across the street for this lucrative deal that could feed you for 3 years. In the corner of the bar, a frail old man paused in wiping a glass. He raised his head, his left eye a hollow socket, while the right glowed with a crimson mechanical iris. The mechanical eye quickly scanned Liang, detecting no energy fluctuations from exoskeleton armor nor heavy firepower. Yet, having navigated the black market for decades, the old, one-eyed man's sharp intuition surpassed even his mechanical eye. The way this man stood, his relaxed muscles, and the absolute confidence that made everyone else seem invisible were not merely an act. "Everyone back to your seats." The old, one-eyed man slammed the glass he held onto the bar, producing a sharp sound. His voice, raspy like sandpaper, echoed in the tavern. "Whoever dares to disrupt my establishment shall find their coordinates sold to the Federal Reapers tomorrow." The mercenaries who had been preparing to cause trouble exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. While the old, one-eyed man might lack combat prowess, his network of information could easily lead to the demise of any rogue. The scarred man snorted and sheathed his dagger, cursing as he returned to his seat. The old, one-eyed man emerged from behind the bar. He was short and slightly hunched, yet his steps remained steady. "This gentleman seems unfamiliar, but since you know my name and dare to claim you can feed me for 3 years, please step inside." The old, one-eyed man gestured for them to enter politely, averting his gaze from Anya, for in the black market, staring at the female companion of a significant patron was a grave offense. Liang took Anya's hand, maintaining an air of composure as they followed the old, one-eyed man through the tavern's corridor, entering a concealed private room in the basement. As the door closed, the deafening heavy metal electronic music was instantly muffled. The room was equipped with top-tier counter-surveillance equipment, rendering it so silent that even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. "Have a seat." The old, one-eyed man gestured to a set of leather sofas in the center of the room, taking a seat in a single chair across from them. His red mechanical eye remained fixed on Liang, unwavering. "Now what grand business do you propose?" Liang sat down with Anya crossing his legs and reclining comfortably against the sofa, exuding an aura of complete relaxation. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out a palm-sized, specially crafted lead box from his trench coat pocket, tossing it onto the coffee table with a snap. "Take a look at the goods." Liang lifted his chin slightly. The old, one-eyed man eyed Liang suspiciously, extending his bony fingers to cautiously unfasten the box's latch. As the lid sprang open, a pure, deep, and ethereal azure light reminiscent of the brightest nebulae in the depths of the star sea illuminated the dim room. The old, one-eyed man's mechanical eye, which had been blinking steadily, emitted a series of urgent beeps upon detecting this light. He sprang from his chair, his emaciated cheeks twitching violently in shock. Blue blood crystal, or end of over purity." The old, one-eyed man's voice quivered. He hurriedly retrieved a miniature spectrometer from his pocket, bringing it close to the crystal for meticulous examination. As he observed the soaring readings on the device, he swallowed hard and lifted his gaze to meet Liang's. "Sir, this material is a strategically controlled asset by the military in the Inner Ring. Blackstone Heavy Industries and the Federal Fleet keep a tight grip on it. Where did you acquire this? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, that is the rule. Just tell me if you are able to handle this." Liang toyed with a pure gold lighter, flicking it open to ignite a high-end cigar stealthily acquired from the Monarch office. The bluish-gray smoke wafted through the room, exuding a rich aroma of tobacco. A piece this size of high-purity crystal or commands a market price of at least 2 million credit points on the black market. The old, one-eyed man suppressed his elation, his eyes darting rapidly. "However, this item is hot. If this is your only piece, I have 50 crates. Liang interrupted him, nonchalantly expelling a puff of smoke. The spectrometer slipped from the old, one-eyed man's hand, clattering to the carpet. 50 crates. That amount of fuel could sustain an entire destroyer fleet for interstellar jumps. Had this man raided a warlord supply base? After the initial shock, the old, one-eyed man's cunning nature as a black market dealer asserted itself. He bent down to retrieve the device, resuming his seat. Though his hands still trembled, his tone had forcibly regained composure. Sir, 50 crates indeed constitute a significant deal. But you must understand this cargo is highly conspicuous. In the Freeport, only a few major powers in the upper district can afford to purchase such a large quantity of high-purity crystal, or the old, one-eyed man interlaced his fingers, adopting a formal demeanor. Given the substantial amount, we must renegotiate the price. According to black market customs, bulk purchases incur wholesale rates, and I will absorb the risks. For 50 crates, I can offer you a maximum of 60 million credit points paid in cash. Liang paused, his cigar-holding hand momentarily still. 50 crates originally worth at least 100 million. This old coot had just slashed the price by nearly half with a mere flick of his lips. Old man, you are taking advantage of me. Liang's expression turned icy. While he currently had no shortage of funds, that did not mean he was willing to be exploited. Just as Liang prepared to deliver a physical jolt to this oblivious old fool, Anya, who had been quietly sitting beside him, suddenly moved. She extended her delicate hand, took the cigar from Liang, and extinguished it in the nearby ashtray. Smoking is bad for the lungs, and the ventilation system here is subpar, Anya remarked casually, then turned to face the old, one-eyed man, her beautiful amber eyes locking onto his. In that moment, the once docile girl underwent a transformation. The air of superiority and insight characteristic of an elite scion of an entering financial conglomerate emanated from her, creating an undeniable pressure. Old, one-eyed man, 60 million. Do you take us for unseasoned fools, or do you believe that buyers in this free trade port are all simpletons? Anya's voice rang clear, each word articulated with an undeniable authoritative tone. She pointed a slender finger at the blue blood crystal, or on the table. This crystal not only boasts a purity of, but more importantly, its lattice structure is remarkably stable. This implies that the highest grade condensation extraction technology was employed during its mining and refinement. Such technology can currently only be found in the core fuel depots of Blackstone Heavy Industries. The old, one-eyed man's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly ornamental companion possessed such extensive knowledge. Anya seized the moment, pressing her advantage relentlessly. Do you grasp the implications? This means that this batch of ore requires no secondary filtration and can be directly loaded into the latest microantimatter reactors. It will not only cause no damage to the engines, but also enhance jump efficiency by at least. Leaning slightly forward, her hands crossed on the table, she wore a mocking smirk. At a time when conflicts rage and warlords vie for quality fuel, a batch of top-grade fuel that can be immediately utilized for military breakthroughs, are you telling me it's too conspicuous and poses risks? Even if we were to walk down the street today and shout about this deal, do you believe that the buyers in the upper district in desperate need of supplies wouldn't immediately trample through this tavern with cash in hand? Anya's pace was unhurried, yet each syllable struck at the old, one-eyed man's vulnerabilities. 60 million. You could flip it for at least double that. This tired old tactic of treating us as fools is far too stale. Anya leaned back into the sofa, lifting her chin defiantly. 100 million, not a penny less. Otherwise we walk out of here, and I assure you this deal will land squarely in the hands of your competitors. In the private room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The old, one-eyed man's mechanical eye whirred rapidly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had initially viewed Liang as an ignorant brute ready to exploit him. Little did he know that this girl beside him was a true expert, fully aware of the value of this cargo and the market dynamics. Moreover, the air of confidence emanating from her was utterly authentic, not something easily feigned. Liang observed Anya's commanding demeanor, a flicker of unabashed admiration flashing in his eyes. He had initially thought her straightforwardness made her easy to deal with. Now he realized she not only held her own, but was an incredibly valuable asset in her field of expertise and business negotiations. A woman with intelligence who could help him profit was precisely to his liking. Excellent rhetoric, Liang remarked, wrapping his arm around Anya's slender waist, drawing her closer. This gesture not only asserted his dominance, but also validated her recent performance. Anya stiffened momentarily, but did not resist. Instead, she leaned against his shoulder, granting him the respect due to a superior. Liang turned to the old, one-eyed man. You heard her. I have a temper, but my companion has an even fiercer one. 100 million, agree, or we part ways. The old, one-eyed man clenched his teeth, quickly calculating in his mind. Even if he spent 100 million with proper maneuvering, he could still profit by 20 to 30 million. If he refused, this windfall would slip entirely away. All right, 100 million. It's a deal. The old, one-eyed man slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Sir, you have an extraordinary companion. Flattery aside, let's proceed with the transaction. I will send you the shipping coordinates for the goods. You can send your people to pick them up. Liang casually provided a link to an anonymous account. Minutes later, a crisp notification sound chimed, and a string of enticing zeros appeared in Liang's account. Adding to the cash he had previously amassed, his liquid assets now exceeded 400 million. Now that the business is concluded, let's discuss other matters. Liang regarded the elated old, one-eyed man, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. I've heard that your underground intelligence network is the most comprehensive in the Freeport. The old, one-eyed man's smile faded, reverting to his broker persona. What does the sir wish to inquire about? As long as it has occurred within this star domain, I know of it. Of course, intelligence comes at a price. Money is not an issue. Leaning forward, Liang's dark eyes bore into the old, one-eyed man like an abyss. I seek information regarding a fleet made up of cobbled-together ships flying a phantom flag. Additionally, a woman with silver hair. Upon hearing this, the old, one-eyed man's mechanical eye flickered intensely, even causing his hand to hesitate as he poured wine. He raised his head, a hint of unbidden fear and warning reflected in his gaze towards Liang. Sir, given the magnitude of this 100 million transaction, I advise you, the old, one-eyed man lowered his voice, almost leaning in closer. In this Freeport you may inquire about anyone. But the name of that silver-haired woman is an absolute taboo. Oh, why is that? Liang raised an eyebrow. Because she has crossed paths with individuals she ought not to have. The old, one-eyed man's voice grew hoarse. 3 days ago, Blackstone Heavy Industries' 3rd Expedition Fleet, in conjunction with the Knight Brotherhood's assassination network, cornered that phantom fleet deep within the Shattered Star Belt. Moreover, the old, one-eyed man swallowed hard. The entire underground black market of the Freeport is plastered with exorbitant bounties for that woman, irrespective of life or death. Right now she is a ticking time bomb. Anyone who gets involved will be reduced to nothing but ash. At this revelation, Liang's expression remained unchanged. However, the hand resting on his knee quietly clenched. The firm iridium alloy of his fingers even left deep grooves on the leather sofa. Anya keenly sensed the shift in the man's demeanor. Beside her, the languid posture had vanished, replaced by an extreme suppression akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Name your price. Liang fixed his gaze on the old, one-eyed man, his voice icy enough to freeze shards of ice. Provide me with a detailed star chart of the Shattered Star Belt, as precise as possible. The old, one-eyed man found himself suffocated by the explosive aura emanating from Liang, swallowing hard as a glimmer of greed entwined with fear flickered in his solitary eye. 10 million credit points. This information was bought with a life, and in the entire Freeport aside from myself, no one can provide such precise military coordinate deployment maps. The old, one-eyed man gritted his teeth and quoted a staggering price. Send the account. Liang didn't even blink, directly accessing his terminal. With a soft beep, the enormous sum of 10 million credits instantly transferred into the old, one-eyed man's account. He was taken aback. He had anticipated the other party would haggle and even prepared to make concessions, but this man's payment was swifter than drawing a gun. Soon a chip the size of a fingernail was slid across the table towards Liang. Liang picked up the chip and inserted it into the reading slot of his terminal. The Tiangong ocular lens quickly established a 3-dimensional holographic projection on his retina. It revealed an environment of extreme hostility within a belt of shattered stars, where countless colossal meteor fragments spun violently in gravitational turbulence. Deep within this debris field, a faint blue signal source struggled to persist. Surrounding it, a dense array of red lights formed an impenetrable iron net representing the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet of Haishi Heavy Industries, comprising 5 heavy cruisers, hundreds of frigates, and a small mobile firepower platform. Liang's gaze remained fixated on the star map, his eyes as deep and inscrutable as an ancient well. Anya, seated beside him, gasped at the stark contrast in military strength displayed in the hologram. This isn't a siege, but sheer slaughter. Do you really intend to save them? With our ship, the Yi, and we wouldn't even create a splash. Liang closed the projection and neatly stored the chip away. I understand, he replied calmly, an unsettling chill lacing his tranquil demeanor. Charging alone into the encirclement of a fully manned fleet is tantamount to suicide. Salwia, though single-minded, isn't easy prey, as she can hold out for a while. Liang rose, smoothing the hem of his black coat. Impulsiveness belongs to the inexperienced. Those who have weathered death and fire know how to maintain absolute rationality amidst fury. He had money and the yen, but he lacked a fleet. The key to forming a fleet lay within the coordinates of the next ancient relic. Let's go. We've acquired the information. It's time to attend to business. Liang extended his hand to Anya, his face returning to that composed, serene smile. Anya placed her hand in his, rising to follow him. The two turned to exit the private room, leaving the old, one-eyed man seated on the sofa, his gaze filled with profound wariness as he watched their retreating figures. Stepping out of the Rusty Sword Tavern, they re-entered the chaotic and clamorous streets of the lower district of the Freeport. Acid rain mingled with the glow of neon lights, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in the puddles. That silver-haired woman, what is her relation to you? Anya hesitated for a long moment before finally voicing her curiosity. She could sense that when Liang received news about that woman, he transformed into a blade drawn from its sheath. My first mate, Liang replied casually. A woman with a foul temper, but formidable in a fight. I owe her a life. Oh, just the first mate, Anya muttered under her breath. For reasons unknown, hearing this made her inexplicably relax the tension that had gripped her. Liang halted, turning to assess Anya. The girl was still clad in that tattered white haute couture dress, draped with his oversized shirt. While this eclectic combination bestowed upon her a nonchalant, languid beauty, walking down the oil-scented muddy streets of the lower district was undeniably conspicuous. They had already attracted several ill-intentioned glances along the way. We have serious matters to attend to next. Dressed like this, not only will it hinder your movement, but it will also attract unwanted attention. Liang raised his hand, hailing a hovering taxi parked at the roadside. Where to? Anya asked curiously as she climbed into the vehicle. To the upper district. I'm taking you shopping. The hovering taxi ascended along a massive spiral metal track, and as they gained altitude, the scene outside transformed dramatically. The suffocating crampedness and filthy streets of the lower district were left far behind, replaced by wide, smooth, synthetic crystal avenues, suspended three-dimensional gardens, and upscale commercial centers that soared into the clouds. This was the upper district of the free trade port, a haven for agents of interstellar magnates, affluent inner-circle merchants, and elite mercenary groups. The air was free of the acidic rain scent, instead filled with the delicate fragrance emitted by advanced climate control systems. The vehicle halted in front of a commercial street named Xingzuan Avenue. Liang led Anya out, flanked by transparent floor-to-ceiling windows displaying the latest models of individual exoskeletons, the most fashionable luxury attire from the inner ring, and exquisite alien artifacts. "Welcome to Deep Space Woven Threads, Sir Madam." Upon entering a futuristically minimalist clothing concept store, a humanoid salesperson with a flawless smile promptly greeted them. "Select a few outfits for her," Liang said, walking straight to the leather sofa in the lounge area, crossing his legs and casually gesturing toward Anya. "None of those ostentatious evening gowns. I want lightweight material."